A 24-inch screen, 16:9 aspect ratio, 1920 by 1080 resolution. All of this was the private world of Cha Hyun-soo, a high school student suffering from hikikomori. In this world, there was no need for morality, nor for honesty. It was a world of desires. His social anxiety was so severe that he didn't even bother to speak directly with his family. Even with just a door separating them, everything had to be communicated through a screen. Even for the family trip, Hyun-soo didn't give a damn, no matter how much his mother pleaded. No other choice, the whole family had to leave Hyun-soo at home and depart. His father was extremely angry with this rebellious, unruly son. After all, this entire family wasn't exactly normal or happy. The father was authoritarian, often away for work, rarely home, and the mother was too gentle, becoming submissive, letting her husband and children walk all over her. Only the younger sister was normal, but her voice in the family was negligible. Even on vacation, they argued loudly in the car until they finally calmed down. But suddenly, an unexpected accident occurred. A runaway truck sped straight towards their family of 3. And then what had to happen happened. Hyun-soo, still in his room, was unaware of the situation. People called to inform him, but seeing an unknown number, he didn't bother answering. Only when it spammed him 2 or 3 times did Hyun-soo pick up the phone. Annoyed. He heard over the phone was nothing short of a thunderbolt to Hyun-soo. 18-year-old who had dropped out of school, with a history of suicide attempts and social anxiety, had now lost his entire family. In a traffic accident. Now he had to find a way to cope, adrift and alone in the world. Sometime later, Hyun-soo moved to a new residence. He had barely set foot in the place when he was greeted by a sharp hoe blade that grazed past him, which was enough to show how his life was about to be. It was the apartment complex's security guard. He was hoeing the ground, weeding, and it accidentally flew towards Hyun-soo, not intentionally. Seeing the strange young man, the security guard friendly and enthusiastically greeted him. Hyun-soo, having not interacted with people for a long time, became awkward and stammered in this situation. Add to that the elderly, hard-of-hearing security guard and the young man mumbling, making it extremely difficult for Hyun-soo to say more than a few words. Moving house by myself is already very difficult. Luckily, both of them were easygoing and gentle. Otherwise, who knows what else might have happened. The security guard tried to ask Hyun-soo a few more questions, then told him that as a new resident, he should stop by the security office tonight to learn some rules. Watching Hyun-soo's back as he entered the apartment complex, security guard shook his head in resignation. This kid's communication skills seem really bad. However, for some reason, the security guard suddenly had an abnormal nosebleed. Back with Hyun-soo after finishing unpacking, he stood sighing, looking out the window. The bitter man let out a curse, then slumped to the floor. At the family's funeral, relatives, both near and far, were all present. Only Hyun-soo was nowhere to be seen, even after the funeral. Everyone felt annoyed with this insolent brat. Just as they spoke of the devil, he appeared. Hyun-soo finally appeared, but in a melancholic and helpless state. He wasn't wearing funeral attire, not even bothering to take off his sandals. The entire hall watched him with exasperation. Hyun-soo walked up to the portraits of his 3 family members. They thought he would grieve and show some respect, but it was completely the opposite. He angrily threw out 3 bank cards, then complained bitterly about them. 3 bank cards, and only 2,001 in total? How am I supposed to live like this? Everyone around was shocked by Hyun-soo's actions. They couldn't believe he could be so disrespectful as to insult and complain to his deceased relatives at their own funeral. The uncles there found Hyun-soo's shouting and scolding very unsightly and irritating. They all rushed in and grabbed Hyun-soo was still angrily cursing. He screamed and struggled, then immediately took a punch to the face and was thrown out. Sitting alone, helpless, Hyun-soo took out his calculator to estimate his monthly expenses. If he spent 30,000 won a day, a month would be 900,000 won. With his current money, he could only last 2 months. Not to mention electricity, water, internet, gas, and countless other expenses. Everything now was like pushing him to the brink. This life was truly miserable garbage. Suddenly, Hyun-soo thought of a way. He could sell his house for more funds. Though a bit troublesome, living alone, a small apartment would be fine. But the important thing was what to do afterward to maintain his cash flow. Even if he sold the house for a mountain of money, it would quickly run out. Helpless, lonely, adrift, with no one to rely on. Hyun-soo glanced at the open window, thinking, maybe I should just die. Then he pulled out his phone from his pocket, marking the day he would end this wretched life of his. October 25, 2017. A long time had passed. Hyun-soo's belongings were still scattered outside his door. He was trying to use other features on his phone, but without internet it was useless. Hyun-soo took out his computer and PC setup from a box and plugged them in. The computer turned on. There was no internet. Hyun-soo sighed in frustration and sprawled out on the floor. Gazed idly. Even seeing a spider crawling on the wall felt hateful. Is there really no other way now? While lying there lost in thought, he suddenly heard a knock at the door from outside. Hyun-soo went to open the door, and saw it was the security guard he had met earlier. Security guard seemed puzzled to see him. A cotton swab still stuck in his nostril, soaking up blood. The security guard said that Hyun-soo forgot to stop by the security office, so he came in person. Primarily, it was to inform him about the rules and recent situation in the apartment complex. Hyun-soo wasn't very interested or concerned about these matters. He said he was tired and asked the security guard to leave. There was no other way. Before leaving, the security guard gave Hyun-soo a small bottle of fruit juice, saying it was a welcome gift for new residents. Hyun-soo wasn't particularly moved by this gesture. He took the bottle with a reluctant, awkward expression. Just as he was about to close the door tightly and go back inside, Hyun-soo caught sight of a beautiful young woman talking on the phone. It seemed she lived in the room next door. For some reason, Hyun-soo just stood there, staring at the girl without moving. Seeing someone looking at her, she also curiously turned her head to look, then quickly left. Their first eye contact left Hyun-soo a bit flustered and speechless. Based on the phone conversation, Hyun-soo thought she probably wanted to become an entertainment trainee. Looking at her face, he could tell she had plastic surgery. Closing the door, he went inside. Hyun-soo fell asleep and had a strange dream. An old memory resurfaced. If I hadn't been so indifferent and had helped back then, would my life have been any different? He didn't know what that specific memory was. But when it appeared, it made Hyun-soo silently shed tears from the corners of his eyes. Not eating, just lying there thinking about sad things. Hyun-soo decided to watch a movie on his computer to alleviate boredom. He said that, but he still felt bored. I had Hyun-soo's hearing become so sharp that he could even hear her footsteps returning. Paused the video he was watching. He focused, listening to her every subtle movement. Since the two apartments were right next to each other, this wasn't difficult. Plus, the soundproofing of this apartment building was terrible. So, every action the girl was taking on the other side was heard by Hyun-soo. But give an inch, take a mile. Just listening wasn't enough. Hyun-soo went to the wall and pressed his ear against it to hear more clearly. Hyun-soo, he didn't know whether to call himself curious or a pervert anymore. It was only when the girl said she needed to take a shower that Hyun-soo suddenly realized he was doing something strange. He turned back to his computer and watched the movie. But it seemed Hyun-soo couldn't concentrate on watching it. The sound of water running in the bathroom from the next apartment made his mind unconsciously conjure up scenes he shouldn't be seeing. Truly, even Hyun-soo couldn't believe he was that much of a pervert. He was so ashamed and embarrassed that his face and ears turned red. The apartment next door belonged to a beautiful girl, an entertainment company trainee. Hyun-soo suddenly felt that this place wasn't just dirty. For the first time, he felt a glimmer of pink light up his dark life. While daydreaming, a resounding noise startled Hyun-soo. It turned out to be the sound of a bass guitar from the apartment upstairs. The owner of this apartment seemed to love music and played it with wild passion. Hyun-soo felt helpless with this kind of situation. Now, to him, this apartment complex was utterly shitty. Hyun-soo's Greentown apartments. It had been a week since he moved. Fast food wrappers were scattered all over the floor. I'm sick of eating fast food. But, oh well. I'm not going to live many more days anyway. At this moment, he was staring intently at the computer screen, frowning. It turned out Hyun-soo was playing a shooting RPG. He started evaluating other players. This guy was here 5 days ago. Hyun-soo glanced at the female character next to him and said, "This girl hasn't moved since last week." He squinted, speculating. Did she play too hard and die of a heart attack? Damn it all? Just then, the female character moved. Oh, Hyun-soo said to himself in his room. She just moved a little. How dare she cancel my match invitation? But suddenly he noticed something. It was the content of a message on the game screen. Lately, I keep hearing things and my nose bleeds. Should I go to the doctor, guys? I suspect I have a brain tumor or something. Anyway, I'm quitting the game now. Hyun-soo read the message in silence, without responding. Then another message came. Why do I keep hearing the sound of a stream? I have to kill my old man. Keeps swirling in my head. It didn't stop there. The discussion was extremely lively. Hey, you guys, are you going to answer me or not? My old man is sleeping in his room now, so I'm going in to send him to meet his maker. Okay? Someone else cursed. What the hell? This jerk. Did he smash his keyboard? Others joined the combat mode. This psycho. Stop messing up the chat. That person spammed the message twice in a row. Then a cryptic blue string of characters appeared. Even the people in the group found it confusing. He probably wants to disappear. Hyun-soo felt these players were crazy. These losers. Suddenly, the electric guitar sound rang out again. Oh! Sound came from the floor above, pounding down on Hyun-soo's head. Started to get annoyed and looked up. Hyun-soo left his seat. He said, "Is he going to play all day?" And he went to the control panel to report it to the security guard. Damn. This is annoying as hell. Done.
Hyun-soo waited.
But after a while, there was no response. Seeing this, he became even more irritable. Where the hell did that security guard go? The scene shifts to an overview of the apartment complex. At this moment, on the rooftop, a hand gripped the wooden railing tightly. A person was trying to open the door but couldn't. What is this? Pian, with a cigarette in his mouth, wondered, why is it locked? He stood silently, looking at the door. Then he took out a lighter, lit his cigarette, and cursed, "Bastards! Who locked it?" Then Gukpian lit a cigarette and puffed away. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the man. "Hey, no smoking here." He turned back cautiously. Behind him was a small red-haired girl named Eun. She spoke up, annoyed and scolding. "I was wondering who kept throwing cigarette butts. Turns out it's the gangster uncle." Gukpian, annoyed by Eun's words, asked back, "Me? Every day? This is the first time." He tried to explain. "But, I'm also a gangster." She asked again. "Then what are you?" Gukpian struck a cool pose and confidently said, "A cool guy." Eun looked at his narcissistic pose and uttered one word. "Ugh." She began to criticize, leaving him speechless. "Hey, gangster uncle. If you like it, go up to the rooftop to smoke. I have to bring the ashtray down too. Do you know how annoying it is for me to climb up?" The smoke also drifts down to the lower floors. He also annoyedly pointed behind him and replied, "Hey kid, don't you see the door is locked? Even if I wanted to go up, I couldn't." Eun started to look behind her, confused, and asked, "Huh? Really? Why is it locked?" Gukpian replied, "How the hell would I know? But according to you, this place." Suddenly, he realized something. It turned out she had quickly snatched his lighter. Gukpian realized this and exclaimed, "Ah! Damn it!" So, the two had a fight. He yelled, "Give it back, you snot-nosed brat. Just for a little bit." Eun, seeing she was caught, quickly ran off, turning her head to say, "What do you know?" Heated argument ensued. "I'll tell your brother." "Hey, what do you want, uncle?" "No." "Get lost." "Well then, let's ask the security guard to open it." "Oh, come on. No one's on duty today, right?" "Really? What's wrong with the security guard?" The scene shifts to Hyun-soo's father's past. A middle-aged man was grabbing someone else by the collar, shouting, "What did you say? Just go home and talk." The man angrily pushed his face close, threatening, "Who is my son? Who made him like this?" "A pathetic and innocent boy." The man spoke each word in a low voice. "Answer me immediately." Suddenly, the man noticed something behind him. Then someone walked in. "Who are you waiting for?" The man turned to look, and his anger slowly turned into a feeling of astonishment and despair. "I didn't protect you." Turned out Hyun-soo was having a nightmare about old events. He startled, opening his eyes and waking up. Hyun-soo sadly said, "Again, it's that again." He picked up his phone to check the time. Damn, what time is it? His phone received a message from an unknown number. "I intended to leave the package at the security office, but there's no one here now, so I'll leave it at your door. Okay?" Turned out to be the ramen delivery person. "The ramen's here." Hyun-soo jumped up and went out to get it, but surprisingly, someone had torn it open and taken some of his ramen.
Hyun-soo looked surprised.
"What is this?" Followed the trail. Traces of scattered ramen noodles were all over the floor. The trail led to the room next door. Hyun-soo was stunned by the sight. Then he sighed, complaining in his head, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, Hyun-soo flinched and froze. On the floor now was a small puddle of blood. He then noticed there was also blood in the hallway. He recalled the moment earlier that morning. His neighbor had mentioned, "What is this? Why a nosebleed?" He thought to himself in disbelief, "Anyway, that's too much nosebleed, isn't it?" Hyun-soo pushed the door open and stepped inside to investigate. What exactly happened? He only saw a chaotic scene and a disgusting chewing sound.
Hyun-soo stood silently, watching.
He felt a bit uneasy at this moment. Just then, something was thrown out. Hyun-soo moved closer, trying to get a better look. Turned out to be a cat collar. He squinted, looking closely again. Still the cat collar. This time, Hyun-soo was sure the neighbor had a problem. Stared in horror. After standing there for a moment longer, Hyun-soo witnessed an even more terrifying sight. A monstrous hand reached out and took the collar. After grabbing it, the person picked it up. He stood outside, even more confused, not knowing what the person would do next. The hand retracted. Then it reached out again, turning back. Witnessing this scene, Hyun-soo's face turned pale. His body trembled, but he tried to remain silent. He slowly backed away. Unfortunately for Hyun-soo, as he backed out, he stepped right on a package of instant noodles on the floor.
Hyun-soo flinched, worried.
He opened his eyes wide, sweating, looking at the room. From inside the room, a strange voice now echoed. Why is there leftover ramen? Seeing that the situation was not good, Hyun-soo immediately ran. He trembled. His face pale, he ran. When he got back to his room, Hyun-soo immediately slammed the door shut. At this moment, his heart was still pounding. His breathing was rapid. Hyun-soo slowly moved, trying not to make any sound. Approaching the bed frame, he knew what he had to do. Hyun-soo quickly hid under the bed. He lay hidden under the bed in fear. At this moment, the creature seemed to move. Due to poor soundproofing, Hyun-soo could clearly tell where the thing was moving. He lay still, observing its movements. The thing slowly moved towards Hyun-soo's door. A few seconds later, the sound grew louder and louder. Finally, that moment arrived. The door creaked open. Downstairs in the apartment complex, a man's voice echoed as he talked on the phone. He stood alone, having a private conversation amidst the quiet streets, with only dim lights. Yeah, okay, are you going to work tomorrow too? So diligent. The man still stood below the apartment complex, engrossed in the continuing conversation. He spoke intermittently, listened, then replied, So, you must have a good job at that company, huh? Me? I don't have anything important to do tomorrow either. Walking and talking on the phone. Oh wait, let me think again. There aren't many days left, so? The man suddenly stopped. He stood still. The conversation seemed to have an issue. He wondered, Huh? The man frowned, looking confused at the phone that had suddenly hung up. He looked down at the phone in his hand. The other side had ended the call. He mumbled, confused. It just hung up. What's going on? The man immediately called back, raising the phone to his ear, patiently waiting for the other person to answer. But the other end remained silent, echoing in the quiet space around him. The man called again, patiently waiting a little longer, but still, only silence answered. Suddenly, a strange, jarring sound came from the other end, startling him. He became alert. He stood there bewildered, phone in hand, a confused expression covering his face. What is this? Why is it so strange? He stood there, not understanding what was happening, wondering, looking into the void. How strange. He still stood there, phone in hand, bewildered and motionless for a long time. Suddenly, a strange, uneasy feeling made the man freeze, slowly turning his head to look behind him. Behind him was only a dark street and the whistling wind. There was no one there. The uneasy feeling persisted, mixed with a bit of confusion and creepiness. He still turned around, squinting behind him. Suddenly, in front of the man, where the streetlights shone, a strange silhouette appeared. Then it grew larger, approaching. Looking at it, he knew it wasn't a human shadow. He was still unaware of the silhouette's presence, still looking behind him. Until that very moment, the man had a bad premonition and suddenly froze. He slowly turned around. All his attention was focused on the thing present right before his eyes. His eyes widened, not leaving it for a moment. His eyes were strained. Extreme horror enveloped him. He couldn't take his eyes off some terrifying object right in front of him. In the man's hand, the ringing phone was still held. Now, there was not only the hopeless dial tone, but also a gruesome crunching sound. The phone dropped. The phone slipped from his hand and fell onto the cold ground. Small sound of impact. Just as the phone hit the ground, the man also collapsed. He fell into the spreading pool of blood at his feet. Despite the phone still vibrating, the man's body was dragged away, disappearing into the darkness. Beep. At this moment, only a spreading pool of fresh red blood remained at the scene. The phone still echoed the operator's voice. The subscriber you have called is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. We will process your message as quickly as possible to provide you with uninterrupted service. For SFT. At this moment, only the pool of blood and his belongings remained. More notably, the blood trail led straight towards the apartment complex, signaling an impending disaster. Scene change. Elsewhere in the apartment complex, Hyun-soo was still trembling with fear under the bed. Despite his fear, he couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. Damn, what the hell was that? Hyun-soo's eyes widened in fear, recalling the image replaying in his mind. I didn't see wrong, did I? In his terrifying memory, a hand suddenly reached out, veiny and with sharp claws. Recalling what he had just seen, Hyun-soo became even more certain. That's right. It was clearly. His eyes widened further. It wasn't a human hand. A monster. It's a monster. The doorbell outside continued to ring incessantly. Suddenly, Hyun-soo lightly bumped something, making a sound. Ugh! Immediately, he frantically covered his mouth, his trembling hand trying to suppress any sound. The panic made Hyun-soo's body tremble violently. He asked, confused, but, a monster knows how to ring a doorbell? In the silent space, a gentle voice spoke up. Hello? Is anyone home? Hyun-soo remained silent, not answering the gentle voice. The voice continued to echo. My cat is gone. If the room is messy, hey, please help me. His confusion grew. It's talking. A series of questions swirled in Hyun-soo's head. It was speaking in a different voice earlier. The voice outside continued. Is anyone home? Suddenly, the gentle voice from earlier abruptly changed, becoming monstrous. Open the door. He was surprised. Did I get it wrong? The gentle voice continued. Is no one home? Hyun-soo now gathered his courage and slowly emerged from under the bed. His eyes now looked up at the screen, seeing a blurry figure. Hyun-soo squinted, focusing on the screen by the door. The image gradually became clearer. He couldn't help but be stunned by what he saw. Hyun-soo recognized the familiar face. It was the girl from the room next door. Her eyes constantly darted around, pleading for help from anyone. He asked himself, what? Seeing it was a person, Hyun-soo reassured himself. Phew. He let out a soft sigh and relaxed his fearful body. I must be really crazy. Hyun-soo pressed the button to talk to the girl displayed on the screen, then wondered, so what did I see earlier? He spoke softly, timidly. Hey, Mississippi. Hearing someone respond, she quickly leaned close to the screen. Ah, someone's home. Hyun-soo asked. Yes, what is it? His neighbor, eyes brimming with tears, pleaded. Just help me a little. He replied helplessly. Me? I can help, right? Hearing him, she quickly continued. Please call the police for me. I don't remember clearly, but when I calmed down, the door was wide open and I couldn't find my cat anywhere. Hyun-soo listened to her story, worried, confirming what he had seen earlier. There was blood in the house. The ramen packages were torn open. He gently reassured his panicked neighbor. Mississippi, please calm down a bit. Hyun-soo continued. Do you have your phone? She replied. Yes. I don't know if it's still here or gone. The neighbor still yelled. Call the police for me. He had a reluctant expression. You could go down to the security office and explain, couldn't you? Why me? She was silent at this moment, not answering Hyun-soo. At this moment, he suddenly offered an idea. Hey, show me your hand. Neighbor made a confused face, wondering, huh? Hyun-soo wanted to confirm something. I said, show me your hand. She pretended not to understand him. What did you say? Hyun-soo was still waiting for an answer. Your hand. I said your hand. Suddenly, the neighbor revealed her true form, her voice monstrous. Open the door for me. This time he was shocked by the sight before his eyes. Because in front of the camera was a face that couldn't be more horrifying. You failure. You bastard. I told you to open the door. Hyun-soo's entire body stiffened, frozen in place. At this moment, the neighbor's appearance was even more disgusting. Her hands full of claws, teeth and lips mixed together, screaming, I'm so hungry. He was even more shocked to see her transforming appearance. The monster still clung to the screen, screaming strange sounds. Suddenly, Hyun-soo was startled by the sound of a guitar coming from upstairs. Then he remembered the monster standing at the door, seeing that it was also paying attention to the sound from above. The sound had attracted the monster. Knowing there was new prey, it smiled grotesquely. Then she just ran off in the direction of the sound. The monster had left. Hyun-soo was afraid this noise would attract the monster. He gritted his teeth and said, Stop it! Stop it immediately! Hyun-soo continued, Don't play that damn guitar anymore. But helplessly, the sound didn't stop, and he cursed. Damn it! Hyun-soo began to look around and saw a mop nearby. He didn't hesitate to grab the mop. Hyun-soo decisively broke off the mop handle. Damn it! Weapon in hand, he kicked the door open and rushed outside. But outside, The monster was nowhere to be seen.
Hyun-soo breathed heavily.
Huff huff. He carefully observed his surroundings, thinking, clearly, it went this way. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth. Damn it! He mustered all his courage and yelled, your dad's right here. Come on, you crazy dog. After that shout, there was a silent void. Hyun-soo focused all his attention on the emergency staircase. Weapon in hand, he stood guard, waiting for the monster to appear. And from that direction, footsteps emerged. He pointed the mop handle straight in that direction, even though his body was trembling uncontrollably. The footsteps grew clearer and clearer, coming this way. The atmosphere around Hyun-soo was now engulfed in eerie gloom. The footsteps had now stopped. He still strained his eyes to look in that direction. After a moment of silence, the staircase light turned on. Scene shifts to Hyun-soo's past. The bully said, you don't know why you suddenly got beaten up, do you? He lay on the ground, mouth full of blood, speaking weakly. But the leader interrupted Hyun-soo, saying with a sneer, to me, you deserve a beating, kid. He lay miserably on the ground, looking at him with hateful eyes. You. The leader, seeing the scene, laughed gleefully and clapped continuously. Hey, look how pathetic his eyes are. I guess I didn't hit him enough. He pointed at the frightened student in the corner of the room. Hey, Four Eyes. You. Four Eyes hesitated, pointing at himself and asking, huh? Emmy? The bully confirmed. Yeah, now it's your turn. Four Eyes looked at the situation, hesitated and stammered. But, are you friends with this loser? Four Eyes didn't answer, stammering in fear. Well. The leader laughed loudly. They said you two are close friends. He pointed at Hyun-soo lying below. You're friends with that loser. The leader put a stick in Four Eyes' hand. If it's too hard, then don't. I'm not forcing you, am I? He stood back, giving a threatening order. So that's it. Who are you friends with? Though Four Eyes was unwilling, if he didn't do it, he would end up like Hyun-soo. After a long hesitation, he picked up the stick and aimed it at Hyun-soo. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo lay on the ground, mouth full of blood, silently watching him. Four Eyes felt remorseful, so he said before hitting him, sorry, back to reality. Hyun-soo was still standing there in an attacking stance, but his heart was full of fear, thinking to himself, damn it, you still don't know who you are. Someone like you, who can't even take care of himself, is going to help someone else? Then, a foot stepped out from the emergency exit. He raised his guard, his heart pounding in terror. It was an uncle coming down from upstairs, grumbling annoyedly. Damn it, now even the elevator's broken. I'm getting tired of this. The uncle saw him, curiously looking at him. Hyun-soo also saw the uncle at this moment, utterly astonished. Both saw each other, and the uncle approached, standing opposite him. The uncle spoke first. What's up, kid? And Hyun-soo, still surprised, raised the mop. You. Uncle continued to ask, have you seen Director Kim? I might look like this, but I'm not some kind of thug. Hyun-soo stammered in panic. You are. Seeing his fearful expression, the uncle couldn't help but laugh. Haha, just kidding. You're the new kid who just moved here, right? The uncle then moved closer and asked, what's that stick for? Is there a thief here? Hyun-soo remained cautious, raising the mop. This. And the uncle seemed to notice the bloodstains behind him. His face immediately darkened, and he frowned, asking, is that blood? Hearing the uncle's voice turn serious, Hyun-soo was visibly frightened. Then the uncle slowly turned his gaze towards the room. His eyes stopped at the chaotic scene inside, with things scattered all over the floor. The uncle tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing into the mess. His face grew darker by the moment, asking word by word, hey kid, who the hell are you? He turned pale, trembling as he spoke. You misunderstood. The uncle moved closer to Hyun-soo. What have you done? Huh? His lips moved soundlessly. It's... He yelled louder. Who are you? Can't you speak? It took a long time for Hyun-soo to stammer out fragmented words. Don't you see the monster? The uncle froze, his eyes wide with extreme surprise, looking at him with a puzzled, bewildered expression. Just a moment of bewilderment. The uncle's face changed again. He thought he had just been foolishly pranked by some mischievous kids. The uncle still tried to control himself, frowning as he asked again, what monster? Hyun-soo stated with certainty. Yes, a monster. It's a monster. Clearly, it went towards the staircase entrance. He continued, his voice faltering. Because you haven't met it yet. So. The uncle scoffed. Monster. Hyunsu trembled, speaking softly. Well, so. The girl next door is a mon. The anger in the uncle's heart erupted violently when he heard Hyunsu's naive answer. The feeling of being made a fool of made the uncle's face flush red, ready to deliver a slap. Hyunsu instinctively flinched, quickly raising his hands to shield his face. What the hell kind of monster? At the same time Hyunsu raised his hands to defend himself. A stream of warm liquid suddenly flowed from his nose. Seeing blood unexpectedly flowing from his nose, the anger on the uncle's face immediately vanished. It was replaced by a bewildered and panicked expression, his raised arm freezing in midair. What now? At this moment, everything before Hyunsu's eyes began to blur, and a dizzy sensation overwhelmed him. The uncle was completely confused. I haven't even hit you once. He felt his head spinning. A dizzy sensation came over him, making his legs wobble. He couldn't stand steadily anymore. Hyunsu then fainted and fell to the floor, much to the uncle's confusion. Uncle's voice still echoed in his ears. Oh, hey, room 1410. Hey, you there? Is anyone there? Hey. Just like that, he completely sank into a deep abyss of unconsciousness. That same voice echoed somewhere deep within Hyunsu. Hey.
Chaja Hyunsu.
I won't tell anyone. I won't tell anyone. So just be honest. Done with you. You are me, but I am different from you. Though different, yet similar. But one thing is clear. I always stand your side. So, tell me, what do you want? He woke up with a start, his chest heaving. Breathing rapidly, he groggily opened his eyes. At this moment, Hyunsu was fully awake. He realized he was lying on his familiar bed in his own room.
Hyunsu frowned slightly.
He propped himself up, holding his head, complaining. What a strange dream. He reached for his phone on the nightstand, frowning when he saw the dark screen. He pressed the power button several times, but the phone was out of battery. Ah! With a soft sigh, Hyunsu put the phone aside, turned, got out of bed, and walked to his desk, placing his hands on the keyboard, ready to continue his conquest of the virtual world. But when he tried to enter the game, he couldn't log in. Annoyed. What is this? He quickly tried to log into other games he usually played, but it still didn't work. Hyunsu was frustrated. What is this? What? Thanks for watching the video. Is this? You guys must be evading taxes. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes blankly staring at the emotionless computer screen. Why is the internet so slow? Then he suddenly saw strange information. Oh, it read, a symptom of the early stage of monsterization disease. Intense curiosity made Hyunsu click on it, followed by a list of search results. 1. Early symptoms of monsterization disease. 2. Auditory hallucinations. 3. Monster weaknesses. 4. Remote communication methods. 9. Areas with internet. 10. Safe zones. Hyunsu couldn't sit still anymore and quickly jumped out of his chair. Rushing towards his room window, he forcefully pulled back the drawn curtain. The light from outside streamed into the room, making Hyunsu shield his face. Ugh! And then, the scene before his eyes terrified him to the extreme. He could clearly see the surrounding areas, the chaos of the world, and smoke and fire engulfing everything. Hyunsu thought to himself, Cha Hyunsu, an 18-year-old high school student, lost his entire family, existing alone and adrift. He witnessed it all but still thought, Is this a dream? Hyunsu was trying to deceive himself when suddenly, his nose started bleeding again. The world of hell was welcoming him. The security guard handed Jisoo Yoon a bottle of orange juice. Jisoo Yoon's eyes showed surprise at this gesture. The security guard smiled warmly. If you have any problems, call us. The security office. She took the orange juice, scratched her head, and smiled faintly. Thank you. Her eyes showed a hint of hesitation. By the way, sir. The security guard interjected. What is it? Jisoo Yoon smiled brightly. Does this place have soundproof walls? Inside the building, Jisoo Yoon was puffing on a cigarette. She held several music sheets in her hand, muttering, This song is so clear, but covering it doesn't suit my style at all. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. That's right. I'll just do it half-heartedly to get it over with. She stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. She shook the cigarette pack, frowning slightly. Out of cigarettes. Damn it, that last one was the final one. Jisoo Yoon grabbed her guitar, slung it over her shoulder, and hurried away. Let's go. She closed the door, pressed the lock. Beep beep. Jisoo Yoon stepped out into the hallway. Then she saw Myeong pushing a stroller towards her. She stared at her as the two waited for the elevator together. Myeong looked at her. Are you new here? Ji-soo-yoon chuckled. Nice to meet you. Myeong. All right, dear. No need to be too formal. We're neighbors. Myeong gently rocked the stroller, her voice soothing. Be good, my darling. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, my child. Soo-yoon glanced. How old is your baby? She smiled brightly. This little princess is 12 months old. Ji-soo-yoon's eyes widened in surprise as she saw no child in the stroller. Only a pillow in the stroller. Her eyes showed curiosity. Myeong looked at her. Isn't she adorable? She forced a smile. Yes, very adorable indeed. The elevator chimed. It had arrived and stopped on the 15th floor. Her face was confused. Aren't you coming in? Ji-soo-yoon flinched, trying to force a smile. I left my wallet. Myeong. It's okay. I'll hold the elevator for you. Ji-soo-yoon. No need. I'll take the next one. The elevator doors closed. Ji-soo-yoon stood frozen outside, a myriad of questions appearing in her head. What's wrong with that woman? From behind, a man's voice echoed. What a pitiful woman. She stared at him. His eyes held a hint of sadness. A year ago, when she wasn't paying attention, the stroller rolled into the middle of the road, and the baby was... Since then, she's become like that. Ji-soo-yoon's face fell. That's terrible. He gently closed his eyes. Sometimes the Almighty gives us difficult things to overcome, but a person should not be criticized or feared by those around them just for not overcoming those difficulties. Ji-soo-yoon's face relaxed. I agree. He smiled faintly. That is God's will. Soo-yoon chuckled. I'm not so sure about that. He looked at her. You just moved into room 1510, right? I'm Jae-hun, room 1506. She was surprised to see Jae-hun offer to shake her hand. Jae-hun looked at her and forced a smile. Perhaps. I was a bit too forward. I apologize if you feel offended. She chuckled and explained. My hands smell like cigarettes right now. Just call me Ji-soo-yoon. The elevator had arrived. Jae-hun looked at her. You play guitar? Ji-soo-yoon smiled. Bass guitar. What about you? What do you do for a living? Jae-hun. Oh, I see. I'm a Korean teacher. Since today is Sunday, I'm going to church. Her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, I see. You're a devout Christian. Jae-hun smiled. The two of them had reached the first-floor lobby of the building. She waved goodbye to Jae-hun, thinking to herself, he's kind, polite, and handsome, completely opposite of Harang. She recalled a scene of her and Harang happily practicing guitar together. Still, Harang is cooler. On her way back, she saw Hyun-soo approaching. Only after he passed did he turn to look back. Around Ji-soo-yoon were tall, multi-story buildings, and a voice echoed. Sorry, kid. Almost got you, huh? This thing is really strong. Sorry about that. We don't have many people working here on weekends. So, everyone here treats the security guard like, I haven't seen you in this area. What made you move here? In her room, Ji-soo-yoon was holding sheet music and playing her guitar when the doorbell rang outside. She frowned slightly, her face worried. Maybe I'm being too loud. I should have turned the volume down a bit. I got a little too excited. She tossed the guitar onto the bed. All right, I'm coming. She pressed the button to see who was outside. I'm sorry, the security guard told me no one lived next door. I know I shouldn't make excuses, but... Her face was embarrassed as she looked up. Was I being too loud? At this moment, outside was a horrifying face. I need food. Ji-soo-yoon's face inside turned pale. Could you repeat that? Outside, a pale face. Eye sockets with no pupils. So hungry. Ji-soo-yoon's eyes were fearful and trembling. What happened to your face? Are you hurt? Outside, strange sounds emanated. She closed her eyes tightly in fear. What? She froze, unable to move. Her voice trembled. I'm so sorry. I promise to be quiet from now on. So please. 3 loud bangs echoed from the door. Thump, thump, thump. Soo-yoon covered her head, closed her eyes tightly, and covered her ears. Her body couldn't move from fear. What the hell is that? The atmosphere seemed to choke. No response except for the increasingly strong and frantic banging on the door. Unable to bear it, she rushed to grab her guitar as if to defend herself. She angrily raised the guitar and slammed it onto the bed. Guitar strings broke. She switched to holding a stick and yelled. If you continue, I'll call the police. Scream seemed to work. Outside, it was eerily silent. There was no more banging. Ji-soo-yoon's heart pounded wildly. Drops of sweat trickled down her forehead. Her body trembled. She's gone. Outside was Gukpian, looking at her apartment door with bloodstains. His face was thoughtful. a faint smile at the corner of his lips. A monster. He recalled Hyun-Soo's words. That thing looks exactly like the girl living next door to me. Face was cold as he threatened to hit Hyun-Soo. Are you messing with me, you brat? Suddenly, Hyun-Soo had a nosebleed. He watched as drops of blood fell from his nose. He said, "What?" He watched Hyun-Soo faint on the spot in fear. Hyun was surprised. "I haven't even hit you yet." Hyun-Soo collapsed onto the floor, lying motionless. Panicked, "Hey, room 1410. Hey, you young man." Hyun-Soo's face was pale. His nose was still bleeding profusely. At this moment, Gukbian heard banging on the door. It grew stronger and closer to where he stood. He said, "I just came up and saw all this. What just happened?" He stood hidden behind the wall, observing. Suddenly, he discovered a shattered windowpane. His face showed a hint of fear. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door turning. He turned to look. Jisoo-yoon stepped out, her face contorted. "You're a gangster." Gukbian stopped mid-sentence, gritting his teeth. "Don't call me that. I'm a person, not a gangster." "Are you okay? You were so loud." Jisoo-yoon looked down at the floor. She trembled. "Oh my God, there's blood. What just happened?" Her eyes filled with worry as she pressed. "Did you see the young woman who was banging on my door?" Her face was all bloody and messed up. Gukbian frowned. "A young woman." He called Hyun-Soo's frightened description. "Did you see the monster? It looks exactly like my neighbor." He pondered thoughtfully. "Please, step back." Jisoo-yoon was scared. "Why?" He took a swing and punched the door hard. Jisoo-yoon's eyes were worried. "My room door." The door remained as if nothing had happened. He mused, "A young woman." Then he glanced at the shattered window frame again. His eyes were thoughtful. His body trembled slightly. Then he yelled, "Stop talking nonsense, Jisoo-yoon. I'm telling the truth." He frowned. "I told you I'm not a thug." Hyun-Soo lay unconscious on the bed. Gukbian's face was cold. He pressed his phone. "Can't call 911. Jisoo-yoon worried. "What are we going to do with this kid?" Jisoo-yoon's eyes showed helplessness. "Well, then, just call the police quickly." Gukbian's face was angry, gritting his teeth. "I can't call anyone. The network provider must be screwed. Can't call anyone at all." Jisoo-yoon saw blood still flowing from Hyun-Soo's nose. She took a tissue to wipe the blood from his nose. "He's still breathing steadily. He seems to be just sleeping." Gukbian frowned. "He just suddenly collapsed, and I'm confused. No one's strong enough to carry a body down to the 14th floor and take him to the hospital. Besides, the elevator's broken." Jisoo-yoon worried. No response from the security guard either. "I guess I'll go down to the security office myself to check." Gukbian, "Rest well. If there's really something in this apartment, are you going alone to get eaten? You just saw the door, didn't you, girl?" He clenched his hand. A human couldn't have broken it to that extent. She looked confused. "So what do we do now?" He turned and walked away. "I'll go down to the security office. Girls, stay put here." Kim Suk stood outside, knocking on the door. Bang, bang. Around them, people were murmuring and discussing. His face flushed red. His voice angry. "Is anyone inside? Where did you all go?" The atmosphere was filled with tension. People discussed. "What is this? What happened?" Moon nervously glanced around. Ziryu sighed, trying to call someone. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Moon looked back. Moon called out, "Gangster uncle." Pian looked around.
Hey, brat.
What's the drama that everyone's gathered like this? Suddenly, Gukbian realized something was wrong. He froze when he looked at the door. The main door was closed. No one could go outside. Couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? Why is the main door? He broke out in a cold sweat. "Brat, what the hell is going on?" The elevators are broken. All exits in the building are sealed. The security office is locked, and no one is answering. Moon sighed, and all the public phones are dead too. His eyes wide with panic. "So we're trapped in here now, huh?" Moon continued. "It seems so, Gukbian. Where's that old security guard?" "He's been missing since yesterday. The security office is completely silent too." He frowned. "What about the back door?" "The door leading to the parking lot is also locked. Even the stairs to the underground parking are blocked. I think the entire building has been locked from the outside." Gukbian pondered deeply. "It seems this incident is related to monsters." Moon was surprised. "What are you talking about, uncle?" He shook his head slightly. "No, it's nothing. Where's your old brother?" Moon stammered. He went to get some things." His eyes curious. "Get what?" Hyuk Lee walked over, a fire extinguisher in his hand. The two of them turned to look, surprised. Un shouted, "Brother!" He walked past them. Gukpian, a fire extinguisher. He approached Kim Suk. "Sir, could I trouble you for a moment?" He turned to look at Hyuk Lee, his eyes curious when he saw him holding a fire extinguisher. He used all his strength to slam the fire extinguisher onto the ground.
Kim
Suk, "Oh my God! For heaven's sake!" Everyone around them froze stiff at his actions.
Kim Seok angrily yelled.
"Are you trying to kill someone, you son of a bitch?" Hyuk Lee,
"I'm sorry."
he gritted his teeth. "Damn you!" With a click, the door opened. He pushed the door open, stepped in, and turned on the light. "Where is everyone?" Kim Suk pushed him aside and aggressively stepped in. "Get out of the way. I need to open the door first." He looked around both sides. "Is it this one? Let's see." Inside was the building's switch system. He said, "Which one opens the main door?" "Here it is." He stepped outside. What's going on? Can we go out now?" Un was fuming. "That old man is so rude." He said, "It's fine." He unconsciously smiled. "It's open now." The man in the white shirt was looking towards them. Suddenly, he saw something that made him freeze. Outside was a tall body. It stepped out without a sound. Not a single breath. It stared inside with a distorted smile. Its eyes wide and unmoving. The whites of its eyes were cloudy. A thick, dark stream of blood was slowly oozing out. Everyone was utterly astonished. Terrified. Inside, he was deciding which button to press. It must be this one. The door slowly opened, revealing muscular legs behind the glass. As the door opened further, a soulless face with a bald head became visible. Anne's eyes widened. What the hell? What's wrong with his face? The door pulled up high. Everyone was panicked and scared. "Hey, hun, is that even human?" It stood there motionless, mouth wide open. A dark brown, thick blood, like molasses, flowed from its mouth. From the darkness of its throat, something began to crawl out. A tongue, but unlike any human tongue. They froze. Their eyes trembled, not from the light, but from fear. The man's voice trembled. "What the hell?" Everyone was terrified and cowered.
Kim Seok.
"The main door is open." It looked up, opening its mouth wide. A very large mouth, and a long, purplish-red, slimy tongue. This moment, the atmosphere was truly tense. Everyone was trembling with fear. Klee stammered, unable to speak. "Close." His tongue was unimaginably long, kept crawling, pierced through the glass like a sharp sword. Hyuk Lee's face turned pale as he screamed, "Close the door. Close it fast." Jisoo Yoon still sat in her room, looking at him with a thoughtful expression. Many strange keywords appeared on the computer screen. Ping Chun's wedding. Monsterization victim. A cracking sound echoed. Crack, crack. Shards of glass flew out, like knives in the air. Their eyes all darted in one direction. No words could be uttered. All their eyes were wide, vacant. Pupils dilated as if about to burst from fear. Stepped over the broken glass on the floor. With its tongue hanging out, it approached. Its mouth wide open as if wanting to devour them alive. His eyes were so wide they looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. Before the terrifying sight, he collapsed. "No!" His hands trembled. A faint, pungent smell of urine oozed from his pants, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Its tongue was not only long but also extremely flexible. It coiled like a snake, slowly wrapping tightly around him. He gaped, frozen stiff. No one could move. The tongue wrapped around his neck, lifting him into the air. Then it slowly tightened, making him unable to struggle. It sucked blood from his body little by little. Every vein bulged, glowing red as it was drained. It threw the corpse onto the floor. The entire body was pale, shriveled, and cold. It looked at the others. They were all utterly terrified. Kim Suk slumped to the floor. He couldn't breathe anymore. The air was thick with the smell of blood. It didn't stop there. It still screamed. "Not enough!" The people standing there all looked terrified. Screams overlapped. They ran, stumbling, trampling over each other to escape.
Seok.
Thanks for watching the video. Next person chosen was him. His eyes welled up with tears. "No!" Hyuk Lee pushed his hand back, shouting. "Un, step back." He picked up the fire extinguisher, opened the nozzle, and sprayed to defend himself. It was still gaping, its tongue wriggling. It wondered what he was trying to do. He aimed the fire extinguisher directly at it, spraying gas into its face. At this moment, it couldn't defend itself. Its legs wobbled. Gukbian looked at him with admiration. He kept trying to hold it back, then shouted. He flinched. His face was tense. When I give the signal, close the shutter immediately, he said. All right. It roared, shaking the entire space. The monster was still staggering, struggling. Unable to bear it any longer, it turned and walked away to avoid the smoke. Hyuk Lee's eyes filled with determination as he shouted, "Close it right now." Kim Suk opened the door and frantically searched for the close button. Hyuk Lee still sprayed with all his might to make it disappear. That's right, just a little more. But he couldn't have known that the extinguisher was out of gas.
Damn, I'm screwed.
He still managed to say to Eun, "Run, right now." Eun's face was pale with fear as she screamed, "Hyuk!" At this moment, footsteps ran towards them. It turned out to be Gukpian rushing forward to stop it. It growled. Gukpian used all his strength to push it out. At this moment it was also pushed out along with him. Her voice trembling. "Thieving uncle!" Gukpian yelled. "How many more times do I have to say it? I'm a good person, you brat." The door was about to close. Eun screamed, "Hey, hurry up!" Gukpian glared. "Jump! Damn it!" Fortunately, he managed to jump inside just as the door was about to close. He panted. They were all relieved when he made it inside. Eun suddenly screamed in panic. "Behind you, uncle!" His tongue seemed to want to hold him back. His tongue had touched his eye. He froze instantly, trembling. He frantically backed away. The others. Hands and feet trembled. The monster outside stuck its tongue in, still screaming. Not enough. Suddenly, something made it turn and walk away. He inside let out a soft sigh of relief.
I'm alive.
A hand reached out, wanting to pull him up. He slapped Hyuk Lee's hand. "You've got guts, kid. I like you." The hand was red. He grimaced in pain.
I'm Hyuk Lee.
He smiled faintly.
I'm Gukpyeon.
"And I'm telling you, I'm not a thief." Eun pointed towards the corpse. "Hyuk, look over there." The corpse lay there, emitting the stench of death. He felt a chill down his spine as he looked at Eun. "Don't look." Eun covered her mouth, wanting to vomit. "No." Gukpian glared. "Haven't you kids ever seen a dead person before?" "Hyuk Lee, not normal ones." The corpse was shriveled. Not a drop of blood left. Gukpian frowned. "I'm not normal, but I've never seen anything like that." Behind, a trembling voice spoke. "What is that?" They froze, trembling, their faces pale. Gukpian recalled what Hyuk Lee had said earlier. "Hyuk Lee, that thing looks like a man, right?" Hyuk Lee, "Yes, it does." Gukpian gritted his teeth. So there could be more than one. The two of them looked confused. "Hyuk Lee, why do you think that, uncle?" He frowned. "I think you're right." Gukpian glanced around. It was still outside. But this time it wasn't just one, but an entire group of them approaching. "Now we're ready." The atmosphere was tense. Everyone's face turned ashen, pale as a ghost. Gukpian exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here?" They clung to the window, their tongues hanging out, wanting to devour them alive. Hyuk Lee was scared. Perhaps humanity has finally reached its end. Gukpian's face showed worry when he saw them. "We have to block the entrance." The shout startled them. "Hey, everyone. Don't just stand there. Bring me something useful." Night fell, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. October 3rd. The demonization pandemic had erupted. The high-rise building, Hyun-Soo's room, was still lit. Ju-Yoon looked thoughtful with a hint of worry. "The thieving old man. He's been gone too long." She stood up, holding a stick, and approached the door. Her hand trembled as she held the stick up in defense. 2 days later, October 5th. Rooms in the high-rise buildings were burning, smoke billowing. Hyun-Soo stood on the balcony, opening the window to look outside. The burning smell made him unable to breathe. He quickly closed the door and drew the curtains. He pulled a chair to the desk and turned on his computer. The computer screen displayed the date and time. His eyes were filled with fear and surprise. "I was unconscious for 2 days?" He used the mouse to scroll and read the news. He clicked on the text. "Outbreak of monsterization. Is this the end for humanity?" His eyes dropped in worry when the screen displayed the text. "The National Disaster Control System has been deployed to deal with the monsterization disaster. Can the government resolve this catastrophe?" The more he read the news, the sadder his face became. Clicked on the text. "Star A found dead in monster form." Pop superstar A, who starred in a blockbuster film last year, was discovered as a monster by his manager around 6 p.m. yesterday. He clicked on the news. Monsterization disaster. Crime explodes in 1 day, revealing humanity's dark side. A disaster of unknown origin, where humans turn into monsters, has spread throughout South Korea, causing mass panic and thoughtless crimes. He clicked on a video of a man pointing at a wall. "Look over there." There's a monster running right in front of us. Laughed mockingly. Oh my god. It's 10 feet tall. A real monster. Now I'll try to get closer and see. He pointed at the monster. To show everyone in more detail. If you like it, please like and follow. Hey! Grab the camera and follow me, quick! Suddenly, something hit him in the face. Clutched his face in pain. Smoke billowed. His friend with him screamed. What? What is it, mijo? Hyun-soo watched the video, sweat dripping continuously. Piercing scream. My face! My face! No! The echoing screams in his ears made him tremble. Run! It's dead! Damn it all! Everyone, run! Sound haunted his mind. Run! This moment, he sat before his computer screen, deep in thought. What the hell? Clicked on the domestic news report again. Dear citizens, please stay indoors. Please wait in the most secluded place you can find. The government will resolve this disaster as soon as possible. The man reading the news was the president. His face was tense. Please keep food at home. If you don't have food, please drive carefully to the nearest grocery store. His face was very worried. The voice in the video made him shiver. These creatures are sensitive to sound. So please remain as calm as possible and stay indoors. He frantically turned down the volume, and the president's voice also became softer. Whether this disaster could be due to a biological experiment or not, it is still unknown. We are still trying to find the cause. As he spoke, blood flowed from his nose. Our detailed plan is cough cough. His voice grew weaker. Starting tomorrow afternoon. Starting at 1 o'clock. His eyes were full of fear when he saw the president faint, only hearing desperate calls. Mr. President. Mr. President. He frowned, grimacing. Things are really bad now. He glanced to the side. Unconsciously, he stood up and picked up the stick. He walked to the door, his mind in turmoil. He stood there, a little hesitant. But then he decided to grab the doorknob. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Hyun-soo, do you still want to be a hero in this world full of monsters? He flinched and let go. It was that strange voice again. Wake up now. He put the stick down and walked back inside. At this moment, Hyun-soo felt his stomach rumble. He clutched his stomach, then took out his phone and dialed. I guess I have no other choice. He held up his phone to call, muttering. It's not the apocalypse yet. The internet still works. I can still order food. Strangely, on the other end of the phone, there was only a long beep and no one answered. He held the phone in his hand, his eyes angry, then threw the phone onto the bed. Or not. He suddenly remembered there was a cardboard box outside his door, filled with ramen. He frowned. Forget about being a hero. He walked straight to the door. Gotta get something to eat first. He was about to open the door. The ramen was right outside, if no one had taken it. Premonition told him something. No, wait. He frowned. In a crisis like this, it couldn't have just been lying there for 2 whole days. He opened the door, and saw something grotesque outside. A bald head, bearing jagged teeth. It was a monster. He was utterly terrified, his face pale, his body unable to move. It was truly disgusting, its jaws grinding. Suddenly, it turned around, eyeless and noseless, but still seeing, still screaming. Roared. Then its jaws opened wide, fresh, sticky blood oozing out. I hear sounds. Hyun-soo's eyes widened, bloodshot, filled with tiny red veins, as if his eyeballs were about to burst from fear. His body trembled, his hands covering his mouth, his heart pounding. It laughed, but it wasn't a human laugh. Distorted sound coming from its mouth sent chills down his spine. Pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hyun-soo was too scared to utter a word. The monster slammed the door shut. It moved towards the window, muttering, Can't see. He could only cover his mouth to avoid making a sound. The monster growled, opening its mouth, a foul smell wafting out. I can't see. When it reached the middle of the room, the blind monster kept muttering in a strange voice. Can't see. Hyun-soo remained pressed against the door, covering his mouth, watching. It kept muttering, See what? He stood still, trembling with fear, not daring to make a sound. The blind monster gnashed its teeth. How long has it been since the last time? Hyun-soo continued to stand there, observing it. The blind monster continued to mutter, Can't see. See what? Then it turned to rage, screaming, Can't see. See what? Someone's in my room. He stood there, eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth in endurance. The blind monster still roamed the room, muttering, Can't see. When he saw its appearance, walking and wailing, See what? Hyun-soo was certain that it was indeed a monster. His eyes widened in astonishment. It's really a monster. Hyun-soo remained motionless, saying nothing. Even knowing that, he could only clench his fists and curse inwardly. Damn it, I can't. Hyun-soo slightly loosened his grip to breathe, unable to move. And the blind monster was still groping around everywhere. Tore everything on the bed apart. He stood pressed against the door, silent. This moment, Hyun-soo realized, is it blind? Then the blind monster moved in another direction. It turned into a small corner behind the door. It seemed the blind monster had turned its attention to his computer. Hyun-soo glanced over. He recalled its appearance and thought to himself, it's missing half its face. Hyun-soo's eyes widened in horror and panic. Did someone chop it off? Thinking so, he thought it would be easy to deal with, so he intended to grab the broom handle nearby. Hyun-soo glanced, thinking, if so, then perhaps. His face was covered in sweat from fear, but he was determined to fight once. I will kill it. Suddenly, at this moment, the phone on the bed rang with a piercing sound. Charging phone screen lit up. Seeing this, Hyun-soo hesitated for a moment, but seeing the phone on the bed at 99%, he decided to act cautiously. Hyun-soo picked up the broom handle and calculated, what if I stab it in the neck from behind? Phone was almost fully charged. Gripped the broom handle, determined. I will definitely succeed. The phone lay silently on the bed, still at 99%. Finally, the phone reached 100% and emitted a notification sound. Although the blind monster couldn't see, it was very sensitive to sound, so it immediately turned its head to look. Hyun-soo, gripping the broom handle, also froze. Its arm had also transformed into a sharp claw. The sharp claw plunged straight into the bed where the sound came from. Luckily, the phone bounced up and fell to the ground. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed. Then, from the spot where the blind monster pierced, dozens of sharp thorny branches shot out, piercing everything from within. He was about to act but had to stop, gaping in fear. Hyun-soo stood still, observing for a while. After a long time, seeing nothing unusual, it retracted its sharp thorny branches. He let out a long breath, silently looking at the bed, which was full of holes everywhere. Hyun-soo, scared, tiptoed and muttered to himself, oh, forget it. He tiptoed. Hyun-soo stealthily moved closer to the door again. He reached out and pushed the pull bar. Then Hyun-soo quickly opened the door without any wasted movement and went outside. He didn't forget to close the door. Hyun-soo slowly locked the door. Everything seemed to return to its original state. Turned out he had opened the bathroom door and locked himself inside. Looking down from above now, Hyun-soo and the blind monster were separated by only one wall. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Outside, it bared its teeth, looking very frightening. The monster silently fumbled with objects in the room. This moment, day had turned into dusk. And finally it turned to night. In a room in Greentown Apartments. In Hyun-soo's room it was still silent. He was curled up in a corner of the bathroom. Hyun-soo's body trembled uncontrollably. He silently looked towards the door and asked himself, is it still there? Hyun-soo remembered the scene when the monster opened the door and entered. He thought to himself, then helplessly answered, I haven't heard the door open yet, so it must still be here. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth, annoyed, thinking to himself, but how long have I been trapped in here? He buried his face, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'm so hungry. Suddenly, Hyun-soo looked up and saw the faucet on the sink. He stood up. All right, I'll just drink some water for now. Standing before the faucet, Hyun-soo thought to himself, be careful. He tried to turn the faucet carefully to avoid making noise. Hyun-soo cautiously cupped his hands to catch the water flowing from the faucet. He took a sip of water. That room, Hyun-soo lay in a corner, waiting for the blind monster to leave. Suddenly, his stomach cramped.
Hyun sustragel dan comfortably.
I really need to pee. He sat up. Hyun-soo stood up, looking for a way to urinate. Opened the toilet lid. Looked down, Hyun-soo began to calculate. Because that's the place most likely to make noise. Though he was flushing to avoid making noise, it seemed Hyun-soo accidentally made a sound. He grimaced. Damn it, it's too dark. I can't see anything. Hyun-soo continued to flush. In a moment of heightened emotion, he drifted off. Hyun-soo closed his eyes and dozed off. So what had to happen, happened. He flushed directly into the middle. The sound startled Hyun-soo. Ugh! At this moment, he suddenly remembered. Hyun-soo looked towards the door, cursing.
I'm screwed.
Because of this, the blind monster outside heard it and made strange sounds. Is someone in here? He widened his eyes. I'm really screwed this time. Hyun-soo accidentally flushed directly into the middle, making a sound. He suddenly realized. Oh! Then Hyun-soo was startled and realized what he had done. He widened his eyes, screaming inwardly. Ah!
No.
Just as expected. At this moment, a strange sound echoed from outside the door. Are you in there? Along with that, the thudding footsteps on the ground grew closer and closer, terrifying Hyun-soo. Suddenly, something unusual happened to the door. A distorted crackling sound appeared on the door. Next, the blind monster's entire arm pierced through the door and flew past his head. That arm plunged into the glass in front of Hyun-soo. Seeing this, his whole body suddenly froze for a few seconds. Hyun-soo, dizzy with fear, glanced at the blind monster's arm, dangerously close. He remembered the image of his bed from earlier. Hyun-soo could only stand there motionless. From its arm, many large and small thorny branches suddenly shot out. These thorny branches pierced through everything the monster touched. But luckily, where he stood was just right, not a single one hit him. Hyun-soo silently and coldly watched the terrifying scene around him. He waited for it to retract. Hyun-soo didn't dare to move, watching the thorny branches retract, brushing past his face. Finally, the blind monster's arm retracted without touching him at all. When it didn't hit any scent, it gave up, opened the door and left no longer there. Hyun-soo was stunned, having narrowly escaped death. He stood still, listening to every sound of the blind monster. Hyun-soo continued to wait in suspense. Finally, the sound of the door opening echoed. Click. Beep beep. He heard its footsteps moving further and further away. Only then did Hyun-soo begin to tremble again. He relaxed his body and let out a long sigh. Hyun-soo, relieved, collapsed to the ground. Phew. Now he dared to blush and breathe. Phew. Outside. Thanks for watching the video. Hyun-soo carefully opened the door and looked around. He quietly observed everything once. Then Hyun-soo stealthily crawled out to the main door. He looked around both sides. Hyun-soo quietly did something. In front of the main door. It turned out he went to get the box of instant noodles outside and quickly retreated back into his room. Hyun-soo bit into the remaining packets of noodles he was holding. Silently closed his room door. Finally, the door safely closed, emitting a beep beep. The sky was now beginning to lighten. Hyun-soo finished his bowl of noodles and threw the pot into the sink. There was no one in the entire room. Far under the bed. Turned out that after eating, he didn't sleep on the bed but crawled under it to be safe. Hyun-soo silently fell asleep for a while. But because it was already morning, he woke up out of habit. Hyun-soo pulled open the window. He breathed in the deadly air outside. The scene outside seemed quieter. Some places were full of corpses. In some high-rise areas like rooftops, people were seen setting up tents to escape, but their fate was unknown. Hyun-soo muttered to himself, "That's right, this must really be a dream." He still seemed unable to believe this reality. So there's a bunch of monsters even in that seemingly normal house. He remembered the scene where the blind monster's arm came close to him yesterday.
Hyun-soo Sibered.
It's really the apocalypse, damn it all. The world outside this room is truly dangerous. He bent down and looked below, saying, "Phew, I wish everything was just a joke." Hyun-soo poked his head out and suddenly saw something outside the building. Huh! Outside the building, a monster was climbing up to each room. The eye monster looked into each room, scouting. He was curious. What the hell is that? Suddenly, as if it heard Hyun-soo's voice, it looked up. Hyun-soo flinched, gripping the window tightly. Ugh! He quickly closed the door. Damn it! So creepy. Without any wasted movement, Hyun-soo quickly drew the curtains. And another evening arrived. He was holding the mouse now. Hyun-soo sat in front of his computer. He scrolled through the news to continuously update himself on the situation of the survivors outside. The screen again displayed an article titled, Bear Gurren's Apocalypse Survival Blog. Hyun-soo clicked to read it. He continued to scroll, reading through the entire article. The more Hyun-soo read, the more panicked he became, but he kept scrolling. He continued to read. Hyun-soo was astonished by the information. He remembered the moments he had experienced. I had nosebleeds. Also the voice inside me. What are you trying to do? Hyun-soo gritted his teeth, unable to accept it. He was utterly panicked. This is too intense. That bastard. Then Hyun-soo picked up his phone again. Repeatedly tapped an application on the screen. Anyway, I'm going to... Hyun-soo looked at the save date on his phone screen, muttering, Die in 19 more days. Silently stared blankly at his phone screen for a long time. Then Hyun-soo threw his phone onto the table. He leaned back in his chair. Hyun-soo was silent, as if thinking aimlessly about something. Turned out he was thinking about his family. At least, everyone died as humans. Just as Hyun-soo spoke. Dong. He was about to continue when the sound outside grew closer, startling him. Hyun-soo turned to look at the window, puzzled. Listening more closely, the sound became clearer. The climax was when the sound came right up to the window. He also curiously stepped onto the bed to get closer and investigate. What the hell? When Hyun-soo reached the curtain, he was about to pull it aside to see what it was. But when he pulled the curtain aside, met Hyun-soo's eyes was the eye monster he had seen before. Hyun-soo's eyes widened in astonishment, frozen, unable to react. Hyun-soo was leaning back in his chair. Suddenly, he heard a sound echoing from outside the window. He turned around, searching for the source of the sound. There was indeed something outside the window. He got off the chair, climbed onto the bed to get closer to the curtain. It's... Hyun-soo reached out and pulled the curtain aside, carefully peering outside. Before his eyes, outside the window was an eye monster peering inside. His eyes widened, as if not understanding what had just happened. He could only stand face to face with that disgusting thing. It floated like a ball, swaying outside the window. Inside, Hyun-soo still hadn't moved, not knowing how to deal with the situation. A moment later, it moved downwards again, no longer hovering in front of him. He stared blankly, then sat down by the window, still not fully recovered. Hyun-soo was somewhat trembling. Took him a while to utter a few words. What the hell was that? The hallway was pitch black. Outside, dawn was breaking. The window curtain had been fixed with a clip. He opened the refrigerator, wanting to find something to eat. But inside, there were only some leftovers like a half-eaten fried rice box, a few cans of drinks and trash. He gave up and returned to his computer desk. His eyes stared blankly at the glowing screen. It displayed 7:14 a.m., October 7th, 2020. Hyun-soo thought to himself, I might not even live until the 25th. His thoughts pulled him back to the memories he had experienced. Repeated encounters with monsters, injuries and threats. He asked himself, the question here is, will I be killed by a monster? Or will I turn into a monster myself? Then he suddenly remembered the man with thick eyebrows. Oh, speaking of which, who was that guy? Lost in thought, he then decided to put those worries aside. Clicked on the computer screen. Go online. Find my favorite website. But who cares? Felt lucky that it was still working. The website displayed Maria from the Sky. He scrolled through the forum, checking announcements about the final volume's publication. Sales location. Still working. The 25th, huh? The final volume of Maria from the Sky. I've been waiting forever. Sighed a little, feeling regret. I want to see it before I die. Hyun-soo clicked to close the forum. Checked the comments. No comments for 5 days. He typed a few words on the keyboard. Is anyone still alive? I'm out of food. I haven't turned into a monster yet, but I can't live without food. I guess I'll just die alone in my room like a burden. After that, he clicked to post the comment. The new comment appeared on the forum. Below his comment were older comments. He frowned. What the hell am I doing? So embarrassing. After a long while, no comments were replied to. He was about to delete it when he suddenly received a notification for another comment. Is anyone still alive? I am.
I'm alive.
He quickly clicked to reply, asking about the other person's situation. How are things over there, my friend? The other person replied very quickly.
Terrible LOL.
Have you been caught in the monsterization process yet? Hyun-soo replied with a bored expression. I'm definitely caught. I don't know why, but it seems pretty slow for me. The other person quickly replied with a sarcastic remark. The monsterization process takes different amounts of time for everyone. Congratulations on prolonging your suffering.
Hyun-soo's mouth twitched.
He forced a smile as he read the comments. This bastard is really sarcastic. He continued to ask, where do you live? The other person replied, first time someone asked me where I live in a chat box, lol. What? You coming to beg for food? Hyun-soo still said, I don't have any food left, not a single grain of rice. I might even starve to death before I commit suicide. The commenter, Crew, replied, looking both curious and panicked.
Suicide.
What's suicide? Hyun-soo clicked his tongue. He unconsciously shared his thoughts with an anonymous person on the forum, which made him feel confused about himself. What the hell am I doing? I don't even know this guy. Thinking so, he still continued to type. Actually, I plan to commit suicide on the 25th, but I don't even know if I'll live until then. Words went back and forth. The other person seemed to see through his intentions. LOL. You plan to die after watching the final episode of Maria. Huh? You even won tickets to the movie.
Hyun-soo replied.
Aha. The commenter, Crew, sent a long line of ellipses. Hyun-soo also asked back. What's wrong? Crew complained again. Your life is terrible AF. Hyun-soo just smiled faintly at the criticism. He replied. Your personality is terrible AF. Crew then said. I'm with some neighbors. I live in an apartment building, and we successfully locked the doors from the first floor. But now everyone is trapped in the building. Hyun-soo didn't know what to comment. He just sighed. You should be glad you're not trapped in a room alone like your dad. The comment reappeared. We need to go out and get some medicine, but there's no way, especially there aren't enough people. So we decided to cooperate and go up to other floors one by one to rescue those trapped in the building. Hyun-soo was surprised by Crew's idea. Are these guys crazy? What era is this to be playing hero? He asked again. Why not wait for the rescue team? The other person replied.
No.
Many people need to be rescued right now. Hyun-soo then offered an idea. How about climbing through the window, using a rope or something? Crew. We thought of that too, but it's damn hard. There's no rope long enough, and no one's crazy enough to climb dozens of meters with a rope. Hyun-soo stared blankly at the lines of text, until the other person continued. Plus, there's a monster with big round eyes. Damn it, climbing past the floors outside the window. Hyun-soo's eyes widened. He reread every word carefully, remembering what he encountered last night. What? Meanwhile, the other person said goodbye. My comrade is calling me. Bye. Hyun-soo almost screamed. Wait, you mean? Before he could react, a notification appeared that the other person had left the chat room. Hyun-soo said to himself. No way. The computer screen had turned off. The boy with glasses still sat at the desk. I should go, shouldn't I? Little girl's voice peeked from outside the room door. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone's waiting for you. He replied. Oh, okay. I'm coming. He put on his backpack and walked with his younger sister to the gathering room. Ukpian was adjusting his gloves. Other people were also around. Here you are, little brother. The hallway was deserted. Everyone was on high alert. Un was determined. Gukpian, are you guys ready? Hyukli smiled and replied. Let's go. Looking at the computer on the desk, Hyun-soo could only look down. A disaster is threatening all of humanity. I thought this small world of mine would never change. The screen suddenly lit up with a notification. No internet connection, just like his mood right now. But it really has changed. Finally, Hyun-soo still cursed in frustration. In the end, no internet. Suddenly, his feet involuntarily moved a few steps. Then Hyun-soo lay sprawled on the floor, thinking about the future. I might not even live until the 25th. His mood at this moment was extremely low. At that moment, Hyun-soo unconsciously glanced to the side. His thin, pale hand left him speechless. Hyun-soo, alone in the room, looked at that hand. I don't even think the final volume of the Maria stage play will be released anymore. For a moment, a negative thought suddenly flashed, urging him. Should I end my life before I turn into a monster? Hyun-soo was in a difficult position, having to make a choice. Then at least, I'll die as a human. Suddenly, he looked up at the ceiling again. The image of a spider spinning its web caught Hyun-soo's eye. He remained sprawled in the room. Is it really okay to die alone in this rat hole? Instantly, the image of Hyun-soo's 3 closest family members suddenly appeared. Now he could only grit his teeth and frown. Actually, a social outcast like me, being human or a monster, what's the difference? Suddenly, a message notification unexpectedly appeared from the computer. Crew, we need to go out to get some medicine. But there's no way, and we don't have enough people. So we're planning to rescue some people on other floors. As soon as he finished reading the message, Hyun-soo couldn't help but sneer. You can't save anyone. The spider on the ceiling was still diligently spinning its web. But right after that, a fly unexpectedly hovered around it. Just like that, it got caught in the spider's web. He was still very thoughtful as he watched the fly struggling. Hyun-soo couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. That spider is about to have a meal, and I'm here alone, my stomach rumbling. The poor fly still tried to avoid the approaching spider. Even he was sure it couldn't escape. Don't resist anymore. You're definitely dead. However, the fly still resisted with great determination. In the end, it managed to escape, stopping Hyun-soo's contemptuous words. Poor thing. You loser. The image of the flying fly, though small, astonished him. At that moment, Hyun-soo immediately jumped up. He just stared intently at the ceiling as the fly escaped. In the end, Hyun-soo witnessed the entire scene of the spider still not getting its fill. He was puzzled but also laughed like a madman. Suddenly, Hyun-soo's laughter was replaced by the silence of the void as he was startled. The sound coming from outside the curtain attracted Hyun-soo's attention. He looked in that direction, trembling with worry and fear. Continuous babbling voices echoed into Hyun-soo's room. He seemed to be motionless before it all. Outside the room window, a sobbing voice immediately rang out. It's too dangerous. Dad, Dad. Don't go. Hyun-soo, out of curiosity, recklessly poked his head out. Dad, don't go, Dad. He gathered all his courage to open the door, then heard children's whimpers. Stay with us. Hyun-soo leaned out, eager to eavesdrop. But very quickly, he was traumatized by the height of the building and the father and children on the floor below. Don't leave us, Dad. It's okay. It's okay. As soon as he heard them talking, Hyun-soo's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad will go downstairs to find some food. Okay? Are there still survivors? Room 1210. Seeing his two pitiful children clinging to the windowsill, only able to helplessly plead, the father couldn't bear it. Don't cry anymore. What if the monsters hear you? Soo-young, take care of young Soo until Dad comes back. Remember, okay? Don't worry. You know Dad used to be in the special forces, right? He looked at his young children and forced a strained smile. Dad will climb down and be back very quickly. The kids still tried to hold on to the very end. Even Hyun-soo was surprised, gaping. Dad, is he really going down there? He looked down silently, worried. That's too dangerous. And then, in a few seconds, Hyun-soo's face turned dark, devoid of any color, because he had seen an object right below the apartment building. The monster still stood silently, looking up at the noisy area. Very quickly, its footsteps moved closer and closer. In his heart, Hyun-soo could only silently pray. No. His teeth chattered uncontrollably from trembling. No. Because of a sudden surge of kindness in that life-or-death moment, Hyun-soo shouted loudly to signal the father. Be careful. Below. As soon as he received the warning, he panicked. Immediately after, the father's eyes suddenly looked down. Below. However, the monster was one step faster than him, crawling to the father's eye level. The two children screamed at the horrific sight. The father froze in shock for a few seconds. The sudden confrontation and close proximity made him blurt out a curse. Damn it! In the monster's eyes, he appeared fierce and screaming. Get out! It also heard the desperate voice of a child. Dad! Hyun-soo, looking from above, also grimaced at the sight. No! When the fearful voice was uttered, the blanket used as a rope also tore. The father fell, screaming desperately. His eyes couldn't help but widen in horror. After that, a loud thud echoed. Hyun-soo could only close his eyes and grit his teeth, not daring to look. He had the courage to open his eyes. A scream echoed once more. The older daughter, Soo-young, had leaned more than halfway out to look down and was stunned. She just cried out in pain, calling desperately. Ah, Dad, Dad. The monster, curious, also bent down to look, but was immediately chased away by Soo-young. Go away. However, it unexpectedly looked into the two siblings' room. Girl could only hug her younger brother, young Soo, both scared and brave, shielding him. Go away. From the floor above, Hyun-soo could still hear Soo-young scream. Get out. But now he could only silently and surprisingly look at that room. The girl on this side was still embracing young Soo, standing before the ugly monster. Get back. Don't. The more tense it became, the more Hyun-soo trembled and gritted his teeth. In that room, the image of Soo-young fighting the monster all alone was very pitiful. Get out. You monster. This moment, he had returned to his bed and could only lie there, helpless. Go away. Someone help. The girl's desperate cries for help continuously echoed in Hyun-soo's mind, making him very uncomfortable. Please help. Hyun-soo's eyes tightened even more as he listened. Please save us. A moment later, he was no longer trembling at all. Hyun-soo's face suddenly darkened. The computer was finally unplugged and thrown away. Even the keyboard was unplugged and fell. The computer quickly hit the monster's head, making it dizzy. Soo-young could only hug young Soo silently, watching its every expression. After being hit on the head, the monster quickly looked up to the floor above. Instantly, their two pairs of eyes, one large and one small, met in a few seconds of silence. Hyun-soo had now regained his composure to provoke it. Come up here, little brother, you sick bastard. Those insults almost made the monster's eyes grow larger, and it used its long body to climb higher with anger. Taking advantage of that moment, he quickly ran into the room. Hyun-soo casually picked up the white stick. The monster quickly chased him all the way to his room window, then broke the glass to get in. After that, it saw Hyun-soo busy with the long stick in his hand. And he was very scared, eyes wide, glancing back. Suddenly, Hyun-soo's face filled with determination as he swung his arm out. Despite his fear, he tightly closed his eyes but still bravely gritted his teeth, confronting the danger. Hyun-soo had grabbed the stick and was in position, ready to fight the Green Town monster. Hyun-soo recalled his past, all of which were memories. The person next to him, injured in the leg, still needed crutches to walk. Thanks, Hyun. His face was full of apologies for bothering others. You didn't have to help me so much. He remembered the times he helped those around him. This time, my high score on George Vought is all thanks to you, Hyun. Or, the time his mother praised him when he showed off his achievements. My son's studies have really improved. Her radiant smile and pride were clearly visible on her kind face. Son, I'm so proud of you. Soccer matches with his peers, goals that earned him praise. Yeah, we won. His round-shouldered friend put an arm around his neck, congratulating him on his beautiful goal. The nation acknowledges Comrade Hyun's contributions. Or, the time a female student confessed her feelings to him. Hey, would you go out with me? Hyun-soo had even saved a puppy from a truck's wheel. The classroom scene in the late afternoon. The kind teacher smilingly bidding farewell to the students for the weekend. Alright, that's all for today. I wish you all a happy weekend. Now, Hyun. He stood up and replied politely. Yes, thank you for the lesson, sir. Images of friends, then teachers, someone who secretly liked him, his parents, words of praise and admiration appeared in his mind. There's nothing Hyun can't do. He's truly amazing. Hyun is incredibly kind. You're so diligent. Your parents are so proud of their son. The image was beautiful. But Hyun-soo's rationality was shattered by 3 words. So what now? It pulled him back to the cruel reality. The picture torn apart by anger, obscuring the happiness of the past. He gripped a metal rod at the same time. The window was shattered by the eye monster. Hyun-soo was sweating profusely, determined to fight the hideous monster. Still, it's nothing, Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo let out a shout, rushing towards the monster, intending to stab it, but it quickly dodged. Used its snake-like long body to coil around him and squeeze tightly. Hyun-soo cried out unconsciously due to the feeling of suffocation. Ah, I can't breathe. Just as he was about to give up, a voice echoed in his head. You want to breathe, huh? Hyun-soo seemed to awaken. The voice echoed again as he struggled. Do you desire that? He felt as if an inner strength had awakened. He exerted all his strength, stabbing the huge being that was tormenting him with the metal rod. After a while, the monster was subdued and motionless. Hyun-soo dodged to the side. His hand gripped the metal rod tightly. He said, his voice trembling, Listen up, here's what I desire. His hands trembled, as if this was his last bit of strength. His favorite play appeared in his mind. To watch the final episode of Maria from the Sky's stage play version. At that moment, he lunged forward, forcefully stabbing the metal rod into the monster, finishing it off. His ragged breathing echoed throughout the quiet room. Slumped onto a chair, adjusting his breathing. My desire is strange. On the day it premieres. Once he calmed down, he looked at the object lying on his bed, his shoulders still trembling as he uttered each sentence. I did it. I really killed that monster. Until then, the monster, which he thought was dead, opened its eyes again. He watched in astonishment as it slowly began to move. Its injured eye widened, moving. Its entire body rose up, looking at him, then transformed to look even more terrifying. It had fangs. It bared its sharp teeth and said to him, Mother, your father. It hurts, you know? Hyun-soo froze in place. Sweat poured down his face. He couldn't utter another word. Oh, I'm surely dead now. Until then, the monster, which he thought was dead, opened its eyes again. He watched in astonishment as it slowly began to move. Its injured eye widened, moving. Its higher body rose up, looking at him, then transformed to look even more terrifying. It had fangs. It bared its sharp teeth and said to him, Mother, your father. It hurts, you know? Hyun-soo froze in place. Sweat poured down his face. He couldn't utter another word. Oh, I'm surely dead now. The monster wriggled the claws that had just grown from its pipe-like long body. Its sharp teeth bared to intimidate others. In an instant it seemed to lunge as if wanting to kill.
Constantly muttering, You die. You die.
Hyun-soo stood frozen in fear, his entire body unable to move, stuck to the chair. The moment the sharp spikes lunged at him, he tightly closed his eyes. Accepting his bleak fate had to end here. There was a broken sound. On the bed, its body began to wither. Its mouth still mumbled, You die. Hyun-soo still didn't understand what had happened. He only saw the monster shrivel up on the bed. He widened his eyes, still not believing what was happening before him. Huh? What the hell? He stood up, hesitantly approached to examine it. His whole body trembled. He slowly stepped onto the bed, leaning against the wall. His forehead stepped on one of the monster's spikes. Squinted, grimacing. Gross. He walked closer to the window frame, peering outside to see what had just happened. Thinking to himself, what was that? I definitely heard something. He poked his head out the window, startled to see a man holding a gun, positioned one room away from him. Room 1408. The man gestured with his hand, seemingly not wanting to speak.
Ayun suster, confused.
The man seemed a bit impatient. He turned inside and then held up a board with writing on it. Are you injured anywhere? Hyun-soo shook his head, seeming to understand without speaking. Ah. The man continued to write. Good. But other monsters will come here after hearing that now. He flinched, as if understanding what the man wanted to convey. Outside, the hallway was deserted and desolate. The blind monster was slowly ascending the stairs. It could only go where it heard sounds, and it felt a calling sound from above. In Hyun-soo's room, the two men were still communicating. He gestured. Uncle, you can kill them, and we'll be safe, right? The man continued writing on the whiteboard and held it up. I didn't kill it. It won't die with my crappy homemade tool. Hyun-soo looked down from the towering height. At this deadly height, how could that monster die without anyone touching it? He thought to himself. No way. He was looking down at the monster's corpse. Its body was a man in a suit. Suddenly, a long rope slipped from the man's neck. The headless corpse stood up, moving and climbing off the high wall. Hyun-soo was scared, gritting his teeth. Seriously? This can't be happening. On the floor below him, two children were looking down and sobbing. Hyun-soo looked at the scene, his heart aching. He closed his eyes tightly, not wanting to look. The uncle next to him wrote on the whiteboard again. Do you want to save those kids?
Ayun-soo seemed surprised.
Looking back several times. What? He struggled internally, then looked at the man's stern face again. Seeing the two children supporting each other as if wanting to jump out the window to escape, he could only watch helplessly. Next to the window, about 2 rooms from where he stood, a man peered out. Hyun-soo trembled, looking over. The man held up a board with words written on it. Do you want to save those kids? Reading this made him stare in surprise, mixed with a bit of confusion. What? He even turned to look again to confirm that he had read it correctly. The more he read, the wider his eyes stared, to the point where blood vessels were visible within them. In an old apartment building, monsters were lurking inside. Hyun-soo stood in the room, holding his phone. In his mind, he recalled the man holding up the board with the message he wanted to send him. If your phone connects to any number, you'll hear a beep. When monsters are near, the beep will be deafening when you answer. Hyun-soo thought, sweating profusely and secretly worried, but then suddenly realized something. So that means I can use my phone as a monster warning device. His gaze swept to the monster mask placed on the shelf for a moment. Plan for what he was about to do flashed in his mind. I can't kill them, but at least I can hurt them. Hyun-soo took a used plastic bottle from the trash can. Then he used tape to wrap a knife handle onto the end of a long stick for self-defense. Then his sweaty, trembling hands plugged the earphones into his phone and put them on to hear warnings faster. When everything was ready, Hyun-soo faced the main door and prepared himself to fight the monsters outside. In his mind, he remembered the man's message. When you decide, come and find me. He held up his phone, entered the number, then pressed call. A static sound rang out, but no other sound, indicating no monsters were around. It's fine, no monsters nearby. Feeling safe now, he stepped closer to the door and slowly turned the doorknob to open it. All right, let's do it. The door closed, signaling a life-or-death battle was about to begin in this desolate and bloody apartment complex. Outside in the hallway, both the floor and the walls were marked with blood trails and claw marks from victims or the monsters. Hyun-soo gripped his weapon tightly, his face pale with fear, but he cautiously held the weapon out in front to defend himself, scanning his surroundings and slowly moving forward. He walked down the hallway, where the elevators usually required silence. He suddenly heard the elevator door open. His heart skipped a beat, making him curse, knowing exactly what was coming out of the elevator. Ah! Hyun-soo pointed the knife towards the elevator. At this moment, a monster appeared with only half a head and mottled skin on top, while its body was thin like a walking skeleton, accompanied by pale skin that was eerily terrifying. No. He froze, unable to move since seeing that presence. He told himself, hoping it was just an illusion. This isn't real. However, the monster standing in the elevator suddenly disappeared. Hyun-soo looked around in confusion to find it. Suddenly, a chilling sensation ran down his spine as a horrifying voice echoed in his head. It would be better to be home, right? His body trembled so much he couldn't hold the knife, while his eyes didn't dare to blink, subtly glancing behind him. The monster was coming from around the corner behind him. He closed his eyes tightly, trying not to be affected by the strange sounds. It's all in my head. Gradually, he panicked, while his mind emphatically refuted the voice. Be quiet. His back pressed against the wall. Then he slowly pointed the knife closer to the elevator, wanting to make sure there were no other strange creatures inside. The knife slowly moved forward, passing the elevator, and he continued walking. He passed the psychological torture, but nothing happened, making Hyun-soo sigh in relief. Phew! He stood in front of the man's apartment door. He knocked, but as soon as he did, the door opened by itself. The door's open. Hyun-soo cautiously opened the door, then gently closed it. Stepping inside, he was startled by the scene before him. A man with a prosthetic left leg sat in a wheelchair, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. The room was filled with containers of essential supplies and provisions. The man saw his face was a bit pale and sweaty, so he asked, "Are you feeling dizzy?" Hyun-soo's gaze focused on the missing leg and the tied-up pant leg. Gripping the knife tightly, he stammered, "Hello." The other man remained calm, showing no fear. "My name is Han Dusik. And you?" He trembled uncontrollably, even though it was just a normal conversation, but perhaps his mind was still panicked from encountering the monster earlier. Yun-soo. Seeing his behavior, Dusik also assessed him. "You seem to be a man of few words, huh?" Hyun-soo didn't react to his comment but went straight to the point. So how do we save those kids?" Dusik realized that the person in front of him didn't seem to grasp the current situation. "Hey kid, look at my leg. You have to go and save them yourself." Hyun-soo lowered his face in silence because the man was right. In this condition, in a wheelchair, how could he save the children? Seeing him remain silent, the man broke the quiet. "When I was young, my friends used to call me Mr. Mark Jever." Then he told him, "Do you know what that means? I used to be a man who could do anything with these two hands." Hyun-soo opened his mouth, a little surprised as he didn't know anything. "Oh!" Dusik's eyes, having seen more than half of life, looked at the homemade weapon, a mop handle with a knife taped around it. "What I want to tell you is this." Then he pointed at it and suggested, "I can turn that tool in your hand into something more useful." It sounded hard to believe, so he looked at the thing in his hand, thinking it was fine as it was. "Huh? Really?" Amidst the pile of old items and assembly tools in the dilapidated room. "Give it to me." After a while, the knife tip was re-welded, made sharper, and more securely fixed. He examined the knife to ensure it was perfectly repaired. It's done. Now you can't adjust the length, but it will be stronger." Seeing the initially crude weapon now sharp and sturdy made Hyun-soo excitedly think of a character from a movie he once watched. "Wow, uncle. Just like Isaac Black." Seeing Hyun-soo's excited and happy expression like a child talking about his favorite movie, Dusik didn't know the character he mentioned. "Who is Isaac?" Then he went back to wrapping cloth around the knife's body. "Have you seen the blind monster in the hallway? It lost half its head." Remembering that monster sent shivers down Hyun-soo's spine. "Yes." The uncle's face grew serious and thoughtful. "I don't know who did it, but it's still alive even after losing half its upper head." Dusik bent down and turned on the generator to transmit electricity. "That means the knife won't do them much harm." As soon as he flipped the switch, electricity flowed between the rod and the knife, giving it the ability to emit electricity to increase its damaging power. But this might work. A moment later, when everything was ready to go out and rescue the children, on the backpack Hyun-soo wore, "I've connected the inverter device in your bag. It'll be a bit heavy, but you can still carry it. Flipping the switch will generate electricity, so remember to be careful." Hyun-soo held the electrified knife with an astonished expression while Dusik continued to instruct. "When they get hit by this, they might jump around like crazy."
Hyun-soo nodded.
"I understand." However, the uncle kept observing him for a while, making him tilt his head in confusion. Then he chuckled and commented that Hyun-soo looked like a certain character. "You look like Peter Venkman." Now it was Hyun-soo's turn to wonder who Peter was. A moment later, he turned and headed for the door to embark on his mission to rescue the children. Before he left, the man also said, "Make sure to come back right after you save the kids. Okay? Okay. Hyun-soo, with a hint of fear on his face, turned back to look at Dusik. "No matter what?" But he didn't dare to be confident and still lingered to ask for reassurance. "Now I can defeat the monsters with this, right?" But the uncle immediately extinguished the spark of confidence that had just ignited in him.
"No.
Of course you can't." Hearing that, Hyun-soo was slightly surprised. "What?" Dusik further advised him. "Basically, run if you see them. Don't get killed right from the start." The more he listened, the more he felt an invisible pressure weighing on him, making him sweat continuously. At this moment, the monster was slowly descending the stairs, step by step. Along with that, the uncle's voice echoed in his head. Don't get killed right from the start. In that desolate and dangerous apartment complex, two children were protecting each other from the monsters in their messy and chaotic room. Number 1210. A scene of their pitiful state. The younger brother clutched his stomach, sobbing to his sister, "I'm so hungry," while the sister tried to reassure and comfort him. I really am hungry." Then the sister took out a half-eaten piece of bread and gave it to the boy. "Here." The boy took it but didn't eat it immediately. He just stared at it for a moment. Then his small eyes looked at his sister with worry. "What about you, sis?" The older sister smiled and shook her head. "I'm not hungry." The younger brother heard that and then lowered his face as if wanting to say something. A moment later, he stammered, I miss Dad." The words from the innocent child were like a small lamp in a dangerous environment, standing between life and death. After hearing that, the sister's eyes also welled up with tears, perhaps because she was also just a little girl, not much older than her brother, so all her strength. The girl radiated as if trying to hide her weakness to protect her younger brother. "Me too." On the other side, Hyun-soo looked at the newly modified weapon. "Now I can take down monsters with this, right?" Dusik immediately extinguished that thought. "No, don't rely on that tool too much." Hearing that made him gasp in confusion. "Huh." The man just sighed and added, "You have to try your best to avoid them. That only gives you a tiny bit more chance of survival." The more he listened, the more uneasy and intimidated he felt. Simply put, if you see them, remember to run quickly. The man suddenly contradicted his own words. No, don't let them see you." Outside the room, the monster with half a head was slowly descending the stairs, step by step, as if searching for prey. The entire room where the two men were suddenly became quiet after Dusik spoke. Hyun-soo, who had been silent until now, proposed another plan. "So, can I borrow your gun or something?" Dusik cut him off. "That's my stuff." He tilted his head. "For self-defense." Dusik pushed his wheelchair towards a cabinet, then pushed the cabinet door open. Inside was a crutch for a broken leg, modified into a gun, and connected to a generator or air compressor. "Aha! This baby can shoot a large quantity of nails with compressed air and gas. To use it, you have to turn on the compressor. I didn't put much effort into making it, so it'll only work 2 or 3 times before the gun kicks the bucket." He held out the homemade gun and loaded it. "If there's a monster, the first shot is for that crazy one." When he said the latter part, his eyes looked directly at Hyun-soo, as if entrusting him with a wish he wanted him to fulfill. "And the last shot is for me." Hyun-soo immediately objected after hearing that. How could that happen?" Dusik just held up a finger and chuckled. "In awkward situations like this, anything can happen." He fell silent because he actually completely agreed with that idea, especially in such a terrifying area. Seeing Hyun-soo's expression, Dusik suddenly smiled and encouraged him. "But, seeing a fresh young kid like you still surviving until now, you deserve national recognition." Although his face was a little scared, he also encouraged the man. "You too." After talking for a bit, it was time for Hyun-soo to go out and rescue them. Dusik spoke up to send him off. "Now, go save those kids before things get worse. You can tell me about your arduous journey later." Hyun-soo put on his earphones, nodded, then turned to leave. "All right, I'm going." That small figure disappeared behind the closed door. The man just shook his head and sighed. "The only problem is, he's not very reliable." Standing in front of the room door, his hands trembled as he clutched his weapon. His frantic eyes scanned around, searching for any danger. Room number 1210. Heavy footsteps echoed down the apartment hallway, then slowly approached the elevator. He pressed the button to go to the lower floor, but it didn't work. "This one's not working either." He looked at the adjacent staircase, swallowed, and tried to stay calm. "That means I have to walk down." But the further he went, the more unease crept into his heart, making Hyun-soo anxious and restless as the static sound through his earphones, connected to his phone, kept appearing. But it's strange. There was a very loud explosion just now. Hyun-soo stood with his back against the wall near the corner, ready to defend himself if a monster appeared. "But I don't see that blind monster anywhere." However, no sooner had he spoken than the terrifying sound returned, clearer now, making him even more panicked and frightened. Sweat poured down him, accompanied by a chill running down his spine. He gripped the knife tightly, gritting his teeth, motionless as the sound grew closer. "Speak of the devil." Hyun-soo knelt down, frantically rummaging in his jacket pocket for something. He remained kneeling, waiting for the dangerous entity to appear, but minutes passed without any creature showing up, making him feel strange. Hyun-soo remembered the uncle's words. "If you see them, remember to run quickly. No, don't let them see you." His fearful eyes, accompanied by gritted teeth, tried to point the knife in that direction. Gradually, the creature with half a head appeared, but when it turned its head to look around, there was no one in that area. The monster limped past each elevator. It passed by a person trembling and cowering, holding their breath in a corner behind a half-open elevator door. The monster glided past where he was hiding for a moment, then stopped. Its mouth rasped out strange, terrifying words, then slowly turned its head. Can't see anything. Hyun-soo trembled harder, fearing the monster would discover him. Unfortunately, just as he was trembling and holding his breath, the hoarse sound echoed again, and this time Hyun-soo could hear it clearly and feel it very close. The monster was leaning its two hands on the elevator door, then poked its head in, smiling thinly at him. Found you. Hearing the monster had discovered him, Hyun-soo gritted his teeth to prevent himself from fainting in fear. Before it could speak, he quickly plunged the knife forcefully into the half-headed monster's chest, making it shriek in pain. Found you. He pushed it back hard, then quickly ran out of the elevator. Although the monster had lost half its head, it could sense the direction of his footsteps through sound waves on the ground. It swung its sharp, elongated arm towards Hyun-soo like lightning, but fortunately, he dodged in time, causing the long arm to pierce the wall far away, while he fell to the ground. As Hyun-soo turned, he saw sharp spikes beginning to emerge from its arm, pointing all around, as if wanting to pierce everything and trap him. He panicked, then calmly controlled himself, slowly crawling towards the wall, then looking back to observe. Behind that wall, the headless monster was screaming uncontrollably while maintaining its grotesque arm. You, where are you? Hyun-soo took an empty milk bottle from his jacket pocket, which he had taken the trash, then threw it in front of the monster to attract its attention. The monster heard the sound and immediately swung its other arm, plunging it straight into the ground where the milk bottle had shattered. While it was fumbling around, distracted, Hyun-soo quickly swung the knife, ambushing it from behind, plunging it straight into its half-head and flipping the electric switch to painfully electrocute the monster. Its body gradually contorted due to the electric shock. It roared, its cries echoing throughout the hallway, while he still held the knife tightly, not pulling it out. As soon as Hyun-soo pulled the knife out, the monster lay sprawled on the floor, its entire body blackened from the electric shock, lying motionless. He gasped, his mouth agape, stiff, having defeated such a hideous monster for the first time. And even though he was still very scared, "Phew! Now lie there and sleep for eternity, you long thing." Hyun-soo turned and carefully, gently walked into the corner, then proceeded to the already open staircase door. Then he went inside and carefully locked the door. When the door closed, Hyun-soo leaned his back against it and slumped down, overwhelmed by the fear he had been suppressing until now. His whole body trembled so much his legs couldn't move, so he repeatedly punched them to snap himself back to reality. Then tried to stand up. Keep going. I have to keep going. However, looking at the staircase, everything around was pitch black and very difficult to navigate. Are the lights all out? It's too dark. Hyun-soo took his phone from his jacket pocket and turned on the flashlight to illuminate his path down the stairs. The further he went, the more uneasy he felt, as if someone was behind him, his eyes darting around. Then suddenly a pale hand reached out and placed itself on his shoulder. Hyun-soo froze stiff. Then a voice echoed, followed by a wide-eyed face pressed close to him in the dim light of his phone. As far as I know, a person who looked exactly like Hyun-soo, perhaps another personality of his, with an entirely white body and the familiar voice that had tormented his mind for a long time. You are someone who cannot stand firm if you don't express your pain to others. Old memories became clearer in Hyun-soo's mind about a girl on social media and his critical and judgmental comments about that girl online, from a time when he was proud of being arrogant and lecturing people with controversial statements that greatly affected the young girl's life. But expressing requires permission and empathy, don't you think? Hyun-soo's other personality also emphasized a series of sins he had committed. You ignored the pain you inflicted on others and ran away irresponsibly. Hearing those strangely sarcastic words from someone who was none other than himself made Hyun-soo tremble and protest continuously, to the point of tears, feeling regret for his actions. It's not my fault. From the beginning, I wasn't that kind of person. Then suddenly, the neck of the monstrous entity resembling him elongated, then wrapped around to the front, accompanied by a voice full of rage and even more terrifying. You think saving those kids makes you a great hero, huh? You piece of trash. It was still Hyun-soo's face, but now his eyes had turned into two deep, dark sockets, along with a grotesque smile that stretched to his ears. You're a hypocritical animal. Somewhere in the children's room, the small younger brother was cowering in his sister's arms. Suddenly, There were clicking and thumping sounds, like someone or something walking on the ceiling. The girl hugged her brother, then trembled, looking up. The sound appeared 2 or 3 times, then fell silent, then came out 2 or 3 more times, making the girl press her lips together in fear. The girl quietly placed her brother on the mattress, while she went to grab the knife in her hand to defend herself and protect her brother. The girl trembled, almost crying, while gripping the knife tightly, not daring to move. Her innocent soul trembled, silently praying for help. Someone help! Soo Young and Young Soo huddled together on the thin mattress. The surroundings were a mess. Young Soo had fallen asleep on his sister's lap, and she gently patted him to let him sleep peacefully. Only their breathing could be heard in the room. Suddenly, a sound broke the quiet space, startling Soo Young. The sound came from the floor above, initially just one sound, but it grew more frequent and louder. Suddenly, she no longer heard any sound, and the quiet space returned as before. But Soo Young couldn't help but be scared, her whole body trembling, sweating profusely, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. She gently placed her brother on the mattress, slowly so Young Soo wouldn't wake up startled. While her body still trembled uncontrollably in fear, Soo Young reached for the nearby knife. She gripped the knife tightly with both hands, standing bravely and looking straight at where the sound had come from earlier. However, she still couldn't hide the overwhelming fear within Soo Young, her small legs trembling with fright. Voice trembled. Help! The horrifying sound continued to echo, but what was more terrifying was that there was now a small wet spot there. Soo Young was startled to see it, her eyes clearly showing fear. The wet spot gradually grew larger, and not only that, a slimy liquid flowed through the gap. At this moment, the girl could no longer pretend to be calm. Tears she couldn't hide. Soo Young's whole body trembled, her voice gradually becoming weak. Help! Scene shifted to the staircase intersection between the 14th and 13th floors. Horrifying sounds echoed here. Similar sounds also came from the intersection below. Then the sounds suddenly disappeared, returning the quiet space. Hyun Soo was holding his weapon, standing in front of the door, contemplating something. Thought appeared in his mind. This sound. Could there be 2 or more monsters nearby? Hyun Soo swung his earphones back and forth, then focused on using his hearing. Then he suddenly reached into his jacket pocket and in no time, Hyun Soo was in a defensive stance, ready to fight. At this moment, it was quiet outside, not a single sound. He gently and slowly pushed the door open, peeking inside. Hyun Soo anxiously observed the situation, not daring to make a loud sound. He suddenly saw something incredibly horrifying. He was startled and amazed, his eyes wide, pupils constricted. It was a huge monster, taller than the apartment door, its entire body made of solid muscle. Hyun Soo seemed to hold his breath, sweating profusely, astonished by what he had just seen. The huge monster began to emit horrifying and indistinct sounds. After speaking, it turned and continued down the hallway. He clearly heard every word it said, but still didn't understand the meaning. Muscles. Hyun Soo noticed the room in front of him was room 1210. Worried about the 2 children, hoping they were still safe inside. Hyun Soo's legs moved nimbly, trying not to make any sound. As he moved, he looked around, observing the monster, which was also moving and emitting incomprehensible sounds. Hyun Soo saw the monster enter a room with an open door. The sight filled him with astonishment and fear. Right at the door of the room the monster had just entered was a bloody arm. Someone's arm trembled, seemingly resisting, but it was futile against such a giant monster. The arm was quickly pulled inside, leaving a long trail of blood. Inside the room, there were desperate screams. Seeing this, Hyun Soo couldn't help but tremble in fear. He uttered words of helplessness. "Oh Lord!" But he realized this was a good opportunity for him to move. He quickly moved out of his hiding spot, slowly approaching the children's room. Hyun Soo tried to move as quietly as possible to avoid the monster hearing him. He stood in front of the children's room, one hand gently knocking on the door, the other gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes still fixed on the room from earlier. Then Hyun Soo turned his head towards the room, hearing no movement. He whispered, but loud enough for those inside to hear. "Hey kids, I'm here to save you." But there was no reply from inside. He couldn't help but worry about the 2 children. Asking again, "Kids?" Standing in front of the room with no sound from inside. Hyun Soo seemed to freeze in place, not saying another word. Suddenly, a liquid flowed down from above. It landed on his right shoulder. Hyun Soo quickly reacted, touching the slimy liquid. Looking at the liquid on his hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hyun Soo stared at his hand, his confused expression undeniable. And he looked up at where the horrifying liquid had just dripped from. On the ceiling was a wet spot, not too big but not small either. Unidentified liquids flowed from that wet spot. Hyun-soo's mind was blank, not knowing what the liquid was. He wondered, what the hell? He couldn't hide his fear. But for the sake of the children, Hyun-soo seemed to become much braver. He glanced at where the monster had gone earlier to confirm it hadn't reappeared. Then Hyun-soo slowly opened the children's room door. He opened it slowly to avoid any unnecessary sounds. Hyun-soo remained vigilant, turning his head to look in the old direction, not realizing there was a strange creature in front of him. Then he turned his head back towards the room. He saw it. Sweating profusely, his eyes wide, pupils constricted. He was terrified by the monster's sudden appearance before him. The monster's body seemed to be made of a liquid like slime. His two eyes were asymmetrical. It emitted horrifying sounds. You see me. Seeing this, Hyun-soo cried out in fear. Ah! But he couldn't react in time and was quickly enveloped by the slimy liquid around his face. Lifted him high with its slimy, liquid arm. Hyun-soo's face was now surrounded by a layer of liquid, making it impossible for him to breathe. Hyun-soo quickly ran out of oxygen and suffocated. But the monster didn't spare him and threw him forcefully. Hyun-soo was thrown far away, unable to react in time. It violently slammed him to the ground. His body hit the ground painfully. Hyun-soo's entire body slammed against the wall behind him. He coughed a few times after being able to breathe again after a moment of death. The room now seemed to only contain the monster and Hyun-soo. There was no sign of the two children. He exhaled long breaths, his body still weary from the forceful throw earlier. Hyun-soo was vigilant, looking at the strange entity before him. Suddenly, its two eyes spun incomprehensibly. Then after a while, the monster's eyes returned to their original, asymmetrical position. He was astonished, gritting his teeth. His hand resolutely gripped the weapon. Hyun-soo's eyes filled with determination as he looked towards the monster. He stood up abruptly, weapon in hand, and asked loudly, "Where are they?" The monster only looked at Hyun-soo and said nothing. He could no longer hide his composure. He worried about the children. What the hell did you do to them? It was still that familiar apartment complex. On the floor lay the monster, its limbs splayed, motionless. It seemed to have been completely defeated. Someone looked closely at the monster and exclaimed, "Nice kill." Turned out, Dusik, who praised, "You did great, kid." Dusik stood there for a moment, staring at the corpse, seemingly deep in thought. His gun was still pointed at it. Near its long, winding arm was something strange. Looking closer, it seemed to be an insect. The monster only looked at him without giving any response. There seemed to be blood dripping from the corner of its eye. Hyun-soo, with his determination to find the children's location, seemed to have lost all fear. Only his bravery and defiance were visible. The monster was suddenly sucked away for some unknown reason. Hyun-soo was surprised to see this, but he remained vigilant. His hand didn't let go of the weapon. Continued to be sucked away by some strange force, unclear what it was or where it came from. The monster continued to be sucked away, its body deforming. Soon, only a part of its leg was visible. It turned out the slimy monster was sucked back through the wet spot on the ceiling in front of the room door. Witnessing everything that had just happened, Hyun-soo was confused. His face went blank for a moment. He suddenly wondered, "Huh?" Hyun-soo asked himself but wasn't sure of the answer. Did it run away? But no matter what the answer was, he let out a sigh of relief. All the burdens and fears also disappeared with it. But at this moment, he felt as if eyes were staring at him from behind. Hyun-soo vigilantly turned his head, looking at the gap in the door behind him. Looking closely, it was Soo-young and Young-soo, huddled in fear. Their eyes were teary. The girl even covered her brother's mouth with her hand to prevent him from making a sound. Seeing this, all his worries disappeared. He spoke up. "Kids." Hearing him call them, "kids," the two children burst into tears. All the suppressed emotions from earlier surged forth. They cried from fear, and also cried from joy. Outside the apartment complex, it seemed to be morning, but there was still a strange, melancholic air. Inside room 1200, a voice asked, "Your mother, is she in Seoul?" The two children were still hesitant. Only Soo-young nodded in reply. Hyun-soo asked again, "So you came to visit your dad without telling your mom?" The girl softly replied, "Yes." Faced with such an answer, he could only sigh helplessly. He turned to the nearby table, where a cup of instant noodles lay. It seemed only the wrapper was left. Perhaps the two children had to eat noodles to stave off hunger instead of enjoying meat and fish. Seeing this, Hyun-soo couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. "I really feel so much empathy." Then Young Soo suddenly spoke up. Please save my dad. He was a little surprised. Huh. The boy's voice was sad, mixed with a slight tremor. My dad fell down because of that monster. For a moment, Hyun Soo didn't know how to react. He simply replied, yeah, I know. Young Soo still held on to hope, however small. Maybe, Dad is still alive, even if it's just a possibility. But he replied with a harsh truth, perhaps incredibly cruel to a child. No one survives falling from the 12th floor, kid. Hearing that, the boy could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face. Soo Young hugged her little brother. Then both siblings burst into tears. Young Soo only replied, though unwillingly. Hyun Soo comforted the two children. Your dad is gone. You should accept that truth and just try to survive. But his eyes couldn't hide his pain. Seeing the two siblings sobbing sadly, Hyun Soo, though heartbroken, was helpless. He felt that children were truly troublesome. But Hyun Soo didn't seem to genuinely think that. He opened his mouth, preparing to say something. Hyun Soo suddenly thought of the scene of 3 funerals. Well then, put aside his jumbled thoughts. His heart filled with determination. Hyun Soo said to the two siblings, I know an uncle. He explained further. He has a lot of food. The person being referred to was none other than Dusik. And weapons to protect you.
Hyun Soo worriedly askedan.
Are you hungry? Hyun Soo and Soo Young stopped crying. They looked up at him but didn't reply yet. Hyun Soo asked again. You don't want to stay here alone, do you? Hearing the question, the two children nodded vigorously, meaning, yes, that's right. He pondered for a moment. Then Hyun Soo placed his hands on the children's shoulders, instructing them, from now on, we will walk along the hallway, where the monsters are rampant. He asked again, are you ready? The two children still hesitated, not replying. Seeing this, Hyun Soo didn't want to put more pressure on them and asked, how old are you? Soo Young replied, I'm 9 years old. My name is Soo Young. Then the girl also spoke for her shy brother. My brother is Young Soo, 6 years old. Chuckled. Age is perfect for a fucking mission. Hyun Soo reassured them. Don't worry, I'll protect you. His hands were still on the siblings' shoulders. But Soo Young astutely noticed. Contrary to his brave, calm demeanor, Hyun Soo's hands were trembling. Having said that, he turned to repack his bag. As I told you, the elevator is broken. We'll have to walk, even if it's a bit dark.
Hyun Soo carefully instructed.
Monsters have very keen hearing, so you kids must follow me quietly. When he was ready, he held his familiar weapon in his hand. Hyun Soo asked the two children, ready 6 to 9? Soo Young and Young Soo replied seriously. Yes, sir. He put on his earphones. Okay, let's go. The two siblings didn't reply. Whether they wanted to or not, the best option now could not be to stay here. Danger was imminent at any moment. The hallway now only had sounds coming from the room the monster had entered. Cried out horrifyingly. Protein. Hyun Soo carefully opened the door very gently so as not to make a sound. He cautiously poked his head out to check the situation. The sound from that room still echoed. The monster growled in the room. Muse, Selly. Hyun Soo moved closer to the staircase door and after confirming it was safe, he waved to signal Soo Young and Young Soo to move. The two children also moved gently. Although scared by the sound from the room, they tried to keep themselves from making any noise. Hyun Soo went first, carefully observing his surroundings. Soo Young and Young Soo slowly followed. Reaching the staircase door, he peeked in to check. After Hyun Soo confirmed it was safe, the two siblings went in first. In his mind, there was a commendable determination. I will protect you. Hyun Soo was in an extremely vigilant state. But not far from there was a monster. It had no specific shape. It just clung to the wall, using countless eyes to observe its surroundings. It seemed to observe everything that happened and it seemed it could also read thoughts. It seemed to ask Hyun Soo again. Really? Then the monster opened all its eyes wide as if preparing for something. He stepped through the door and carefully closed it. Seeing this, it smiled. The smile grew more excited. Hyun Soo walked first, one hand holding his phone with the flashlight on, one hand holding his weapon. His eyes both observed ahead and looked at Soo Young and Young Soo, who were worried behind him. The monster was satisfied. Now I know.
Hyun Soo
Looked at his determined face, then asked itself, your desire, what is it? Suddenly, Hyun Soo's nose began to bleed. He was surprised to see drops of blood flowing onto his hand. Then, for some reason, his skin broke out in gruesome purplish-blue marks. Then they became more numerous. Hyun Soo's eyes were now bloodshot. His nose continued to bleed. The slimy, many-eyed monster within him blinked, staring intently at him with a hoarse voice, as if from hell. Now I know for sure. Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo looked at the hideous creature without replying. The monster suddenly widened its central eyes, making them terrifyingly large, looking straight ahead as if piercing deep into his soul. Your desire. I know it. After that, Hyun-soo suddenly had a nosebleed. He reached out his hand and lightly wiped it, then looked at them in shock. Next, gradually lost control. Blood vessels began spread throughout his body and flooded his eyes, making them turn red. Like blood. Hyun-soo clutched his chest, resisting the control of the creature inside his body. Seeing his condition, the two children hug each other, both worried and confused. Soo-young trembled to the point of tears, looking at Hyun-soo and stammering, "Are you okay?" Hyun-soo used all his remaining strength to urge the two children while leaning against the staircase wall. "Kids, go first, stay away from me." The little girl was still worried about him and trembled. But, before she could say more, Hyun-soo used all his strength to shout loudly before being completely taken over. His teeth began to grow long like fangs. His nose bled continuously, and his eyes were bloodshot like a monster's. "Hurry!" The two siblings, hearing this, could only silently hold hands and walk up the stairs, step by step. The two also looked back at Hyun-soo one last time before leaving completely. Meanwhile, he gritted his teeth, fighting with the monster that was manipulating him. "Do you want to become a hero in front of those weaker than you?" His perspective looked at the two children in the stairwell, looking at him, then slowly his vision was no longer clear, but gradually as if blood surrounded it, and the image of the two shocked children was only red. Hyun-soo seemed to want to collapse on the spot, his nose bleeding uncontrollably. The agonizing pain in his head and the voice of the many-eyed monster echoed inside, tormenting him. "Yes, you are a good boy. I can make you a real hero right now." Incide Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo was facing a gigantic, grotesque creature that was questioning him. "Tell me, what do you want?" He stood there, only bowing his head without answering, which made the monster blink in confusion. Took a moment before Hyun-soo finally spoke. But what he said had nothing to do with what the monster had said. The ending of the movie Maria from the Sky. Many eyes stared at him as if they didn't understand what he was saying, but he didn't care and continued to talk about the movie. Maria's father, rumored to be dead, would appear before her. The situation between the two now simulated the scene of Maria reuniting with her father. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at her beloved father, who had returned from the dead. "Father," the middle-aged man standing opposite her said, a gentle smile on his face as he looked at his daughter. "It's me, Maria. I'm still alive." However, no one would have thought that behind the gentle face of a father, he was hiding a dagger behind his back, as if waiting for his prey to fall into a trap. "I've missed you so much, my daughter." Hearing the familiar voice, the little girl Maria couldn't help but drop all her weapons and rush towards him. "Father!" But she quickly realized that it was the monster disguised as Maria's father, trying to kill her. But Maria quickly drew the sword from her hip and, holding back her tears, slashed the monster impersonating her father. She hadn't fallen for the trap because the monster couldn't believe Maria hadn't fallen for the trap. "Huh!" The little girl stabbed hard and screamed. "You'll never make me." Foolish, because demons always lie. Outside, Soo-young and Young-soo stood there, worried about Hyun-soo's condition as he struggled, holding a knife. "Are you okay?" He slowly sank down the stairs. "Humph." Then he looked up and smiled reassuringly at the children. Hyun-soo had completely controlled the monster's invasion. His grotesque face with sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes was gone. I'm fine." The two children looked at Hyun-soo in confusion, trembling. The younger brother sobbed and asked him, "Are you also turning into a monster?" Hyun-soo tilted his head back to prevent his nosebleed from flowing out, and simultaneously smiled at the children. "Not yet." Both were delighted by this good news. Hyun-soo wiped his nosebleed, and then spoke. "Okay, let's keep going now." Before the three of them could take a step, they all heard a strange sound coming from the wall. All three held their breath, listened, and looked around. Everyone froze, trembling with confusion, not knowing where the sound was coming from. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth and pulled out his earphones. "Damn it, it's open." Turning towards the door beneath the stairs, it suddenly burst open, revealing a giant monster entering. Its grotesque face spread into a wide grin. Then it looked at all three of them while muttering a few words like health and muscle, then giggled as if it had found prey and slowly stepped onto the stairs. The two children stood there, their faces pale as if they were about to faint. Hyun-soo turned back and yelled, "Run!" As soon as the two children ran, he stood there, blocking the muscle monster that was running and roaring, "Protein!" It threw a punch at him, but luckily he jumped onto the stair railing. He jumped down to the floor below and immediately ran as fast as he could. Somewhere in the apartment complex, something was slowly moving from the 12th floor downwards along hallways. That sensation headed towards room 1107 and slowly shifted to a short-haired girl walking there. A feeling of unease and shivers appeared, making her turn her head to look behind her. The sound of electronic interference echoed amidst the eerie surroundings, creating a chilling atmosphere. It crackled and buzzed continuously, and finally, a message appeared. "This is not a regular program. We ask for your understanding." The screen clearly showed a reporter on television. Tonight is October 9th. The male reporter, with a serious expression, stood in an old warehouse and continued to deliver the news. "It has been almost a week since the monsterization epidemic broke out. We hope you are still alive and safe. Our reporting team is doing its best to provide the most accurate information possible in this crisis. This is not a regular television program. The signal may not be good." The male reporter began to present the causes of the serious situation that led to these circumstances. Is this monsterization a biological disaster caused by a virus? Or is it due to other factors? The TV screen, which was clear moments ago, now began to glitch again, almost overpowering the reporter's voice. "We have invited leading experts from various fields. Please listen to each person's opinion." As he began to introduce the interviewee, the screen continuously glitched, blurring the image being shown, accompanied by static due to poor signal. "Our first distinguished guest today is Korea's top biologist." At that point, the static suddenly intensified and finally cut out, leaving a grainy black screen. On this side, after dodging the muscle monster's powerful punch, Hyun-soo jumped down to the floor below. Luckily, he landed on the door that the monster had just flung open on the stair landing, and it slid him down to hit the wall, causing him pain but no cry. He looked up at the monster standing above him. Hyun-soo slowly stood up, trying to figure out how to defeat it. Damn it! What now? He suddenly remembered the blind monster he had electrocuted. I don't know if that blind guy on the 14th floor is really dead or not. He thought the muscle monster would come down and attack him, but it chose to go up the stairs, which panicked him, worrying about the safety of Soo-young and Young-soo. No! It looked up and saw the two children trembling on the stairs above, looking down, and it smiled sinisterly. The two children saw the monster and screamed in fear, then immediately ran up. Hyun-soo intentionally yelled loudly to attract the monster's attention to himself and ensure the children's safety. "Hey!" It heard the sound and stopped, leaning on the stair railing, looking down at where the loud sound had just come from. Hyun-soo looked up at it, clenching his teeth. He tightened his grip on his weapon, pointing it upwards, and muttered to himself, coming up with a plan. If the monster's desire is to have bulging muscles, then he deliberately raised his voice and provoked it with the most insulting words he could think of. "Hey you, pedophile, what's with this childish crap? Now that you're handsome, big-dicked, and muscular like rippling waves, show it off." Even though he was scared to death, Hyun-soo continued to mock the muscle monster with a reluctant, contemptuous smile. "You're nothing but a pile of slimy, stinking flesh." Hearing the taunts about its muscles successfully angered the muscle monster, its wide grin turning into an enraged face, and it immediately charged down towards Hyun-soo. It jumped down in front of him, creating a strong tremor that shook the surroundings violently, as if proving its strength. That furious face. Hyun-soo's face turned pale because he had only just thought of a way to attract its attention, to prevent it from attacking the children, but when the monster flew down, he himself stared in horror. The monster roared as it swung its muscular arm high, preparing for a massive blow. Bam! He immediately leaned to dodge the attack, like a strike from the heavens. "Oh, my ancestors are calling me," a muffled sound echoed from the 12th floor, down to room 1107. Inside the room, a young man was sitting, wiping a sword. Hearing that sound, he turned his head calmly, as if this happened often. "Thanks for watching the video." Again, the short-haired girl walked closer to him and replied, as both of them had heard it. "Did you hear that just now?" He stopped what he was doing and turned to the girl, saying, "Yeah, quite a loud noise. It seems like some crazy guy is gathering monsters in here." The girl didn't think so and spoke up. "Maybe the monsters are fighting each other." The young man put the cloth He had used to wipe his sword into his pocket and added, I don't think so. Monsters usually don't fight each other. Both then fell silent for a moment. Then Jisoo tapped her baseball bat on the ground, looked at him, and spoke. What does your god say this time? Screw those. Outside. Just stay put. In here and look out for yourself? Jae-hun just remained silent, not answering. His eyes hesitated, looking directly at Jisoo. Then he bowed his head as if in answer to her. Seeing this, Jisoo showed no expression, just indifference. Is that all? At this moment, Jae-hun suddenly chuckled and lightly adjusted his glasses, not forgetting to ask back, Is that all? He stood up, gripping the sword firmly in his hand. Jisoo saw that he seemed ready, so she also shouldered her baseball bat, and both, without prior arrangement, looked forward as if preparing to enter battle. All right, okay, then let's go. Jae-hun chuckled, holding the long sword in his hand. All right. Jisoo Yoon also shouldered her baseball bat, standing beside him. He gently pushed glasses. Now let's go. The desolate scene of the building. Hyun-soo lay unconscious on the bed. Beside him was Jisoo Yoon, who was bored, thinking, that gangster uncle is really taking a long time. A noise came from outside the door. She stood up, baseball bat in hand. Jisoo Yoon slowly walked out the door. The hallway was deserted, dark, still not working. Huh. She opened a door. Even the sensor lights are broken now. Feels like a horror movie. Thanks for watching the video. Suddenly, she saw someone's shadow lurking on the stairs. Huh. He stood at the corner of the stairs, muttering, Damn it, it wasn't even my fault, but you blamed everything on me. Jisoo Yun's eyes widened. Looking at the man, she cautiously stepped forward with her baseball bat, but he kept rambling. You lied to me like a cheap whore, and now you want to blame all your mistakes on me. She reached behind him. He buried his head in the wall, still complaining. Is that my fault? I'm not one to blame. Jisoo Yoon asked, Excuse me? He still didn't reply, lost in his own story. Yes, it's all for revenge on society. You always deceive and betray others, don't you? How naive I was. He laughed aloud. Jisoo Yoon felt a little goosebumps. What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? What is he talking about? He's giving me the creeps. She walked past him, to descend the next step, when the bottle of alcohol in his hand suddenly fell, rolling down each step, echoing through the dark hallway. He continued to yell, Ah, I'll kill you all. Jisoo Yoon, startled, turned back. When did he turn into a monster? Damn it. Her hands and feet trembled. She gripped the bat tightly in her hand, almost screaming, I was just asking, but, are you a monster? The drunkard had turned into a monster. He faced her question as if he didn't hear or understand. She roared, You dirty bitch. Are you there? Jisoo Yoon stepped back, frightened. No, I'm not the person you're thinking of. His face was twisted and distorted, his words broken. The monster fully appeared, terrifyingly emaciated. I'll kill you. Jisoo Yoon was still stubborn, mixed with fear. Hey, are you okay? Or maybe it's too late. The monster lunged at her, still roaring threats to kill. I'll kill you. In a panic, she swung her bat and hit the monster's head. Perhaps it wasn't too strong to overpower her. Jisoo Yoon gasped, drenched in sweat. Humph, what the hell is that? The monster gradually transformed back into the man's face. Jisoo Yoon panicked. Oh no, it's over. Go away. Oh my god, what did I just do? Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't know what to do. With the drunkard reaching out to touch, examine him. Suddenly, a voice from behind said, Stop. Don't go near him. Jisoo Yoon turned around. Jae-hun said, If you get close, you could die. She said in confusion. At that moment, the monster sprang up. You are. Jae-hun yelled, Watch out. He lunged forward, swinging the long sword in his hand. Blood splattered. The monster screamed in pain. Hyun-soo didn't understand what was happening. He could only stare blankly when Jisoo Yoon grabbed shirt. Hey, are you still alive?
Hyun-soo replied.
Hey, she then said, Let's stick together. Thanks for watching the video. Okay, we'll done now. The interview was ongoing. Scientist Sungda stated, The monsterization phenomenon, in my opinion, is caused by a virus. He frowned. But what kind of virus it is, we still haven't found out, and we still haven't found its transmission route. The interviewer posed a series of questions, So, in other words, your conclusion is that it's caused by a virus, even without concrete evidence, right? What makes you believe it's a virus? He replied, it's delirium, with severe pathological phenomena. If it's not caused by a virus, there's no more logical explanation. Suhan stepped forward from behind. But in human history, there has never been a virus that caused such a monster phenomenon in humans. Suhan, director of cancer research, said, in my opinion, cancer cells in the human body may have caused the phenomenon. I think it might be a phenomenon where those cells themselves have a simple algorithmic consciousness, leading to a complete change in the body. I think it must be a tumor. Sungda turned to look at him. What nonsense is that? He said sharply. Cells, they have individual consciousness? You're damn expert. Suhan angrily looked at him. What did you just say? Truly, every single cell contains all our information. This means each cell has the ability to develop into any form. Jeju stepped in from behind, crossing her arms, looking at the two of them. You two are hindering everyone. Jeju, director of the genetics lab, and you call yourselves experts? How can you keep repeating such foolish and illogical things? Sungda looked at her. What is it? Why don't you repeat your intelligent opinion? Jeju replied, we are still researching. Suhan turned to mock her. Why are you here when you have nothing to say? Jeju retorted, it's still better than saying meaningless things. Watching them argue, the announcer could only shake his head. Please, all three of you, calm down. We are live. The scene shifted to the hallway outside, where the muscle monster was moving. It walked, growling, strength. Its footsteps went thump, thump, thump. It moved. The end of the hallway. At this moment, in room 1107, Jeju stood pressed against the door, trembling in fear. Sweat poured down her body. She turned to look at Jae-hun. It's gone. Jae-hun said, perhaps we just escaped danger. Jae-hun breathed out. Luckily for us, those monsters are quite slow. Suddenly both looked outside. Hyun-soo was sitting, hunched, down against the corner of the wall. His body trembled. He slowly lifted his face. Jisoo approached and tugged his shirt. Hey! Hyun-soo looked up at her, confused. Jisoo worried. Are you still alive? Hyun-soo. He recalled the moment. He saw Jisoo on her way to guitar practice. He glanced at her, looking at her with a confused gaze. Hyun-soo was surprised. She looks so much like Maria. Jisoo said, let's act together. Okay? We'll run now.
Hyun-soo unconsciously
blurted out, Maria. Jisoo's face was confused, not understanding what was happening. Hyun-soo looked around, bewildered. He frowned. Where am I? Jae-hun smiled faintly. You must have been too focused on following us so you didn't notice. This is room 1107 of the apartment complex. He looked at Hyun-soo. We found quite a lot of food here, so my wife used this place for a while. We won't be discovered. What happened to everyone here?
Hyun-soo grimaced.
Room 1107? So we're on the 11th floor. His eyes vaguely scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he remembered something and yelled, no! Hyun-soo's eyes widened. The children. Jae-hun asked, huh? What's wrong? Jisoo looked at him. You're infected. Hyun-soo's eyes were filled with fear, unable to speak. Jae-hun was also incredibly surprised, unable to believe his ears. His eyes were wide with fear, sweat pouring out. Jisoo's eyebrows raised. Then she came closer and said, right, aren't I? Hyun-soo's gaze dropped. Jae-hun looked at him. Infected. He turned to look at Jisoo. You know him? Jisoo replied, yeah, maybe. I saw him having a nosebleed before. His face graced. That's an initial symptom of infection.
Hyun-soo panicked.
We've met before? Jisoo yelled. Answer. Me. Hyun-soo was scared. Jisoo frowned. Nosebleeds. Fainting. You're infected, aren't you?
Hyun-soo bowed.
His head, his eyes filled with sadness. Jae-hun grimaced. Please be honest with us. He softly replied. Yes. Both of them froze. Jisoo gritted her teeth. God damn it. Jisoo exclaimed in panic. What the hell is going on? Hyun-soo's face was bewildered. I still hear strange voices. Jisoo poked him with her. Bah. Hyun-soo stood up, pointing his spear to defend himself. Jae-hun yelled. Come down. You know there are still people who can resist monsterization even if they're infected. Jisoo retorted sharply. So what? How can we be sure he won't eventually turn into a monster?
Hyun-soo grimaced.
Jae-hun reassured her. I'm sure God wouldn't want you to strike him down right now. Jisoo pressed her lips together, controlling her anger. Jae-hun yelled. Remember, you were the one who wanted to save this boy. Jisoo was silent. Damn it. Hyun-soo's face was tense, still pointing his spear at her. Jaehyun smiled. Hey, you can relax now. Hyun-soo's eyes pleaded. Help me. He was surprised. What? He yelled. I made a promise. Jisoo's face was confused. He roared. The children. I have to help them. Jisoo frowned. What children? He said. They're in danger now. Jin's eyes were filled with extreme panic. Hyun-soo's eyes pleaded. You have to help me. His face was grimacing. The corners of his eyes stung. On the 14th floor stairs, 2 children were huddled together. The boy, Young-soo, asked, Soo-young, will he come back? Will that big monster kill him? The boy trembled, his voice choked. It'll kill us, won't it? Soo-young looked at her brother. Young-soo, then. We have to go on by ourselves before that monster comes back. We can do it. The boy stammered in fear. But, I mean... Soo-young comforted her brother. It's okay. I won't tell anyone. The girl held out her hand. So, let's go. Soo-young took her brother's hand. Let's keep going, okay? The door to the upper floor opened, and the monster stood there, baring its teeth. It directed its gaze towards the 2 siblings. The scene returned to a blurry, static screen. The voice of Min-yoon Kim, professor of psychology at S. University, suddenly echoed. This monsterization phenomenon cannot be explained by medical opinions. Hearing this, the male reporter immediately raised his mic and asked, So, what is your opinion, Professor? He spoke with great knowledge before the camera. It may seem like a supernatural phenomenon, but I think it's a very natural phenomenon. In some ways, it's like a type of evolution. After that, Min-yoon Kim continued to express his opinions. But the speed of this process is unexpectedly fast. All living things evolve to survive. So, monsterization could also be an evolution for the survival of humanity. At this moment, a female reporter suddenly entered the frame with an accompanying remark. I completely agree with your point of view, Professor. This is a punishment from nature. The speaker was Oh Jam-han, an environmental activist who expressed, this is a natural evolutionary process to reduce the human population and also a self-healing measure of nature. However, as soon as she finished speaking, he stiffened and quickly retorted, That's not what I meant. The camera then continued to pan to Sung-hun Lee, an employee of the portal site. He also didn't hesitate to offer his thoughts. In my opinion, monsterization is a phenomenon where suppressed human desires explode. Nowadays, people have to suppress their desires to the point of explosion, right? Sung-hun Lee spoke without hesitation. The internet is the only way to release those suppressed desires. But that's still not enough. Perhaps that's the most effective way to express those desires. So they evolve into monsters, embodiments of those desires. Suddenly, another special guest appeared on screen. Suha Park, a pastor. If you believe in God, there's only one answer to this. You might get caught up in this monsterization phenomenon. I don't think this is too bad. Even Jeju, director of the genetics research lab, couldn't help but want to go on air to confront them. What nonsense are you all talking about? I really can't stand it anymore. However, Juma, president of the Mystery Club, was filmed in a close-up with a cheerful face. I think this is closely related to aliens. What seemed like a joke made everyone stunned. With a click of the tongue and a mouse click, the screen was no longer clear. Now, the blind monster inside the apartment complex was still standing, groaning. Soo-young and Young-soo had just seen it and froze, tears still falling. It had been standing rooted in the hallway. Thanks for watching the video. Crying out, pain. So much. Soo-young was now extremely frightened, only trembling and thinking deeply. Her memory suddenly returned to the room with a familiar voice. You too listen. Hyun-soo, holding his homemade spear, instructed the 2 children. There will be a blind monster on the 14th floor. It's very sensitive to sound, so you two must not make any sound when you encounter it. Understand? After thinking about those words, Soo-young suddenly realized, a blind monster? He quickly raised the spear and explained, I blinded it with this, but it might have woken up again. Immediately after, the girl continued to ask with teary eyes, why didn't you kill it? Being asked such a difficult question by a little girl made Hyun-soo a bit embarrassed. I couldn't kill it with this. I was afraid it would wake up, so I didn't do anything and left immediately. Finally, Soo-young didn't want to ask too many questions to bother him, so she obediently complied. Okay, we'll hold our breath if we see it, right? At this moment, Hyun-soo could only stammer. In reply, that's right. Back to reality, before the girl and Young-soo was still that terrifying blind monster. Soo-young didn't know what to do but signal. Boy to be silent. She herself was very scared and glanced at it. The blind monster felt nothing, so it continued to growl in pain. A moment later, it began to turn its head away. The blind monster's hands slowly pushed open the large stairwell door. Then it unconsciously moved out of the two siblings' sight. After a moment of silence, the blind monster was no longer lingering there. At this moment, Su Young finally had the courage to move and breathe steadily. She quickly grabbed Young Su's hand as both were still trembling uncontrollably. Very quickly, Su Young led the boy up each step. Just then, Young Su suddenly spoke up. Su Young. The boy tightly gripped her hand with unprecedented fear. I'm so scared. My legs can't move. Su Young looked at her brother, unable to do anything but remain silently helpless. Why didn't you kill it? Being asked such a difficult question by a little girl made Hyun Su a little embarrassed. I can't kill it with this. I was afraid it would wake up, so I didn't do anything and left immediately. In the end, Su Young didn't want to ask too many questions to bother him, so the little girl obediently complied. Okay, we'll hold our breath if we see it, right? At this moment, Hyun Su could only hesitate to reply, that's right. Back to reality, before the little girl and Young Su was still that terrifying blind monster. Su Young didn't know what to do except signal for the boy to be quiet. She herself was also very scared as she glanced at it. The blind monster couldn't sense anything, so it continued to growl in pain. A moment later, it finally began to turn its face away. The hands of the blind monster slowly pushed open the large stairwell door. Then it unconsciously moved out of the two siblings' sight. After a moment of silence, the blind monster no longer lingered at all. Here, at this moment, Su Young finally had the courage to move and breathe steadily. The little girl quickly grabbed Young Su's hand while both of them were still trembling uncontrollably. Very quickly, Su Young led the boy up each. Just then, Young Su suddenly spoke up. Su Young. The boy tightly squeezed her hand with fear. Suddenly, the girl remembered Hyun Su's hand on her shoulder earlier. Her lips immediately pressed tightly together. In an instant, Su Young, like an adult, took the boy's shoulder. Don't worry, Young Su. Even though tears were falling, the girl spoke with determination. I'll protect you. Hearing those words full of sibling affection, Young Su froze for a few seconds. Then the boy used his hands to wipe away his tears. However, Young Su's tear ducts still secreted water as the boy uttered words of trust to the person in front of him. Okay. Immediately, after comforting Young Su, Su Young continued to lead the boy forward. Let's go. Now let's go to room 1408. However, before they could rejoice for a few seconds, a loud noise echoed, startling the girl. At that moment, Su Young's eyes widened in surprise, as if she saw something terrifying. Tears once again welled up from the corners of her eyes. Rushing footsteps grew closer and closer to the two siblings while the children remained silent. Young Su, being young, couldn't control his fear and immediately told the girl, Sister, I can't move. At that moment, the two children still hugged each other, avoiding the rumbling sound. Now, the boy had completely given up, closing his eyes tightly. In just a moment, the muscle monster appeared before Su Young's eyes. As soon as she saw it, she froze, unable to move. The muscle monster, with its grotesque appearance, still took heavy steps towards the children. It looked at the two juicy morsels before its eyes, and couldn't help but get excited. Protein. Su Young now had nothing left but to scream loudly for help. The muscle monster slowly approached the two siblings with its bulging belly. It said, raising its large hand, intending to grab both prey with its wide-open mouth. Muscle. Su Young now had no strength to resist, so she closed her eyes and hugged her brother, but unexpectedly, a sense of surprise arose within her as she heard a sound. I hear you. At that moment, the muscle monster still didn't know anything and extended its large hand. Su Young's tears had been flowing continuously in fear. However, no one expected a long arm to suddenly appear and pierce straight through the muscle monster. Sound. It seemed to feel no pain and continued to advance. The two siblings now had no way out and trembled, huddling together. Now Su Young finally had the courage to open her eyes. She was very surprised by the sight before her and didn't know that the blind monster had appeared behind them, using its long arm to pierce through the muscle monster. Following the direction of the arm, Su Young quickly turned to look. The blind monster had lost part of its head, but that didn't stop it from rampaging. You, there, The muscle monster was still stubborn about the two pieces of meat and spoke with annoyance. In a flash, the blind monster's arm began to shake. Under its immense Strength, sharp thorns pierced through the muscle monster. Its entire body now looked like a cactus covered in thorns. The blind monster, meanwhile, calmly flashed a cunning smile. Su Young and Young Su had just escaped one monster only to encounter another, making both of them despairingly hug each other in silence. Su Young was now very scared, tears streaming down her eyelids. The blind monster extended its arm forward, its voice rumbling, "You, here, now." But it wasn't aiming at the girl. It was heading straight for the muscle monster that was coming up the stairs. The blind monster's arm extended, revealing terrifying blood vessels. In a flash, the muscle monster's body was pierced by thousands of sharp branches. Couldn't react in time and fell backward. The blind monster saw this and bared its teeth, smiling. Su Young was horrified, hugging her brother tightly after witnessing this gruesome scene. The muscle monster gritted its teeth, enduring the torment. It screamed in pain. The girl cried uncontrollably. Suddenly, Su Young stood up, pulling the boy who was kneeling on the tiles. Then both desperately weaved and ran up the right staircase to escape the battle between two monsters. The blind monster felt something was wrong. As expected, it was pulled forward without any resistance. With just a little strength, the muscle monster made the blind monster float in the air. Every muscle in its bicep bulged. The muscle monster then gave the blind monster a heavenly punch, sending it flying far away, and then crushed its body against the wall. Drops of red splattered onto the muscle monster. As they were walking, Jisoo-yoon, Hyun-soo, and Jae-hun heard something strange, and stopped to observe. They all looked up to the floor above. What was that sound? It might be that eccentric muscle guy. She heard that and worried endlessly. Oh my god! Jisoo-yoon's eyes were more tense than ever. Suddenly, a memory flooded back, from when they were in an elevator. What's that? She paused, for a moment wondering. Looking down, she saw the two children intently looking at a strange object on her back, waiting for an answer. After a while, Jisoo-yoon suddenly remembered to satisfy the curiosity of Su Young and Young Su. Oh, it's a base. Young Su was excited, his eyes wide as he looked at the bag on her back. Do you use it to shoot people? Jisoo-yoon chuckled at his innocence. It's not a rocket launcher. Then what is it? She explained in detail. It's a bass guitar. The boy continued to ask, is it strong? Jisoo-yoon could only give up, mumbling, yeah, it's very strong. She patted the bag and boasted, making Young Su excited. Be careful. With it, you can take down a scary monster in one hit. Wow. In contrast, Su Young was very worried. So she scolded, hey, you need to behave. Don't be like that anymore. Then the very understanding girl turned to Jisoo-yoon and said, I'm sorry. She smiled brightly, not holding any grudges. It's okay. The boy is adorable. Praised. The boy quickly hugged Jisoo-yoon's leg, flattering her and praising himself. I'm very adorable. Suddenly, her gaze shifted elsewhere. Jisoo-yoon spotted the gift basket in Su Young's hand and asked, pear juice. The girl hugged it tightly and hesitantly replied, my dad smokes a lot, and I heard pear juice is good for heavy smokers, so. She understood, and didn't ask further. Oh, I see. Well, I thought it wasn't something a child would carry. A moment later, the three of them had reached the 11th floor, and during that time they shared what had just happened. Mom bought them, but we took them without asking. Mom? Your mom doesn't live here? Your mom lives alone in Seoul. The boy's mischievous nature quickly earned him a reminder from his sister, Su Young, Young Su. On the 12th floor, Jisoo-yoon smiled and said goodbye to the two siblings. Then she returned alone. Thoughts filled her mind mostly about the two children. So, their parents have? Understanding everything implicitly, Su-yoon sighed. Just like me. The entire space fell into a cold silence. Back in reality, Hyun-soo, and Jae-hun exchanged words while using their weapons for defense. The two of them came here from Seoul to see their father, I know. He surprisingly asked back. You know them? Jisoo-yoon honestly said without hiding anything. I met them. So where's their father? Hyun-soo's face darkened, as if it was difficult to answer that question. He forced out each word, heavy as a stone. He's dead. She froze, unable to believe what she heard. Jisoo-yoon cursed under her breath. Damn it. Quickly regaining her composure, she called the other two to move towards the door. All right, let's go. Hyun-soo was surprised by her rapidly changing attitude and quickly explained. I didn't think I should say it, but I just thought you should know this first. Jisoo-yoon turned back, tense. He slowly spoke the truth. Those two are not infected. She remembered the previous conflict. Realizing she had been too hot-headed, Jisoo Yoon sincerely apologized. I'm sorry about what happened before. Hyun-soo was very understanding, so he didn't make it difficult at all. No, I understand. Jae-hun then offered his opinion. I don't think there are any monsters nearby. Everyone agreed. Okay. Then let's go. Three of them supported each other as they moved up the stairs. Then they stepped in front of a room. Hurried sounds echoed. He said room 1408. Right? We're on the 15th floor now. Now Soo-young and Young-soo. We're running to find Hyun-soo. We can't go back now. They're still fighting. The boy was very scared, crying endlessly. Sister. The girl was equally scared but tried to reassure both of them for her brother's sake. Maybe there's still someone here can help us. The two siblings worked hard to open each sturdy door. Even with all their strength, they couldn't open any room. Soo-young and Young-soo trudged forward in despair. They continued to open doors but only disappointed the two siblings. Each door remained tightly shut. A small girl's hands could hardly open them. Not only that, the girl even pressed the doorbell. There was no response. Soo-young and Young-soo whimpered. What should we do now? The girl pulled her brother's hand and went in another direction. Young-soo, let's try the other hallway. Suddenly, the two siblings froze when they heard something. Looking into the distance, it seemed like there was something behind the large door. Soo-young and Young-soo stood still, unable to move. Then their legs gave out and they sat on the cold floor. Tears streamed down endlessly. The boy tried to speak. My legs. Young-soo's pupils widened as much as possible. In the distance, the muscle monster dragged the corpse. A blind monster. The blind monster had been beaten so thin it was like a piece of paper. Lifeless. Thanks for watching the video. The muscle monster's face was very angry. Young-soo thought of his brother, so he quickly covered the boy's eyes. He still took heavy steps closer. Suddenly, the muscle monster grabbed the blind monster's head and pulled it up. Without any mercy, it threw it backward. The blind monster flew out of the glass window. Then it fell aimlessly from the highest floor to the ground. Strangely, the muscle monster revealed a gentle expression. It no longer frowned. Like before. Protein. Soo-young and Young-soo were not only relieved but also several times more frightened. His footsteps still moved. The girl cried endlessly, worrying about the boy. Young-soo, close your eyes. The two siblings hugged each other tightly in extreme fear. Sister. Soo-young cried out. You told me to close my eyes. Screech. The girl shielded Young-soo. She used her small body to protect him as much as possible. Screech. Screech. The sound of wheels rolling came from somewhere. Myung pushed the baby carriage. With a calm expression, she stopped to observe. That also caught Soo-young's attention. Looking at the current situation, her heart was filled with sorrow. The muscle monster looked friendly, but Young-soo didn't close his eyes and ignore it because of that. Screech. Then she blocked its path with the baby carriage. Screech. Screech. Myung bravely faced the muscle monster. Screech. The girl looked up at the woman standing in front of her. Myung slowly warned the muscle monster. Leave the children alone. Hyun-soo, although holding a weapon in his hand, couldn't help but tremble. The crack in the wall was too large. He didn't know how to describe it. Damn it. The security guard was equally bewildered. What the hell happened here? He broke out in a cold sweat. Still insisted. This is not human blood. Hyun-soo agreed with the security guard's opinion. Maybe the monsters fought each other. Worry was evident on his face. Monsters fighting each other? I've witnessed it once. But this is not normal. Jisoo approached to examine the remaining traces on the wall. There's only black blood here. She wasn't really confident. In her judgment, the children might still be safe. His eyes were filled with hatred. Indescribable. Hyun-soo was worried about the current state of the apartment complex. So, he urged, let's go quickly. The wheels of the baby carriage still moved and made a screeching sound. In front of Myung was the eccentric muscle monster, threatening the two children. She had a small physique before the monster but bravely faced it. Soo-young hugged her brother. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Myung reminded the eccentric muscle monster, leave the children alone. It was silent. It smiled a somewhat fake smile. The apartment hallway was strangely quiet. The eccentric muscle monster's footsteps grew closer to them. She still looked it straight in the eyes. The eccentric muscle monster stopped at the baby carriage and smiled brightly. Myung was a bit flustered. She quickly adjusted her hair to avoid distraction. She didn't know where she got the confidence to speak to the eccentric muscle. Mister, you'll do that for me, right? Its face suddenly twisted. Its muscles seemed to tense up, even bulging with veins. The eccentric muscle monster immediately kicked her carriage away. The girl hugged Young Soo tightly. She didn't want her brother to witness the terrifying scene. Myung lay unconscious in the hallway of the apartment complex. Soo Young couldn't hold back her tears. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. No! She didn't blink for a few minutes. Her body seemed to freeze. Myung remained silent before the eccentric muscle monster. The baby carriage had become a pile of scrap metal. It was originally just a normal image. In her eyes, it turned into a painful memory. Myung tried to stand up, but her body wouldn't allow it. Her head was hit so hard that it bled, accompanied by an unstable state of mind. My child. No, my child. Myung sat in her small room. She seemed to have just gone through a traumatic event. She kept reassuring herself. That's not true. If I leave, who will take care of the baby? No way. Although she was haunted by the judgments. Myung, let me tell you again, your child is dead. Myung still firmly defended her point of view. That's why I don't believe you. You're a lying demon. It continuously instilled heartbreaking pain in her mind. Open your eyes and face the truth. Your child is dead. Your child hasn't been here for a year. For some reason, the eccentric muscle monster knew even more than she did. While you were ignoring it, your child. Myung covered her ears. She didn't want to hear another word. Shut up. It insisted on showing proof. The empty carriage. Come and see for yourself. She tried to remain calm before the eccentric muscle monster's challenge. Are you scared? That I might be, right? Myung said nothing. She gently walked over to the baby carriage. It urged her one more time. Look. Myung hesitated for a while. Then she bravely looked inside. The eccentric muscle monster was confident that what she saw would be the same as him. Look straight in. But Myung remained silent as if nothing had happened. Her eyes were filled with love. Of course. Myung saw the baby appear in the carriage and didn't forget to curse it. You're a liar. She picked up the baby. My beloved child. Myung's eyes welled up with tears, happy to be holding her child in her arms. But ironically, the scene outside the window showed that she was imagining her deceased child. The eccentric muscle monster's foot once again lifted off the ground. It didn't hesitate for another second and stomped on the baby carriage. She wouldn't allow anyone to harm her child, so she screamed, No! Myung imagined. Blood splattered on her face. At this moment, her state of mind plummeted into an abyss. Myung's whole body trembled, and she no longer had the strength to scold. It was unclear what word the eccentric muscle monster was trying to pronounce. Just then, Hyun-soo suddenly ran past the hallway where it stood. Soo-young screamed, sobbing. Auntie! He heard the noise and knew something was wrong. She stood in front of the eccentric muscle monster. It raised its fist while she couldn't control her emotions, knowing that Myung intentionally deceived herself to have more hope to live on. The child no longer exists in this world. Who would have thought that the eccentric muscle monster would punch her hard to the ground? Jisoo and the security guard had just arrived, startled. He quickly reminded the two siblings. Soo-young, hey you two, run fast. How? The two children outsmart the eccentric muscle monster? Hyun-soo rushed to save the two siblings. Hurry this way. The girl hugged Young-soo tightly, tears welling up. The older sister's foot had taken a step forward, but the boy still didn't move. Finally, Soo-young gathered all her courage and pulled the boy's hand, running like the wind. It froze. For a long time, the eccentric muscle monster laughed to itself, no different from someone with mental problems. He was determined to protect the two siblings. Good job, you two. Now step back. It kept moving forward, ignoring Hyun-soo's group trying to stop it. The eccentric muscle monster stammered a few words, but their meaning was unclear. The security guard broke out in a cold sweat. What should we do to stop this thing? Soo next to him poured cold water on the situation. I wish I knew. He couldn't stand by and watch it continue to harm innocent people. The eccentric muscle monster raised its hands and ran forward like a zombie. Myung disappeared and was no longer lying on the ground. Her vitality was so strong that she leaped onto the shoulder. Hyun-soo, along with the security guard and Jisoo, were also surprised by this reckless act. Was it perhaps scared to see Mayong's hair covering her face? But in reality, her face was much scarier. The security guard froze. Jisoo broke out in a cold sweat, unable to say a word. Hyun-soo had a dazed expression. Strangely, the eccentric muscle monster screamed tragically and didn't pull her off. Mayong used her small hands to scratch him. She didn't stop until he bled. The eccentric muscle monster grabbed Mayong's head. One of his fingers was enough to cover her entire face. She couldn't bear to see Mayong being harmed right in front of her. Jisoo, without any fear, brought her baseball bat and hit his leg. The eccentric muscle monster knelt on one knee. On the ground, he had to fight Mayong and also endure Jisoo's attack. She yelled, informing him and the security guard to get the children to run quickly. Hyun-soo hadn't even recovered his senses because everything happened too fast. He clenched his jaw in helplessness. Hyun-soo didn't forget to set a meeting place. Meet at 14:08. Okay? He gently stroked Soo-young's head. Let's go. Hyun-soo had taken the two children to the emergency exit stairs safely. He didn't know what to say in this situation. The eccentric muscle monster pulled Mayong's hair and screamed tragically. The security guard decided to attack him. His decisive sword strike slashed straight into the eccentric muscle monster's arm. He didn't expect that move to make his arm bleed. The eccentric muscle monster's hand grabbed her. He decisively threw. Hyun-soo hadn't even recovered his senses because everything happened too quickly. He clenched his jaw. In helplessness, Hyun-soo didn't forget to set a meeting place. To meet. Let's meet at 14:08. He gently patted Soo-young's head. Let's go. Hyun-soo had brought the two children safely to the emergency stairs. He didn't know what to say in this situation. The eccentric muscle guy pulled Mayong's hair, who was screaming desperately. The uncle with glasses decided to attack him. His decisive sword strike slashed straight into the eccentric muscle guy's arm. He didn't expect that move would make his arm bleed. The arm of the eccentric muscle guy grabbed her. He decisively threw. Mayong moved to the side. This action caused her and Jae-hun to be stunned. She lay flat on the ground after the eccentric muscle monster's throw. Jisoo fell into extreme confusion. He suddenly spoke up. Hey! Jisoo wondered. All right. Jae-hun offered his idea. I'll keep it busy. She couldn't stop worrying. You'll be killed. But he seemed unable to endure another moment. He bravely called out to the eccentric muscle monster. Hey you! It froze. Stiff at Jae-hun's words. Openly showed contempt. That pile of muscles of yours, can it compare to this of mine? It seemed the eccentric muscle monster hadn't quite understood what he said. You trash. It didn't know how to respond verbally but could only flex its body to show it. The eccentric muscle monster furiously charged at Jae-hun. For some reason, he even said he liked the eccentric muscle monster. Well, it looks even better now. She stood pressed against the wall, not daring to move. Soo was breathless when facing the eccentric muscle monster. He quickly ran outside. It also chased after him, but went into a different hallway. Luckily, the muscle monster saw him in time. Otherwise, it would have had to run all over the building searching for him. Because its body was too bulky, moving out of the narrow hallway was difficult. The muscle monster could only break through walls to get out easily. It was like an athlete participating in a marathon. Jae-hun ran like the wind forward. The eccentric muscle monster's speed was not ordinary either. He carried his sword on his shoulder, calmly distracting the eccentric muscle monster. Unfortunately, in front of Jae-hun was a dead end. There was only a person lying in the corner who had died at some unknown point. Jae-hun became tense. Jisoo gently approached to check on her. Miss, are you okay? Her expression looked not okay. It turned out Mayong's arm had turned into a dead limb. Jisoo quickly backed away, holding a baseball bat for self-defense. Her fingernails suddenly scraped the floor. Mayong suddenly woke up. She couldn't believe the sight before her. She spoke softly, afraid of scaring Jisoo away. Where are they? Her eyes were wide open. Mayong was even more resilient than the men. She slowly lowered her weapon and calmed down. Baseball bat gently touched the ground. Jisoo remained silent. Finally, she still reached out her hand to help Mayong up. Are we safe now? The eccentric muscle monster touched the wall. It seemed he didn't find Jae-hun or didn't want to attack right now. He stammered a few human sounds in anger. Decided to stop at the end of the hallway. Nothing could diminish the courage in Jae-hun. Nothing would be better than sacrificing himself for his friends. He didn't hesitate but charged at Jae-hun. Even at the last moment, he remained strangely calm. You'll be my friend, if you follow. The muscle monster was not far from him. Jae-hun looked straight into its eyes. My command. But then suddenly he leaned to one side. It slid past where Jae-hun was standing without realizing it. Outside the apartment building, it seemed quite quiet. The wall outside the window on the top floor suddenly cracked and shattered. The result the muscle monster received was falling straight from the top floor to the ground. He lay on the kitchen floor of a residential unit. Jae-hun was completely drenched in sweat. His mouth kept muttering, God bless. The sky gradually turned to dusk. Large broken hole on the tall building. Looking out from inside the building was the broken window. The view inside the ruined and desolate building. A female homeowner scratched her head. Her hands flustered as she opened the door to someone visiting. I didn't think we'd have visitors. The man's face started to sweat awkwardly as he noticed the smell of cigarettes. It seems there's a cigarette smell here. The female homeowner was fumbling in the sink. When she turned to speak to the young man and the old woman who were busy there, please only take what's necessary. A hand slowly stuffed boxes of items into a backpack, making it completely full. The man's eyes fell upon a guitar. He asked Jisoo while holding guitar in his hand, Aren't you taking it? She didn't answer but remained silent. Her eyes narrowed, staring intently at it. Her face showed a sad expression. Lips didn't part. Fake images of the guitar, previously placed silently on the sofa with a piece of paper taped to it. The small, pretty piece of paper taped to the guitar. With short words, It's yours now, harangue. Recalling that moment, he had sobbed, hugging the guitar tightly and crying loudly. Jisoo almost broke down, only able to hug the guitar and cry aloud. She remained silent like that, then pulled the zipper of her bag shut. The young man seemed surprised, but could only watch, not daring to say anything more. Jisoo had put on the bag on her, one hand pulling the strap tight, as if she was ready. She ignored his previous question and now directly asked, Room 1408, right? The dark and gloomy scene of the room where the walls were cracked in several places. Black blood was spilled on. The floor dried on it. The doorknob was also covered in blood, and small dried bloodstains clung all around and on the walls. Hyun-soo was now standing in front of the door, drenched in cold sweat, his expression anxious and terrified, as he pulled the earphone from his ear. He stood still with the two children, holding his weapon, a backpack on his back, but his face was bowed down, dark as if something was amiss. But from somewhere in his subconscious, 3 words still emerged. No way. Hyun-soo gathered all his courage, approached the door, and knocked, speaking timidly, hello. His pupils dilated, veins popping out, and he tensed up as he heard a voice from inside the room he had just knocked on. The door's not locked. Sweat poured down his face. More and more, but he tried to press his lips together to suppress his fear. The two children still stood still, watching him while he gently crouched down and sighed. Rustling into the room. The curtains were tightly drawn, making the room feel completely sealed. Did you cook, uncle? 2 bowls of rice and 2 cans of food were opened and laid out in the middle of the floor. At this moment, the man in the room was injured, and he was trying to help him bandage the wound, speaking worriedly. How could it? Seeing Hyun-soo's confusion, he tried to reassure him. That's not a problem. It won't kill me. He continued to focus intently on bandaging it carefully, while the man began to recount what happened. I was going to finish off that blind monster, but, wow, it almost got me. The scene then showed the monster attacking close to the man. While he was trying to retaliate with his weapon, his face clearly unstable, but I still managed to shoot off its ear. The monster was shot, lying, sprawled on the floor, its head bleeding profusely, surely terrified. The man, the owner of the room, laughed with delight, as he looked at the gun in his hand, then proudly said, It ran away right after I shot it with this baby, and it won't be able to hear anymore. Hyun-soo was shocked when he heard the story, his eyes wide with astonishment, staring at the man. This is truly terrible news. The uncle turned to look sharply. You mocking me? He stood up, bowing slightly, trying to explain. No, not at all. The room's atmosphere then fell into silence. The man's gaze shifted to the children in the corner. The 2 little siblings were hesitating before the special dishes in front of them. The man smiled with an optimistic expression, trying to continue the conversation with Hyun-soo. At this point, it's hard to find a reason to exist, isn't it? I think at least we have one reason, he asked the 2 children with concern, seeing their silence and reluctance to touch the food. Why aren't you eating? Go on, dig in. The older girl's eyes began to well up with tears, but she said nothing, perhaps because she was too young. Eyebrows furrowed, his face filled with sadness. At this moment he suddenly remembered another detail. He wondered, then turned to ask him, "But didn't you say there were still a few other people alive?" Since he knew the situation well, he answered him clearly. "Yes, they're fighting that muscle monster now. We have to go up there and help them." He looked worriedly, pointing upwards with one hand. "But it seems everything is already done. It's very quiet." The anxiety and unease in his heart grew stronger. His face was drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched, unable to say anything more. Seeing that expression on Hyun-Soo's face, he also turned to comfort him, trying to cheer him up. "Can you stop frowning all the time? It's not your fault." His face was no longer looking up at him but bowed down, his mouth trembling as he spoke each word. "But I was the one who asked them to help save the kids." Both of them were in the middle of their conversation when they suddenly silent, hearing a noise outside the door. Both of them stared intently at the door, watching for the next movement, their fearful eyes becoming more apparent. Fearing danger, he quickly picked up the gun in his hand. But Hyun-Soo seemed to have more faith, so he stopped him. "Wait a minute." With a slightly relieved expression, he looked towards the door, as if hoping it was the people who had come to help. It's them. The sky had turned a golden sunset color, and the building remained silent. More food was laid out along with cans of beer. "Wow!" In the room there were a few more people. The owner of the room exclaimed, "It's been so long since I've eaten with so many people." "Great!" The man, the owner of the room, picked up a beer glass, intending to invite the young man who had just defeated the monster. "To Mr. Samurai here, who defeated the monster, cheers." But he seemed a bit embarrassed, then immediately refused. "Ah, no, I don't drink." He exhaled, then his face broke out in sweat, a forced, bitter smile. But is it okay to drink alcohol at a time like this?" He sighed dejectedly, holding the beer can in his hand. Then he looked sad when he heard the refusal. "It's no fun at all. Even if we're here, we could die at any moment. We should enjoy ourselves." Despite this, he didn't force it. He still smiled and asked, "So where did you learn to use a sword?" He scratched his head when he heard the question but honestly answered, "At the kendo club, sir." At this, Jisoo could only look and smile without saying anything in that atmosphere. No longer paying attention to the two men, her eyes looked in another direction. A middle-aged woman was sitting on the sofa, constantly looking down at the ground, not saying anything. She seemed to be pondering something, her disheveled hair showing her distress. But suddenly someone approached her, making her flinch and realize the two children, siblings, came closer and looked at her happily and joyfully. Both children obediently bowed at the same time and loudly said, "Thank you, Auntie, for saving us." She could only look at the two children in surprise, not saying anything. A few seconds later, when she realized, she smiled gently. Jisoo had noticed the change in her expression, but she didn't show any particular expression herself. She looked silently, then turned away. She saw him, bowing his head and stumbling into a corner. He seemed to be restless, which was clearly visible on his face. Her eyes began to stare. No words escaped, but in her mind, she assessed the situation. Both infected people are in the room. Will we really be okay? Jisoo vaguely imagined a disgusting monster trying to protect humans. What if a monster could help humans? Then she bowed her head, sighed, feeling that it was illogical. "No, that's impossible." The young man suddenly snapped his fingers. Then his face showed a startled realization. Aha! At that moment, the entire room was filled with curiosity and confusion. Then the young man called the owner of the room. "Uncle." He had remembered something and asked about it. "Do you have a TV?" The man found the question strange, but admitted, "A TV? I have one. Do you want to watch?" Jisoo then realized the time. Around everyone. "Oh, it's 8 p.m. now." A small, turned-off TV was brought out. It was black, and then the owner of the room exclaimed, unable to comprehend. "What?" At this point, they're still making TV shows. When he pressed the button to start the screen began to flicker and move. "All right?" The young man asked everyone, "Don't you all know?" The entire room listened intently as the young man spoke about something. "There's a fact that TV shows are still being broadcast out there. Occasionally, they still do the 8 p.m. news, but the image quality is poor, like a pirated broadcast." All eyes were fixed on the TV's movement, but the screen only kept flickering without showing any image. "Wait a little longer. Wait even longer." The screen just kept flickering like that, with no change. Looking at the actual situation, young man sighed sadly. Not today then. Hyun-soo didn't care much. Still maintaining an unamused expression, he remained silent and looked down. When the button skipped to another channel, click, the homeowner uncle said, "Oh, it's on." The TV screen began to show. Looked like two people, but it was still so fuzzy it was hard to see. There were some sounds, but the words weren't clear. "I can't see anything." Gradually, everyone could hear a man's voice, as if he were a host. "Today, we have invited a very important guest. That is Mr. Han Sang-go from the Korean Hunter Association." Jisoo was very surprised, her eyes wide open when she heard the powerful key phrase, "Hunter Association?" No one said anything more and the voice of the TV host became clearer. "You stated that there is a very effective way to kill monsters. Is that correct?" Jisoo and the young man both opened their eyes wide, both very surprised to hear what the host said. An effective way? Even the homeowner uncle's expression was no different from theirs, also surprised. To kill. And Hyun-soo himself, as soon as he heard what was being said on TV, just opened his eyes wide, looking at the screen. The TV screen still hadn't produced any sound. It was still the host holding the mic towards the man who appeared with him. "Monsters." The interview with questions made his face tense. "There is a certain period of time. At that time we can kill them very easily." The man was surprised by his answer. "What do you mean?" He recalled a scary face, blood at the corner of its mouth. "They often transform back and forth before fully transforming. That's also when they are weakest." The interviewer: "Thank you very much for your useful information." He suddenly remembered something about the girl who had attacked him. And furthermore, even at their weakest they still possess astonishing regenerative power. But in cases where their body structure is severely damaged, such as a part of their body being completely cut off, he remembered the monster's half, or an important part is destroyed like eyes and ears, they will not be able to recover. On the screen, the man was still asking a question. "So what happens when they have fully transformed?" His face grimaced. "It will truly be too late if they fully transform. After they have fully transformed, even if their heads are blown off, they still won't die." He frowned slightly. "They show astonishing regenerative abilities in most of their body parts." He thought of the transformed monster. It's impossible for a normal person without strong firepower to kill a monster after it has fully mutated. The man was surprised. "Do you mean can kill them if we have strong firepower?" His eyes were resolute. "That's right. Monsters are also living creatures, and they are affected by fire and electricity. They will never be able to recover if their bodies are blown to smithereens." The man: "Then why doesn't the military solve the problem with the firepower they possess?" His eyes showed a hint of worry. "I don't know why, but I guess monsterization has spread very quickly within the military. Because the military is where people want to express their desires the most." The man sighed. "I understand. If we see someone transforming back and forth between human and monster form, we should quickly finish them off." The atmosphere was tense. Everyone listened intently to every word, putting ethical issues aside. Every sentence seemed to be etched into their minds. "Whether we see someone in human or monster form."
Hyun-soo's
eyes intently watched the TV screen. The man continued to ask questions. "I think it's a question that we've already decided the answer to right now. So, is there any way to kill a monster once it has fully transformed?" He frowned slightly. "That's very difficult. I will show you how to create and use weapons that can damage those monsters and them." Suddenly, a bell rang. The man rushed in to announce, "A monster has entered the studio. Everyone, run." He urgently called out, "Mr. Han, this way." He cursed. "Damn it, if only I had my tools here." The TV screen then flickered and lost signal completely. Everyone in the room was very tense. Han Dusik was angry. What a ridiculous news report. It cut off right when he was about to say something important. "Damn it." Young Soo pointed towards the guitar. "Hey, we can kill monsters with that, right?" Jisoo Yun's eyes were confused. "It's a secret weapon." Han Dusik still smiled calmly. "Have another drink." At this moment it seems a bit. "Uncle, you're still injured."
Han Dusik ned.
"Damn. You're really boring." Jisoo Yun forced a smile. Her a little troubled. Hyun Soo looked at her thoughtfully. So she was the one making noise upstairs. He bowed his head, recalling Han's words on TV earlier. "Well, I understand. If we see someone transforming back and forth between human and monster form, we should quickly finish them off." He was haunted by those words. His hands clasped together. Hey, you all know this. Han Dusik held a beer can. What kid? Do you want a drink too? Hyun Soo's voice trembled. I'm infected too. Han Dusik's face turned pale. When he heard that, Hyun Soo's eyes pleaded. Please don't worry. Just kill me. Before anything worse can happen. Their eyes all turned. The atmosphere at this moment was truly tense. Everyone was silent, not uttering a word. Myeong gently bowed her head. Her eyes filled with sadness. Everyone was startled. To see Hyun Soo bowing his head, trying to suppress his emotions. Han Dusik's voice was reassuring. Damn kid, you're bringing down the mood. Just worry about it when the time comes. Jisoo-yoon stood up and walked to Hyun Soo's side. Her big round eyes looked straight at him, making Hyun Soo extremely flustered. Jisoo-yoon leaned close to his face. Hyun Soo looked at her, his face a little embarrassed. Jisoo-yoon spoke up. Can I ask you something? She suddenly broke into a satisfied smile. I want you to kill me when I turn into a monster. His face flushed red with
surprise.
Jisoo-yoon's voice was cheerful. Okay, Hyun. Soo was confused, still not understanding why she wanted to do that. Her words made everyone feel intrigued at a time when everything was so tense. Hyun Soo bowed his head in agreement, his voice soft. Night fell, gloomy like what they had experienced. From above, something suddenly fell, glass shards, scattering. On the broken glass were grotesque corpses. It slowly glanced. Beside it, a half-human, half-beast corpse. It smiled, eerily, looking up at the tall building. It stood up, its footsteps dancing towards the building. It heard sounds from above. There's no one. On the 4th floor. It smiled, eerily, inside the building. Lock the 4th floor and let's go back to everyone. No, while we still can, we have to find as much as possible. The argument made it pay more attention. Gukpian. Damn, this is so good. Uncle, you're such a coward. Gukpian. I'm a gangster, you know. Still listened, silently listening to where the voices came from. All right, you cowardly gangster uncle. Gukpian. You little brat. It gnashed its teeth. You're there. Used its long tongue to pierce the building's glass. Sound of glass cracking. And Gukpian both froze, their eyes fixed on the window. Its tongue pierced the ceiling, making both of them dumbfounded. Gukpian. What the hell is that? Cracks from the ceiling caused debris to fall everywhere. They raised their hands to cover their faces. Gukpian frowned, his teeth clenched. The monster jumped in from outside the window. Both of them froze on the spot, their mouths agape with fear. The monster smiled eerily. His body emitted a foul stench. Gukpian's eyes were filled with indignation. Its mouth. Gukpian raised his fist. What the hell are you looking at? It remained silent, only baring its teeth. Noticed something usual, stammering and trembling. That monster. It has no eyes. Gukpian stopped from approaching. Un's face was tense. Uncle, are you okay? Gukpian. What else is there to lose? Headless monster growled. I hear you. His face turned pale. His eyes stared at it. It used its long, scythe-like claws to stab straight at him. Quickly dodged its attack. His sharp eyes charged forward and punched it straight in the chest. It stuck out its dark tongue, smiling eerily. He tried to wrap its tongue around his neck, but he quickly dodged, punching it straight in the body, making it fall to the floor. Not stopping there, he clenched his fist, punching the monster's head, making it fly away. On the floor, it lay still and motionless. Gukpian shouted, Kid! Threw him a bottle. He quickly caught the bottle. It's been a long time since you've had a bath, hasn't it? The monster slowly stood up, chuckled. That hurts. Gukpian threw the white liquid at it. Showtime. Both of them watched in surprise as it struggled. Held a spray can in her hand. My brother really likes playing with models. And I happened to find this at home. Both of them looked at it with sharp eyes. The monster. Heh. Frowned and used a lighter to ignite the gas, spraying it directly at the monster's face. His whole body caught fire. He screamed. Gukpian put all his strength into shouting, Go to hell, you motherfucker. He jumped up and kicked it. You blind piece of trash. The monster's body caught fire, rolling outside. He quickly pulled away. Kid, get back here. He hugged shielding her from the monster. Was scared. Her face turned pale. Gukpian hugged I'm fine. Stay put. He glanced at the monster. It was thrashing, trying to escape. It couldn't escape, it was burned to ashes. Both of them watched the monster in shock. At this moment, Hyuk Lee ran over. What the hell is going on here? Gukbyeon's face was serious. What do you think? We just killed one. Hyuk-lee smelled the foul stench all around him. Ugh. It stinks like hell. He used a fire extinguisher to put out the fire. He turned to look at Gukbyeon. Hey, you're bleeding, old man. Gukbyeon. It's nothing, I can take it. Hyuk-lee breathed heavily. God bless. Luckily it was just a small one. Gukbyeon chuckled with satisfaction. Like you said, a small one is no problem. It's nothing. Hyuk-lee. Our information shows that they seem to focus only on strength and regeneration. So their defense is weaker than we thought, and since they are also a type of creature, they have very poor fire resistance. And it seems if they are burned, they will not be able to recover. Gukbyeon pointed at him. Where did he learn all that weird stuff? Un's face was angry. Because he plays too many games. Gukbyeon. Even if you play games, how many people can say things like that? He held the stick and poked the monster. It's definitely dead. So what do we do now? Hyuk-lee pondered thoughtfully. The corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile. We're short on food, aren't we? The group's eyes all turned to him, surprised. On the floor was the charred monster. Gukbyeon stepped on the burned monster. Stop messing around. Give me the marker. He circled the door. Good, we've cleared the 4th floor. His face was grim. We still haven't found anyone alive. And it's too late now. We should stop here for today. Hyuk-lee's face was tired. Yeah, I think so too. I'm very tired. Gukbyeon held the pen and drew a line on his hand. Un's eyes were confused. Uncle, how many more lines do you think you'll have to draw before you're done? Gukbyeon chuckled softly. Just be optimistic. Un looked at him. We killed one of them. He laughed. What? Do you want a high five or something? Un smiled brightly and high-fived him. In the tall building, all the lights were out. In the room, everyone was fast asleep. Hyun-soo bowed his head but couldn't sleep. Jisoo-yoon held the bat and approached him. Jisoo-yoon was about to say something but hesitated and stopped. The curtains were tightly drawn, making it pitch black. In the small, cramped room, everyone lay scattered in a corner. Women and children huddled under thin blankets. And Hyun-soo sat slumped, leaning against the cabinet. His head drooped at a 90-degree angle. He still held his weapon tightly to prevent falling on his face from deep sleep. The scene shifted. Jisoo-yoon carried the baseball bat on her shoulder. She hesitantly opened the door. Seeing him sitting there idly, a silent atmosphere enveloped them. She didn't know what else to say. She could only look at this person sleeping with his mouth open, teeth exposed, in a somewhat stifling way. She opened her eyes wide, muttering the name. Hyun-cha. He sat motionless, asleep. He couldn't even think about what would happen next in his life. In his mind, the phrase suddenly echoed, "Don't trust anyone." He suddenly startled awake. His eyes were blank. He looked up at the shadow in front of him. Their eyes met, and he froze. An unusual silence. A second later, he flinched and huddled into the corner, defensively covering his head. He let out a wild cry. She saw all those expressions and showed her attitude. Why are you so surprised? Then she gently said, It's your turn now. He was now drenched in sweat. After thinking for a moment, he still defensively said, Sorry. She sighed and repeated more clearly, It's your turn to stand guard. His face was haggard as if he hadn't slept for 10 nights. Now he was a little more awake. Feeling safe, he slowly lowered his hands. After being dazed for a while, he finally said, Ah, okay. The room was still quiet. The two sat next to each other. She put the bat down on the floor, watching him look away. Han Du-sik slept soundly, his arm resting on his pillow. Jae-hun was also very calm. The three were deeply asleep under their blankets. Suddenly, there was a whimper. Young-soo stirred, calling out, Dad, Dad. In his sleep, seeing this, she clicked her tongue. Survival instinct is amazing, isn't it? I can't believe they can sleep so peacefully in such a situation. He could only... She cheerfully introduced herself as Jisoo-yoon, 20 years old. He looked grim, saying nothing, as if a heavy burden was on his mind. She looked at him, annoyed and bewildered. Why aren't you saying anything? You're making me uncomfortable. Then he finally opened his mouth. No. I just... He hesitated and stopped. He resignedly introduced himself.
Hyun-soo.
18 years old. She seemed to have caught some juicy news. Her eyes shifted, thinking, 18 years old? The rebellious age. Huh. He didn't expect her to say that. He replied blankly, Is that so? Conversation came to a dead end. Everyone fell into thought. Whole atmosphere. She spoke up to break the silence.
I'm sorry.
He didn't dare look directly. It's okay. You already apologized. She quietly continued. I'm sorry for having such a judgmental thought. Looking at him sadly. Do you understand why I'm not sleeping even though my watch is over? He continued to sweat. With the same worry, he replied, I understand. The conversation once again came to a dead end. She started again with long-held questions. When you were monsterizing, could you think of anything? He was drenched in sweat. Rarely so agitated, he cried out his feelings. I don't know. I feel like it constantly wants to attack my mind, as if it wants to control my will. Feels like if I let my guard down for even a moment, it will completely control me. I might have overcome it once, but I'm not sure what will happen next time. She sat beside him, listening to him pour out his heart, feeling extremely uneasy. In the end, she looked blank. Her lips trembled as she blurted out a blunt sentence. I don't quite understand. He gave her more shocking information. I saw something very strange on the 12th floor. She was surprised. Huh? He called. It looked like a transparent liquid. It just passed by without attacking me. Looked at her, full of questions, wanting to discuss this topic. What kind of desire could create it? Jisoo-yoon paused and exclaimed, Wow! She rambled. If it transformed after the monsterization outbreak, could it be because it didn't want to be seen by the monsters? The scene of someone huddling in a corner. I see many hungry monsters in the future. The longer we are isolated, the scarcer food will become, so there will be even more hungry monsters, waiting to tear each other apart outside the door. Isn't that what happens if you think about it too much? As she spoke, she made exaggerated, hungry monster gestures to scare him. He was turned off for the nth time. He must have been truly scared, and she froze stiff. Hyun-soo was a little tense, bowing his head. Everything seems bad. She replied awkwardly. Yeah. He hesitated, stroking his cheek. I wonder what kind of monster I'll turn into. She looked at him, finding it concerning, but still nonchalant. I don't know about that either. Her eyes shifted. She suddenly noticed something unusual. She immediately grabbed his wrist and examined it. Her expression was very serious. He looked blank. On the spot, looking at the overlapping scratches on his wrist. She stammered in alarm, asking, The distance is too close, you know? He half wanted to speak but stopped. That. He avoided her gaze and said, It's been there for a long time. Silence again. She asked rapidly, A long time? Do you remember anything? He replied thoughtfully, It's not a glorious story. A soft hand reached out towards him, full of intent. A pinch on the cheek, then stretching it out. He widened his eyes and pursed his lips, as if saying, What are you doing to me, Grandma? A second later, he came to his senses. His first reaction was to shout. Then he asked, What are you doing? Soo-yoon seemed to understand his concerns. Her lips moved as she advised, Don't keep it to yourself. He was dumbfounded from having his face pinched, or perhaps from her words, it was hard to tell. She looked at him with great concern, gently saying, No matter what happens, you must not keep it to yourself anymore. He was like a question mark. Not knowing what else to say, he just looked at her with strange eyes. He gritted his teeth and tensed all his facial muscles for her to pinch. Feeling the atmosphere become too strange, he finally shouted, Girl, what? That's not your business. Making her unsure what to do. Again, that startled face yelled at her. What do you know about me? We only just met today. Looking at the obvious evidence, he continued to shout. And you tried to kill me with that bat, and now you're acting like this? Everything is just a joke. Jisoo-yoon saw that he had misunderstood to such an extent that she almost went blank. She had to explain, I was only aiming for you. I wasn't trying to kill you. It was a justification but not a significant one. He mumbled in agreement. Whatever. The room fell silent for the nth time. Because they didn't know what to say, or had too many words to arrange. The two sat idly in silence. He quietly spoke his heart. But even if I die, no one will grieve for me. She gently comforted him. That's not true. He was desperate, as if by habit. Trust me, there won't be anyone. She stammered, not daring to look directly but still affirmed. Yes, there will be. He bowed his head and cried out in anguish. I said there won't be, because they're all dead. She was stunned to hear such shocking news. Her eyes widened, looking at his distress. Hyun-soo started to walk. Before this world became this messed up, they died in an accident. All of them except me. He went blank, not knowing what else to say. He cried out helplessly. God damn it. She raised her head, took a breath, and kept calm so as not to make him more distraught. I'm sorry, but there will be someone. She proudly offered one last comfort. Trust me. The familiar scene of the two of them back then suddenly flickered into view. Harang and Jisoo-yoon sat peacefully next to each other, away from the densely lit buildings. She innocently praised him. Harang, this performance today was amazing. He replied frankly. Nobody cares what you think. The problem is whether people like it or not. She smiled, raising her hand to make a gesture, fueling his enthusiasm. Come on, you practice so hard. You're a true politician, with a soul full of wit. Her eyes was so mischievous. She found it strangely joyful. For an acoustic player, you've got a lot of wit. She chuckled softly. What's so strange about that? He leaned back comfortably, saying, acoustic is also wit. Under the bridge, the water flowed gently like moonlight. The sound rang out. Okay. Harang's lips moved slightly. He was a little worried. The man standing behind. She was excited to hear him tell her. It's Mr. Geohat, the director of Music Science Company. She was overjoyed. Music customers? Really? He casually stated. He only appeared in the middle of the performance. The space froze. She made another shocking statement. Music customers will soon go bankrupt. In his confusion, he just said, huh. Then she casually confirmed. Their houses are terrible, so they won't last long in the market. He smiled. They were silent, but a deep connection had formed. He rummaged inside his jacket. Suddenly grabbing her hand, he put a round object like a ring on her thumb. Both were embarrassed. Jisoo was engraved on it. He stammered. This is a broken guitar pick. Harang, blushing, proudly said, I made it myself. Her eyes widened, sparkling. She raised her hand and exclaimed, wow! He eagerly declared his future goal to her. In 1 year, I'll make one out of gold and give it to you, with a big diamond on it. She gently looked at him and replied. Jisoo-yoon's lips moved. But the warming atmosphere suddenly stopped. He looked serious. By the calm river. A question echoed. It's Jisoo, not Jisoo. Along with a sound. A reply. In the current room. Hyun-soo watched her. Her eyes closed, head resting against the door. He tensed. And he saw tears welling in her eyes. Jisoo whispered in her sleep. You're an idiot. Hyun-soo's hand moved close to her face. What was he going to do? Wipe her tears? Completely wrong. Jisoo-yoon was having her nose pinched, almost assassinated. He hesitated in his self-initiated plan. He withdrew his hand. No explanation because no one needed to hear. We're all busy sleeping. Jisoo had no idea death had just paid a visit. She breathed steadily, held back his sorrow. You really are very much like her. Finally, the sunlight shone into the room, along with two people with tired eyes from the struggle for survival. Even during the day, the tall, closely packed houses still exuded gloom. Among the tightly closed windows, a little girl couldn't resist pulling back the curtain to peek at the outside world. Little girl stretched, placing both hands on the windowsill. Looking down, her eyes welled up, unable to speak. Little girl cried out pitifully, Dad. When she saw the mangled, bloody corpse, Myeong quickly stepped forward and pulled the curtain shut. Soo-young felt the warm hand preventing her from the horrifying sight. She looked blankly. The little girl sadly called out, Auntie, with difficulty. Just that call was enough for her to understand Soo-young's deep concern. Her eyes affectionately said, Your dad has surely gone to heaven. You know I'm telling the truth, right? The little girl's face fell, her eyes stinging. Yes, Auntie. She stroked the understanding child's head. Young-soo was sleeping soundly on the sofa. Jisoo-yoon happily stepped out, clicking her tongue. Wow! She held the baseball bat with a brand new look. Her other hand didn't dare carelessly touch those sharp spikes. She exclaimed, Now it looks so powerful. A bit helpless, though. I can't carry it on my shoulder anymore. Han Dusik turned from the cluttered table of tools. Sitting comfortably in his wheelchair, he boasted to Jisoo-yoon and Jae-hun. I hope it's really strong enough. If I had more materials, I could have made it even stronger. She held the bat tightly in her hand and said, Uncle, it's very sturdy, isn't it? Yeah. Soo-yoon held up a rectangular shield with a single rectangular slit to see the enemy. As soon as she heard him, he fearlessly boasted about himself. You kids know, this hand is pretty amazing. If only I had detailed blueprints. He was excited about the idea of pressing the red button within reach. Han Dusik immediately noticed and pointed to stop that improper behavior. Don't press that. Here. Both of them flinched. He replied, Ah yes, the sky was clear. Thanks for watching the video. One hand reached out to adjust it neatly. The other hand held a katana. Jisoo-yoon carried a bulky backpack. She held the spiked baseball bat, tapping it on the floor. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Wow, wow, the whole family is there to see her off." Han Dusik didn't look sad at all. He smiled, showing all 10 teeth. "It's sad to say goodbye." Myong was a little worried but very positive. "It was great to be with you kids these past few days." The two children standing next to her also felt a little regret. She replied, "Yes, me too." Han Dusik seriously asked, "So what's your plan, kids?" She didn't hesitate to explain her intentions clearly. "First, we plan to go down to the first floor, escape this building and get a car to find somewhere safer." His face was full of wrinkles, expressionless. "I think it sounds like a suicide plan." Hyun-soo had been sitting there since yesterday, listening to everything. He said nothing more. Instead, he listened intently to Han Dusik. "You kids safely passed room 1107, right?" He continued to remind them. "Even if you survive after leaving here, is there anything that guarantees you'll find a safer place?" She, though calm, argued fiercely. "But obviously we can't stay here forever. We have to get out while we still can. We also need enough supplies." Jae-hun bowed his head. "Thank you, uncle, for making these weapons for us and sharing food with us. God bless you." Han Dusik immediately waved his hand dismissively. "I'm a Buddhist." The atmosphere fell into thought. She and he could only force a smile at the plot twist from the uncle. She awkwardly scratched her hair. "Once we find a safer place, we'll come right back." He gruffly sighed. "If you're not sure, don't promise." Jae-hun also looked at her, confused. She could only accept it. Hyun-soo heard their decision and didn't voice any further opinions. He sat almost isolated in a corner. The family also froze in place. She smiled. "There's a saying, sir." Han Dusik watched intently, listening to what this girl was about to say. She brightly spoke. "Even the darkest night will disappear into a faint speck of light." Hyun-soo got goosebumps hearing that, but also felt it was true. She forced a bright smile in this life-or-death situation. "Though scarce, it is still hope." Han Dusik calmly asked her again, "So, is the person who said that rather cool line still alive?" She immediately lost her enthusiasm. She could only reply, "I don't know." Another long silence. The sound of the philosophical quote was repeated. "Though scarce, it is still hope?" Everyone shifted their attention to the corner of the room. Everyone was like, question mark. Han Dusik was surprised. Hyun-soo still sat slumped, looking lifeless. He was immersed in his own inner world. A spider with fangs tried to catch its struggling prey. "I'll laugh out loud like a crazy person." But he didn't think anymore. He picked up his backpack and left, weapon ready in hand. He sprang up. The uncle was astonished and bewildered, almost falling backward, but his wheelchair wouldn't allow it. "Damn it, what are you doing?" He seriously made a shocking declaration to the room. "I'll go with them." Han Dusik didn't understand which nerve he had touched in his head. He could only say, "Huh." He was full of vigor. "I'm too tired of staying in the room all the time." He turned to Jisoo-yoon and Jae-hun, forming an alliance immediately. 3 is better than 2, right? The uncle, seeing the kids so enthusiastic, could only helplessly stroke his hair and force a smile. "The family is scared for you kids," he exclaimed. "Oh my, you kids are so eager to rush to your deaths." Myong was flustered, wanting to make a suggestion. After careful thought, she made her move. An apology rang out, making Hyun-soo freeze. She just gently said, "I have something to ask you kids." The group of 3 was a little surprised. She quickly looked at the 2 poor children and continued, Could you bring back their father's body?" The 2 children's eyes welled up with tears, about to overflow. The 3 simultaneously looked at the uncle, who was scratching his head until it was almost bald. No one said anything, but they all understood it was a difficult task. He replied, "All right, we'll try. Auntie, don't let that monster take over you." She sincerely bowed her head. "Thank you, dear." Young-soo tearfully warned, "Brother, please be careful." And Soo-young was very sincere. "Thank you for saving us." The little girl clasped her hands, earnestly pleading with this unfamiliar older brother. "You too. Don't turn into a monster." His eyes softened. Unable to speak, he smiled back at the little girl. Jisoo-yoon also felt happy. A moment later, he replied with just one word. "Okay," as if pouring out his heart to promise. Jae-hun led the group, opening the room door and leaving to find life. Jisoo-yoon looked back with a hint of reluctance. Goodbye. Their family watched everyone slowly leave, their hearts filled with unease. Han Dusik closed his eyes, trying to brace himself. From now on, I will become the head of this care center. On the ceiling, the lights. All right, we'll try. Auntie, please don't let that monster take over you. She sincerely bowed her head. Thank you, dear. Young Soo with teary eyes warned. Brother, please be careful. And Soo Young was very sincere. Thank you for saving us. The little girl clasped her hands and earnestly conveyed. To this unfamiliar older brother. You too. Don't turn into a monster. Okay? His gaze softened even more, unable to speak. He smiled back at the little girl. Soo Yoon also felt a shared joy. A moment later, he only replied with one word. Okay. As if he had poured his heart out to promise. Jae-hun led the group, opening the door of the room to leave and find life. Soo Yoon looked back with a hint of reluctance. Goodbye. Their family watched everyone slowly leave, feeling uneasy in their hearts. Han Dusik closed his eyes, trying to brace. From now on, I will become the head of this care center. On the ceiling, the lights had gone out, and the sounds of the group echoed. Where is that car? Jae-hun said. It's outside the parking lot. Everyone lined up, holding their weapons firmly, ready to fight at any moment. Hyun-soo, at the end of the line, thought for a long time. He called out, Hey! The two of them immediately stopped. He quickly voiced his concern. Will Dusik be okay? Soo-yoon looked at him. Strangely. What? He emphasized each word. We'll die if we leave this building. She asked again, puzzled. My God. Do you want to do that now? He slowly replied. I'm not very sure, but... Jae-hun looked confused. The message thread. Crew appeared.
BLL Kadam.
My personality is fucking desperate. Crew. I'm with some neighbors. I live in a small apartment building, and we successfully locked the first floor door, but everyone is isolated within this very building. Crew. We need to go out to find more medicine, but there's no way. Especially, we don't have enough people. We've already sent the vanguard team upstairs in pairs to rescue other isolated people. Hyun-soo gasped and said, I think there might still be survivors on the first floor. This made the two of them freeze. Now the group of three shared the same goal. We have to find them. The scene shifted to Gukbyeon and Eun's team gathering to discuss. The high-rise building was surrounded by trees and narrow paths. Right below there was a horrific scene. The corpse was slowly mutating. Muscles swelled. Black veins covered it. It grew bigger and bigger. It moved, struggling to stand up. The monster propped itself up with two hands as if it were doing push-ups. It roared madly, strength. His feet stomped, cracking a piece of ground. Its bulging muscles were covered in blood. It looked like a moving rotten mass of flesh. Although its head was shrunken, it still roared ferociously. Protein! The staircase between the 10th and 11th floors. At the end of the section, a puddle of blood spread messily. The three of them stopped dead in their tracks when they reached here, because that thing hit them straight in the eye. Seeing this, Jaehyun's face wrinkled like a monkey's. Let's skip this floor. Soo Yoon stared straight ahead, startled. It smells entirely of fresh blood. She turned back and said, Oh, Jaehyun, from now on, keep an eye on the rear. He replied very cautiously, Understood. Their group slowly but surely advanced towards the staircase. Their nerves were stretched taut.
Hyun-soo nervously stated.
His opinion. You too. Do you really want to skip the 10th floor? We might find some useful things there. She didn't turn her head. Calmly said, The most useful thing we need is our lives. Seeing her so resolute, he also didn't add any more opinions. Jae-hun froze. His mind was troubled. He gritted his teeth, standing rooted to the spot. Sweat poured from him when he saw the man lying motionless, sprawled out with trails of blood on the floor at the intersection between the 9th and 10th floors. He yelled, No! Soo Yoon quickly touched his arm. She judged seriously, I don't hear any signals. Perhaps he's not a monster.
Hyun-soo, stand, observe.
Moment of anger. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly realized something about himself. His eyes widened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. His mind was in turmoil. He tormented himself, feeling remorseful, if not a little insane. Did I just sigh in relief after seeing a dead body? While Jae-hun approached to open the door next to the unfortunate man, Soo Yoon knelt beside him, examining him. He definitely hasn't been dead long. His body is still warm. Jae-hun shivered, watching her get close to the man's final resting place, and exclaimed, My God! She forcefully reached into the man's collar with less than innocent intentions. Hyun-soo froze as Soo Yoon found two objects. She held up her hand and announced in surprise, I found a charging cable. Oh, he even has a chocolate bar. Another item suddenly appeared. She was a little surprised. Huh? It's... She looked behind her where a pair of judging eyes silently watched. Text read, "Is that okay?" She reassured that pure soul. "Don't worry. I won't take his wallet." He tried to deny. "No, that's not what I meant." The chocolate bar flew from her hand towards him. He neatly caught it. He looked at, speechless. She gave him a meaningful look. "You don't want to eat it? Then you should return it to its owner." Hyun-soo looked at the chocolate bar, his mind wrestling for a while. A free meal is a dangerous meal. He closed his eyes and gave in. What's dignity at a time like this? I'll just pocket it for now. Jisoo-yoon had been waiting for this exact moment. She made a chilling declaration. Now you're an accomplice too, suddenly becoming the victim of this cat and mouse game. He dejectedly said, "Fucking cunning." Jisoo-yoon retorted sharply, "If I can survive by doing bad things, I can do even worse." She flinched in alarm. Hyun-soo also felt a bad premonition from her. Jae-hun turned his head, unaware of the terrible things that were about to happen. Incessant beeping warning in Jisoo-yoon's ear brought an oppressive, uncomfortable feeling. She gritted her teeth in annoyance and took it out of her ear. The beeping from the earpiece continued to echo persistently. She shrieked, "It's coming!" Tentacles slithered across the floor. Very fast, very fast. They grew from the back of a gruesome corpse with a gaping mouth. It moved skillfully while roaring, "Let me live!" Blood from its wide open eye sockets was crimson. Each drop stained the path it traveled. It ascended the stairs, approaching the man's corpse. It extended a long 2-meter tentacle in silence, attempting to seize the body. It wrapped several times around the ankle and effortlessly lifted the corpse upside down. The three of them hid behind the door, holding their noses, anxiously waiting for an opportunity. The monster's tentacles violently wrapped around the limbs. It squeezed the head and body tightly, leaving them suspended in midair. Hyun-soo didn't dare to blink. Sweat dripped from him as he heard it roar, "I want to." Its tentacles squeezed so tightly. He threatened to sever the corpse's leg. Continued its actions, hoarsely, roaring a prolonged, blood-curdling sound. "I want to live." Blood spurted, splashing to the wall.
Hyun-soo, terrified, continued
to hold his breath. He couldn't even tremble and give himself away. Jisoo-yoon and Jae-hun didn't look much better. The corpse fell with a thud to the ground. The marks on its arm, though through thick clothing, still clearly showed the horrific torment. The monster's unclosing mouth looked like it was forming a devilish smile. All right, their group hid behind the wall, but streaks of blood seeped through the door, staining the floor. There was no sound left. Hyun-soo's eyes bulged in panic, his veins throbbing. Jisoo-yoon didn't dare to move. Even a little. Even Jae-hun only moved, his eyes trying to observe the situation. Hyun-soo had discovered something. He stared intently at it, his heart pounding like a drum. It was the victim's wallet, which she had tossed open on the floor. There were cards and money inside, along with a family photo soaked in the deadly liquid. In the photo, 2 women, and 1 man smiled happily. In his mind, a picture of his own 4-person family from back then suddenly appeared. The colors were mournful and despairing. Tears welled up in his eyes, hurting him to the core. He bit his lip, clenching his teeth to prevent himself from getting too emotional and making a sound that might ruin the group's plan. But the pain from the past was so great that it made him, in this critical situation, lose control and collapse, sobbing. The 2 people on the other side almost wanted to scream for help. They were startled, frozen for 5 seconds, unable to react or say anything. Hyun-soo coughed and gasped because he had held his breath for too long, causing blood to rush to his brain. He regained his composure, assessing the precarious situation, feeling like his heart would stop, his face darkening. He clenched his teeth, silently awaiting the hunter. Piercing, ear-splitting scream made him jump. The human moved as much as possible to the door right next to them. The strange, tall creature, taller than his head, slowly glided past him. It flicked its tongue, its bloodshot eyes. Spotting him, their 4 eyes met and sweat poured profusely. The tentacle monster was exposed, caught between Jisoo and him. It whispered, "Spare me." Jisoo, despite having the upper hand, was still terrified, raising her weapon to block the 2 bulging eyes. At that moment, Jisoo, even though she had the upper hand, was still furious and scared, raising her weapon to block those 2 protruding eyes. Just then, Jisoo gritted her teeth, seized the opportunity, and with all the strength in her arms, delivered a decisive blow. She shouted the move's name. Damn! Her mouth! Making its neck twist, unable to resist. Jisoo stood beside her, jaw dropped, realizing she still had much to learn. The monster was reveling in the sensation of sharp thorns piercing its skin. It bounced and growled, making the group cautiously step back. Jisoo immediately pulled the stick back as far as it could go, intending to strike a second blow. This monster wasn't too stupid. It quickly detected her and shot a tentacle towards her. The stick in Jisoo's hand gradually lost control. She looked in disgust at the writhing thing, struggling with her. Instantly, Jae-hun rushed forward, cutting the thing that was dragging his comrade with his katana. Jisoo lamented the stick that was stuck to the bleeding tentacle and cursed, "Damn it!" It retracted its tentacle, dripping blood. Then it stared intently at the culprit. Who caused the problem? The monster growled each word. I met. Kyun-soo hadn't even heard the whole sentence before he was scared out of his wits, trembling uncontrollably, unable to say anything. Jae-hun and Jisoo nervously waited to see what the monster would do. Continued to roar. Big trouble! Making everyone cover their ears in pain. She and Jae-hun turned around, and he urgently shouted a signal. Damn it! Run now before! Hyun-soo's internal conflict surged at this moment. It's all my fault. I have to stop it. I have to block it, he thought, and determined to act. He raised his spear, intending to charge, but unfortunately, it saw him. A single tentacle whip easily knocked the weapon from the hands of someone with a disordered mind like him. He fell sprawling on the floor, watching it chase his two comrades. The monster chased frantically. Chilling sounds emanated from behind Jae-hun, who was running for his life. A long tentacle struck the shield on his back, making him jump and yell loudly. Jisoo, startled, turned back to check the situation. Jae-hun had fallen a heap, scrambling to get up, and his shield had fallen off. He propped himself up with his sword on the floor, only steadying himself because he was in pain. Jisoo looked at him worriedly. Seeing the unstable situation, he yelled an order. Don't worry about me. Run first. She stood there, stunned and confused. He lost his composure and repeated, I said run now. Only then did she finally turn into a hidden corner. The tentacles slowly advanced. Closer. Jisoo stood, growling defiantly at it. Their four eyes met. The situation very tense. He was drenched in sweat. Please let this shield hold. The tentacle monster yelled confidently. I will survive. He held up the shield in front. After all, I trust that uncle with all my heart. Like lightning, the tentacle shot out and struck the shield extremely fast, almost piercing a hole. Jae-hun was pushed back. He fell into the room with the washing machine. Marks were etched on the shield. He struggled to recall the words. It's made from an iron plate that uncle found when he was in the military. Dusik appeared in his mind with a proud smile. It's a part of a jet engine. A godsend. It can block quite a lot of things. Jae-hun lay there, eyes closed. Uncle, it seems you were tricked. He tried to sit up but couldn't. He lay in pain, sprawled on the floor. Blood flowed from his mouth. The tentacle monster stood, observing him from the doorway. Jae-hun's hand trembled. Peeking at him from the door. Jae-hun's hand trembled. As he raised the shield, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the red emergency button, needing just one press. At this moment, the monster
arrived, roaring incessantly, die.
It repeatedly chanted, E. Its nimble feet glided forward. Jisoo suddenly appeared, striking directly into the tentacle monster's confusion, astonishing it. Jae-hun lay there, still able to see the whole scene and her bravery. He couldn't believe his eyes even with his glasses on. He yelled her name. Jisoo! She yelled loudly back, trying to awaken Jae-hun. Remember, you're the leader of this crew. Suddenly, her leg was caught. It lifted Jisoo upside down, hanging her in mid-air, making her unable to breathe. Looking straight at the thing in front of her, she was terrified, unable to close her eyes. It was like seeing the perspective of someone about to die. This handsome face terrified so many people. Time seemed to stop before that horrific sight. Jae-hun gritted his teeth, holding the shield, and charged. He decisively rushed straight towards the monster. The shield collided forcefully with its face, stunning it. At the same time, it loosened, its tentacle releasing Jisoo. She landed safely, cushioned by her guitar. With nimble steps, she ran back. The red button on the opposite side had been pressed. while the monster, still stunned, not understanding what had happened, Hyun-soo grabbed his weapon and ran straight towards it, with a will, more intense than ever before. Didn't hesitate, stabbing through the tentacle monster's belly. It screamed in pain as if being slaughtered, its eyes bloodshot. Hyun-soo squinted, not intending to let go. Soo was surprised by his sudden courage. Jae-hun was also astonished. From this angle, it looked like a skewered dried squid. Everything was silent. Hyun-soo seemed a little calmer and said, "All right." It was hard to predict. A tentacle shot out swiftly. It struck the back of his neck and no one could react in time. Hyun-soo's head reeled, and blood flowed from his ears and nose. A persistent voice called in his ear, "Hyun-soo, Hyun-soo, Hyun-soo." He awoke with a start on a ventilator. He was lying in a hospital bed, tubes wrapped around him, and his leg in a cast. He looked utterly bewildered. The nurse, who had just opened the door and walked in, exclaimed, "Oh my!" She immediately ran off, shouting, "The boy is awake." He vaguely heard from somewhere, "Hyun-soo, wake up." His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Looking at the quiet ceiling, Hyun-soo stammered, "Where am I?" The sky was clear and peaceful. On the hospital rooftop, he was in a wheelchair, and next to him was his uncle. His uncle looked at him in this state and said, "Your waking up like this makes me very happy." He said gently, "Even though you didn't mean to." Hyun-soo quietly asked, "How long have I been in the hospital?" His uncle calmly replied, "Quite a while." He pondered, his mind in turmoil after the incident. "What the hell? I think I just had a crazy dream." Images of monsters appeared in his subconscious. Like when he fought the eye monster by the window, and then comforted the two poor kids. And all the peaceful moments with everyone. Like a real family. There was someone to confide in and befriend. Back in the present, Hyun-soo sadly wondered, was Maria in that dream too? She appeared as a vague memory. He was a little panicked, trying to search his mind to remember. What was that dream like? His uncle asked worriedly. "A dream?" Hyun-soo shared. "I think I had a crazy dream, but it's very vague." His uncle didn't seem to care much. All dreams are like that. But still probed. "What was it like?" Ruffled his hair. "I don't remember a damn thing. Not a single detail." Extreme vagueness frustrated him. "Hey, uncle. I want to be alone for a bit." His uncle understood and left, not forgetting to remind him. "All right, I'll be right over there. Call me if you need anything." He replied softly, "Yes." His uncle walked near the door then stopped. He said, concerned, "Now it's just you, so don't be irresponsible like before." Hyun-soo just remained silent. His uncle continued, "With that inheritance money, you'll be able to take care of yourself for a while. But now is the time you need to grow up for your family." He stared blankly at his devoted uncle. "There must be a reason why I'm the only one alive after that accident." Hyun-soo replied dejectedly, "I'll think about it." Only then did his uncle finally move away. Alone, in a wheelchair, with an 4 drip, he quietly thought about his future life. Hyun-soo suddenly remembered a certain day. His 3 family members were standing behind the car, looking at him with eyes that couldn't be more surprised. Hyun-soo stood properly in front of them. He shyly said, "I'll go too." The whole family was visibly thrilled by the shocking news. A warm hand took his. His mother, tears in her eyes, whispered, "I'm so happy to hear you say that." Hyun-soo savored that rare moment of happiness. However, he still refused to say more. The car started. It drove smoothly on the road like any other car. In the back seat, he and his sister each held a phone. Hyun-soo stared intently at the screen. It was a news page about the premiere of the final part of Maria from the Sky in Korea. Thanks to passionate fans, the premiere of the popular animated film Maria from the Sky will take place on October 25th. Many fans of the film are incredibly excited about this news. The real-life Maria, the lead actress of the film, is Yoon Ji-soo, a new rookie. Standalone film of Maria from the Sky will be filmed in Korea. The female lead role in the film has been given to Yoon Ji-soo, a new rookie who debuted as a member of an indie band, according to the schedule. Then, just as he read this, Hyun-soo quickly retorted, "A real-life Maria? Do they want to ruin the whole movie?" Looking at her smiling image on the news page, he sighed, "But I have to admit, she really does look like Maria." His father interrupted his thoughts. "Hyun-soo, when are you going to grow up?" His mother was also a bit shocked when his father started looking for an argument, and he curtly replied, "What?" She gently reminded him, "Dear." His father stubbornly yelled at the person in the back, "What's with this social anxiety? It's just stupid." His younger sister spoke up in his defense. "Dad, Why do you have to bring that up today? He found this situation very awkward. His father kept questioning, making the atmosphere more tense. Why today? Then when am I supposed to talk about it? He just mopes around in his room all day. His mother spoke up to stop his outburst. That's enough, dear, he retorted. Don't you see me working my ass off just to feed and educate them? Hyun-soo listened to their bickering and felt like exploding. He heard the next sentence. And yet he keeps destroying himself, and could barely suppress his frustration. His mother tried to maintain peace, speaking more gently. Come on, we're on vacation, and this time Hyun-soo is coming with us. His father was furious. So, him going on vacation with his family is something special? Hyun-soo suddenly yelled. Shut up! Everyone in the car was astonished by his sudden rudeness. His voice rang out again. I said shut up. My mouth despises someone like you. His father turned his head. What? What did you just say? Hyun-soo yelled to vent his feelings. You only care about yourself and always turn your back on your own son. I'm so fucking grateful. Hearing his son's condemnation, his father grimaced and shouted, What? His sister looked at him anxiously, her lips tightly pressed, holding back. Hyun-soo, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind? He coldly turned to her and retorted, Oh, you can shut your mouth too. You're ashamed because of me, aren't you? You're afraid they might shun you, right? Younger sister choked when she heard him accuse. I heard everything. When you talked to your friends on the phone, you treated me like a dog. Her face twisted, wanting to explain. Hyun-soo, that, his mother, worried sick, turned back and called, Hyun-soo, calm down, son. He angrily yelled at her. You too. You're the one who made him like that. Do you think I don't know anything? She suddenly felt guilty at his accusation. Hyun-soo, I just thought you could overcome it. He immediately yelled. I can't. The atmosphere was extremely tense. He buried his face, feeling humiliated. Tears streamed down, along with helplessness. No one can overcome things like this. In his eyes, deep as an abyss, reflected images of monsters, not his family. The human faces, through his perception, made Hyun-soo exclaim in horror, Monsters! Hidden behind. Emotions were grotesque figures. He yelled loudly, You are disgusting monsters. Hyun-soo's mind was now filled with terrifying figures, as if inviting him to join them. Tears flowed, like a river, but his thoughts turned dark. I wish you all would just die. At the peak of his breakdown, his father furiously cursed, Hyun-soo, you disrespectful brat. Followed by his sister's desperate cry, Dad! They were stunned, looking at the windshield ahead. Even though his father tried his best to brake, it was too late. Returning to reality on the rooftop, Hyun-soo clutched his head, filled with regret and remorse. Tears fell profusely. He tore at his heart, screaming incessantly, No! No! His voice was faint and sorrowful. Son, I'm sorry. Everything is my fault. His uncle observed his condition completely. There was nothing more he could do. Clouds were painted with the colors of the evening glow. Hyun-soo still couldn't escape that abyss. A moment later, he suddenly said, That's right. Then he looked up towards the last light of day. It's not too late yet. His eyes, wet with tears, looked into the distance. Hyun-soo murmured to himself, Everything that has happened to me seems too terrible, but from now on, I will become a good person. He said in this peaceful scene, There is still hope. After a moment, he thoughtfully remembered. Someone said that even the darkest night will disappear under the light. And he looked up, confused. Catching a glimpse of Jisoo's face, he was startled. Where did I hear that? Time seemed to stop for memories to intertwine. His uncle smiled, looking at him. Boy is full of hope again. At that moment, a faint image exactly like Hyun-soo appeared on his uncle. It was a Hyun-soo with a strangely bright smile. A haunting concluding remark echoed. That damn thing is desire. Big footsteps appeared, fading. Whispers and discussions. So this kid hasn't turned into a monster yet? Thank you all for saving us. They murmured. Is that a normal fire extinguisher? Yes. The fine powder in this extinguisher can make the monsters dizzy. Someone grabbed his ankle and dragged him. Are you all leaving? Before the monster comes back, quickly take the kid to safety. They started to move. Suddenly, a shrill scream. Gangster uncle! The crowd shouted in chaos. That monster! It's coming! Damn it! You all stay here. I'll take care of it. Suddenly, something happened. Someone grunted. Someone cried out, No! Gukpian! Use the spray. The other person replied, It's all gone. I used it all when fighting that blind monster. Followed by a terrified scream. Damn it! Tragic scream echoed throughout the apartment building. A faint, blood-curdling growl mixed with human voices. No! Streaks of blood splattered near his feet. Someone else screamed. No! Everyone, fall back. Hey, aim for its legs. A chaotic reply. Which one should I hit? It has too many damn legs. Someone yelled. For eyes. That person shouted. Fall back. Those memories faded, gradually turning white, and then disappeared. Currently, Hyun-soo was lying on a soft bed, his hand resting on his forehead. His eyes were dark-rimmed, staring into the void. Glancing to the left, he reached for his phone. He swiped to check. The notification bar displayed. Uncle is looking for a new apartment to move into, so please wait a little longer. After reading, he silently assessed, Uncle is so damn thoughtful. He slumped, putting his phone back in its place. At the same time, the sound of wheels gently rolling away. Scene shifted to a computer screen announcing, see the lucky winners of advanced screening tickets for the final part of Maria from the Sky at CGP Gangnam Cinema on October 25th, immediately followed by a series of comments. 4569. Your dad almost cried. Now we can sit here and read this announcement. Fanboy never. 4568. Is anyone still a monster? Someone REP trust me. 4567. I can't believe I have to die without ever having a girlfriend. Hyun-soo sat slumped in his swivel chair, reading all that, and was speechless. Scrolled to the list of names. His eyes landed on that line of text. He sighed softly. The face of his uncle, smiling gently, appeared in his mind. He was skeptical. But, Hyun-soo pondered, do I have an uncle? Dark night enveloped the city, sparkling with lights. A cafe with a great view. He sat upright, hands in his pockets, facing his uncle who was rambling. It's been a long time since you've been to places like this, hasn't it? He looked away and replied, actually never. His uncle enthusiastically, well, thanks for coming anyway. How have you been lately? Do you feel better? He lowered his head. I don't know, but strangely, I feel better. Hyun-soo, relieved, spoke his mind to his uncle. My whole family died, but I feel better. He continued, or maybe it was just a dream. His uncle looked up at him, probing, a dream. Hyun-soo uneasily recounted. I can't remember anything. There's something, it's hard to describe. A second later, he regained his composure and said bluntly, I just feel that all the pain I've endured until now means nothing. His uncle comforted him. That's never easy, but you've overcome it. He was sad. Yes, but... His uncle gently concluded. Enough about dreams. Are you free on October 25th? You have an appointment with the principal at your new school. He asked in surprise. What? Remembering the notification on his computer, he was a bit evasive. I'm afraid I can't. I have something important to do. His uncle, not expecting this, asked curiously. What is it? Hyun-soo looked out the window uneasily. I can't say. His uncle continued bluntly. Is that more important than going back to school? Making him flustered. Ooh, no. His uncle said sternly. Then you should know what's better for you, Hyun-soo. He wanted to discuss rescheduling the appointment and asked his uncle again. Go to school on October 25th? Without a word in reply, he understood enough.
Kayun supander dejectedli.
Then he whispered. A small hope is still hope. His uncle seemed not to have heard, making a questioning sound. Hyun-soo tried to please his uncle, replying, all right. As soon as he said, I'll go to school. His uncle almost revealed his true form. He turned his head 180 degrees and gave a devilish smile. Hyun-soo froze stiff, staring at the bizarre action. He stared intently at the person with the long neck in front of him. Uncle, what's wrong? His uncle instantly returned to normal. Oh right, then remember to be on time on October 25th. Don't forget.
Hyun-soo stammered nervously. Yes.
In the silent night, there were slow footsteps. Hyun-soo walked through the crowded street. He fidgeted, deep in thought. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he mumbled, something's wrong, remembering the scene of him carrying his backpack, standing at the door, looking at his mother waiting. He wondered, did I really go on that trip with them? The image of his bustling family arranging luggage into the car, only waiting for him. Parasitic monsters reappeared in his memory. Hyun-soo felt a dull pain run through his head. He clutched his head, writhing. Passers-by were busy, no one paid attention. Hyun-soo collapsed with terrible fear. The echoing sound kept repeating. He's infected. We can't let him in. No, We can't treat him like a carrier. Continued to echo incessantly, driving him mad. Maybe none of this is caused by a virus, but he'll gradually turn into a monster. He closed his eyes, ignoring that voice. We can't let him stay. He'll kill us all. Hyun-soo fell to his knees, screaming in agony. A deafening sound erupted as he could no longer endure this mental torture.
Hyun-soo breathed rapidly.
Sweat soaked his face. He was stunned, confused by the very things tormenting his mind. What the hell is this? His feet braced against the ground, preventing him from collapsing, to awaken himself. What the hell is happening? Hyun-soo stood up, looking around. His consciousness told him something strange, making him bewildered. Ah! Looking at the people passing by, he inwardly exclaimed, Damn it! I just yelled, what the hell? Thinking of this, he stood still. And why did no one give a damn? Hyun-soo was lost in a world both familiar and strange. The city lights flickered. Hyun-soo sat in front of his computer screen again. He suddenly turned to the right, looking at the numbers on the calendar. He was silent. Hyun-soo was suspicious. My room has a calendar too? He remembered talking to his uncle, who mentioned, Oh, right, then I'll see you on the 25th. Don't forget. And the cold words, You should know what's better for you, Hyun-soo. You're the one who wanted a fresh start. Can you go to school on the 25th?
Hyun-soo mumbled. Decide.
Craving. He looked sullen and dejected, and looked down at the phone in his hand. He had realized something. Yeah. It really is a thin line between looking at the reminder on his phone. Suicide schedule. He mouthed, as if analyzing the difference between desire and craving. Now Hyun-soo stood in front of the cinema, with a large, cheerful character poster plastered on it. He stood there hesitantly, his face grim. He stared at the illustration for a long time without any movement. A moment later he walked forward, and gradually disappeared behind the main entrance of the cinema. Hyun-soo silently looked at his phone screen. He exclaimed, It really is a thin line between. His phone screen displayed a notification. Suicide schedule reminder. Hyun-soo walked into the cinema. Desire and craving. He rested his chin on his hand. Sitting in the seats, he seemed to be deep in thought. The movie ended in silence. Only Hyun-soo's back remained in the empty room. He suddenly spoke. Okay, so. Hyun-soo's voice was weary. The ending was just as I imagined. You can't really get any references before creating something, because you have no other choice but to show me what's in my own head. He pursed his lips, his voice eerie. Am I joking? At this moment, his uncle had entered at some point. Hyun-soo raised his voice. Dear uncle. His uncle's expression was calm. He said bluntly, No. Hyun-soo turned his head to look over. Slowly he asked, Should I call you Mr. Monster instead? His uncle was startled for a moment, then silent again. Suddenly, he transformed into someone identical to Hyun-soo. He asked in surprise, You've regained those memories? His eyes were resolute. As soon as I realized this damn space was created by you, I remembered everything. The image of the girl like a monster appeared. Immediately after, it transformed into a sharp-toothed monster. The eye monster reached out. He swung his staff, fighting. Hyun-soo exhaled and closed the door. He was terrified, covering his mouth, pressed against the door. Inside was a tumbling figure. Hyun-soo recalled every detail. When I was on the street, I screamed my lungs out, but no one gave a damn. He yelled angrily, and that's exactly the world I wanted. The monster's face was calm and silent. Hyun-soo was indignant. I never went on that trip. He reminisced. Everything they said in the car was very real. Hyun-soo's voice was firm. Because those were all the things my family would say about me. He pointed at the monster. But you forgot one thing. Hyun-soo raised his phone. This notification message. Bright screen displayed the text. Suicide schedule reminder. With clear evidence, the monster fell silent. Hyun-soo bluntly exposed it. And the ending of Maria from the sky was ridiculous. But you had no other choice. Did you? You could only create what I imagined in my head. Hyun-soo bluntly exposed it. And the ending of Maria from the sky was too ridiculous. But you have no other choice. Do you? You can only create things that I imagine in my head. He said coldly. That's when I realized. The world you created was just a fabrication. The monster spoke faintly. You're smarter than I thought, but still foolish. Hyun-soo was startled. What? The monster said casually. You could have lived a new life here, in the world I control. It's 100 times happier than your real life out there. He raised his voice. And I'll become a monster as soon as I reveal my desires, right? His eyes were gloomy. He didn't deny it. That's right. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth. extremely angry. He suddenly walked. Hyun-soo held his staff and approached the monster. He pointed the staff at it. It's just that. Hyun-soo said contemptuously, "What the hell are you?" The monster lowered its eyes. Silent. Suddenly, it gave a devilish smile. He was stunned. A flicker of panic appeared on his face. Scene change. At this moment, the two stood in a different place. Hyun-soo turned his face to the side. He asked doubtfully, "This place is?" The monster said faintly, "I had hoped I could talk to another me." Hyun-soo interrupted, "Don't mess with me, you bitch monster." He flinched. "Monster? We can be monsters like others." He narrowed his eyes, silent for a moment. The beach was pitch black. Trash floated on the water. The monster suddenly spoke. "The water is so dirty." Hyun-soo replied, "That's the Han." Its eyes were full of expectation. "I can make it clean if you want," he retorted. "But it's not real." The monster replied faintly, "You're right, but is real or not that important?" It asked, "The world through that 24-inch screen. That was your only world, wasn't it?" Hyun-soo broke out in a cold sweat as he heard it expose him. "You used to be in the real world, but you rejected it. And now you stand here and talk about reality." The monster said contemptuously, "You're too funny." For a moment, both fell into silence. It suddenly asked, "Do you want to know who I am?" He pursed his lips, not answering. The monster said calmly, "Actually, I don't know either."
Hyun-soo exclaimed in surprise.
"What?" His eyes were vacant. "I don't know who I am." He gritted his teeth, angrily grabbing its collar. Hyun-soo cursed through clenched teeth. "Damn you, you horse bitch." The monster slightly parted its lips. "Although I don't know who I am, but I'm sure that." His voice was firm. "At least this place will be much better than your world." Suddenly, a hand pushed his arm. "Wait." The monster turned and left. Hyun-soo wanted to speak but stopped. The monster walked straight, its voice sinister. "Humans only have one desire, but you always want more." It continued, "Humans are always honest with their desires, but you are not." His face darkened, its voice full of sarcasm. "Truly fucking hypocritical." Hyun-soo yelled angrily, "Shut your mouth." Its footsteps stopped. The monster lowered its voice slowly. "You should think more carefully. We have a lot of time in here. Time here is very different from the real world." It glanced and asked, "Are you ready to live in a world where we always have to be on high alert and hold our breath every day?" The monster advised, "Or let go of everything and be honest with your own desires." The eyes were resolute. "I don't need to think." The monster heard that and fell silent. Hyun-soo yelled, "I will definitely escape this place." After his words, he lunged at it. "Right now." Hyun-soo jumped, stabbing his staff straight into. From where it was stabbed, cracks appeared. Monster was emotionless, silent for a moment, then said casually, "Right." The glass shards shattered. The monster smiled. Then good luck. The glass shards simultaneously collapsed. Scene change. Hyun-soo woke up, his eyes wide open. He lay silently, looking at the ceiling. Hyun-soo glanced to the side and was startled. Next to him were Hyuk Lee and Eun. Hyun-soo looked at the two of them bewildered. He could only widen his eyes, full of confusion. Hyuk Lee was the first to speak. "Hello there." At this moment, they were in a somewhat old and empty apartment. Hyuk Lee continued to make conversation. "You seem to be doing better. So you're 18 this year." He sat down on the bed, trying to befriend Hyun-soo. "We're the same age, so let's be friends." Hyun-soo bowed his head, his emotions unclear, and replied, "Okay." Hyuk Lee wasn't discouraged and continued to prompt conversation. "I heard about it. You're in the process of monsterization, right?" This time, Hyun-soo frowned. He couldn't utter a word. Hyuk Lee smiled lightly. "Your silence means I'm right." Seeing the spray can and lighter in Eun's hand, he reminded her, "You're reacting a bit too much." Eun still hesitated a little. Finally, she tightly pursed her lips and angrily put the items in her hand away. Hyuk Lee then turned to ask Hyun-soo, "Jisoo told me everything. How did you know we were on the first floor?" Hyun-soo opened his dry lips. He replied with difficulty, I just knew." Hyuk Lee heard that and exclaimed, "Really? Wow, you're like a fortune teller." He smiled brightly and excitedly again. "Want to look around a bit?" Hyun-soo heard this offer and was very surprised. Glancing at Hyuk Lee, the room door slowly opened to avoid making any loud noises. Hyun-soo was the first to step out, followed by Lee. He was a bit hesitant, observing his surroundings. In front of him were two strangers holding sticks. In front of them was a pile of tables, chairs, and wooden cabinets blocking the door. Hyun-soo couldn't see their faces. Froze motionless. The two people slowly turned their heads. At this moment, Hyun-soo could clearly see that they were Miho and Sang-soo. At this moment, Hyuk-lee spoke up to explain. After the first monster appeared at the main entrance, we blocked the main door and the windows. He recounted. When blocking the monsters that rushed in from other exits and windows, we encountered some trouble. Hyuk-lee recalled images of some people who had been attacked by monsters. And there were some unnecessary losses. Seeing Hyun-soo's gloomy face, Hyuk-lee immediately smiled to reassure him. Luckily, the security guard closed all the doors, so we didn't have too much trouble. But we still haven't seen him since. Hyun-soo heard this and also remembered the security guard's somewhat strange face. Ah, that uncle. At this moment, Miho and Sang-soo seemed to be arguing about something. Hyun-soo looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hyuk-lee proactively explained. Some people don't want you here. You understand why, right?
Hyun-soo calmly replied, yes.
Just then, Kim Suk and Jeryu also appeared. Hyun-soo asked Hyuk-lee if they were them. Hyuk-lee gave an awkward smile. He reluctantly replied, He introduced Kim Suk, extremely ill-tempered. Hyuk-lee moved on to the other person. Jeryu, ill-tempered. Kim Suk, hands in his pockets. His grim expression, not bothering to hide it, stared directly at Hyun-soo. Keeping a damn monster brat here is no different from
suicide.
He turned to question Hyuk-lee. Since when did you start making decisions on your own? You damn kid? Hyuk-lee still wore a harmless smile. But I'm in charge here. Uncle, remember? Kim Suk got annoyed and cursed. What the hell, you little punk? He continued to glare directly at Hyun-soo with a displeased look. Kim Suk tapped his shoulder with a liquor bottle. I won't let this slide. You hear? He spoke each word to Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo, if you show even the slightest sign of turning into a monster. Understood? You damn monster.
Cut.
Hyun-soo was threatened and felt a little scared. His face was bewildered, not knowing what to say. Kim Suk lost all patience and yelled, Answer me!
Hyun-soo está mered.
Yes. Kim Suk spat on the floor in annoyance. He walked away, not forgetting to remind him, I'll see your pretty face at the meeting. Night. Hyun-soo helplessly looked at Hyuk-lee with pleading eyes. Hyuk-lee comforted him. Don't mind him. He's a typical old capitalist. Hyun-soo replied awkwardly. He wasn't wrong, though. Hyuk-lee heard that and gestured with his hand. You saying that surprises me quite a bit. So you want me to kick you out of here? He gave a forced laugh. Honestly, I still don't know what to do with you. It's just that I can't kick you out when you're still a human. Like this. Hyun-soo was speechless. How kind of him. Hyuk-lee still smiled. Is there a problem? Hyun-soo didn't argue with him anymore and asked seriously, So how many people are still alive? Hyuk-lee replied, 16, including you. Despite a few minor issues, we've been cooperating quite well. Hyun-soo asked again, Do you have enough essential supplies? Hyuk-lee looked a bit uneasy this time, but he still smiled and replied, Yeah, enough for a while. He explained, There's a convenience store in the building, so we can be at ease for a while. But I'm not sure it can last until the end of this epidemic.
Hyun-soo listened, worried.
His face couldn't hide his sadness. Hyuk-lee had to remind him, Even in this situation, people will still joke and laugh. Happily, Hyun-soo didn't reply to him, just lowered his head. He pressed his lips tightly, deep in thought. Hyuk-lee continued to speak. But when they face a real situation, they're no different from monsters. At this point, Hyun-soo remained in the same posture, saying nothing. Hyuk-lee now realized something strange. But, do you feel different? Hyun-soo heard this question and looked up. He looked at him with an incredulous expression. Scene changed to another shopping area. The two of them were facing Han Sang-soo. He looked grim as if suppressing anger. Hyun-soo began, That uncle is... Han Sang-soo looked up at him, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. Hyun-soo immediately covered his mouth and whispered to Hyuk-lee, Is this uncle also ill-tempered? Hyuk-lee also raised his hand and whispered back awkwardly, Honestly, everyone is ill-tempered, except for me. Hyun-soo was a bit speechless after hearing that. I see. At this moment, Han Sang-soo got annoyed and questioned, I can hear you two talking. I'm quite surprised you haven't turned into a monster yet. But what do you want to do now? Hyuk Lee gave a friendly smile, pointing at Hyun Soo. He seems dehydrated. Uncle, could you give him a soda? Han Sang-soo coldly opened the cabinet.
Et toast Hyun Soo a soda.
Humph. Hyuk Lee smiled friendly, pointing at Hyun Soo. He seems dehydrated. Uncle, can you give him a soda? Han Sang-soo coldly opened the cabinet.
Esru Hyun Soo a soda.
Hyuk Lee introduced him. He's the strongest among us, so he's in charge of managing this store. Food is the most important thing here. When he's on guard, no one can sneak in here. Sang-soo rudely snaps, "Shut your mouth and get out." He points directly at Hyun Soo. "I only agreed to let him in here because you asked me to, but we'll have to make a final decision on what to do with him at tonight's meeting." Hyuk Lee reluctantly replies, "Yes, I understand." After getting the water bottle, the two prepared to step outside together. At this moment, Sang-soo mutters, "We've already lost someone." Hyun Soo was stunned upon hearing that. Hyuk Lee, on the other hand, immediately raised his voice to remind him, "Uncle, stop." Hyun Soo's eyes widened in surprise. "Someone died saving you." The scene of the monster attacking someone in the group flashed through Sang-soo's mind. He continued, "And I think that was an unnecessary loss for us." The more Hyun Soo listened, the more he sweated. He was so scared he couldn't utter a word. Meanwhile, Hyuk Lee helplessly shook his head, doing nothing further. Night gradually enveloped the city. The Green Town apartments wore a desolate and mournful appearance. Kim Suk's voice rang out. "What the hell is that?" Grumbled. "What I want to say here is," Kim Suk bluntly stated, "we can't keep this monster brat here. He has to be expelled." Jae-hun frowned in protest. "You want to kick him out? Sinful. Sinful." Kim Suk got furious and yelled, "Arg! Shut your mouth. You son of a bitch. It's for everyone's benefit." Jae-hun anxiously looked at Ji-soo-yoon, who was gritting her teeth, struggling internally. "Ji-soo-yoon," he panicked. "Ji-soo-yoon, do you agree with him too?" Ji-soo-yoon awkwardly cursed. "Damn it." In this tense moment, Hyuk Lee calmly walked forward from behind. He held a small box, smiled, walked past Ji-soo-yoon and Jae-hun, and went straight to where Kim Suk was sitting. Hyuk Lee firmly placed the box down. He held a pen. On top of the box was a stack of sticky notes. Kim Suk was puzzled. "What the hell is this?" Hyuk Lee held up a piece of paper, turned his back to face everyone and said, "Look here. Now, everyone will take a slip of paper." He smoothed the paper. "Draw an O if you think we should expel Hyun Soo." Hyuk Lee dropped the paper into the box. "Or draw an X if you want him to stay. Then put the slip of paper into the box." Kim Suk was annoyed. "Of course, the result will be all O's. What a pain in the ass. Just raise your hands." Hyuk Lee faced him. "It's for privacy and secrecy." Kim Suk didn't understand his intention. "Huh." Hyuk Lee explained further. "Actually, it's like..." He looked at the people around him. "More like murder." Gukbyeon and Eun stared intently at Hyuk Lee. The others were a bit hesitant, even though they understood Hyuk Lee's meaning. Even Jae-hun and Ji-soo-yoon showed a slightly worried expression. The entire room was plunged into a heavy atmosphere. For a moment, not a single sound was heard. Kim Suk frowned, looking at that damn Hyuk Lee. He slapped Hyuk Lee's shoulder. "Keep your privacy and secrecy to yourself. I'm too tired for this." They looked at him with confused eyes. Kim Suk said, "You call that murder? What the hell do we feel guilty about? It's for our own survival." He snapped, looking at Seoin. "Damn it, woman. Raise your hand quickly, for fuck's sake." Seoin's face was confused. "What?" He angrily raised his hand and yelled, "Like this, you idiot."
Son en fro Ned.
"But there's one point, Kim Suk. Auntie." Sun Hen continued, "It would be better if we didn't know who voted, right? Moreover, elections are a given in democratic countries." Kim Suk's face was furious. "What the hell is democracy? Stop with your democracy. The world is falling apart."
Son en fro Ned.
"Uncle, you can stop yelling at your wife like she's an animal. That really makes me uncomfortable." Seoin lowered her head, her face sad. Kim Suk still yelled, "This bitch." He aggressively lunged at her. "It's none of your business." Gukbyeon frowned. "You can stop now, old man." Kim Suk heard him say that. He slightly lowered his head, suppressing his anger. Hyuk Lee picked up the ballot. "Uncle Kim has clearly expressed his opinion, so before we vote, I also have a few things to say." He chuckled. "Just follow everyone's principles of living." Everyone listened, feeling confused. They didn't know what to do. Everyone's faces were tense, but they had surely made their choices. In the high-rise building, Hyuk Lee was writing on the board. "So we have 7 yes votes and 6 no votes. The atmosphere is tense, Hyuk-lee said. If one of the remaining 2 ballots is a yes, then we'll have a decision right away. Kim Suk's face was annoyed and irritated. I can't believe there are 6 no votes. You guys are out of your goddamn minds. Hyuk-lee pulled a ballot with an X from the cardboard box. He carefully wrote on the board, 1 no vote. Now it's 7-7. Kim Suk frowned, glancing at his wife. Didn't vote no, did you? Her face was terrified.
No.
He turned and pointed at the 2 of them. We shouldn't have let those 2 vote. They were with that monster. Remember? Ji-soo-yoon angrily yelled. Hey, uncle! Hyuk-lee raised his hand as a signal. Come on. Calm down, we don't have the final result yet. The last ballot will decide everything. Took the last ballot from the box. Let's see. A slight smile played on his lips. The last ballot is... Kim Suk sat next to him, his eyes sullen, pouting. Hyuk-lee opened the ballot. Invalid. All eyes turned to Hyuk-lee. Kim Suk angrily gritted his teeth. God damn it. He yelled. Bring that damn monster brat here right now. Jaehyun's eyes widened in surprise. He stammered. What? Now. Kim Suk frantically knocked over the ballot box. He yelled wildly. Yes, we have to finish him off as soon as possible. Forget this crappy voting game. It's not the issue now. Hyuk-lee's eyes were confused. Uncle, are you protesting the election results? Kim Suk replied. Damn right I am. His face was flushed red, his eyes furious. Are you people crazy? Are you letting this brat lead you by the nose? All that talk about murder is bullshit. His eyes widened with anger as he pointed at them. What the hell do you think murder is? It's only murder when we do it to a human, not a monster. Everyone looked at him. He continued to curse. Don't you realize the seriousness of this? How can you be so indifferent after dozens of people have died out there? Who knows when that brat will turn into a monster? Yelled frantically. We have to get rid of him. Suddenly, he realized blood was flowing from his nose. His eyes were wide, blood vessels bulging as if about to burst from fear. He quickly covered his nose with his hand. Everyone standing there turned pale, their mouths agape in horror. He removed his hand, revealing his palm full of nosebleed. Theo and covered her mouth with her hand. Her voice was faint. Husband, my husband. The blood from his nose continued to flow. Everyone looked at him with fearful eyes. He angrily yelled, Damn it! No! He frantically explained to everyone. This is just because I'm too tired. I'm just tired. I'm just a little disoriented, Gukpian said. Stay away from us. Kim Suk looked at the blood flowing from his nose onto his hand. His eyes panicked. Damn it, no way. Why now? Hyun-soo's voice rang out. Protect yourself.
Kim Seok froze.
What? Hyun-soo's eyes were sharp. If you don't want to be devoured by that monster. He trembled, unable to move, only able to cover his nose with his hand to stop the bleeding. The crowd turned to stare at him. Kim Suk said, You brat. He walked over and picked up a ballot. Can I vote? He took a pen and wrote on the ballot. Soo-yoon looked at him with worried eyes. Hyuk-lee waited, ready.
Hyun-soo smiled fondly.
If I put this paper in here. Kim Suk was utterly terrified. His body trembled. Hyun-soo glanced at him. His body trembled. Kim Suk was scared, tears welling up. He looked at him with a very calm expression. Right? The door closed tightly. He lay in a daze, his eyes indifferent. His nose was plugged with 2 rolls of paper. He woke up from his stupor. He tried to grasp how dire the situation was. But there was nothing but soft blankets and warm bedding. And that person spoke. You're awake, uncle? He twisted his neck to look at the boy cautiously. He sat up and asked a truly meaningless question. Was I unconscious? Hyun-soo calmly replied. Yes, that's the initial symptom of monsterization. Sweat dripped from his bald forehead. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. I can't believe it. Why now? Hyun-soo's face was expressionless, silent. He trembled and spoke in a familiar tone to the person he had previously disdained. Hyun, listen. Not everyone who turns into a monster shows symptoms, right? You're still in good shape. Can you share your secret with me? Gave him a piercing look, thinking, is this uncle scared? He scratched his head, feigning remorse. I'm sorry for what happened before, but now I realize it's ridiculous to kick someone out just because of a silly nosebleed. I was wrong. But while the husband is struggling here, who knows what that bitch is doing? He heard those words and felt a pang. He lowered his eyes, speaking few words but with much meaning. Fight for yourself. He asked blankly, incredulously. What? He stared, his words sharp. I'm not joking. You have to fight for yourself. His body was drenched in sweat, his mind in the clouds. He coldly added the last sentence. I have nothing more to say to you. The desolate road was devoid of people. In front of the building, carefully barricaded. Thick iron chains crisscrossed. Voices discussing echoed. All right, that's it. They toiled for a while, then collectively sighed, assessing their achievement. Blocking the entrance with curtains and these things will only have a little light. Well done, everyone. Man with the cut lip worriedly expressed his opinion. But will this be enough? The girl with glasses next to him added. We should block it with sturdy things like metal sheets, for example, right? How long can a flimsy curtain and these furniture items hold up? Guppian looked around and asked. Metal, do you see any around here? The man with the cut lip suggested. I think we should dismantle and use the door panels from the boiler room in the basement parking lot, or from the apartments upstairs. He looked at the tightly closed door again. He judged. Their size is quite suitable. Gukbian scratched his head, hesitant. I think it would work, but no one here knows how to do that properly. We don't have many proper tools either. After speaking, he glanced at the pile of weapons. Yes, that's it. That huge metal shield. Hyuk Lee froze for 5 seconds. He turned to call Jisuyun. She startled and looked back. Huh. He pointed at the pile, his heart filled with new hope, and asked, You once said, who made these things? The scene shifts to a sealed room. Hyun-soo and the uncle were having a heart-to-heart inside. The window had also been covered with countless overlapping wooden panels. Both remained silent, experiencing these rare and precious moments. Hyuk Lee, with a smile on his face, opened the door and stepped in. Hyun-soo looked at him in surprise. The uncle on the other side stood up in protest. You brat, how long are you going to keep us locked up here? Hyuk Lee didn't give a damn about him. He smiled, looked at Hyun-soo, and called out intimately, Hyun. He looked with an empty face at the person who had gone to such lengths to get him to the door. Hyuk Lee sincerely began. I came here because I have something to tell you. He was still stunned, a bad feeling in his gut. The door lock was reinforced with screws for security, along with crisscrossing iron chains. Below, 3 cabinets blocked the way and were further secured with wooden beams to withstand any pushing force. The 2 young men had been standing there admiring it for a while. Hyuk Lee seriously explained. The staircase entrance on the first floor is an extremely important position. You see, it's just a makeshift barrier made from locks and household items. Cabinets were used, tables were used. Everything converged into a pile blocking the pathways. Hyuk Lee calmly continued. And the front door is also only blocked by a bamboo plank and a few wooden items. The monsters can break in here at any time. He understood all the current difficulties, so he didn't know what else to say. A moment later, Hyuk Lee curiously asked, Why do you think I'm on your side? But, as expected, silence was his only reply. He continued gloomily, I guess you must have heard from Uncle Gukpian, but someone died while rescuing you guys. He recalled the scene of the monster wrapping its tentacles around the screaming man. He recounted. He was a good man, but then the tentacle monster lifted him into the air, ignoring its struggling prey. Everyone was extremely tense. Hyun-soo reminisced, filled with remorse. Hyuk Lee's face was serious. I'll only say this. From now on, you will be the leader of the team. Hyun-soo heard this and was confused, thinking, Is this a joke? Should I? Hyuk Lee calmly, with a hint of threat, further explained. Like now, you will have to face any kind of danger. If you refuse, I won't be able to help you anymore. He widened his eyes, looking at the unpredictable person in front of him. What? Hyuk Lee didn't beat around the bush and said, But can you bring the welder uncle from apartment 1408 down here? He froze for a second. Looked down, pondering deeply. A moment later, he hesitantly asked, Me? Me alone? Just then, a pair of feet slowly shuffled. It was Gukpian, appearing proudly, throwing a pile of familiar weapon backpacks down with a thud. He muttered, My weapons. Gukpian bravely spoke, I'll go too. He looked at Gukpian, somewhat moved, as if he couldn't believe it. Suddenly, he aggressively approached the boy, then pointed at his bulging bicep and yelled, But remember this, if you turn into a monster, I'll have to add another line to this arm. Darkness enveloped the apartment building. The scene shifts to room 1408. Dusik was sleeping soundly, curled up with his pillow. A small shadow approached. A hand gently poked him. The uncle grumbled and sat up. What is it? What's wrong? This startled Su Young in return. The little girl fearfully reported, Auntie, he's still half asleep, confused, and asked again. Su Young quickly said, Auntie went into the bathroom and hasn't come out. The uncle's face was blank. Then he let out a light, relieved laugh. Without a hint of worry, he chuckled mockingly. Maybe she's just constipated or something. So, how long has she been in there? Hearing this, the little girl looked distraught and said nothing. A moment later, Su Young blurted out, 2 hours, sir. The suffocating silence in the air was terrifying. Sik was stunned, almost falling backward in worry. He turned back and forth, feeling an indescribable unease. In the corner of the room, cardboard boxes were piled up. The closed door was very suspicious. Han Dusik smiled, trying to reassure her. Maybe she's just constipated or something. So, how long has she been in there? Su Young remained silent. Sweat beaded on her face. She whispered, 2 hours, sir. The atmosphere grew heavy. The two looked at each other in silence. Their eyes filled with worry. His face went slack. His eyebrows furrowed. A moment later, Han Dusik's expression suddenly changed, filled with horror. The silent door suddenly trembled slightly. The air seemed to freeze. Su Young shivered. Her voice trembled. Uncle? Uncle? At this moment, young Su groggily woke up. He groaned softly, rubbing his blurry eyes. Slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He said in a low voice, Quiet now. You kids, step back. Han Dusik bent down and picked up the drumstick. He pursed his lips, his eyes resolute. Han Dusik strode towards the door. Each step heavy. At the same time, a memory returned. On the table were 2 cans of beer. A clear voice rang out. Do you remember what you once said, brother? He stopped drinking beer. He looked at the other person, bewildered. Myong lowered her face. She said in a low voice, Do the same to me, if I turn into a monster.
Dusik protested, comforting her. Hey,
don't be so pessimistic. She insisted, her voice firm. But it's bound to happen. He took a sip of beer. He hesitated, then said, Maybe, but you'll be fine. Myong asked in surprise, What? Han Dusik replied silently, I'm sure of it. Continued, I'm not sure that I'll be able to take care of the children without you. Face froze for a moment. Myong hesitated for a while. Finally, she replied, I understand. Han Dusik glanced to the side. Young Su and Su Young were both extremely tense, lips tightly sealed in fear. The two became agitated, their eyes pleading. Finally, just as he reached out to open the door, they came and called out, Uncle! Han Dusik was drenched in sweat. He lowered his face, avoiding their gaze. Without a word, he lifted his foot and pushed the door open. On the other side, a hand opened the door. A person with a backpack walked in. Outside, 2 people were silent. Hyun-soo wiped his sweaty forehead. Silent, as a stone statue. Hyuk-lee spoke in a deep voice. I hope you return safely. Hyuk-lee glanced at him. He replied indifferently, You too. Hyuk-lee watched him walk away, his face thoughtful. Suddenly, he called out, Wait a minute. Hyuk-lee looked at him, full of questions. Hyuk-lee walked towards him. Under his gaze, Hyuk-lee seemed to read his thoughts. He suddenly froze. His eyes widened, showing clear horror. Hyuk-lee spoke. You understand what I mean, right? He was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. He said, speechless with anger, You! Hyuk-lee became even more horrified. Sweat continuously poured out. Are you going or not? Hyun-soo trembled with anger. He snorted coldly. He gave a faint, meaningful smile. The door had closed. He was silent, his face heavy. 2 were walking up the stairs. He suddenly stopped. Gukpian spoke. What did he say? Hyun-soo looked up at him. He remained silent. He asked, Are you ignoring me? Hyun-soo irritably blurted out, That brat, what kind of person is he? Gukpian heard that and turned his head to ask, Who? Hyuk-lee. He replied, He's just a high school student like you, but he's very smart. Thanks to him, this group has come this far. He asked suspiciously, He's the leader of the group? Gukpian kept his pace. You could say that, although some old guys aren't happy because he's too young. Hyun-soo walked behind him, his mood extremely complex. The task is to reinforce the main gate of the building and find a sturdy vehicle. He asked in surprise, A vehicle? Gukpian casually replied, Yeah, I checked the remaining food in the convenience store, and it's only enough for us for 2 more weeks. He added, Do you think the situation will end in the next 2 weeks? Or will some kind soldiers find and rescue us? Hyun-soo could only remain silent. Gukpian said heavily, Ultimately, we still have to go out there ourselves and find some necessary food and medical supplies. Once the food runs out in 2 weeks, this place will turn into a living hell. He explained the situation. Most cars can't withstand monster attacks. So we need a very special vehicle. Something that can withstand those monster attacks. Pian said. Like an armored vehicle, for example. His footsteps quickened. Fortunately, there's still someone in this building who can do that. So we have to quickly bring him back to the group before he gets killed by some monster. Hyun-soo muttered. We have to bring him back. Gukpian turned his head suspiciously. He asked silently, Hyuk Lee, how much do you trust him? He replied straightforwardly. Suddenly, you saying that sounds quite strange. If it weren't for him, you might have been monster fodder by now. Shouldn't you be the one who trusts him the most? Hyun-soo was still suspicious. He asked, why do you think he only sent the two of us together? Gukpian was startled and asked, what? He replied, isn't it very strange? He lost patience. He irritably asked, what the hell are you talking about? Hyun-soo bravely replied, first, he acted like a hero and even formed a rescue team with his own sister. But now, when there's a truly important mission, if Uncle Han is someone who absolutely must be found, shouldn't there be a larger team? Pian pondered for a moment, then finally said, he's just scared. Hearing this, he was completely stunned. He continued, outwardly he acts tough, but he's still just a kid like you. Go back to seeing people lying everywhere. Glasses stained with blood. Hyuk Lee's face clearly showed fear. Gukpian suddenly asked, I told you someone in the rescue team died, right? He sighed and recounted. That kid Hyuk was very strong and faced the monster even though he had nothing but a fire extinguisher. Gukpian scratched his head. It was fine the previous times, but that was the first time we had casualties. And because of that, I think he blamed himself for being too confident in his plan. Hyun-soo still asked suspiciously, so tell me, why did he reduce the number of people for this mission? He replied, you know, having a compassionate leader isn't entirely bad. His eyes darkened, his voice low. If that's true, then things are much worse than I thought. Gukpian turned his head to look. Hyun-soo bluntly said, he's too contradictory to be a leader. He asked suspiciously, what do you mean? A voice spoke. The main mission is to rescue Uncle Han. He was stunned to hear Hyuk Lee say, the children are just secondary. Hyun-soo was speechless. He instructed again, focus on the main mission. He was horrified, as if he couldn't believe it. Hyuk Lee gravely conveyed, if the situation gets worse, he said in an empty, cruel voice, then leave the children behind. Ayoung's lonely back stood in the room. Painful sound echoed. Is this the end of my life? She looked at herself in the mirror, becoming even more resolute. It's not over yet. Blood flowed from her mouth. Tears streamed down her face. Mayang seemed dazed, her spirit exhausted. But then, from deep within, a voice burst out. You can no longer hide your desires. She raised her long, monstrous arm, as if she had made up her mind. All right, if I can't escape anymore. Mayang calmly said, I will accept it. A hoarse shriek echoed in the darkness. Good. Puddles of blood formed around her. She knelt down. Mayang trembled. You're trying to turn me into a monster so I'll kill the children and that man, aren't you? But, right after that, her whole body swelled up as if something wanted to escape from her. She coldly said, you won't get what you want, because... Tears streamed down her face. Blood vessels spread across her face. Mayang smiled. Because... my desire is... Outside, Young Soo and Soo Young were stunned, their faces pale. Cold sweat drenched them. Han Dusik's mouth hung open, his eyes filled with both horror and pain. In front of them, slimy tentacles wrapped around an immobile child. The air thickened, heavy and suffocating. The group was frozen. In front of them was a monster child, as if still in a womb. Gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. A terrifying sound came from the child. Ma. Ma. Han Dusik lowered his face, both sad and angry. She wanted so badly to save her baby. The drumstick clattered to the ground. That impossible dream. He helplessly collapsed. It turned her into her own baby. Han Dusik's hand clenched. He helplessly punched the wall. Soo Young covered her face, sobbing. She asked tremblingly, Uncle? Auntie has. The little girl cried out in despair. Auntie! Han Dusik gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He hissed through clenched teeth. Damn it! Heavy tears streamed down his old, weathered face. Roared like a wounded beast. What the hell? His mind clouded, pulling him back to the past. To a place where Mayang and two sleeping children were. She avoided his gaze. She only whispered, it was an accident. Han Dusik asked, do you remember the little one? Mayang's face was mournful. She softly replied, what parent wouldn't remember their child? He sipped his beer, listening intently. She gently stroked the hair of the little girl lying on her lap, reminiscing. I still remember vividly when she babbled mama and waved those chubby little hands. When she slept, she looked like a true angel. Myung's eyes were tender. Every time, I would pinch her cute, plump cheek. Even though it was a bit much, she was truly beautiful. Han Dusik was silent for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "Where's your husband?" She was sad. "He's a sailor. He only comes home once a year. Now I don't even know if he's still alive." He glanced at her, his eyes filled with compassion. Myung explained, "Even the monster couldn't do anything about me avoiding my child's death. Ironically, that's why I haven't lost myself. I stopped the monster with my own madness." Eyes were distant. Even in death, my child protected me from turning into a monster. Han Dusik fell silent. He slowly asked, "Can you still live when that protection is gone? If you transform the children?" Myung replied, her voice desolate, "I will try." She turned. She asked curiously, "So, do you have any children?" Han Dusik looked at his stump of a leg. "I used to, until my leg became like this." Myung couldn't hide her surprise. His voice was tinged with sadness. "Now I don't even know if they're still alive." Suddenly, Han Dusik picked up the drumstick. He angrily stood up. Then Han Dusik pushed the door open and yelled, "Why didn't you fight to the end?" He pointed his weapon at the child and screamed, "Even a kid like Hyun could do it." Soo Young cried loudly. Han Dusik gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with pain. "Why did you make me do this?" The two children ran over, crying and pleading. "No, uncle, please don't." Helplessly asked, You followed them?" Soo Young pleaded. "She stayed here for us. Don't you remember, uncle?" Han Dusik gritted his teeth, suppressing the overflowing tears. "You said you would try." Young Soo yelled, "You're stupid, uncle." He looked at the boy in surprise. Two streams of tears flowed. Young Soo helplessly said, "She tried her best." Han Dusik stopped his movement. He asked in surprise, "What?" The boy sobbed, "Now she's not harming us at all." He froze, his eyes glancing to the side. The child still lay motionless, obediently still. On a deserted beach, the sound of waves crashing on the shore. On sand, Myung looked out at the vast sea. Slowly pushing the stroller, she softly said, "The wind is strong, isn't it?" Myung looked at the playful baby in the stroller. "My darling," she wondered. "I wonder when your father will come home?" Myung bent down to look at the chubby baby. She tenderly asked, "Do you like it, sweetie?" The little girl babbled, "Mama." She looked to the side. From afar, a figure was rushing towards them. Myung smiled. "Look!" The man ran over, smiling. She was happy. Her voice choked with emotion. "Your father's home." Myung exclaimed, "Good!" The sea wind was salty, but the faint smile on her face shone brightly. "We will live happily ever after together." Myung glanced down and muttered, "I won." She looked at the squirming baby. Myung. On the deserted beach, the sound of waves. The man ran towards where his wife and child were waiting. Hyun-soo walked behind him. "So tell me, why did he reduce the number of people?" Gukpian said, "You know, having a benevolent leader isn't bad."
Hyun Sufronev.
"If that's true, then things are worse than I thought. He's too contradictory to be a leader." Gukpian turned back, his eyes curious. "What do you mean?" Hyun-soo's face was tense. "Never mind, it's nothing." Gukpian looked at his arm, surprised. "Wait a minute." He sweated. "Is that a signal? Are you ready?" Hyun-soo's eyes were resolute. "Yes." He recalled the scene in the meeting room with the three of them. Fire is the answer. He remembered Hyuk Lee's reasoning. The monster's muscles are made of protein, so they can be burned by fire. He poured the white liquid onto the floor and picked up the spear. "This electric spear of yours paralyzes monsters, but it can also create fire if there's liquid or if it's nearby. It's definitely more useful than my fire extinguisher." Hyun-soo's eyes were full of surprise. Electric spear? He recalled a video he had watched. Electric spear is the name of the spear used by Maria's bodyguard, Rian. Gukpian crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes thoughtful. "What a weird name, uncle. You sound like a fanatic." Hyuk Lee chuckled and scratched his head. Hyun-soo knew it. He recalled his previous message about getting tickets to see the final episode of Maria. Hyun-soo guessed that he was Crew. Gukpian attached a locator to his ear and observed the staircase surroundings. "It's definitely standing still. Let's go upstairs and check." Hyun-soo was surprised. "Go upstairs and check?" The two of them slowly walked up the stairs. Gukpian raised his hand, signaling Hyun-soo to stop. Someone might be on the 5th floor. The signal gets more erratic when we're here. Hyun-soo's face was distraught. Let's just ignore it and keep going. Gukbyeon's eyes were resolute. No, let's just go for it. Hyun-soo walked behind him, his eyes fearful. Are you serious, uncle? Gukbyeon frowned. My goal is to take down all the monsters in this building. Hyun-soo's eyes were worried. You must have 10 lives. Gukbyeon held a bottle of solution in his hand. Besides, we've never checked the 5th floor. We skipped it because we were busy saving you. Who knows? There might be some necessary items there. Hyun-soo's eyes widened in surprise. More necessary than our lives? Gukbyeon walked to the door. I'm opening the door. He didn't forget to remind Hyun-soo. You go right, I go left. Okay? Hyun-soo's eyes were fearful. Okay. The two of them opened the door and entered, each taking a side, but found nothing. Hyun-soo looked to the right but saw nothing strange. Gukbyeon observed the left but also saw nothing unusual. The two turned to look at each other. Gukbyeon said, Go check the hallway. They split up, each going in a different direction to check. He stood pressed against the wall to observe. Suddenly, he froze. Something seemed to scare him. Gukbyeon checked around. Nothing here. What about over there? Turned around, his eyes surprised when Hyun-soo stood still and didn't reply to him. Gukbyeon walked over. Hey, is something wrong? He also leaned close to the wall to observe the hallway. Gukbyeon frowned. What is it? Hyun-soo pointed to the end of the hallway. Over there. Gukbyeon frowned. What the hell is that? At the end of the hallway, a clawed hand was clinging to the wall. Their faces turned pale when they saw that long, twisted clawed hand. Suddenly, there was a sound from behind, from the hand clinging to the wall. Gukbyeon turned around, his eyes confused, but strangely saw nothing. Uncle, observe. The space was silent. The clawed hand reached out. Gukbyeon saw its hand. He was thinking about what to do. Hyun-soo's face was tense. Do we really have to do this? The two continued to observe intently, unaware that its demonic hand was trying to grab them. Gukbyeon said, If not us, then who? In the desolate apartment building, full of dangers, somewhere there was the sound of a couple's voices in an apartment. With a bag of snacks on the floor, the man was looking at the woman, who was wary, with one hand behind her back as if hiding something. Is that it? The entire room was now plunged into silence. He felt this and sneered, looking away. Damn, you're treating me like a monster. The middle-aged woman could only remain silent and look away warily without answering him. He smirked, knowing what she was thinking. Be honest with me. The woman flinched slightly. What? He narrowed his eyes at her in a sinister way, then sneered openly. You're happy to see me like this, aren't you? That's why you're doing this. She heard that and didn't understand what her husband was saying, so she shook her head in protest. What? No, of course not. He lost his patience and began to growl. If I turn into a monster, the first person I'll devour will be you. Understand? The man angrily kicked over a glass of water onto the floor and yelled at his wife. So do something, you tattered slut. How can you only bring your husband these few pathetic sweet potatoes? Ha! His wife stammered in reply. But that's a day's worth of food. The man wouldn't have it and insisted she go find food for him. Bring me something else right now, even if you have to steal it. Bring it back here. His wife pursed her lips and said nothing more. He continued to threaten her, emboldened. If I turn into a monster. Before he could finish, his eyes began to notice his wife's arm, which was hiding something behind her back. Hey! What's in your hand? His wife flinched, having been discovered, but she stubbornly remained silent and didn't reply. The man raised his eyebrows, pressing her repeatedly, suspicious of what his wife was hiding behind her back. What have you been hiding behind your back? All this time, huh? He angrily asked, though he didn't know that his death had long been waiting for him on the knife his wife was hiding behind her back. Somewhere in the apartment complex, in the men's restroom, an angry-sounding orange-haired girl was grabbing a young man by the collar and pushing him against the wall. Why did you only send those two together? Are you crazy? The young man with glasses raised both hands as if surrendering to the girl's intimidation. You know this is the men's restroom, right? She didn't answer his question but continued to grit her teeth and scold him. Who do you think you are? Playing with everyone's lives. The young man with glasses only smiled faintly and explained, We really need Han Dusik, the welder. Then he further explained why he did it. And sending Hyun, who is in the process of monsterization, to carry out this dangerous mission. That was a very reasonable decision. He spoke softly, as if this was completely normal. Do you think I'd put myself in danger for no reason? The girl heard that and only gritted her teeth. Yes, you brat. Before she could speak, The young man with glasses interrupted her, his tone suddenly serious. Earlier, you've had to be cruel to survive, haven't you? Girl was silent for a moment. In her mind, she recalled the times she had to be selfish to survive in this hellish place. But, when she managed to open her mouth, the young man spoke. I guess. So, the orange-haired girl didn't reply because that statement hit home. The young man, with glasses, quickly waved his hand, asking her to let him go. Can you let me go now? It hurts quite a bit. After she let him go, she sighed and frowned. Isn't there any other way? He took a breath and adjusted his collar, then smiled faintly. I've tried my best to find another way. I hope you can understand this. The entire restroom suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then the young man with glasses lowered his head gravely. At the initial stage of this monsterization phenomenon, the orange-haired girl stared intently at his demeanor and way of speaking to hear what he was about to say.
Humans
Had no resistance at all when they turned into monsters. But now it's different. Images of people trying to fight off monsters, but ending up being attacked and killed. Humans have seen the monsters, and they know that whether they become monsters or not depends on their will and desires. Based on what Hyun said, this hypothesis is quite accurate. The girl immediately protested. But you sent Hyun on such a dangerous mission. The young man with glasses calmly explained to her. Hyun has been resisting monsterization for a very long time. That proves that monsterization has nothing to do with viruses. She immediately spoke up, knowing what the next explanation would be. Because there's no virus that we can stop with our willpower. So what? The young man with glasses said concisely. So that's what I'm betting on. This made the girl slightly surprised. She was surprised and didn't understand the meaning of his statement. You're betting on what? The young man with glasses continued. According to Hyun, the monster inside him uses increasingly dirty tricks to tempt him. Have you heard about the strange dream he had while he was unconscious? The girl nodded slightly. It's hard to believe, but I've heard about it. Then he continued to deduce. That means we can do something about this phenomenon. Although it won't be easy. But Hyun is doing very well with it. The first time we met everyone, Hyun took an incredibly strong punch to the back of the tentacle monster's head. His skull was crushed, and blood poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Normally, he would surely have died. But in just a few hours, he woke up as if nothing had happened. The girl implicitly understood the reason and replied, because he's still transforming. The young man with glasses nodded in agreement. That's right. I call that the golden hour. The initial signs of monsterization have manifested. I decided to fully exploit Hyun's golden hour. If Hyun is truly strong enough. His face was serious, as if it were a certainty. To control the monster within him. If he can stand firm in a life-or-death battle with a monster. In the hallway where two people were trying to escape. Hyun-soo turned around and immediately used his hand to block the long-arm monster's sharp arm to protect the other man. The sharp, pointed hand gripped his left arm, squeezing so tightly that the bones inside shattered and became soft. The tall man ran over anxiously. Hey! While he was trying to control the excruciating pain, tears streaming down his face, he was determined to stand firm and block it. Hyun-soo's eyes now showed streaks of blood, to the point where everything around him was immersed in red. At the same time, the young man with glasses made a decision. You bet. Hyun-soo was now full of anger, as if losing his mind, and pressed the electric switch. He plunged the tip of the electric spear into the monster's arm, causing it to light up the entire area. But because its hand was gripping him, Hyun-soo himself was also affected. Even the man with him was surprised. He could become our strongest weapon. Gukbian now fearfully covered his head with his hands. Hyun-soo was trying to resist the long-arm monster. He squeezed his arm so tightly that it bled. An electric current flowed from the monster's arm throughout his body. He gritted his teeth, enduring. Perhaps it's almost at its limit. Gukbian now yelled worriedly. Are you trying to kill yourself? Drop the spear right now. Hyun-soo tried to endure, stabbing the spear into the monster's hand. Just a little more. He tried to encourage himself. Come on. The man tried to stand up and walk over, calling, Hyun. He was still trying. Just a little more. The monster's hand changed, loosening its grip. The tight grip had released, fell to the ground. Hyun-soo was exhausted, about to collapse. He lowered his head, his whole body emitting white smoke. Gukbian now ran over anxiously and asked, Hey kid, are you okay? He was about to reach out and touch him. He was jolted back by the electricity transferred from Hyun-soo's body. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Gukbian now saw something and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Left Hyun-soo and ran in the direction of the arm. He tried his best to run after the elongated arm. The elongated arm turned in another direction, along the rooms of the building. Gukbian ran very fast forward. He suddenly braked hard. He was startled when he saw something. In front of him was a man with his face rammed into the wall, his two arms elongated. He was so scared he stood motionless. The man's face was disfigured but still alive. He trembled, wanting to say something. Gukbian stood frozen, looking at the disfigured man in front of him. He stepped forward and lightly kicked his leg. Feeling no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled out the knife he carried. He quickly bent down and cut open the man's backpack. His eyes never left the man. The man trembled and said, "Hold, my hand." Gukbian looked at him suspiciously. He opened the lid of the bottle and said, "I don't know what happened to you." As he spoke, he sat down closer to the man. "But I hope you can go to a better place." He lit a match, preparing to burn him. Match slowly fell. Scene change. Hyun-soo groggily woke up. Although he couldn't see clearly yet, he still saw Gukbian about to splash the bottle of medicine on him. He weakly said, "Put it down." Hyun-soo tried to sit up. "I am fine." He still stood there. He observed him and said, "You recover quickly. Your arm is fine too." Seeing that he was fine, Gukbian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He tiredly asked, "Did you kill it?" He didn't answer but directly pulled up his sleeve, revealing 2 scratch marks. Hyun-soo was slightly relieved. "Phew." Gukbian complained about the monster. "It had long arms like a monkey, but its body was like a normal person's. I burned it to death." Gukbian now complained about the monster. "It had long arms like a monkey, but a body like a normal person. I burned it to death." He felt very lucky. The good thing was it wasn't a stronger monster. He wondered, what was its desire? Gukbian now. He quietly remembered. As he emptied the contents of the monster's backpack, he rummaged for something. He found something. It was a small notebook. He gently flipped through the pages, reading. Inside, it read, "I can't forgive myself. I couldn't save my own son. When that monster took my son, I couldn't do anything. The monster was too fast. If I had held his hand, if I could have just touched him, then my son wouldn't have died. It's hard to say for sure. But today, I had another nightmare. There's no reason for me to stay here anymore. I'll leave here tomorrow morning." The next page read, "I've prepared food and drinks. I don't know if I'll last. Is there any hope left in the world outside? All I hear from out there are monster roars. The monster's voice is echoing in my head. Says it's all my fault. Will I turn into a monster too? Maybe that would be better. My son used to be my whole world, and now it's not my fault. I can't take it anymore." Remain silent. Then he only advised Hyun-soo one thing. Some things are better left unknown. In the apartment complex's restroom, 2 people were talking. Hyuk-lee said to Jisoo, "I bet he'll be our ultimate weapon." Jisoo seriously advised him, "Hyuk, you need to get that damn thought out of your head right now." He just smiled. He calmly said, "You should get used to exploiting those who will turn into monsters." She didn't know what to say. She angrily said, "Shut your mouth." He looked at him sarcastically. "I realized everything the moment you pretended to be kind." Hyuk-lee just calmly asked back, "Pretended to be kind?" He became serious and said, "Hey, I don't think you know how dangerous our situation is." Jisoo angrily asked, "What?" He, however, calmly said, "What do you think about the election results?" She didn't understand. "What do you want?" Hyuk-lee took out small pieces of paper and said, "Some of these ballots are X's. I prepared extra in case I needed to control the vote count." She asked in surprise, "Wait, are you saying you cheated?" He calmly replied, "I was going to." He explained his original plan. After announcing the votes, if the results weren't what I wanted, I would remove some ballots. But he changed his mind. "I didn't need to do that." Jisoo asked again, surprised, "So you didn't cheat?" Hyuk-lee explained, "That's right, although I was a bit surprised by the outcome. I didn't expect so many people not to choose to kick Hyun-soo out." She blamed him. "That's because you called it murder, and it made everyone feel guilty." He chuckled aloud. She didn't understand what he was laughing about. Hyuk-lee asked again, a smirk on his face, "Jisoo, do you really think everyone didn't kick Hyun-soo out because of guilt?" Without waiting for Jisoo's answer, he continued, "Well, that's true. In your case and the four-eyed guys, you two have been with him for a while, so you might have some feelings for him. But what about the others?" He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think it's easy to let a stranger you've never known stay? Humans are herd animals." She wondered, "What are you trying to say?" Hyuk-lee smiled suggestively and asked, "You still don't understand, do you?" Scene change. Inside a vacant room, a voice cursed, "What are you hiding behind your back?" Kim Suk yelled at the woman. Speak, you bitch. Seo-in slowly said, You never cared about me. He looked bewildered. What? She looked at him darkly and said, You're not the only one who's turning into a monster. Kim Suk was still bewildered, not understanding. She spoke softly, but her tone was full of menace. When I turn into a monster, I'll kill you. Seo-in recalled memories of him beating and tormenting her, throwing liquor bottles at her, making her carry his things, making her his punching bag when Kim Suk was angry. She gritted her teeth and said, The more I think about it, the more unfair it feels. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her nose had started bleeding. Seo-in still stared at him and said, I don't want to turn into a monster and kill you. Kim Suk stammered in fear. That, she screamed, holding the knife in her hand, aiming it at him, is not what I want. Both Kim Suk and Uncle Kim Suk, he said meaningfully. They are the only two. Hyuk Lee asked silently. Monsters. Thanks for watching the video. Hyun-soo was looking at his arm in bewilderment. And Uncle
Kim Seok.
3 men were standing, talking. Is it true that only 2 people, 2 scared little girls, one pressed against the wall, her face distraught, and one with her head down, are undergoing monsterization? Hyuk Lee asked bluntly. The apartment building was gloomy, terrifyingly silent. Inside a room, Kim Suk screamed, watching his wife approach with a knife. What the hell are you doing? He yelled furiously. Put that damn knife down right now. He cursed. You think a pathetic slut like you can kill me? Seo-in's eyes were bloodshot, and blood continuously gushed from her nose. Her hand trembled as she held the knife, breathing heavily. Kim Suk still yelled defiantly, You can't kill me, but she raised the knife high, intending to stab him. Memories of past abuse flooded her mind. Kim Suk's wife squeezed her eyes shut. She trembled, resentfully saying, You always looked down on me, said I was worthless. Seo-in raised the knife and screamed, I can. Kim Suk raised his hands to defend himself. He screamed miserably but didn't forget to curse. You crazy bitch. Seo-in suddenly stopped. Her mouth mumbled incessantly. He looked at his wife, who was still holding the knife high above her head. He hastily tried to stop her. Do you really want to kill me? Stop. Stop it. A voice echoed in her head. Kill him. Seo-in remained motionless. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. The voice began to stir the pain within Seo. He made your life miserable. Seo-in, the mysterious voice continued to provoke her, constantly prodding at the long-held pain in her heart. He always drank and beat you. He didn't even treat you like a human anymore. He completely destroyed your self-esteem. He even made you always think you were a useless weakling. Seo-in smiled, while Kim Suk retreated in fear. The voice continued to taunt. And you're just going to let all of it go? You're not serious, are you? Before her was Kim Suk, the old man who had tormented her for so long. The voice commanded her, Do it. Kill him right now. I'll help you. Kim Suk's face was so pale it was bloodless, drenched in sweat, but he still tried to appear angry. Seo-in was silent. She covered her face with her hands and gritted her teeth. She yelled loudly, Shut up, making Kim Suk lie there bewildered. Seo-in laughed maniacally and said, I don't need your fake help. The stairs between the 8th and 7th floors. Hyun-soo asked, Did you catch any signal? Gukpian? Gukpian replied, It's very weak. He speculated, It must be moving, although I'm not sure what the hell it is. Hyun-soo added, The last time I saw that tentacle monster was on the 9th floor. It might be it. Gukpian turned his head and replied, Who knows, but there's definitely a monster around here. He slightly opened the door, a worried look on his face, and said, However, whatever it is, it'll be dead soon. So let's go check the 7th floor. He opened the door and stepped out, only to see no one in the hallway. Gukpian pointed to the left and told Hyun-soo, You go that way, see if anyone's alive. And if any apartments are open, check for supplies. Okay.
Hyun-soo agreed. Understood.
The two split up and went in opposite directions. Hyun-soo nervously gripped his weapon. He slowly walked towards a row of rooms in front of him. He glanced left to check. Suddenly, Hyun-soo noticed an open door. He silently stared at that door. Seeing no movement, he cautiously approached.
Hyun-soo carefully peered inside, observing.
He pressed himself against the door, ready to escape if danger arose. He remained vigilant, sweating with anxiety. Hyun-soo, experienced in such matters, said, When a door is open, it means a monster has entered or someone who transformed into a monster has left. But this place is a bit too clean for... Before he could finish his sentence, he had to cover his nose unpleasantly. Hyun-soo wondered to himself, what is this smell? He looked around, searching for the unpleasant odor. The room had no stains. Where was this putrid smell coming from? He looked at the award certificate on the table. 72nd National Athletics Competition. First place in the 400-meter event. Then he looked at other award certificates on the bookshelf. Hyun-soo touched the laptop on the table. He opened it and said, "It's been a long time since I used a laptop." The screen began to light up. Hyun-soo looked at the name of the person who owned the laptop deep in thought. The screen displayed only one document file. He curiously clicked on it. It turned out to be a diary. Inside it read, "TXT smell. What a disgusting odor. I just finished what needed to be done and it was terrible." The smell of blood was everywhere in the room. While looking out the window, I caught the eye of a monster down on the street. When I saw it, I realized it and I were no different. Putrid. The smell was unbearable. I told that bastard to shut up. Finally, I did what was necessary. Now I'm at peace again. I won first place in the race. He always complained there was nothing to eat at my house. Go back to your own home and don't bother me anymore. You pig. And do something about that disgusting smell. I tried to wrap it up but still couldn't stop the smell. Hyun-soo thought in surprise. Wrapped it? He scrolled down further and continued reading. The smell drove me crazy when a voice echoed within me. It even showed me myself when I was little. Back to when I still loved running. The voice told me I wasn't at fault. It said everything that happened wasn't because of me. That's when I realized. There was nothing wrong with me. Only that bastard who looked down on me had a problem. Not me. Hyun-soo continued to scroll down. Only that bastard who looked down on me had a problem. Not me. I asked the voice. If I let you control me, will I become a monster? What will happen to me? The voice replied, you'll just be yourself. I liked that answer. I asked the voice who it was. With an awkward laugh. The voice told me who it was. I laughed with it. Hyun-soo finished reading, his eyes wide with surprise. The information in the laptop was extremely surprising. He still stood there, staring at the screen. Hyun-soo turned to look at the refrigerator next to him. He looked at it suspiciously. Suddenly, the refrigerator door seemed strangely ominous. He looked closely at the refrigerator door handle. A surge of unease welled up within him. Hyun-soo's face was filled with horror. In fear, he immediately left the room. He closed the door tightly. Gripping his weapon, Hyun-soo breathed a sigh of relief. Still in shock, he was panting. Hyun-soo then took a deep breath. After that, he relaxed. He remembered Hyuk Lee's words. People can smile when things aren't too bad. But when the worst things happen, they're no different from those monsters. The corner of Hyun-soo's mouth curved into a smile. He looked at his hand and said, he was right. Hyun-soo left cheerfully. His silhouette gradually disappeared. The door to room 705 returned to a terrifying silence. Gukbian stood before the door to the 9th floor and said, the last time I saw that tentacle monster was on the 9th floor.
Hyun-soo remained silent.
His eyes were a little dazed. He began to worry so much that he could clearly hear his heart pounding. Hyun-soo recalled the scene of himself struggling to fight the tentacle monster. That suddenly made him fall into fear, making his heart beat faster. Hyun-soo spoke up and asked, do you think it's still there, uncle? Gukbian answered firmly, no. Then said, let's skip this floor. Gukbian turned his head in surprise and asked, what? His eyes suddenly no longer human, he repeated, no, let's skip this floor. It was Hyun-soo's turn to say in surprise, what? Having said that, Gukbian went directly upstairs, leaving him staring in confusion. This was the stairwell to the 10th floor. Before the door, leading in, there was a pool of blood on the floor. Hyun-soo spoke up, we skipped this floor last time too. He then suggested, I'm very curious about the inside of this floor. Let's go in and see. Gukbian again firmly refused. No, let's skip this floor. Both of them silently went upstairs again. Along the way, Hyun-soo couldn't help but ask, didn't you say you wanted to kill all the monsters, uncle? Gukbian hesitated to reply, that's what I want. But Hyun-soo noticed his hesitation and immediately said, are you scared, uncle? Hearing that, he immediately turned his head back. He looked at Hyun-soo and thought, this kid, those eyes of his, and the way he talks.
Hyun-soo continued,
don't you want to collect more scratches on your arm, uncle? Gukbian immediately warned, don't let the monster defeat you. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Immediately scolded, you suddenly make me feel disgusted as hell. Hyun-soo just silently looked at him. Guk. Hyeon repeated, the more the monster wants to help you, the more it will influence you. Do you remember what I said? Said seriously, if you turn into a monster, I'll kill you immediately. Don't think I wouldn't dare. Hyun-soo said, full of defiance. Do you really think you can kill me? Hearing that, Gukbian immediately grabbed Hyun-soo by the collar. He yelled, "Snap out of it, kid." He looked at him with wide eyes. Gukbian stated his purpose. "I want to kill every single monster in this building. But the more I fight, the higher the chance of turning into a monster. That's why I'm trying to avoid fighting them."
Hyun-soo scoffed.
"Are you trying to be a hero, uncle?" He sighed, as if releasing his worries.
Suddenly, Gukbion punched Hyun-soo hard.
He cried out in pain, his eyes wide. After hitting him, Gukbian immediately asked, "Is that also like you?" He stuffed his shirt into Hyun-soo's mouth, ignoring whatever he wanted to say. He looked helpless, wanting to speak but unable to. Then he released him and said, "Are you back to normal now?" Hyun-soo immediately clutched his stomach. Still in pain, he knelt down. He replied with difficulty, "Yes, thank you, uncle. I understand."
Hyun-soo, sweating, scolded.
"But uncle, that really hurt," Gukbian said. "At least it's still better than letting that monster help you."
Hyun-soo agreed.
"Yes, that's right." He sighed again. "I hope Hyuk was right." Hyun-soo said resolutely, "Even if I become a shield, I don't want to be kicked out of the group." Gukbian said with a slightly sad expression,
"You bet."
"Everyone wants to live."
Hyun-soo suddenly froze.
He had just realized something. Hyun-soo remembered the end of the calendar on the 25th, which read, Suicide Day. He remembered looking at his phone. Hyun-soo also remembered sitting alone in the isolation room. He suddenly hesitated.
Hyun-soo expressed sadly,
"I think I once wanted to die." Gukbian didn't understand. He said again, "I don't know." Hyun-soo's face was filled with sadness as he said, "I really want to live." Gukbian raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Just stood there, saying nothing. He scratched his head, confused, and asked, "What the hell are you talking about, kid? You're not awake yet." Gukbian exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" A piercing sound from upstairs startled both of them. He put his hand to his ear and cursed. "Damn it, not now." Gukbian asked him, "I think it's coming down from the 11th floor. Do you think we'll encounter the monster you mentioned? Or the tentacle monster?"
Hyun-soo suggested anxiously.
"Whatever it is, I think we should get out of here. We don't want to fight it in the stairwell." Gukbian took off his headphones and cursed again. "Mother." Both ran into the 10th floor. The stairwell immediately fell silent. Some sounds gradually emerged. The sounds grew clearer and clearer. Tentacles gradually appeared. It had reached the descent to the 10th floor. His terrifying face was constantly twitching. Stopped before the pool of blood at the entrance to the 10th floor. The tentacle monster looked at the footprints in the pool of blood. Then cried out,
"Done. Here."
Then it violently slammed into the door. It had entered the 10th floor. The monster stood there, seeing no one. It slowly crawled along the hallway, searching. It had a characteristic. This monster would often tear human bodies into pieces. Gukbian said, "So?" A tentacle wrapped around a corpse and lifted it. It used its tentacles to hold the man's body. Gukbian continued to explain. "When it holds a body, it will leave fewer tentacles to attack than usual." He suddenly rushed out from the corner. He sped up his run. That was the tentacle. Monster suddenly glanced over. Gukbian yelled, Our chance." Held a bottle of something, about to throw it at it. The most ideal opportunity to kill that bitch. The tentacle monster reacted in time and attacked with a tentacle. Gukbian dodged to the side and thought, "Too far. I can't pour gas on it." Continued to gather momentum, intending to throw gas at it. Like this, he yelled, D. Then he directly threw the gas bottle. The gas bottle hung in midair. An instant, it was almost upon the tentacle monster. By reflex, it immediately shattered the gas bottle. But it couldn't stop the liquid in the bottle and took the full impact. It was slightly in pain, unable to open its eyes yet. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and roared fiercely. The monster immediately threw the corpse towards Gukbian, startling him. He used all his strength to block it. Gukbian struggled to stand firm. Then he gathered momentum and lunged towards it. He used the corpse as a shield and slammed into the tentacle monster. He yelled, "Take this." It was pushed far away by inertia. Its tentacles helped it stop. It emitted an unpleasant sound. Gukbian called out loudly, "Hyun!" At this moment, Hyun-soo was standing in the corner, raising his weapon, ready to attack. The monster also glanced over at where he was standing. In its eyes, Hyun-soo was stabbing forward. "So glad we meet again." Then he stabbed the tentacle monster, making it scream in pain. He also yelled loudly, "Die this time." The monster's screams gradually weakened. His whole body seemed to be burning. He still tried to glance over. A tentacle was coiling very quickly. That startled Hyun-soo. making him lose his balance and almost fall backward. And he fell with a thud to the ground. He sat up and looked at the burning monster. He looked at it with a bit of hesitation and surprise. It just stood still, looking at him. He was a little dazed looking at the tentacle monster. Suddenly shed tears. It whimpered, "Am I dying?" Hyun-soo was too surprised to speak. Gukbyeon, seeing no movement from the other side, called out, "Hey kid, are you alright?" Suddenly a tentacle reached out, then poked the nearby door. Gukbyeon was also startled and instinctively raised his hand to cover his face. That tentacle just now was destroying the lock. The monster then said, "Cannot die now." Then it flung the door open. Gukbyeon stood there dumbfounded, watching. Hyun-soo also couldn't react in time. Then hid inside the room. At this moment, Gukbyeon suddenly snapped out of it.
Ayun sugel.
No. On the ceiling was a fire sprinkler. Sensing fire, it immediately sprayed water. Immediately, the fire on the monster's body was extinguished. It opened its mouth and laughed. AM still alive. Neither of them had time to do anything to it. His body was transforming. It slowly said, "Now." AM very strong. Hyun-soo's eyes widened in surprise. Gukbyeon was no less surprised. Tentacle monster had completely transformed. It slowly approached the door. Hyun-soo spoke up and asked, "So, what do we do now?" Gukbyeon replied with difficulty. "If it were still in human form, I could still try to fight, but..." He looked at the monster before him. It had. The monster stood there, emitting strange sounds. Then it suddenly sprayed a blue liquid. Both quickly dodged the attack. Wall hit by the liquid immediately melted. Gukbyeon looked at the wall and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is that?" Monster was still coming out. It used its leg to poke the door, then slowly lifted it. It then lunged towards Hyun-soo. Fortunately, he managed to dodge to the side in time. The door hit the wall and flew far away. The monster was using its tentacles, preparing to target him. Hyun-soo broke into a sweat as the tentacles quickly reached him. He immediately ducked, causing the tentacles to stab directly into the wall. He and it looked at each other again. Hyun-soo looked at the wall, which now had a large hole, in horror. A strange voice echoed in Hyun-soo's head, asking, "Now what?" Suddenly looked dazed, sweating with worry. His eyes widened even more. The voice echoed again. "You can't do it this time." Yelled loudly, "Shut up." Then he stabbed the monster's tentacle. But the blade couldn't pierce through the tentacle. Hyun-soo was stunned, not understanding why it was so hard. He cursed and pressed the switch. Damn it. A high-voltage current immediately transferred to the tentacle monster. The electricity was still spreading throughout its body. It was unharmed and raised another tentacle. Hyun-soo was truly terrified. "It's not working." Gukbyeon called out loudly, "Fall back, Hyun." He immediately, instinctively leaned down, just in time to dodge the tentacle that had just coiled towards him. Hyun-soo was truly panicked. He had just narrowly escaped death. But he still got a little hit, and blood was flowing from his forehead. Gukbyeon stood to the side and yelled, "Take this." Then he threw another gas bottle towards the monster. The gas bottle flew towards it with force. He thought nervously, "This is my last bottle." The tentacle monster caught the gas bottle before it hit its body. Gukbyeon silently prayed, "Please." It didn't directly crush the gas bottle like before, startling Gukbyeon. Then it suddenly sprayed acid-like liquid towards him. Gukbyeon cursed under his breath. Damn it. He quickly composed himself and dodged to the side. However, a few drops still splashed onto his shoulder, melting the fabric there and corroding his skin. Gukbyeon cried out in pain and collapsed. His phone fell out of his pocket. He cursed. Damn it. The monster approached and crushed the phone. Gukbyeon was still in excruciating pain, unable to react. Nevertheless, he struggled to look at the tentacle monster. It stood before Gukbyeon, staring intently at him. It spoke in a disgusting voice. "Got you." Then it extended two tentacles, intending to grab him. Gukbyeon helplessly closed his eyes, giving up. Suddenly an arrow shot out. It shot directly into the tentacle monster but caused no damage. The monster was startled, not understanding what happened. Gukbyeon also turned his head to look. Seep, holding a Molotov cocktail, began to light it. He gathered momentum, preparing to throw it. The Molotov cocktail flew towards the monster, but it exploded right above the tentacle monster's head, not directly hitting its body. Gukbyeon looked at the scene in astonishment. He gritted his teeth, shielding himself from the falling embers. The tentacle monster screamed in pain. It was terrified and quickly rushed towards the elevator to escape. It used its leg to try and force the doors open. The monster cried out and fell. Gukbian still sat there, motionless. A moment later, he snapped out of it, realizing the monster had escaped. Inside, the sound of the tentacle monster was no longer heard. Gukbian continued to sit, looking at the elevator entrance. Suddenly, he stood up and looked towards Ansip. He asked, "Did you really miss, uncle?" The girl walking beside him complained. "Are you blind, uncle?" Ansip snapped. "Shut up. I did that on purpose. That thing is incredibly cowardly. No need to overexert ourselves. Just scare it enough. It'll leave on its own." Girl again said sarcastically, "Well, thank you, smart uncle." Gukbian, holding his shoulder, and Hyun-soo, holding his forehead, both looked at them. Ansip asked, "Tell me, who are you two?" Yuri looked at them with a hint of awkwardness. Hyun-soo's face was now covered in blood. He remained silent, not answering. Gukbian was the same. He cursed. "You two idiots angered that damn chicken. And made it evolve?" Knife decisively plunged down. Outside the door, there was suddenly the sound of footsteps. So-en startled and turned her head. Suddenly, she frantically covered her nose and mouth with her hand. Sung-soo walked in from outside and said, "What the hell is going on here?" So-en nervously removed her hand from her face. She looked at the scene before her, utterly shocked. So-en, still holding the knife, turned her head back to look. Kim-suk was still lying motionless on the bed, terrified. The older man quickly said, "So-en, put that knife down." Jisoo also frantically tried to calm her. "So-en, I understand how you feel, but please put the knife down." So-en hesitated, looking at everyone, not answering. Kim-suk sat on the bed, angrily yelling, "She's a monster." Everyone looked at him in surprise. Kim-suk, even more furious, yelled again, "This bitch is also a monster." The apartment building remained dark and gloomy. Room 1013. Gukbian's arm, which had been hit by acid earlier, had turned purple. He cried out in pain when the cotton swab touched it. Scratched his head, reminding her, "Hey, go easy." Yuri immediately apologized. "Oh, sorry." Hyun, Soo and Ansip sat in two corners of the room. Yuri joked, "He's really just a big child." Gukbian gritted his teeth and endured the pain as she wrapped the bandage. She said, "Done." Then she slapped the wound hard, making him wince in pain. Hyun-soo sat, holding his forehead, looking sad. Yuri walked over and asked, "Hey, you were also injured before, right?" He sat down, holding a towel and said cheerfully, "Let me see." Hyun-soo quickly waved his hand, refusing. "I'm fine." He forced a smile and said, "I'm okay." Yuri immediately scolded. "What the hell do you mean, okay? You're bleeding. Take your hand away, otherwise it will get infected." Hyun-soo smiled and replied, "I'll do it myself. Give me the bandage." Ansip looked at him, deep in thought. Gukbian looked at him worriedly. He demanded, "Kid, take your hand down." Yuri looked at Ansip in surprise. He raised the crossbow in his hand and asked, "This damn kid, are you also in the monsterization stage?" She exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Ansip continued, "Stay away from him, Yuri." She immediately stood up in a panic. Hyun-soo bowed his head, not answering. Gukbian stammered, trying to explain. "Wait, listen." He then pointed the crossbow at him, making him freeze. Ansip repeated his previous demand and threatened, "Take your hand off your forehead right now, or this bastard will stop breathing forever." Yuri only dared to silently look at him. Gukbian also didn't dare to move or explain anymore. Hyun-soo was stunned by Ansip's actions. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. He was still focused on observing him. He slowly removed his hand from his forehead. The wound from fighting the tentacle monster had disappeared. Hyun-soo looked back at Ansip with determined eyes. Yuri exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my!" He decisively chased him away. "Get out of here right now." Gukbian quickly thanked him. "We really appreciate your help." Ansip just replied coldly, "If I had known a monster was with you, that would never have happened. Now get out of here." Gukbian was still about to explain. "But thing is, this kid is..." He was about to continue, but he suddenly stopped. Hyun-soo walked over and tugged his shoulder, signaling him to stop. He said, "Let's go." Gukbian didn't know what to say anymore. He also grabbed his backpack, preparing to leave the room. Hyun-soo bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir." Gukbian suddenly called out, "Hey, Hyun." Ansip smirked slightly. Gukbian felt confused, not knowing what was wrong with him. Ansip then burst into hearty laughter, leaving Gukbian and Hyun-soo dumbfounded. Yuri sighed. "You really are an idiot." Ansip said gleefully, "I was just joking around. You two don't have to go anywhere. I often trick others like that." Gukbian, provoked, asked, "Hey, what the hell?" He replied tearfully, Do you think an old man like me with one foot in the grave would still be afraid of those things? Hyun-soo said in surprise. What? Gukbyeon also asked curiously. What does 1 foot in the grave mean? Called Yuri. She replied. Yes. Ansip said calmly. You stay here. Yuri also felt confused. Ansip continued to ask. You two said you were going to the 14th floor, right? There are some kids up there. Hyun-soo asked him back. That's right. But why? Ansip slowly stood up. He said. You need someone who isn't afraid to die, right? Yuri yelled. Uncle. He waved his hand as if dismissing her. You've taken very good care of this crazy old man. You're fired. She heard that and couldn't help but get angry. Ansip continued. I want to try being a hero once before I die. I wonder what I can do. Hyun-soo was thinking. Silently. Looking at him. He remembered Gukbyeon's words from before. But everyone wants to live. He stood there looking at him. Hyun-soo had something to say. He said coldly. You're being ridiculous. Ansip didn't understand his words and asked. Huh? He said. You don't have much time left. Gukbyeon and Yuri, standing outside, also didn't understand what he was trying to do. He stepped closer to him and said loudly. So what? Ansip looked at him, not answering. He said with a frustrated expression. Don't joke around. Nobody wants to die. Ansip looked over calmly. Huh? Both of them looked at him, confused. You don't have much time left. Hyun-soo walked over, annoyed. So what? Ansip silently looked at him. Hyun-soo's mood was indescribable. Don't joke around. Clenching his fist, he said loudly. Nobody wants to die. He still stared intently at Hyun-soo. His lips remained sealed. Suddenly, he raised his homemade crossbow. Has the monsterization process made you lose control like this, kid? He trembled, looking at Ansip. Gukbyeon, seeing Hyun-soo's strange attitude, asked worriedly. Hey, what's wrong with you?
Hyun-soo está mered.
Wait, I'm sorry. Ansip spoke up. Listen carefully, kid. Hyun-soo looked at him in surprise. He smiled resiliently at him. Not being afraid to die and wanting to die are two completely different things. And he also expressed, I want to explore even more than you do. Night covered. The terrifying darkness in the building. Footsteps echoed in the silent night. All four of them were exploring. Ansip asked curiously, why are you following us? You should be home. Hyun-soo led the way. He cautiously guarded as he spoke. I don't think being home alone is a good idea. Yuri, walking behind, complained. Moreover, none of you three have phones. Gukbyeon felt apologetic. He turned to look at Yuri. Sorry.
Mine.
My phone at that time. It was broken by that monster. Hyun-soo silently looked at the phone in his hand. Deformed phone. Hyun-soo said sadly. Mine was also burned to ashes. Ansip asked curiously. Hey, how did your phone end up like that? He suddenly remembered struggling with that monster then.
Hyun-soo replied.
That happened earlier. He glanced at the weapon in Yuri's hand. Where did you find that crossbow? She raised the weapon and asked. This? Yuri pointed to the corpse lying in front of them. I took it from that braggart over there. Looking at the corpse before them, Gukbyeon said angrily. No wonder all the corpses had nothing. He deliberately tried to scare Yuri. You know it's illegal to carry that without a license, right? She said helplessly. Thanks for that useless information. Gukbyeon looked at Yuri, embarrassed. She was a little surprised. You've come this far without a weapon? He immediately replied. That's right. She continued to ask. Why? Because it's illegal? He immediately replied. No. Gukbyeon looked up at the ceiling. It's just not me. Yuri exclaimed in shock. You're completely insane. Damn it. Gukbyeon yelled agitatedly. You keep calling me uncle this, uncle that. Am I that old? Yuri immediately asked. How old are you, uncle? He replied. 32. She reacted strongly. What? Damn it. You look like you're almost 40. He said in surprise. Wait, damn. Really? Oh my. How old are you? Yuri replied coldly. I'm only 28. Gukbyeon felt comforted. See, I'm not much older than you. Ansip immediately yelled at both of them. Can you two quiet down a bit? He immediately replied. I'm sorry. Hyun-soo looked helplessly at the three of them, and looked in the opposite direction. His face immediately changed. The man was standing on the stairs, his sagging body, his legs bent. He stood facing the wall.
Hyun-soo froze.
Sweat dripped. Everyone looked at him standing motionless, confused. They then curiously peeked. Hyun-soo signaled them to keep quiet. The man's back was still there, not moving. Everyone trembled. Four of them crouched down in fear. Hyun-soo raised his hand, signaling them to go up. Yuri pointed at the man. Then she made a sign of refusal. He looked at them in surprise. Everyone communicated in silence. Not moving. Why? Hyun-soo continuously pointed forward at Ansip. I'll go check. Everyone nervously swallowed. Footsteps slow, gently moving forward. Hyun-soo was stepping up to investigate. Each step was extremely careful, getting closer and closer to the man. He slowly observed the man. The man was facing the wall, not moving, sleeping. Hyun-soo slowly turned around, signaling to everyone that the man was sleeping. Everyone clearly understood him. Gukbyeon mimed slashing a neck horizontally. Hyun-soo quickly shook his head in disagreement. Everyone continued to look at him. Hyun-soo slowly sat down, slowly crawled up the stairs. Ansip was still trembling. He reluctantly moved, calmly stepped up the stairs. When he reached the man's side, he sat down and moved like Hyun-soo before, warily looking at the man, moving closer to where he was waiting. Next was Yuri. She was careful with every step, getting closer and closer to the man. The closer she got, the more cautious Yuri became. The man's back was clearly visible before her eyes. Swallowing, trying to stay calm, she began to sit down the way the two before her had done. When facing the man up close, Yuri trembled more and more. Her eyes stared intently at the man, not moving. Her legs also became weak, unable to take another step. Yuri sat motionless. She glanced down. Gukbyeon tried to reassure her. Yuri trembled incessantly. She took a few more steps. Suddenly, she froze. A sound was coming from behind. The sound grew closer and closer. She was terrified, unable to move, slowly turning around. When she looked behind her, Yuri met the man's eyes. Yuri slowly stepped up. A sound made her tremble even more. The sound grew closer and closer. Yuri remained motionless. She was so scared she didn't dare to breathe, slowly turning towards the man. The man brought his grotesque, bulging face close to Yuri. She looked at him in horror. Able to suppress it, she cursed. The man didn't hesitate to grab Yuri's neck and lift her up. His hand used too much force, causing her to suddenly choke. Hyun-soo and Ansip stood behind, terrified. Below, Gukbyeon had seen it. Ansip couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "No!" He quickly stopped him from the side. "Stop!" Gukbyeon ran over agitatedly. "Let her go." He was still scared when facing the man. The space immediately became silent. Yuri's body trembled. He cursed silently in his heart. That son of a bitch. Is he using her as a human shield? He looked closely at the man's face, and he was even smiling. Gukbyeon couldn't hold back anymore. He charged forward. "Keep smiling, you ugly bitch." The man looked at him calmly. His face gradually darkened. Both looked at them in a panic. Gukbyeon gritted his teeth. The hand gripping Yuri's neck gradually loosened. The man still stared intently at Gukbyeon. He was still charging. In a blink, the man moved and disappeared. Quickly, he was behind Gukbyeon. He punched him hard in the face. He immediately fell down. Blood spurted from his mouth. Gukbyeon collapsed, exhausted. The man's body was turning red. Smoke rose from him, too. He was slow. The two of them, above, were suddenly silent, swallowing in horror. The beer bottle he was holding to attack the man rolled out beside him. The man followed the beer bottle rolling down the stairs. He crushed the beer bottle. Water from the bottle spilled all over the floor. Hyun-soo said softly, "Go." He looked over, confused. "What?" Hyun-soo's pale face. "Go alone." Ansip said angrily. "Can't do that. I have to save Yuri." He struggled to utter each word. "Save the children." He was surprised. Hyun-soo was still not over his panic. He tried to convey his message. "That's better than revenge." He gave Hyun-soo a surprised look. He stared intently at him, trying to hide his emotions. Ansip immediately ran upstairs. "I'll meet you on the 14th floor, kid. Be careful." His eyes tried to be resolute. Hyun-soo held the stick in his hand, preparing to fight the man who was advancing towards him. The red color on the man's body gradually disappeared. He tried to keep himself from moving. Color on his body completely changed. Turning to his original form, he opened his eyes wide, looking at the man. His body had just changed color. In an instant, the man appeared before Hyun-soo, kicking him in the stomach. Bones in his body were shattering. Hyun-soo was kicked against the door. Hyun-soo passed out and closed his eyes. The door, unable to withstand the strong impact, also flew open, hitting the wall. Blood from his internal organs immediately gushed out of his mouth.
Hyun-soo struggled to resist.
Cursed, exhausted. Damn it. Too much pain to open his eyes. Hyun-soo weakly struggled to stand up. The man's body turned red again. He gradually understood. "All right, now I understand." He remembered that moment. He entered the man's apartment, observing the trophies in the apartment. The words hit him. And now I don't smell anything strange anymore. On the glowing computer on the table, Hyun-soo said weakly, "It's you. The man from apartment 705. The man silently looked at him. Hyun-soo calculated his move to defeat the man. He moved very fast. But right after, I still have a chance. He can't be fast when his body is red. Bones in his body were gradually recovering. Just a little. The man still silently looked at Hyun-soo. He couldn't help but feel impatient. Please, just a little. The bone fragments were healing. Let me heal. The broken bone had completely recovered. Before this bastard axe. His body shifted slightly, gripping his weapon tightly. The man looked down in surprise. Hyun-soo was spinning the stick, stabbing it straight into the man's foot. Hyun-soo said triumphantly, "Close, but no cigar for you." The man thrashed in pain. His foot was being stabbed directly by the weapon. Fire spread from the weapon, burning his foot. The man screamed in horror, retreating backward. The flame on his foot grew larger and larger.
Hyun-soo gasped, exhausted.
Do you like it, Mr. 700 Years? A bastard like you killed his own friend. The man still silently looked down at his foot, continuously shaking his foot. The man jumped up in anger. He stared at the man. He stomped his foot on the floor. The fire immediately disappeared. His foot had turned red. His whole body also turned red. Smoke rose from within. This is interesting. Feeling.
Danger approaching.
Hyun-soo turned around. He immediately ran from this place. Night still covered the building. Before the tightly closed room, placing the glass of water on the table, Seo-in sat down. Here, drink this, auntie. Try to stay calm. Her eyes avoided looking elsewhere. Sue sat down opposite her, pushing the glass of water towards her. She said, Here, drink this, auntie. Try to stay calm. She expressed, Please listen to me. Jisoo asked, confused. You did something like that again. Seo-in burst into tears, struggling to reply. No. Jisoo continued to ask, Are you listening to me, auntie? She didn't hold back her tears. I'm so scared. I want to kill him.
I'm truly terrified.
Jisoo still stared intently at her. Seo-in cried even louder. I hate him so much. I wanted to kill that bastard 100,000 times. Jisoo sighed. Come on, she told. Do you think that's suicide? Seo-in remained silent, listening to her continue. You said this time you would definitely kill him. She bowed her head, enduring Jisoo's questioning. That's why I gave you that knife. So your plan was for that knife to be confiscated? Seo-in said with a grim face. I'm sorry. Jisoo was still agitated. That was a God-given opportunity. You had a good reason to kill him. The words fueled Seo-in's resolve. So what the hell are you waiting for? After everything he's done to you, don't you hate him at all? Her injured arm. Look at the burns on your arm. He caused them, didn't he? Seo-in still bowed her head. Trembling, she chose to remain silent. Jisoo then asked, You're not the only one here who hates that old man. You know that, right? Do you need me to kill him for you? Tears streamed down her cheeks again. I'm sorry, she said worriedly. You don't have to apologize. Damn it. It's really annoying. Isn't it? Both fell into silence. She said, No wonder you have to keep living like this. Seo-in asked, confused. What? Jisoo quickly changed the subject. Nothing. Forget it. Anyway, what about you also being monsterized? Seo-in looked to the side, flustered, and replied, I don't know. He just said meaningless things. Maybe he didn't want to be the only one monsterized. Boxes piled up beside them. How the hell could he call his own wife a monster? He's truly a bastard. Jisoo walked over, patting her shoulder. She whispered in Seo-in's ear, Don't fail next time. She bowed her head and replied, I won't. As soon as Seo-in finished speaking, she immediately walked out the door. Jisoo suddenly noticed. Jisoo walked in, also surprised to see her. Both stood parallel to each other. Jisoo spoke up. Hello there. Jisoo replied. Hey. With a grim face, she turned and left. Jisoo thought worriedly. How much did she hear? Jisoo silently left. Entering the room, said happily, You're here, auntie. Seo-in replied in surprise. Hello, dear. Jisoo held up a phone charger, asking curiously, Where are the phone accessories kept here, auntie? They said they keep some spare items in the storage room. She pointed to the side. Over there. Let me get it for you. Approaching the boxes, Seo-in carefully put them in. Jisoo stared intently at her, as if wanting to say something. She stammered. Yes. I'm very sorry about your husband. She looked up, replied in surprise. Oh. And her eyes gradually turned sad. She asked with concern. That must have been very upsetting for you. Seo-en avoided her gaze. It's okay. Jisoo was silent, not knowing what to say. She changed the subject. By the way, what are you doing here, Auntie? She replied. I have some work here. I keep the list of items and I have to check. Make sure everything is all right. Seo-en asked curiously. Do you need anything else? She immediately replied. Do you have any more lights? Seo-en looked up at the box on the cabinet. Lights? We have one box left. Jisoo replied happily. Thank you. She suddenly stared intently at Seo-en, looking at her sad face before her eyes, looking at Seo-en's wrinkled mouth, looking at her injured arm. She suddenly remembered Hyun-soo's words. Are they the only two who are monsterized? Both silently looked at each other. Seo-en was a little confused. Is there something on my face, Jisoo? She replied frankly. Yes. Seo-en was even more confused. Jisoo said seriously. There's a little dried blood on your upper lip, Auntie. Seo-en immediately became panicked. Her eyes became certain. It's very small, so you wouldn't notice it unless you were close. Seo-en nervously touched her lips with her hand. Jisoo continued. Can you pull your sleeve down? She immediately looked at her arm. She said seriously, although it's just a hunch. Seo-en listened fearfully to Jisoo's words. But I have a feeling. She suddenly remembered that moment. And she stated her deduction. There might be blood on it too. She asked curiously. Jisoo, is there something on my face? Jisoo immediately nodded. Yes. Seo-en looked at her, confused. Jisoo pointed out what she saw. There's a little blood on the corner of your lip, Auntie. Seo-en's body began to tremble. She looked at her in a panic. Jisoo's eyes became resolute. It's very small, so you wouldn't notice it unless you were close. She nervously touched her lips with her hand to check. She continued to point at Seo-en's arm. Can you pull your sleeve down, please? Her eyes were more resolute than ever, although it's just a hunch. Seo-en's panicked eyes. But I think Jisoo had thought of the scenario where she could state her suspicions. Call startled her. Jisoo. She replied in a panic. Oh yes. Seo-en asked worriedly. Do you need anything else? Or why are you staring at me? Jisoo stammered. No, that's all. Seo-en replied. She smiled awkwardly at her, thinking to herself. No way, that can't be. She walked out of the room. Jisoo suddenly stopped. Sweat poured out. She saw Sang-soo and him standing opposite. Both of them looked very normal, but in Jisoo's eyes, blood was continuously flowing from their noses. This is not good at all. Jisoo immediately looked closer in a panic. They were still calmly looking at her. More sweat poured from her forehead. Jisoo breathed a sigh of relief. This is not good at all. Walked over anxiously and asked, Hey, are you all right? Jisoo immediately nodded. Yes, I'm fine. He asked with concern. Are you losing sleep worrying about Hyun-soo? You're up so late. Jisoo stammered, looking for an excuse. Oh that. She explained. I just hope he can return safely. He smiled. I'm sure that kid will be fine. I prayed a lot for him. Jisoo awkwardly turned her face away from him. Great. That makes me feel better. Jisoo slowly swallowed. Her voice became more cautious. Hey, over here. He asked curiously. What is it? Jisoo said seriously. There's something I need to tell you. They were inside the room. Jae-hun was surprised. What? There are still many others infected? Jisoo reminded him worriedly. Keep your voice down. She nervously turned to look behind her, checking the room ahead. Then she said, Infected isn't exactly right. It's a type of virus. He stammered, asking, Are you sure? Or is that just what that kid said? Jisoo replied, Maybe, but it also makes sense. Looking back at the voting results on the wall, the voting results definitely have a problem. Jae-hun tried to state his argument. Everyone objected, even Hyun-soo. If that's true, the problem is really serious. Soo bowed her head and replied, That's right. At least we've controlled Hyun-soo because he admitted it. She said seriously, But if many others are hiding it, then this safe place of ours is no longer safe. Her worried eyes looked at Jae-hun. We're just pretending it's safe. Jisoo's words made him silently ponder. Jae-hun was a little hesitant. He assessed the situation. Jae-hun was certain. I heard the security guard locked the basement parking lot door earlier, so there won't be any monsters down there. He took something out of his pants pocket, and Jae-hun held up his car keys. Maybe my car is still safely parked down there. His car was still in the basement. Jisoo became silent. Jae-hun said, We can leave right away, if you want. He asked suspiciously, Will you come with me? He immediately agreed. Of course. We've been through thick and thin since we were in apartment 1107. Jisoo silently looked at him. Jae-hun also silently looked at Jisoo. Both said helplessly, "Does that mean you two will leave Hyun-soo behind?" Suddenly, a sound startled them. Hyuk-lee opened the door from inside the room. Smirked, slowly walking towards them. Hyuk-lee calmly questioned them. "You two are also cold-blooded." He didn't expect it. "More than I thought." On this side, Hyun-soo was still terrified. Hiding in the room, he didn't dare to breathe heavily. Sweat poured all over his body. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth in fear. "I almost escaped it. Now what?" The sound suddenly moved, getting closer and closer. Hyun-soo squatted down, gripping his weapon tightly. The sound suddenly disappeared. The space became silent. Hyun-soo was highly focused, not letting his guard down. He stared intently at the door. The sound began to emerge. The sound outside the door grew louder and louder. Hyun-soo was impatient hearing the commotion outside. Sound disappeared again. Hyun-soo gradually lost his patience. Thought to himself, "But if I keep hiding like this, that bastard might go back to them, and they'll definitely die." Worried about Yuri and Gukbyeon, who were still unconscious. "Please be okay." Gukbyeon's hand twitched. Hyun-soo fell into deep thought. The scene of the running competition unfolded. The two of them were evenly matched. The person next to him was gradually pulling ahead. He tried to catch up, but his opponent easily pulled away. Hyun-soo thought to himself, "That monster is a professional and even won championships." Sensing no more movement outside,
Hyun-soo stepped inside.
he stood before the desk, observing. He opened the desk drawer. He observed the items in the cabinet. He turned to look at the photo hanging on the wall. He opened the two doors. He explored the items inside the cabinet. His cold expression remained unchanged. He saw a beer bottle under the table. Hyun-soo picked up the beer bottle. It might break quickly, but he smashed the beer bottle. Only sharp shards remained. Hyun-soo's determined gaze fixed straight ahead. The monster appeared before his eyes, where Yuri and Gukbyeon lay unconscious. They were gone. The monster roared furiously. Its roar echoed everywhere it went. It searched everywhere. Looked towards the adjacent hallway. Saw him. It growled even louder. Hyun-soo stood there with his hands raised. He provoked it. "Come on then, you bastard." The monster was truly agitated. It used the momentum from its feet. It lunged forward madly. Terrifying speed was rushing towards Hyun-soo. His horrifying face was drawing closer. He still stood there calmly. On this side, both looked at Hyuk-lee in surprise. "What?" Jae-hun couldn't believe what he heard. "What did you just say?" Hyuk-lee replied frankly. "You two will never leave this place." Jae-hun pointed the tip of his knife at him. He showed a provocative expression. Jae-hun said agitatedly, "What do you mean by that?" Hyuk-lee looked at them calmly. Both silently looked at Hyuk-lee. Inside the hallway, Yuri was exhausted. She struggled to breathe. Gukbyeon tried to reassure Yuri. "Breathe, Yuri." He worried when he saw her condition. "Her neck doesn't show any signs of breaking. I don't see any wounds either. Damn it. So what's wrong with her?" She trembled, pointing to the backpack on her back. "My back. Where the bag is. On the left side." Gukbyeon looked at her, confused. He did as she said. Slowly opened the backpack on Yuri's back. He saw an asthma inhaler inside. Gukbyeon was surprised. "An inhaler?" Yuri, exhausted, used the asthma inhaler he gave her. Gukbyeon asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yuri still struggled to breathe. She slowly smiled at Gukbyeon. "Yes, I'm better now." He asked worriedly, "Is that your only inhaler?" He held up the inhaler and replied, "Yes, this is the last one, and there's not much left in it either." Yuri lowered her face and said, "Once I use up this inhaler." Her shoulders began to tremble. Yuri said sadly, "I'll really be a goner." Both silently looked at each other. Yuri sat there in a daze. She saw a bruise on Gukbyeon's face from where the monster had punched him earlier. Yuri asked in surprise, "Your face?" He evaded. He replied calmly, "It's nothing." Yuri said worriedly, "Come here. If you just leave it like that, it'll get infected." Gukbyeon awkwardly sat still, letting Yuri bandage his wound. He asked, blushing, "What was your profession?" Yuri replied, "I'm a caregiver. Although I'm not very good, I still know basic first aid." Gukbyeon immediately praised her. "Damn, it's a good thing I saved you. I didn't know you were so skilled." Yuri replied, "It's just luck." She sighed in relief. "I can't believe I'm still alive after being attacked by a monster." She remembered the moment the monster had choked Yuri. It had used its terrifying strength to punch Gukbyeon in the face. He touched his still aching face. "Me too. I didn't expect that monster to be so fast." They had a slight doubt whether it was the same monster or a different one. The monster was frantically charging towards Hyun-soo, who stood in front. His terrifying face became clearer. Filled with dread, Hyun-soo still stood there motionless. There was a certain chaos in his heart. It's too fast. I can't see it clearly. I can't confront it directly. His gaze remained fixed forward. That meant the monster suddenly stopped. It looked at Hyun-soo, who stood with his hands raised in front. Looking closer, a tripwire was tied across the path ahead. The thread was so thin that if one didn't observe carefully, it wouldn't be seen. But it couldn't stop in time. It's about to hit the tripwire. I need to. Trap. Hyun-soo tried to wait for his plan to succeed. His body touched the string. The doorknob, tightly bound by the string, was swaying. Hyun-soo had prepared everything. He pulled the long string out. He applied a layer of glue to it. A layer of dirt was already prepared below. He dipped the string into it. He began to stretch the string everywhere. Then he went to the hallway where he would stand to lure the monster. He stood inside. He held up 2 beer bottles, ready to fight. He waited for the monster with resentful eyes. String gradually cut into its abdomen. Hyun-soo was full of anticipation. Do you like it? It slipped and fell. It fell right in front of Hyun-soo. He was startled and scared. Damn it, it's not sharp enough. The weapon in his hand was still held firmly. He began to raise his weapon. But this, stabbing it straight into its abdomen. That will be enough. Both silently looked at Dusik. Hyun-soo tried to push harder. His body gradually turned red. It began to groan, exhausted. It gradually lost consciousness. Hyun-soo pushed even harder. Then he pulled out the weapon. His body was smoking.
Hyun-soo panted, exhausted.
He was still trembling from what had just happened. Hyun-soo gradually regained his composure. He said arrogantly, "How do you like that, huh?" His body began to shrivel. His face was gaunt. Hyun-soo's voice was full of triumph. "This is the end for you." Lee said to the 2 of them, "You two will never leave this place." Jae-hun pointed the tip of his knife at him. Hyuk-lee calmly teased. He asked agitatedly, "What do you mean by that?" He still looked at them nonchalantly. Both were tense, confused by Hyuk-lee's mocking demeanor. Hyuk-lee lowered his face. "More precisely, you two shouldn't leave here." Jae-soo was a little panicked. "Why not?" Looked straight at them. "The parking lot has been breached." And indeed, the parking lot gate had been smashed. Both of them were stunned. The heavy footsteps of the monster. The monsters had taken over the parking lot. Hyuk-lee reminded them, "If you two think you can take them all down, then I don't care if you leave." The statement made both of them realize. "But I'm telling you, that's suicide." Hyun-soo was still panting, exhausted. He looked at the monster's corpse lying on the floor below. He searched in his pocket. "It's good that I kept a bottle." Hyun-soo opened the bottle. Luckily it didn't break. He splashed water onto the monster's body. He silently took out a matchstick, preparing to light it.
Hyun-soo hesitated slightly.
Looked at the monster's corpse lying there. He imagined the monster being burned. Indescribable feeling welled up in Hyun-soo's heart. His hands immediately trembled. He couldn't light it. Voice suddenly came. "What are you waiting for?" It gripped Hyun-soo's trembling arm. It smiled sinisterly. Hyun-soo's other self appeared, hugging him from behind. Provoked him. "You didn't hesitate to stab this monster to death, did you? Don't you want to finish it yourself?" Pressed closer to Hyun-soo. "I think you realize it now." His inner self was hitting his weakness. "You were right. That thing used to be human."
Hyun-soo immediately retorted.
"Human? He's a monster. He killed his own friend." It immediately said, "Yes, but before that he was still a normal human." Hyun-soo tried to remind himself. "He's just a murderous monster." Pressed closer, calling, "Hyun." His inner self said triumphantly, "You ignored my warning and chose reality. Now, it's time to pay the price." His inner self immediately grabbed Hyun-soo's hand. His hand trembled more and more. More sweat beaded on his forehead. Hyun-soo couldn't calm down. What's wrong? The image of his family in the wallet that fell out immediately appeared in his mind. Where was the brave warrior who dared to face the monsters before? The wallets with their family photos appeared one after another in Hyun-soo's mind. You killed them. Image of him falling from a high floor. The image of him chasing the children away. Or when Hyun-soo accidentally killed someone. They appeared in droves, corroding Hyun-soo's body and mind. His eyes gradually turned red. Veins bulged. Smiled sinisterly. You son of a bitch." Without hesitation, Hyun-soo immediately lit the match. Suddenly, an arm stopped him. Gukbyeon was standing in front of him. Behind him, Yuri was also looking at Hyun-soo worriedly. The sinister expression still hadn't faded. "Ah, hey." He sighed when he saw Hyun-soo like that. Then he punched Hyun-soo hard in the stomach. Hyun-soo clutched his stomach in pain and collapsed. Gukbyeon said helplessly, "If you want to kill it, then do it when you're sober." Hyun-soo groaned in agreement. He picked up the matchstick. Gukbyeon sat down and looked at him. "Don't be such a coward." Yuri silently watched the two of them. Hyun-soo gradually calmed down. "Thanks for the advice." Looked at the monster's corpse. "I can't believe you beat this bitch." He patted Hyun-soo's shoulder in surprise. "You did great, kid." Hyun-soo finally managed a faint smile. He asked with concern, "Do you want to use my lighter?" Hyun-soo smiled and replied,
No.
"Thank you." Both were standing watching Hyun-soo. He began to light the fire. His heart, Hyun-soo still felt a little reluctant. He hesitated, putting down the lighter. Night had not yet turned to dawn. It was still dark. Inside the room, everyone was resting inside. Eun said to her brother, "Did you get kicked out because they hated you?" Hyuk Lee asked in surprise. "You saw," she said worriedly. "Yes, I didn't mean anything by it. I just happened to pass by." Eun asked curiously, "How can you say such scummy things?" Hyuk Lee chuckled. "It's time for you to get your ass kicked," she said worriedly. "I wonder if Hyun-soo can return safely?" He immediately reassured his sister. "He's with Gukbyeon, so that mission will succeed." Eun lowered her face and said, "I also hope the children will be safe." Immediately replied, "That's right." Hyuk Lee silently recalled, "Focus on the main mission." He had pretended to casually say to Hyun-soo, "If the situation gets worse, forget about the children." Hyun-soo looked at him in horror. His eyes showed reluctance. Hyuk Lee felt relieved. He smiled. He happily said to his sister, "If only you could have seen his expression then." Eun asked, confused, "What?" Hyuk Lee smiled and said, "Don't worry." She looked at her brother, confused. "He'll make it." Hyun-soo, Gukbyeon, and Yuri happily greeted them. "Are you sure?" The children rejoiced.
Hyun-soo.
"You're still alive." Seep looked at Yuri happily. "You're okay. I thought your neck might have been broken." Yuri sighed and replied, "Thank you, sir, but never mind. I know you were very worried." Dusik also said happily, "This old man told me. You came back sooner than I thought, kid." The old man looked at Gukbyeon and Yuri in surprise. "Who are they?" Both of them silently watched Dusik. Hyun-soo said awkwardly, "Anyway," he suddenly asked, "Where's the auntie?" The two children immediately turned to look at Dusik. They remained silent. Hyun-soo was confused by their attitude. They suddenly looked surprised. The fetus, still with its umbilical cord, was groaning. Hyun-soo felt a pang of sadness. Poor auntie. The three people behind immediately discussed among themselves. "The kid said this monster is the lady who used to push the cart, right? I sometimes ran into her. Oh my, are you sure we should leave her like this?" The boy walked over and said, "The monster took her over." The boy's eyes welled up with tears. "I feel very sad for her."
Hyun-soo retorted, "No."
Everyone looked at him, confused. They stood before the large creature. "I bet she's very happy now." The children didn't understand Hyun-soo's words. Dusik asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Hyun-soo remembered facing the monster similar to himself. He leaned in close to observe the fetus. If what that monster said is true, then that's it. Everyone still didn't understand Hyun-soo's meaning. Dusik asked in surprise, "So, you want to turn a car into an armored vehicle?" Gukbyeon immediately said, "That's right. Is that possible?" The old man immediately replied, "Of course, as long as you have enough parts." He immediately said, "We have a few things already." Dusik thought it over. "All right, I'll go with you." Hyun-soo stood beside him, reminding him first, "I should also let you know that the situation on the lower floors isn't good at all." The old man looked to the side. "I once promised Myeong. Remember?" Looked at the tightly closed door. He looked at the two innocent children sitting there. "I promised her I would bury the children's father's body." Hyun-soo's gaze immediately avoided Dusik. Gukbyeon looked at the stacked boxes in the corner. "But, sir, do you have that much food? Do you often have to stock up on food because it's inconvenient to move around?" The old man replied calmly, "That's right. It's understandable." Gukbyeon hesitated slightly. "It would be a waste to leave it behind, but carrying it would be too much for us." Suddenly, Hyun-soo had a question. "Everyone, if we move in such a large group, will the monsters attack?" Dusik looked at him in surprise. The old man immediately said, "We don't need to go all the way down." Both looked at Dusik, confused. The old man thought, the security guard must have been the one who broke the elevator, although I'm not sure why. Gukbyeon was confused. "Well," The old man speculated. Perhaps he didn't know how to completely destroy it like an expert. Maybe he just cut the power. Hyun-soo suddenly realized something. Dusik said, "If you can get me down to the first floor, I can fix it." The old man clarified. "I mean the elevator." The sky gradually brightened. The sunlight flashed, illuminating the building. Gukbyeon was carrying Dusik on his shoulder. The old man said awkwardly, "My muscular friend, I apologize for the trouble." He teased. "Have you ever thought about a nutritious diet?" Ansip asked worriedly. "Are you sure you don't want to move? You can't use the bathroom here." He looked fearfully at the door next to them. "Moreover, that thing in the bathroom. No one knows when it will become dangerous." She stroked the boy's head. "But the children don't want to leave." Ansip looked at the children. He could only helplessly instruct. "Then stay. Take good care of the children." Yuri replied. "It won't be harder than taking care of you." Ansip looked helpless. All four of them turned and left. Gukbyeon looked over in surprise. Yuri was smiling at him. He put a music player into his pocket. Then she put the earphones into Gukbyeon's hand. Everyone was surprised by Yuri's actions. She put her trust in Gukbyeon. "Make sure you bring my phone back to me." He blushed in embarrassment. I'll be back before your inhaler runs out." Dusik asked with a suspicious look. "Now what?" Hyun-soo was still staring at the door. "Are you two dating?" He silently looked at it. Hyun-soo looked at the fetus. So that was her final decision? His mood was a little conflicted. Truly is a beautiful wish. His eyes gradually became sad. "I think I'll continue to stay here and fight a little longer." He returned to a calm state. He happily thought that wherever she was, he hoped she could be happy. They left, closing the door tightly. Inside the room, only Yuri and the two children remained. He silently looked at the door. Un suddenly looked up. She couldn't believe what she saw. The elevator displayed the number 15. The elevator was currently overloaded with people. And behind everything, hands were still diligently holding the controller, playing games. Hyuk Lee was sitting in front of the screen, playing video games. He was still engrossed in playing them. He opened the door and asked, "Have you been up all night?" Hyuk Lee smiled and replied, "I couldn't get any sleep." He sighed, looking at him. He announced, "They're back." Both of them made it. Hyuk Lee looked at him in surprise. Outside, everyone looked at them with astonished eyes. All four of them had returned, to the astonishment of those around them.
Hyun-soo suddenly saw.
Jisoo and Jae-hun were standing before him, smiling at Hyun-soo. Jisoo looked at Hyun-soo with anticipation. She reached out her arms, wanting to embrace him.
Hyun-soo blushed, startled.
Jisoo was also surprised by her own action. She awkwardly withdrew her hand. Jisoo walked over and playfully pinched Hyun-soo's face. "Hey, you did it." He awkwardly said, Hey. Jisoo quickly brought a chair. "We don't have a wheelchair, so please sit here for now." Jisoo happily replied. "You're so kind." Jisoo said proudly. "I must be a very important guest, right?" Un walked over and said to Gukbyeon, "Gangster uncle, I knew you'd come back. Did you get any more scratches on your arm?" He smiled and replied, "Not enough." Un awkwardly complimented him. "The bandage on your head makes you look really cool. It's like you've become your old self again." Gukbyeon asked unhappily, "Huh? I just got back and I'm already getting a headache." He immediately smiled at him. Footsteps approached. "And now we should block the entrance, just in case."
Hyun-soo heard a familiar voice.
He immediately turned around. Hyuk Lee was standing behind him. Both silently looked at each other. Hyuk Lee asked curiously, "Where are the children?" Hyun-soo asked, confused. "What?" Eyebrows furrowed. Hyuk Lee didn't ask for details. He immediately said, "I was sure you would save them. Was I wrong?" Hyun-soo was surprised by Hyuk Lee's words. "You provoked me. Was it on purpose?" He still didn't care. He sighed and said, "Your expression at that time was very genuine. I'm quite disappointed." Hyun-soo raised his hand agitatedly. He punched Hyuk Lee hard in the face. Everyone looked over in alarm. Gukbyeon quickly stopped Hyun-soo. "Hey, calm down. Come on." Hyuk Lee sat on the floor. "Let him go." Hyun-soo just did what he had to do. Everyone was confused by Hyuk Lee's words.
Hyun-soo angrily cursed.
"Be grateful I only punched you in the mouth. I really wanted to smack your face. But I held back because if I did, you wouldn't have your glasses anymore." He held out his hand, saying, "I'm very grateful for that. Let's shake hands and start over." Hyun-soo immediately yelled in his face, "Shake my LOL, you bastard." Dusik yelled impatiently, "Did you bring me down here just to show me this?" The atmosphere immediately became silent. Everyone turned to look at the old man. Dusik looked at them with a warning gaze. The old man said to Hyuk Lee, "The children are safe, and you should get a haircut too. What are you, a punk?" Dusik clarified the situation. "And now, it's time for us to start bringing them down here." Jisoo asked in surprise. "Are you going back up there again, sir?" Dusik said confidently. "This time it will be much easier, with the help of machinery." Everyone looked at the old man, confused. Sky gradually turned to dusk. Hyuk Lee asked in surprise, "Did the monster get into the elevator shaft?"
Hyun replied.
"Yes, it's the spider-like one. It ran away. If it's still in there, it could be very dangerous to run the elevator." Dusik was carried on Gukbyeon's back. Left, or right? He and Hyun-soo immediately remembered that moment. And they answered in unison. Left. Gukbyeon carried Dusik out the door. Hyuk Lee immediately said, "Then we just need to ignore the left and fix the right." The old man replied, "The right one stops on the 14th floor where my apartment is. So it could also be a danger." He remembered how terrified he had been of the monster there. His face immediately showed understanding. "That's right. I understand what you mean, sir, because I was almost killed too." The four of them went to the location together. Hyun-soo said, "I'll use my spear." Hyuk Lee walked ahead and said, "Good. And now, sir, please get the right elevator running." Dusik replied, "Understood." Hyun-soo tried to suppress his anger. Silently cursed in his heart. What a bastard. Gukbyeon carried Dusik to the switch. "I know. The power is off." They observed the electrical box. "Sounds very simple, right? IEP. Simple as pie." "Huh." The old man pointed towards the electrical box. Gukbyeon replied helplessly, "I don't know." Dusik immediately pressed the switch. That's why they say learning a trade is extremely important. The electrical box immediately started working again. "All right, it's done." Before the elevator, the number still couldn't be displayed. Suddenly it displayed the number 14. Moon looked up in surprise. She rejoiced excitedly. "It's working. The light is on." Everyone was happy. "The elevator is working again." Everyone happily said to each other, "Does that mean we can go back to our apartments now? I left some things at home. I want to go back and get them too." Jae-hun said fearfully, "There are still many monsters in the building, so it won't be that easy." Everyone was waiting eagerly before the elevator. The elevator was displaying 14. Then it moved up to the 15th floor. Moon looked up expectantly. She suddenly panicked. The elevator only stopped at 15. Suddenly a signal went off. Overload. It was a room where from the windows to the side door, everything was blocked by countless wooden planks and iron wardrobes. Sue hugged her wooden guitar. She sat cross-legged on a ping-pong table, leisurely tuning it. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, catching Jisoo's attention. "I thought you played bass." Jae-hun stood before the only unobstructed door leading outside. He smiled at Jisoo, who was sitting opposite him. Jisoo remembered. She sighed softly. "Classical guitar was my original instrument, not bass." Jae-hun walked in. He casually climbed onto the table right next to her and sat down, leaning back on his hands. He asked, "Where did you get that? You're not planning to play it here, are you?" Jisoo replied, "This? I found it in the storage room." Seeing that, Jisoo smirked. She gently plucked a string. "What? Afraid I'll make noise?" Jae-hun panicked, trying to stop her. "Hey!" But Jisoo just smiled, explaining, "It'll be quieter if you play gently." Jisoo's eyes widened, still a little scared. "Huh, you're right." The two of them just sat there, looking at each other in the cramped room. The atmosphere fell silent. A sense of awkwardness slowly arose. A moment later, she suddenly changed the subject, hesitantly asking, "Hey, do you think she'll be happy?" She looked a little sad at this moment. Jae-hun lowered his face. He asked despondently in return, "You heard?" Jisoo leaned one hand on the table. She recounted in a low voice, "Yeah, Gukbyeon told me." Jae-hun replied sadly, "Yes, it was just recently." Jisoo continued softly, "But it's truly surprising that she turned into a child like that. She must have loved her child very, very much." Jae-hun agreed. "Yes, that's hard to imagine." She sighed. A hint of regret flashed across her face. "I wish my mother could have been like her." The statement stunned Jae-hun. He quickly looked up at her. Saying this, Jisoo excitedly put her hand back on the strings and plucked gently. "All right, I'll write a song in her memory." Jae-hun's eyes widened. "What? Right now?" Jisoo replied with certainty. "Yes, I can come up with a melody anytime with just a few simple notes." Then she started strumming, creating basic chords. T. Her fingers gracefully shifted. Another chord rang out. Jisoo continued like that. And finally, F. Jae-hun silently listened to all 4 chords. He praised softly. Sounds great. Jisoo, closing her eyes and feeling the music, explained. That's right. They're called the money-making notes. Now, let's add a little melody. The gentle strumming echoed, blending with her soft humming. Jae-hun silently listened to Jisoo play and sing. His face gradually relaxed. The corners of his mouth also curved slightly. He became immersed in her gentle melody and singing without even realizing it. The surrounding scenery seemed to change. It was no longer the cramped, sealed room, but transformed into a poetic, free sky. A place where there was only Jisoo and him. Gentle sound echoed in his ears. He completely relaxed. It makes me feel. A scene from his childhood flashed in his mind. When the whole family went camping in the mountains together. He and his sister happily played catch, while their parents sat nearby watching the 2 siblings play. At this moment, Jisoo was also immersed in the deep guitar melody. Hyun-soo's eyes reddened. A thought flashed through his mind. How nostalgic. The music continued. Jisoo's fingers gently glided across the strings, creating a beautiful sound. Slip. Hyun-soo's arm appeared. Jisoo opened her eyes in surprise, confused to see Hyun-soo standing in front of her with an unhappy expression. Ha! He pursed his lips and smiled. His face was tinged with sadness. The corners of his eyes were also a little red. That melody, it's too sad. Jisoo remembered. She didn't understand what he was saying. He suggested again. Can you play something brighter? Jisoo softly called his name. Hyun-soo. The scene shifted to the elevator. The number on the LED screen indicated the elevator was on the 14th floor. When it reached the 15th floor, the elevator made a sound, signaling its arrival. Eun looked at the light panel, her eyes wide. Then her eyes suddenly widened even further, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She stared blankly at the number 15 displayed on the screen. She thought in fear. It went up a floor. Why? Just then, along with the signal, the small word, overload, appeared next to the number 15 on the light panel. Eun just stared at it blankly. It's coming back. My forehead started to break out in a cold sweat. Another signal sounded. A crowd of people suddenly appeared around Eun. Everyone was happily chatting and smiling. Only she showed a panicked expression. The elevator moved down 1 floor. Everyone still talked and laughed as usual. Only Eun stood still, frozen in fear. Only her eyes silently darted backwards. The elevator moved down 1 more floor. Everyone's expressions and actions remained the same. Nothing changed. Eun carefully tilted her head to observe them. Finally, she stammered, opening her mouth. Everyone. Hearing her call, Jae-hun immediately replied sharply. His lips pressed into a straight line. Ha! She trembled, saying, something's wrong. Hearing that, everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Their faces also clearly showed fear. Floor number on the elevator screen was still decreasing. But the atmosphere in the elevator was no longer as lively as before. A middle-aged man with glasses, but a rather sturdy physique. Wearing a worn-out shirt, he frowned slightly, asking, what's wrong? Eun replied in a panic. It went down by itself. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. They quickly looked up at the screen. It had already reached the 7th floor. Everyone immediately switched to a ready-to-fight stance. Jae-hun raised the blade of his sword high in his hand. The person next to him gripped a wooden stick tightly. The girl Eun gritted her teeth, observing her surroundings. The others also noticed something strange. They raised their self-defense weapons in their hands. Eun also pulled out a lighter and insect repellent spray. Jae-hun shouted a warning. Everyone, be ready. The number on the screen just then changed to 1. A moment of silence appeared. Then, the elevator doors slowly opened. Inside, a figure appeared, looking like the building's security guard. In a flash, the elevator doors opened completely. A man in a neat security uniform stood inside. He wore a backpack. He held a homemade weapon. On his white shirt were several red stains, like blood. Strangely, his eyes were dull, lifeless, not like a normal person. Everyone stammered, calling out, "Security guard." Immediately after, saying that, the woman rushed forward. She started talking to the security guard, who had stepped out of the elevator, to everyone's astonishment. "How are you still alive? We're still safe. All thanks to you. How wonderful." Seeing that, Eun screamed loudly in warning. "Step back." The woman abruptly stopped. She didn't realize the security guard in front of her was looking at her lifelessly. "Ha!" Eun's pupils contracted. Her mouth stammered in horror. "That thing isn't human." Hearing that, the woman fearfully retreated. "Ha!" At this moment, the security guard's skin suddenly shriveled. His whole body trembled, emitting cracking sounds. his mouth opened wide, groaning. It didn't take long. The security guard had completely transformed. His eyes disappeared, leaving two dark, empty sockets. His skin shriveled. His expression also became ferocious, and he bared his teeth as if to threaten everyone. The woman with glasses was too scared to move. She could only stare at it. Then her mouth opened slightly, uttering incoherent words. Dayu. Everyone stared in shock at the horrifying scene before them. Everyone was so scared that their throats felt constricted, unable to utter a sound. The monster's hand, holding the lawnmower, moved gently, continuing to repeat.
Da.
The lawnmower's engine started. It exhaled, gently advancing towards the trembling woman. The woman's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Her whole body was drenched in sweat. Then it raised the lawnmower high into the air. The blade spun rapidly like a top. It roared loudly. 5D. In just blink of an eye, fresh blood splattered, scattering all over the tiled floor. Mr. Kim, recalling the past. The security guard was holding a broom, sweeping the front yard of the apartment complex. Hearing someone call him, he looked up and replied, "Yes." A woman with two small children complained irritably. "I told you not to sweep over here. You've thrown all the dust in my children's faces." The security guard was very flustered, unable to react in time. After a while, he stammered an explanation. "But the owner of apartment 203 told me to sweep here." Only the stubborn woman refused. She even pointed directly at him and yelled, "Are you trying to defy what I say? Don't spread dust everywhere." After that, she angrily led her two children straight into the apartment complex, still muttering, "Go tell that person in 203 yourself. Good heavens, I can't believe it." Leaving the security guard standing sadly, listening to the scolding. Then, he bowed his head. He replied softly, "Yes, ma'am." One day, probably in the early afternoon, in the cramped room, the security guard was resting, arms crossed, dozing off on the bed. Just then, a resounding voice echoed, waking him up. "Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim." Security guard startled awake. Yes, a man in a suit, seemingly the manager, walked in. His hand rested on the door. He frowned, complaining. "Yes? Sleeping again? Aren't you going to do anything?" He scratched his head awkwardly.
"I'm sorry."
The manager put his hand in his pocket. He ordered nonchalantly, "Get rid of that bed." The security guard asked blankly, "What?" The manager looked at the simple room with only a bed and a wardrobe. He said in a strict tone, "We received a complaint. Someone wants that bed removed from the security office. Moreover, having it here only makes you lazier and fall asleep." The security guard asked worriedly, "Then how am I supposed to rest?" The manager sighed. Then he snapped loudly, "You're not allowed to rest." The scene shifted again to outside the tall apartment complex on a scorching hot day. The security guard sat on the fence railing. Next to him was a lawnmower. He held a cigarette between his fingers. He grumbled, "Humph. Damn people." He spat out a mouthful of saliva. He pouted, complaining. They must have received a lot of complaints from that pathetic bunch in that dilapidated building. Then he looked at the lush green lawn in front of him. He sighed. "I have to hire someone to mow the lawn. Damn it." Just then, the security guard suddenly felt his nose getting warm. He quickly reached out to touch it. He saw red blood soaking his glove. He looked up, confused. The security guard looked at his blood-stained glove. He grumbled, "Come on, why do I keep getting nosebleeds?" Immediately after, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but groan. The security guard's whole body trembled violently. His teeth clenched. Just then, a middle-aged woman appeared, carrying a large box. When she saw the security guard, she happily exclaimed, "There you are." The security guard turned to look at her in surprise. She smiled widely, explaining, "A relative sent it to me. It's not much, but I still wanted to share some with you." He took the box of food. "Yes, thank you, ma'am." The woman smiled. "Yes, be careful." The security guard watched her walk back into the apartment complex. After that, he eagerly opened the box of food. He muttered, calculating, "The refrigerator in my security office is a bit small. This is a bit too much for me." The lid of the box opened slightly. Pungent, rotten smell rushed straight into his nose, making the security guard frown. He recoiled. Turned out the box contained a pile of rotten fish and trash. There were even flies buzzing around. The security guard despondently wheeled the lawnmower into the apartment complex. Just then, he ran into two sisters coming out of the convenience store. The two sisters politely greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Kim." But the security guard didn't pay them any attention. He just walked past them. This surprised the two children. The security guard still walked forward stiffly, his face lifeless. He gritted his teeth and cursed. That damn old hag. She deserves to live in hell. Night fell. The iron gate on the road down to the parking garage gradually lowered. The iron gate in front of the building entrance also did the same. Resident ran into the control room. He called out in a panic. Mr. Kim. But he didn't pay attention. He continued to press the button to control the iron gate. The other person asked angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you lowering all the iron gates?" Seeing that the security guard wasn't paying attention to him, he yelled loudly, "Mr. Kim." The scream made the security guard jump. But he didn't turn around. His whole body trembled violently. He continuously muttered, "I have to kill them all. They don't." The security guard's neck twisted, like a wrung-out towel. Then his head suddenly spun 180 degrees backwards. His eyes no longer focused. His mouth clenched. "Deserve to live. Oh, that's right." The old man looked in horror at the security guard, whose head was twisted backwards like an owl's. His mouth opened and closed. "Now that I think about it." Then he reached his hand back. He gently pulled the cord to start the lawnmower. The security guard held the lawnmower in one hand, pointing it backwards. He stepped back. His mouth groaned. "That thing." The man retreated in fear, unable to speak. The security guard smirked brightly. "I forgot to close the door to the rooftop." A deafening scream rang out. Back to the present. The woman with glasses lay on the ground. On her abdomen was a deep, bloody cut. Everyone panicked, turned around, and ran away, shouting loudly, "Run!" Groups split up and ran for their lives. But Un still stood still. She was probably too scared to move. Beside the girl, two people didn't run away. They were Jae-hun holding a sword, and the wooden stick man. And facing the three of them was the security guard monster, holding a blood-stained lawnmower. At this moment, his mouth opened wide, growling. "4. Hun swung his sword. He charged forward. D. But the monster just gently swung the lawnmower and was able to send him flying to the side. He hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. The man with the wooden stick saw this and broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Jae-hun gritted his teeth in pain. Blood flowed from his mouth. One side of his glasses was cracked. The man with the wooden stick swung his arm hard, hitting the monster's face. He yelled loudly, "D." Despite taking a full hit, it seemed to have no effect on the monster. This terrified the man with the wooden stick. He grimaced at it. The sound of the blade slicing through the air rang out. Un's eyes widened, watching the horrifying scene unfold before her. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The wooden stick man collapsed to the ground. Blood pooled around him. In front of the monster, there was another corpse. The girl Un screamed hysterically. "No, no." The man was dead. Blood still oozed from his mouth. Hun watched his friend die in fear, his teeth clenched together, revealing his unwillingness to accept it. Un also stared blankly at the corpse in front of her. Her eyes welled up with tears. She trembled, inching backwards. Her hand still held the spray can and lighter, but she was too scared to know what to do. She could only utter simple syllables. This moment, the monster stepped in front of her, looking down at her with its two dark eye sockets. The feeling of terror overwhelmed her, leaving her speechless. It opened its mouth. It slowly announced, "L is 5. Un's eyes rolled back, staring at it. Her face was drained of all color. Un trembled, calling the monster's name in front of her. "Mr. Kim." In response to the girl was the spinning blade heading straight for her. The monster raised the lawnmower, while gritting its teeth and cursing. Anger was clearly visible on its shriveled face. "You son of a bitch." Un fell to the ground in fear, her eyes still fixed on the monster, not daring to look away for even a second. And, as if she couldn't bear it anymore, the girl squeezed her eyes shut. She trembled, screaming loudly. A few tears still clung to the corners of her eyes. "Help!" On the other hand, the plump woman by Ong-in and the bald man Sang-soo, who were also at the stairwell earlier, frantically threw open a door. Then they rushed in with extreme fear on their faces. Hyun-soo and Jisoo, who were sitting in the room, immediately jumped up. Their faces pale, they looked towards the door. Hyun-soo stood in front of Jisoo to protect her. Jisoo also raised the guitar in her hand, ready to fight. When they clearly saw who had rushed in, the two children calmed down. They slowly stepped forward, hesitantly asking, What the hell happened?" Ong-in trembled, hugging herself, while Sang-soo glanced at the situation outside through the crack in the door. He explained in a low voice, "The security guard. He's turned into a monster." Hyun-soo and Jisoo heard the news. They asked in surprise, "What?" But Sang-soo had no energy to care about their emotions. He quickly turned around and ordered, "Bring that board here. We have to block that door." During this time, Hyun-soo and Jisoo silently observed by Ong-in. As soon as she heard that, Jisoo frowned. She asked loudly, "Wait, where are the others?" Sang-soo trembled, replying, "I don't know." Sweat poured down him like a stream. Clearly, Hyun-soo and Jisoo didn't believe him. They just pursed their lips, staring at him. Seeing that the two didn't move, Sang-soo's face turned ashen, and he quickly tried to persuade them. "That monster killed 2 of us in a flash. We need to live." Ong-in stood beside him, still scared. Trembling, she said nothing. Hearing that 2 more people had died, Hyun-soo and Jisoo couldn't hide their fear and horror. In another room, perhaps a gym, as sports equipment was scattered everywhere, a woman with glasses, her hair in a ponytail, she panted, leaning against a large iron cabinet that blocked the door. Theo and bit her nails in fear, muttering, "Damn it, we shouldn't have fixed that elevator. It's all those damn kids' fault." Saying this, she exclaimed, full of resentment. She still seemed unable to calm down. "I'll make them pay." Jae-hun stood opposite her, gripping a wooden stick tightly in his hand. His eyes darted towards the door, observing. At the same time, he desperately tried to reassure himself, even though he was scared to tears. "We're all going to die. I can't die like this. I still have dreams." With that, he buried his face in his hands and sobbed, to Seo and surprise. "I don't want to die like this. It's so unfair." Seeing Jae-hun's will slowly crumble, Seo and suddenly yelled, "Hey!" Jae-hun trembled, looking up. "Ha!" She immediately pointed at him, criticizing. "That's a weapon, isn't it? What the hell are you standing there for? Go out and fight." Jae-hun was stunned. His eyes widened. He argued frantically, straining his neck. But I'm scared too." Seo angrily rushed forward, grabbing the wooden stick and scolding, "You coward! Give it to me." Jae-hun, bewildered, held it tight. He asked in confusion, "What the hell are you doing? It's mine." Seo tried to snatch the wooden stick. "Let go of it. You don't need it anymore." But Jae-hun stubbornly refused to give it up. At this moment, she really couldn't take it anymore. She angrily yelled loudly, "You useless bastard!" At the elevator, the blade sliced across Eun's leg. Blood splattered, making her cry out in pain. Eun lay on the ground. She pushed herself back, crawling backwards. In front of her was the crazed security guard monster, swinging the lawnmower. This scene left her speechless with fear. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. The monster bared its shriveled teeth. Its 2 dark, empty eye sockets aimed straight at Eun. Just then, Jae-hun, injured and bloody, suddenly roared, cutting through the chaos. "Stop!" Eun looked at him blankly, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. The monster also stopped, standing still, motionless. After that, it slowly twisted its head 180 degrees backwards, emitting creaking sounds. Now, Jae-hun had gotten up, but he had dropped his sword to the floor. In his hand, he only held a shield. It seemed even the monster was confused by his action. Then he raised the shield, using it to cover his upper body. At the same time, he lowered his center of gravity, taking a defensive stance. Jae-hun looked straight at the monster with determined eyes. He calmly asked it, "Remember, don't you, Mr. Kim?" The monster growled in reply, "You religious freak." When he opened his mouth, annoyed, "Come on, really?" Immediately after, the monster suddenly lunged at him, still maintaining its head turned 180 degrees posture, raising the lawnmower. "Hurry, D." Hun looked at it, his brows furrowed. He solemnly watched it charge, and he said, he timed it perfectly, pressing hard on the button behind the shield. His mouth shouted loudly to boost his courage, "Light the lamp of faith." A powerful beam of light flashed, covering both him and the monster. Before that blinding light, the monster, dazed, stopped in its tracks, its 2 dark, empty sockets narrowing. He seized the opportunity and charged forward with surging momentum to attack. Hun, holding the shield, slammed into the monster, leaving it no time to react. At the moment, time seemed to stop. Everything stood still, unmoving. Behind the shield, Jae-hun's eyes were wide. A look of panic was clearly visible on his face. A phrase flashed through his mind when the elevator jumped to the 15th floor. He was stunned to realize it hadn't even flinched. He was still thinking. The monster calmly swung its fist. It gently threw a punch, sending both the shield and Jae-hun flying backward. His body then slammed hard against the wall. Impact severely injured him. Blood gushed from his mouth. His glasses flew several feet away. He fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Beside him lay the deformed shield. Un cried out in agony. Fresh blood poured from his mouth. He thought in a panic, "My ribs!" He struggled to move, his eyes wide. His hand reached towards the sword not far away. He mumbled, Is it it? Back in the small room with 4 people, Hyun-soo angrily shouted, "Get out of the way! I'm going out there." But Sang-soo disagreed, resolutely pushing the table to block the door. Despite Hyun-soo's strenuous attempts to stop him, "No waiting! If we open this door, we'll all die." On the other side, Jisoo-yoon also angrily grabbed the collar of the plump woman, Bae-ong-in. Jisoo-yoon yelled directly into Bae-ong-in's face, "So you want us to hide in here while everyone else is still out there?" In front of the elevator, the monster slowly moved its feet. Its head was still turned towards Jae-hun, staring coldly at him. His body slowly moved. Inside the room, Hyun-soo tried to find a way to rush out. "Please, don't stop me." Jae-hun trembled, reaching his hand forward. His entire body was covered in blood. That critical moment, he silently prayed, "Oh, my God." Before his eyes, a scene appeared. Himself standing shoulder to shoulder with Jisoo-yoon, both of them chatting, laughing and talking happily. The scene changed. This time it was on the emergency staircase, as the two of them worked together to fight a monster. Jisoo-yoon's image was reflected within him. Then, the moment he raised the glowing gun appeared, aiming it at the monster through the shield. Jisoo-yoon's image became increasingly clear in his mind. This moment, the monster had advanced right next to him. In the distance, Un cried out in helplessness, unable to do anything. His final moment, he dazedly thought to himself, "Oh, the last thing I see." His being slowly lost its light, but Jisoo-yoon's image remained. It didn't fade at all. Before dying, it was her face. A chilling sound echoed. Un covered her mouth in fear, her eyes wide with terror. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes, not daring to fall. Her hands clutched her collar tightly. His hand lay motionless on the ground. Blood splattered all around. The monster calmly stepped on his head. Blood splattered, staining the entire area red. It softly counted, 6. Hyun-soo was struggling with Sang-soo. He was resolutely stopping him. He shouted loudly, "I said get out of the way." Thud. Sang-soo immediately asked, "Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with you? They can protect themselves." Bae-ong-in then remembered and stammered, "Now that you mention it, this kid is also undergoing monsterization. Maybe he wants to hand us over to that monster." Hyun-soo heard that and panicked. "What?" She pointed at him and said without hesitation, "That's definitely it. Besides, at this point, why is he still playing the hero?" Unexpectedly, Un Jisoo-yoon grabbed her by the collar and threatened her. "Can you shut that rotten mouth of yours?" She shouted angrily. "Are you going to open the door or not? Or should I smash your faces in?" At this moment, Un covered her mouth, crying in fear. On the floor, motionless, the security guard with his head twisted backward. His foot had crushed the man's head. The security guard's face was now terrifying. 6. But then it immediately returned to normal. He continued to twist his head as if there was nothing unusual about his body. Un looked at him, stunned. She trembled, backing away from him. Suddenly, a hand supported Un. It was Ansip. He covered her mouth so Un wouldn't scream. He raised his crossbow and aimed it at the security guard. This moment, he said to Un, "Are you trying to attract all the monsters here?" Un looked at him, scared, tears welling up. But at this moment, outside the apartment complex, another monster was also outside, looking in. The security guard then said, "Old man, it's..." Without hesitation, he immediately aimed at him. The arrow hit the security guard's shoulder. He was completely unharmed. Ansip immediately said, "It didn't even flinch." Un asked him in fear, "Do you think you can kill it?" But Ansip immediately replied, "Kill it? Don't be silly. Run." Un hesitated, looking at him. "But..." He calmly said to Un, "Go. You still have a long life ahead of you." She looked at him, tears falling, then looked towards the transformed security guard monster that was advancing to attack them. She trembled in fear. Un tightly closed her eyes and quickly ran away. She shouted loudly, "Uncle!"
"I'm sorry."
Ansip calmly said, "It's okay." The security guard, holding the lawnmower, advanced towards him. Ansip trembled but still tried to speak. "But you know, I'm about to return to dust." But truly, while he tried to force a smile, he was truly terrified, scared stiff. Un tried to run as fast as she could to escape. She cried regretfully, "I'm sorry," but then a figure quickly ran past her. Un froze and turned her head to look back. It was Hyun-soo. He ran to Ansip and stopped. He immediately took his staff and thrust it directly at the security guard, blocking him. But the security guard's face remained emotionless. Hyun-soo tried to resist, but unexpectedly, the security guard used his hand to break the staff. Then he threw him to one side. Hyun-soo fell to the floor in pain. Ansip saw this and worried. "Hey kid!" The security guard twisted his neck completely backward to look at him. Hyun-soo, scared, tried to get up. But then he suddenly realized. He slowly turned to look beside him. A mutilated, blood-soaked corpse lay there. Hyun-soo was stunned, his face turning ashen. He immediately recognized it as Jae-hun. Ji-soo-yoon also arrived in time and saw the corpse. Both couldn't bear this horrifying sight. She stammered, "Jae-hun,"
Caí su trembled.
and tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Have you seen it?" A bizarre face appeared in his eye. It invaded his mind and said to him, "Yul." All this chaos and not just one monster reacted to it. He stood blankly, saying nothing. The monster then asked, "What's wrong?" It continued, "This was your choice, remember?" Heh, smile.
Caí su froze.
His eyes wide with fear, but then a smile slowly spread across his lips. Hyun-soo slumped down, dazed. A voice called out faintly beside him, "Hyun!" He was disoriented at this moment. Tears welled up. "Hyun! Hyun!" But then immediately Ji-soo-yoon pulled him out of his trance. She immediately shouted, "Hyun, what the hell are you doing? Hey!" The security guard had advanced towards them and raised the lawnmower to attack. Luckily, Ji-soo-yoon managed to dodge in time. She also had to exert herself to pull Hyun-soo, who seemed to be unconscious. Fell to the floor. Ji-soo-yoon looked at him in confusion. Hyun-soo's face suddenly became lifeless and emotionless. Ji-soo-yoon angrily shouted, "Stop it! Get rid of that attitude right now." At this moment, the security guard stood right in front of them. His face was trembling and gradually transformed into a terrifying monster face.
Mine.
"So good, bitch." She looked on in horror. But then Ji-soo-yoon immediately stood up and hit his face with a baseball bat. Unexpectedly, he used his hand to block the blow. She looked on in a panic. "Damn it!" Then he used his hand to crush the bat as if it were nothing. Ji-soo-yoon was immediately thrown flying to a corner by him. She slammed hard into a cabinet. Ji-soo-yoon trembled in pain. She looked up at Hyun-soo. The security guard raised the lawnmower at him. But at this moment, he was still in that unconscious state and didn't dodge at all. He raised it above his head. Suddenly, he stopped. Ji-soo-yoon looked on in unexpected confusion. Then she was stunned and scared. She screamed, "No!" Hyun-soo glanced at her with the lifeless eyes of a monster. Ji-soo-yoon stammered in fear. "No, can't be. Hyun, don't do this to me." He slowly stepped towards her. "Please." He had completely lost consciousness and become a monster. "Please." Hyun-soo stood in front of her, staring intently. Ji-soo-yoon gritted her teeth and shouted, "Don't let that thing defeat you, you damn kid." Suddenly, those lifeless eyes changed back to normal. But something was coming. The bookshelf in front of them shook. Hyun-soo quickly reached out his hand to grab it. Unexpectedly, a tentacle shot out from somewhere. Hyun-soo caught it cleanly. Ji-soo-yoon now looked up and saw him holding something. He trembled as he called her, "Ji-soo." Hyun-soo's face smiled gently as he said, "That was quite a fierce curse." Ji-soo-yoon looked at him in surprise. But at this moment, the security guard monster was charging towards them. Ji-soo-yoon shouted, "Watch out!" Hyun-soo looked on in fear. But at this moment an arrow was shot. It hit the security guard monster's leg. It was Ansip who had quickly shot to attract the monster. The security guard angrily looked towards Ansip. At this moment Hyun-soo immediately rushed towards the monster. He held the tentacle in his hand and charged, stabbing it into the monster's belly. The monster trembled in pain. Hyun-soo's eyes were sharp as he looked at it. In the elevator's camera recording, the elevator door opened. Someone entered. It was the security guard, carrying the lawnmower, muttering, "Burn that greenhouse." Then he pressed the elevator control. Burn it all. But seeing something, he stepped back out. He stood near and placed a gas can in front of it. Then immediately closed. The elevator began to move down. But a horrific scene occurred. His head could twist completely backward. His body swayed. His body grotesquely swelled. Then it quickly returned to normal. And then he stared intently into the elevator camera. At this moment, he was wrestling with Hyun-soo. He thrust the tentacle directly into his body. His body immediately trembled in pain. Hyun-soo tried to hold the tentacle tightly. But then that tentacle was sucking something. Immediately let go. The security guard monster was being drained of blood from its body by that tentacle. It roared in agony. Its body began to shrink as it let out a terrifying scream. At this moment, Ansip shot an arrow at him. The arrow hit him directly in the head. Jisoo-yoon quickly attacked and destroyed the monster. At this moment, he stood up and slammed the bat directly into his face. The security guard monster screamed in pain. Then it collapsed. Gradually, it was drained by the tentacle and slumped to the floor. Its entire body shriveled. His black hair turned white. The tentacle trembled and said, "I have what I need." Then it retracted its tentacle. Soo-yoon and Hyun-soo looked on in astonishment at the monster. Ansip approached the security guard monster and stared intently at it. Then he said, "Does anyone have anything to burn this monster?" But Hyun-soo sadly lowered his face. At this moment, someone approached. "What's going on?" Everyone looked at the scene here, stunned. Corpses lay around, covered in blood. Everyone quickly burned the monster. They stood around it, watching. The two people killed by the monster, who couldn't be saved, were laid beside it. "Damn it!" Pian cried out in grief. "We should have been more careful when we turned on the switch." Han Dusik sadly said, "If we had a radio, this wouldn't have happened. That damn static." Bai Ongin pointed at Han Dusik and scolded him. "They would still be alive if you hadn't come down here and decided to fix that elevator." He looked at her and said, "Hey, stop it." Hyun-soo glared at her sarcastically. "You dare to speak? You're the one who was scared and hid behind that door." She was embarrassed and fell silent, not daring to speak anymore. Hyukli sadly spoke up. "Anyway, where are the others?" Seo and held the dumbbell in her hand, trembling, and dropped it to the ground. She looked on in shock.
No.
"Oh my god."
No.
He had used the dumbbell to hit Jaehin's head. He slumped down, his head covered in blood. "What have I done?" He sat there motionless. She was scared. Suddenly, it seemed someone was beside her. She looked over in fear. It was Seo standing at the door, watching. She too was stunned, unable to believe it. Seo became even more frightened. A dry, smoking skeleton lay on the floor, looking very eerie. Sang-soo and Bai Ongin were sweating profusely in fear. Sang-soo asked in a panic, "What the hell is this?" "They are." Ansip gritted his teeth and said, "Look at the corpse. Wow, it looks like." Skeleton slowly decomposed and evaporated. Hyun-soo was also surprised to see that. Everyone silently looked at this monster with fear. The skeleton was now completely charred. Hyun-soo was startled. He also silently watched the monster's transformation. He slowly observed and then drew his conclusion. It must have absorbed all the victims. Un, who had been sitting silently in a corner, now spoke up. "No wonder the elevator reported an overload." "Ugh." Hyukli reassured her. "Bear with it." Hyun-soo was silent, his face now filled with sadness. The image of the security guard appeared in his mind. His gaze lowered. He didn't seem like a bad person. The wooden planks were warped. Gukpian stood silently, looking at the bodies lying there. Suddenly, he bent down and picked up the sword from the floor. Gukpian said, "I'll borrow this for a bit. Okay?" He glanced behind him. He looked towards Seoin, who was sitting in a corner, mumbling something. He then looked at Jisoo-yoon, who was standing by the sickbed. Seoin was telling herself, "I didn't mean to attack him. That damn turtleneck. It makes me look so bad." She trembled more and more. "But I'm a good person. I always am." Gukpian heard Seoin's words and looked astonished. Elsewhere, the rustling sound of a mop scrubbing the floor echoed. Hyun-soo and Jisoo-yoon were standing together. Hyun-soo spoke from behind. "I'll never be able to understand them, humans or monsters." Jisoo-yoon asked back, "What do you mean?" Hyun-soo replied, "The people who tried to stop us, and the one who caused this bloody scene. How can they be so selfish?" Jisoo-yoon stopped him. "Don't say that." Hyun-soo's face showed a slight surprise. Jisoo-yoon continued, "They're just scared. After all, we're still too weak." Hearing this, Hyun-soo fell silent, his face downcast. Jisoo-yoon was also silent for a moment, then spoke up, "I'm sorry." She sighed. Jisoo-yoon spoke up again to break the stagnant atmosphere. "So what do we do now? Are we going to use that elevator?" Hyun-soo answered her and explained each plan. Han Dusik is fixing the communication system in the security office. Once he's done, he'll let us know when to meet everyone. Hyun-soo and I will go with him. Is using the communication system too risky? It'll be fine. The sound will be transmitted to everyone in the building. At least it's not as bad as someone playing bass in the middle of the night. Jisoo-yoon didn't know how to react. "Oh, come on," she continued. But that sounds like a good plan. I'm really looking forward to seeing the kids. Hyuk Lee, he's still using you as a shield. I mean, it's fine, but with Gukpian, seriously, did he do anything wrong? Maybe he's not even human. This moment, both of them were thinking of the Hulk. Both chuckled. Suddenly, their smiles faded. They both returned to a somber state. Jisoo-yoon then remembered Jae-hun. I bet if Jae-hun were still alive, he'd definitely go with you. Hyun-soo asked Jisoo-yoon, Jisoo, are you okay, anyway? She replied, yes, how about you? Hyun-soo forced a smile. I'm a monster, remember? The atmosphere became silent again. Jisoo-yoon sighed again. He said, I know you're trying to act like nothing happened. Hyun-soo replied, but no, you were right. Just for a second. But the monster almost got me. But then, I heard a voice cursing me in the darkness. Jisoo-yoon could only look at him. Hyun-soo continued, I was so annoyed that I had to bring myself back. Thanks for saving me, Jisoo. Jisoo-yoon smiled. She quickly handed the mop to Hyun-soo and said, you owe me, you know. Lee had finished bandaging Eun. They're all done. What? Can you walk? She thanked him. Yes, thank you, brother. Suddenly, he looked at her in silence. Eun saw this and asked, what's wrong? He replied, nothing. Just. Hyuk Lee looked in another direction. Looked outside silently thinking. All this chaos, and not just one monster was reacting to it. He asked Eun, do you think? Is it very dangerous out there? Eun was surprised. What? He said with conviction. Maybe, there's still hope. Hyuk Lee rushed forward and threw open the connecting door to the next room. Hyun-soo and Jisoo-yoon looked at him in surprise. Seeing him slowly approach, Jisoo-yoon asked, what is it? Hyuk Lee ignored her and turned directly to Hyun-soo. Hyun, I want to ask a favor. He placed both hands on Hyun-soo's shoulders. He hesitated and said, I want you to go out there. Hyun-soo was startled by his proposal. He asked, what? Hyuk Lee was full of determination. I need you to be my bait. Hyun-soo's eyes widened in fear. Jisoo-yoon was furious at this moment. She gritted her teeth tightly, her eyes darkening. She grabbed Hyuk Lee by the collar and pulled outside, making him gasp in surprise. Using her head to gain momentum, Jisoo-yoon slammed it hard. Hyuk Lee's glasses broke in half. He gritted his teeth from Jisoo-yoon's sudden blow. In the room, everything seemed to be piled up, creating a somewhat suffocating space. Tall cabinets reached the ceiling, a dark sofa, a simple bed, shelves full of books. Hyuk Lee's face appeared somewhat tired. He closed his eyes tightly, his expression calm, as if lost in his own thoughts. His thick black glasses were temporarily fixed with a piece of white tape. There was also a small water stain on the right lens. Eun stood silently, her gaze directed towards Hyuk Lee, her face clearly showing tension, as if there was something she wanted to say, regarding Hyuk Lee. He still wore his familiar glasses, but his expression was hard to read, exuding a thoughtful air as if deeply focused on some thought. Eun gently turned her head, her eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of worry. She asked, so Hyuk Lee is calm, he won't do it. Eun frowned, her eyes clearly showing disagreement and a hint of annoyance. Of course not. Why would you call him bait? Are you out of your mind? In the silent room, Hyuk Lee looked directly at the bookshelf, his gaze fixed on the hole in the shelf, like a remnant of the past battle. Hyuk Lee was a little sad and helpless. We're just too scared to go out there, aren't we? The deserted road led into the desolate city, overgrown with weeds, separated by barbed wire fences. Hyuk Lee continued to speak, or, as if helpless before the vast but bleak landscape. He continued, this piece is just an illusion, amidst the quiet but dangerous scenery. Although she knew this, Eun still couldn't accept Hyuk Lee's words. She was visibly annoyed. Who knows? But telling Hyun-soo to go out there is really a terrible idea. The two still stood there, only a silent and awkward space between them. They stood still like that. Eun kept looking at Hyuk Lee but neither said a word to the other. Suddenly, Hyuk Lee spoke up. Anyway. Eun immediately opened her eyes wide, focusing, and asked, what? Hyuk Lee turned his face towards Eun, with a hint of scrutiny and confusion. He asked, why are you always on Hyun-soo's side? Eun stood there, her gaze avoiding his, her face showing a hint of unspoken difficulty. Her heart pounded, her cheeks flushed, her eyes wide with a hint of tension and embarrassment at being asked that. Hyuk Lee smiled lightly, meaningfully, his eyes looking at Eun with a teasing and mischievous expression. He asked, is he your first crush? How sweet. Eun's eyes widened, her face flushed red, her jaw dropped, sweat beading on her face, embarrassed and angry as if he had hit a nerve. She shouted, shut up. In the gym, Dusik and Hyun-soo sat opposite each other on a mat covered with tools. Dusik frowned and sighed, his eyes looking dejectedly at the damaged object he held tightly in his hand, and said, "This thing must have been completely crushed." A heavy and despairing feeling in Hyun-soo's heart as he saw the damaged items. Sojisu's bat and Jaehyun's shield. Looking at the pile of items before him, the old man's face showed clear fatigue and dejection. He sighed, lamenting, "Oh my, that old security guard left me with so much to do." Hyun-soo looked up with wide, surprised eyes and a hint of doubt, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. He asked, "Can you really fix them, sir?" Hyun-soo looked over with a worried expression and anxious eyes, thinking about the problem at hand. "Well, first we need a place to work," and he remembered something. They said we could use the security office. Hyun-soo heard that and was a little scared. The security office? Hyun-soo hesitated, saying, "But now that room." The scene that appeared was a small room, its walls covered with crooked wooden planks, and there were circular drawings, a solitary single bed, wrinkled sheets, lying alone in the room. Kim Suk, with an amused and somewhat strange expression, laughed continuously as he drew circles on the wall. He kept laughing with a bizarre look, drooling, holding a red marker he was using to draw on the wall. The circles drawn before formed a strange pattern on the wall. Drooling, smiling face, its mouth grotesquely stretched, revealing his sick amusement. Kim Suk stood close to the wall covered in red circular drawings, one hand propped against the wall, the other seemingly drawing more. The drawings on the wall created a truly eerie space. He seemed to have gone mad, his face distorted, his mouth wide open, revealing his teeth and drool as he looked at the wall covered in red circles. He kept saying, "They're watching me now, they're watching me now." It was Kim Suk's hallucination. He saw parasitic monsters, imagining countless large and small eyes staring. All of them were directed at him, all 10,000 eyes, all of them watching him. The more he looked at the wall, the more insane he seemed to become, still holding the red marker in his hand. "Watching me. They're watching me." He kept laughing like a savage pervert, drool dripping, nosebleed starting. It looked truly horrifying. Kim Suk, with a crazed smile and wide eyes, blood flowing from his nose, drool dripping from his mouth, his expression a mix of sick amusement and savagery. The red marker fell to the floor, with small bloodstains around it. Kim Suk was still looking up at the wall covered in red circular drawings with empty eyes, nosebleed already flowing down his mouth and neck. Kim Suk just stood there, alone, looking small and solitary in the space, his eyes empty. He remained motionless there. From behind, two large, seemingly blood-stained hands suddenly appeared and were moving towards him. Two hands covered in bloodstains, floating in space, their owner unknown. Fingers twitched and moved abnormally. A voice echoed, "You're wasting your life. All you've caused is suffering for others." Kim Suk was like a soulless person. More hands appeared around him, twisted and bizarre, reaching towards him. Someone's voice kept echoing, "Everyone is waiting, waiting for you to die. You're just a piece of trash scum." The voices kept echoing, and Kim Suk, he remained like a soulless person. "There's no damn reason why you deserve this," another voice added. "Nobody likes a pathetic old man like you. To them you're just a damn old man. It's time to pay for your crimes. You bastard. You spent your whole life hurting others, and now you'll die in the most miserable way possible. You damn pig." Kim Suk, his face contorted with fear and despair. His eyes rolled back. Sweat poured down him. Around him, more and more small hands, twisted and blood-stained, surrounded him. More and more voices echoed like punishment and curses raining down on him. Kim Suk, standing amidst a swarm of countless arms as if trying to grab him. The voices. There were also savage laughs, mocking and threatening from all sides. "You pig!" He was utterly horrified. His eyes rolled back. Sweat poured down. His mouth wide open, screaming in pain and fear. "For God's sake, stop! Stop!" In despair, he spread his arms, shouting, "What did I do wrong?" Kim Suk seemed to be enduring ultimate torment and didn't understand the reason for what was happening to him. His mouth kept screaming, "What did I do wrong? You bastards!" Kim Suk's eyes widened, showing indignation. His veins stood out, utterly crazed and furious. "I'll kill all of you. When I turn into a monster, I'll kill everyone. One by one," he screamed. Kim Suk calmed down somewhat, but he was still scared. His face was contorted. Sweat beaded all over his face. Suddenly, another aspect of his inner self spoke up. "You're right." When he heard that voice, he was utterly surprised and somewhat confused. He glanced back. "It's not your fault." That rational, inner part of him continued to speak. "What?" His face looked bewildered, as if he didn't understand what was happening. The reason you became so violent is because of your father. You learned it from him. That rational part explained what had happened, that the fault wasn't entirely Kim Suk's. Right? If a child doesn't grow up properly, then it's the parent's fault. Is that clear enough? Kim Suk was stunned, unable to react. His indifferent eyes held a hint of contemplation. He was gradually accepting the idea that the responsibility wasn't entirely his. Yes, that's right. His rationality continued to justify. You drink alcohol because the factories keep producing it. How can they keep selling it to buyers when it's clearly addictive? That's wrong. His rationality continued to assert. You smashed bottles just because your life was too difficult. With a hint of sadness, his inner self constantly defended himself. Kim Suk still stood frozen as he heard these words. It's this world's fault for crushing you from your original position. All those big companies took advantage of you. Oh, you poor man. His inner self believed it was the fault of external circumstances. It was injustice. He seemed to feel something. He frowned, his eyes looking down. A feeling of confusion and disbelief appeared. It wasn't clear if it was joy or sadness, but a vague and somewhat heavy feeling, as if a stone in his heart had been slightly lifted. Kim Suk asked, "You feel sorry? For me?" "Of course," his inner self gently replied. Recalled hitting his wife. A hand clenched into a fist. Along with it was a toxic justification. You hit your wife because she was too stupid. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't even know how to use her brain. Yet she still complains all the time. Kim Suk, with a fierce and angry face, was raising his hand, preparing to hit a woman. The blame for his aggressive and violent behavior continued. And she just kept whimpering, mumbling like a mad woman. If she had just spoken directly, wouldn't she have avoided being hit by you? I can't believe you lived with her all these years. Oh, you poor man. Kim Suk's inner self still blamed his wife while she, with disheveled hair, one eye bruised from being hit, looked truly pathetic and suffering. Kim Suk looked down with eyes wider than usual. He was pensive and deeply thoughtful. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if trying to sort out the thoughts in his head. A psychological complexity in Kim Suk. His mouth twitched into a strange smile. He looked at his palm and said, "Pitiful." Kim Suk's face revealed a false confidence and a subtle arrogance of a pervert who believes he is right, despite all reason. He convinced himself, "You're right. I've thought a lot. It's not my fault." His inner self tried to deny all responsibility. "Repeat what I said. It's not my fault." Kim Suk's hands clenched. His mouth repeated those words. "It's not my fault." His inner self continued to assert, "It's not my fault." Kim Suk was somewhat insane and out of control. "It's not my fault. It's not my fault." His inner self continued to say, "It's not my fault." The more he said it, the more deranged he looked. Suddenly, Kim Suk's inner self changed completely. "You really are a damn fool." Kim Suk froze after being insulted. His mouth was tightly shut, no longer smiling. Suddenly, a fierce attack from within. His inner self questioned, "You truly are an incurable animal. Do you really think it's not your fault?" His eyes and pupils dilated. His mouth slightly agape as if he hadn't reacted to the words he just heard. A feeling of foolishness and emptiness after being criticized and beginning to confront his guilt. A knife twisting deep into his heart, completely denying Kim Suk's worth. His inner self continued, "You don't even have any use." Kim Suk remained stunned and dazed by those words. His inner self gritted its teeth and uttered, "So." His inner self said, "Go die." Kim Suk completely collapsed. He had been standing, but now he buckled, slowly kneeling. The pressure of guilt and inner torment weighed heavily on him, leaving his legs without the strength to stand firm. 3 bodies lay on the pale tiled floor, covered by cold white sheets, except for their feet. The fabric was stained with blood. 4 people. Gukpian, Hyuk Lee, Un, and Ansip stood there before the bodies. All were pensive and sad as they looked at the deceased. The body in the middle was Jaehin's. Un looked at Jaehin's body and recalled the scene of him fighting. Her eyes couldn't hide her sorrow. Un, with her distinctive red hair, gently bowed her head, looking full of grief and gratitude. "Jaehin, thank you for saving me." In Gukpian's memory, images of 2 friends appeared. One with a goofy haircut, the other wearing round glasses. Their faces seemed stern and slightly tense. Gukpian looked down at his friend's body. "We are grateful to you." Ansip, with his wrinkled face and deep-set eyes, looked towards the silent bodies. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, like a bitter and sorrowful lament. This old man doesn't like the sight of the elder burying the young at all. The 4 people were still standing silently when Hyuk Lee spoke up. "I can't believe we lost so many people at once. I'll have to adjust everyone's positions." After he finished speaking, the others just glanced at him. Their eyes held many different emotions. After the group's glance towards Hyuk Lee, Ansip still maintained his annoyed gaze towards him. His hand pointed directly at the bodies. His face clearly showed displeasure. Now you can say those things, kid? They can hear you. Meanwhile, Eun stood upright with her hands solemnly placed in front. Her eyes glanced at Ansip as he spoke. Hyuk Lee replied to Ansip's words. Although hesitant due to grief, he didn't shy away. No. They can't. They're dead. Ansip, with wide eyes and an expression of surprise mixed with annoyance, directed his gaze towards Hyuk Lee. He seemed unable to believe the words that had just come out of his mouth. What the hell is wrong with you, kid? Ansip, his annoyed expression undiminished, continued his scolding words, irritated and somewhat contemptuous. You damn kid. No wonder no one can stand you. After Ansip's words, Hyuk Lee's hands clenched. His knuckles tensed. Hyuk Lee slightly bowed his head, his hands clenched tightly. He seemed to be trying to suppress his emotions. This action attracted the attention of those around him. Ansip and Eun simultaneously turned to look at him. Ansip looked at the bodies. He was silent for a moment, then asked a troubled question. Where should we take them? Gukpian replied to Ansip's question. Room 212, sir. Ansip turned his face forward and urged everyone to act. All right, we should do it. Let the old man and Gukpian handle this. Hyuk Lee seemed to want to say something. After Ansip finished speaking, Hyuk Lee seemed about to speak, but Ansip quickly turned his face. His eyes narrowed. His expression was somewhat scrutinizing. Hyuk Lee gently spoke, as if making a plea. Please. Scene change. The surrounding environment was hazy. It felt like Kim Suk's loneliness. He was running barefoot forward, trying to chase something that was a friend he imagined to be his own inner self. Kim Suk's hand, with skin in front, seemed to want to hold onto the small, hazy figure that was slowly moving away. A desperate command echoed. Wait, stop. Kim Suk pleaded, still running forward. He breathed heavily and tried to beg. Please, wait a moment, please. That inner friend still didn't turn around. Suddenly he stopped, gritting his teeth. Kim Suk's eyes were wide open, one hand on his chest. His spirit collapsed to its final limit. His mouth wide open, screaming, I can't take it anymore. Kim Suk's face was contorted with angry pain. His hands clenched, placed at his hips, and he began to pour out all the resentment, the pent-up frustration in his heart. I hate my wife's cold gaze when she looks at me, like I'm some damn rotten bastard. I'm sick of my bank card always being fucking empty. Inner friend Kim Suk imagined had stopped. Sentence after sentence continued to pour from Kim Suk's mouth. And this foul body odor. And that damn son only calls when he's out of money. I hate these old, worn-out sweatpants and the constant hair loss too. Meanwhile, the inner friend he imagined had stopped, standing silently, listening to those bitter words, but still keeping its back turned, not facing Kim Suk. Kim Suk's emotions erupted, his eyes desperate. He screamed with hatred. I'm sick of everything in this world. The other person remained still, not moving or speaking. His face was contorted and twisted. Tears fell. His mouth forced a smile. His facial expression now was a mixture of ultimate pain and bitter helplessness. He said, I know I'm trash. I understand. But it's too late to change. My life is a real mess. What the hell do you want me to do? Tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. He asked a sarcastic and bitter question. I just need to snap my fingers and I'll become a good husband, a good citizen, right? He collapsed. His legs buckled heavily. He uttered weakly, Who? Kim Suk bowed his head, his hands propped on the ground as if he no longer had the strength to stand firm. His body trembled, and he began to lament. Who would want to live in this hell anyway? Damn it. The other person remained still. Suddenly, his inner self spoke sarcastically. Good person? What I want to do with you? That inner self had a change in emotion, his eyes wide and black, his expression empty and terrifying. All right, I'll give you one last chance, that inner friend said. Kim Suk's eyes widened, filled with tears streaming down his cheeks. He was silent for a moment in shock. Then he asked a question full of doubt and hope. Really? Kim Suk's inner self smirked slightly. That inner self began to leave. Kim Suk was kneeling on the ground, watching the other person's retreating back. Oh, thank you. He was deeply moved. Tears streamed down as he felt immensely grateful. Thank you. His eyes were tightly closed, but tears still streamed down. He was so emotional that his whole body trembled. Thank you very much. In the left corner, Kim Suk still knelt. His mouth kept saying, Thank you. Meanwhile, his imagined inner friend covered its mouth and smiled. a smile as if it had achieved some goal and was somewhat sinister. Kim Suk then broke into a crazed smile and asked the other person, "Do you want to know what my desire is?" Kim Suk's inner self smiled confidently, as if it knew everything. "Don't worry. I already know everything. I also tried to act strong and fight, but that security guard was too strong. Something terrible just happened." Kim Suk's eyes were wide and vacant. Blood flowed from his nose down to his chin. Something was there. Kim Suk's eyes were only white with red veins. His teeth clenched. Blood flowed from his nose into his mouth and down to his chin. He groaned violently and in pain. A ruined room with wardrobes askew, broken and piled up. The room door was ajar on the left. The ceiling was pale white with a single fluorescent light. In the hallway were Bai Ong-in and Jian. Bai Ong-in said, "Oh, I also tried to act strong and fight, but that security guard was too strong." Jian was surprised, as if she had just realized something unexpected, and asked Bai Ong-in, "I thought you ran away, ma'am." Bai Ong-in flinched. She forced a smile, stammering in response with questions. "What? How could I do that? I can be very strong." Suddenly there was a strange noise. Bai Ong-in startled and exclaimed, "Huh!" Her eyes widened completely and she looked sharply towards the source of the sound. The sound came from inside a room. The two women stood still, looking at the door that was about to be broken down. Jian, her hands clasped to her chest, her face showing a hint of worry and vigilance. Bai Ong-in also didn't move at all. Ong-in panicked. Her hand gripped the stick tightly, her eyes wide, her teeth clenched. She trembled and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Jian, with a pale face and wide eyes full of terror, looked forward and said, "Oh my God, has he turned into a monster?" Bai Ong-in, with a contorted face and wide eyes full of fear, stammered, "Are you sure? So, what should we do?" The noise grew louder, making the two women even more tense. Bai Ong-in handed the stick to Jian, who looked confused. Jian took the stick. Her face was pale and her eyes wide with confusion and fear. Her mouth trembled. "Ha!" Bai Ong-in turned and ran, promising to return. "I'll go get help. I'll be right back." Jian stood frozen with a stick in her hand, watching her run away. Left behind, Jian was utterly terrified. She tried to call out to Bai Ong-in in vain. "What? Wait, Ms. Bai Ong-in." A foot suddenly kicked hard. The door behind her flew open. Jian gripped the stick tightly, shrinking back. Lock was broken off its bolt. Jian looked back. A face with hair falling down, only its mouth visible. His teeth clenched with heavy breathing. Inside the room, Kim Suk emerged. He had now become a monster with long, disheveled black hair covering most of his face, revealing only one eye and sharp, banged teeth. In the hallway, Jian stood pressed behind the stick, looking towards Kim Suk. Jian's face was pale. Her trembling hands gripped the wooden stick, raising it in front of her. Her mouth slightly agape. She stammered a weak greeting, "Hello." Kim Suk roared, "Get out." Cold sweat streamed down her face. "Hyun pleaded, please spare me." Kim Suk looked at Jian with his deep, black eye. An angry and painful command from him. "Leave me alone." Jian cried out in pain. Her hands no longer gripped the stick. The wooden stick fell to the floor.
Kim Suk crashed towards Hyun. "No!" Jian screamed.
Kim Suk lunged at Jian with a ferocious expression. His hand, with sharp claws, reached out as if to attack her. Jian, by natural reflex, raised her hands in front of her. She tried to protect herself from the impending danger. Suddenly, Kim Suk stopped. Unexpectedly, Con and Con appeared from nowhere and saw the scene before them. The three people, Con, and Kim Suk, froze, looking at each other. Jian was still in a defensive and frightened posture. Two women stood side by side, both looking at Kim Suk with extreme astonishment, as if unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Con, in shock, raised her hand to cover her mouth. Kim Suk looked at them and growled. Con's eyes widened. Her pupils also dilated. Her lips were tightly pressed. She looked utterly terrified. Suddenly, she bent down and picked up the wooden stick from earlier. Someone braked hard as they rushed over. It's Gukbian and Hyuk Lee. The two ran over, looking disheveled. Gukbian was still holding a sword in his hand, and Con still stood there, scared. It was Gukbian and Hyuk Lee. Both ran over, looking battered. Gukbian was still holding a sword, while Con stood there, terrified. On this side, Con was holding a stick. Standing opposite Kim Suk, she said, "Who said you could turn into a monster?" Kim Suk was silently confused. He couldn't say anything after hearing that. Con was scared but also full of disappointment towards her husband. "Coward." He calmly replied to his wife, Leave me alone. His wife was angry. Gritting her teeth, she said, Where do you think you're going? Carrying her anger, Seo swung the stick down hard, hitting Kim Suk directly on the head. Struck like that, he immediately became enraged, his bloodshot eyes widening. Seo closed her eyes in pain. Seo asked, Is this your first time? Sun Hen replied in fear. What? She looked at the unconscious boy and replied, I mean, have you ever hit someone else? She lowered her face. With a frightened expression, she asked again, Have you ever hit anyone, auntie? Seo replied straightforwardly, No, but I've been hit many times. Sun Hen hugged her knees tighter. She lowered her face and replied sadly, That's truly sad. She replied straightforwardly, Yes, that's right, but that's life. Hearing that, Sun Hen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, How can you be so indifferent? Auntie, I really don't understand what's wrong with you. She calmly gestured. Shoo! The young man's face seemed to have changed a little. Sun Hen sat from afar, looking at him. Her face showed surprise. Seeing that, she immediately asked, He won't die, right? She replied, He's just unconscious. Sun Hen immediately asked again, her voice fearful, Then why isn't he awake yet? Seo calmly replied, I'm quite shocked. I didn't think you'd be scared. When you handed me the knife, your attitude was completely different. Then, she continued, But when you're the one in control, things are different, aren't they? Hearing that, Sun Hen fell silent, speechless. She calmly said, You know, even if the sky were to fall, I'd still think. Seo continued, So this is how my miserable life ends? Is there anything else I can do? Blood suddenly flowed from her nose. She continued, The best way. The pale face and an unstoppable nosebleed, she said. To die is what?
Son OS face darkened.
She said in a panic. Auntie Seo smiled lightly and calmly said, I have something I want to ask of you, Hen. Sun Hen became even more frightened. She nervously looked at Seo. Seo wiped the blood with her hand and said, When that time comes, she said sadly, I want you to be the one to end me. Sun Hen flinched upon hearing those words. She looked at Seo in a panic. The room fell silent. Then her expression suddenly changed. Sun Hen couldn't believe what she was hearing. She exclaimed with a mix of surprise and fear, What? Seo was also surprised. That noise. At that moment, in the hallway, Seo was holding a stick, hitting her husband who had transformed into a monster. The monster's head was bleeding. Seo gritted her teeth, looking at Kim Suk. Sun Hen, Gukpian, and Hyuk Lee looked at her in fear. He roared after Seo and strike. He calmly said, Right now, I know exactly what I'm doing. Her eyes welled up with tears and she said, So wake up, Kim Suk. Even in his monster form, he seemed to understand what she was saying. Seeing that, Gukpian spoke up, Hey, auntie, what are you doing? Sun Hen stopped him and replied, Just leave her be. He cried out in a panic. What? Sun Hen shouted. Let Auntie Seo finish him off. He asked her uneasily, Are you in your right mind, kid? Seeing that, Hyuk Lee placed a hand on Gukpian and criticized her. Hen, you're a wicked girl. Hearing that, Sun Hen said nothing. Continued loudly, All you do is try to become everyone's leader. I've never seen you do anything yourself. You're also very incompetent. Continued, Like this time, you're right. If someone is going to kill him. Looking at Seo and holding the stick towards Kim Suk, Hyuk Lee affirmed, Then let the person who wants to do it most, do it. He cried out, You! Seo said loudly, Can you please wake up and say your last words? He silently looked at Seo. She looked back at him with deep resentment. Then, Kim Suk lowered his face. He uttered, I'm sorry. His face was filled with remorse and regret. Hearing Kim Suk's last words, Seo froze. Seo raised the stick high and said, Good. Finally, she struck down hard on her husband. Blood splattered everywhere. After taking the full force of that blow, Kim Suk knelt down on the floor. Then, he said, trembling, I will try. He looked up at her and said, his voice trembling, To become a good person. Meanwhile, Seo raised the stick in her hand. She said in anger, I need to. She put all her strength into a powerful blow towards Kim Suk. A loud, agonizing scream echoed. The stick was covered in fresh blood. Witnessing that horrifying scene, everyone was scared. Hyuk Lee quickly covered Eun's eyes. Seo continuously struck Kim Suk many times. Tears streamed down her face. She kept hitting him. She kept hitting him until blood splattered all over the walls. The floor. and even the broken walls in the distance. Hyuk Lee continued to cover Eun's eyes. Seo and looked down with a horrified expression. Sun Hen and Gukbian were trying to stay calm. Then Eun pushed Hyuk Lee's hand away and said, "Don't cover my eyes." She continued, "I'm not a child." Hyuk Lee couldn't do anything else. Then the stick was dropped. Seo and collapsed in front of her husband's corpse, which lay in a pool of blood. She burst into tears. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that, Sun Hen immediately patted her shoulder. "Auntie Seoan." Then she said, sobbing. He said, "He was sorry." She cried even louder. "He apologized." Hearing that, Hen replied, "Yes, I heard it too." She said through tears, "But she continued, "still killed him." Sun Hen calmly replied, "Don't feel regret. You said it yourself, didn't you?" Hen continued, "You had to do it." The room fell silent. Only Seo and sobs remained. Hyun-soo witnessed that scene, speechless. He sadly looked away. The sky in the distance gradually darkened. The space around the building became even gloomier. A leaf flew up in the cold wind. Other leaves also gradually moved. A deformed person with an open mouth and pale eyes lay in the courtyard of the apartment building. He lay there silently. Then, his body began to tremble violently. He trembled harder and harder. After that, he lay motionless again. Finally, he was dragged away. He disappeared. Where he had lain, only a pool of blood remained. And a strange cry echoed. "Pro. T. In." In the silent space, the announcement speaker lay still on the ceiling. Suddenly, it emitted a sound. "Hello. Hello." The sound from the announcement speaker spread throughout the building. 1-2-3-4. 5,678. 19-10. "Hello." The announcement reached every corner of the rooms. Then, a woman's voice echoed from inside the speaker. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What the hell are you doing?" The other voice replied, "Get out of the way." The announcement continued steadily. "Listen up, lady with the scarf and lovely children." The voice became more urgent. "It's time to move." The sound had reached room 1410. The door of that room slowly opened. Yuri and her two children, Soo Young and Young Soo, crept out. She and her two children ran towards Inspector Gukbian. Waved them into the elevator. Inside the elevator was also Hyun-soo. Then Gukbian quickly pressed the elevator door closed. As soon as the elevator closed, the space in the hallway became gloomier than ever. Voice spoke, "I didn't know there were security cameras." Jisoo-yoon, Han Dusik, and Hyuk Lee were all looking at the open computer screen in front of them. Dusik said, "There are 6 of them around the building." The old man clicked the mouse and continued, "One in the lobby on the first floor." He clicked again. "One on the roof." He switched again. "Each elevator has one." And he stopped at the last camera. "One at the gate and in the middle of the parking lot." Joo-yoon frowned, looking at the door, and said, "The iron gate in the parking lot." Han Dusik frowned and replied, "Yeah, it's heavily damaged." He asked in surprise, "I wonder what damn monster broke it." Seeing that, Jisoo asked, "So where do we get a car?" Hearing that, Hyuk Lee calmly replied, "We'll go down there and get one." Jisoo-yun's eyes widened as she looked at him and exclaimed, "What?" Seeing her panic, Hyuk Lee calmly replied, "When I saw monsters appear on the screen, I've been studying the security cameras carefully these past few days. It seems there are 3 monsters lurking down there." The screen showed the monsters slowly moving towards the cars. Some clung to the pillars, refusing to let go. A deformed monster tilted its head, looking at the camera. Hearing that, Jisoo-yoon asked, "Are you going to confront 3 monsters at once? Do you want us all to die?" Hyuk Lee calmly replied, "We don't have a choice." Jisoo-yoon said angrily, "Don't you dare use Eun as a shield again, or I'll hit you without missing a single shot." Seeing that, Han Dusik spoke up to reassure her, "Hey, relax, girl." Hyuk Lee sighed, "You two care about each other so much, don't you?" Jisoo-yoon replied, her voice softening, "We've been through a lot together." Hyuk Lee looked at her, smiled slightly and said, "You know, you look a lot like Maria." With a puzzled expression, Jisoo asked him, "What?" He turned his face away and said, "Nothing. Anyway." Hyuk Lee calmly said, "I'll still use Eun." Soo-yoon shouted in annoyance, "You damn brat." He gently replied, "Actually, I've done it before, right?" Joo-yoon and Han Dusik suddenly looked at each other with wary eyes. Hyun-soo suddenly returned, one hand holding a stick, the other a gas can. Hyun-soo raised the gas can and said, "This is what you wanted, right?" The gas can the security guard left behind. Jisoo-yoon was still stunned. Hyuk Lee calmly asked, "Where are the children?" Hyun-soo immediately replied, "Out there." He continued, "They're all safe." The mother and her 2 children were now standing next to everyone in the hallway. Seeing that, Jisoo-yoon breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the room, Jisoo suddenly asked, "So what's it for?" Hyuk-lee replied, "While watching the cameras, I noticed it." Hyuk-lee recalled when he was watching the security camera footage. He continued, "He left the gas can on the 15th floor before going down to the 1st floor." Hearing that, Han Dusik said, "He must have done that because the elevator was overloaded. He probably intended to burn this building down. What a monster." Hyun-soo replied, "We stopped on the 15th floor and took it before coming down to the 14th floor." Soo-yoon asked, "So, gas?" Hyuk-lee replied to her, "You know the monster's only weakness, right?" Jisoo-yoon looked at Hyuk-lee and fell silent. Seeing that, Hyuk-lee continued, "All right, so for this mission, we'll have Hyun. Guk. Thanks for watching the video. Jisoo. Ansip. Goddess Yuri." Both Hyun-soo and Jisoo froze, their expressions utterly bewildered. Hyuk-lee looked at Dusik and said, "Mr. Dusik." He continued, "Please make sure the elevator is off until they return with food and supplies. And can you fix the broken items by the end of the day?" Han Dusik confidently replied, "You're talking to the Korean Max Reaver here." Hyuk-lee wondered to himself, "Who is Max Reaver?" He sighed. Then he continued, "And Ms. Jisoo." He said to Jisoo, "I want you to collect empty bottles." Yuri picked up an empty bottle. She and Ansip were stuffing cloth into the mouth of the bottle. Suddenly she complained, "How can I stuff all this cloth in here? It doesn't fit at all." Ansip saw that and immediately asked, "Then why don't you go outside and complain?" Yuri retorted, "Hey, don't you go rocking the boat like that, uncle." Suddenly, Soo-young ran towards Yuri and Ansip and cried out, "Uncle!" He looked at the little girl and said, "Hey, get out of here. This is no place for children to play." Suddenly, little Soo-young became flustered. Then she politely asked, "Uncle, Hyuk said he wants to talk to both of you. I think he called it a meeting or something." Ansip said in annoyance, "That kid is ordering us around like that?" Yuri immediately stood up and said, "Let's go, grumpy old man." He asked in surprise, "Grumpy? Me?" Yuri laughed and said, "Why are you acting surprised?" The old man's face darkened. He replied irritably, "I told you, kids these days are too much." Now the room was only filled with empty bottles scattered on the floor. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Someone came near the pile of bottles and silently pondered. He stood there silently for a while. Finally, he left, and a green empty bottle disappeared with him. In the hallway outside the brightly lit room, a determined voice echoed, "Monsters also want to live, just like us." Hyuk-lee stood opposite everyone, calmly explaining his plan. As soon as they hear the shutter open, they'll run towards it. That's our chance to go down to the parking garage and use Molotov cocktails to force those bastards back inside that door. Having said that, he held up the notebook in his hand, showing everyone the simplified diagram he had drawn. His voice was full of determination. "Fortunately, there's only one entrance to the parking garage. We'll make them get out of there." Hyuk-lee pointed to his position on the diagram, beginning to explain in detail. "Yuri and I will defend from behind everyone." The pen tip moved, the symbol representing the explosion. He continued, "We'll put out the fires on the floor with fire extinguishers." Finally, he drew a large X over the shutter on the diagram. His voice also lowered accordingly. "And once that shutter closes, we'll barricade it." Everyone listened silently until he finished explaining. Gukpian crossed his arms thoughtfully, then made a judgment. "So that means if Mr. Dusik doesn't close the shutter in time, we're all dead." Hyuk-lee calmly replied, "Don't worry. He'll be observing everything through the security cameras." Then he turned to ask old Ansip, "Uncle, how many Molotov cocktails do we have?" He replied sternly, 13. Gukpian asked worriedly, "Is that enough?" Hyuk-lee. He didn't confirm, only said in a calm voice, "I hope it goes smoothly." You hit to the side, changing the subject. "Anyway, where's our vanguard?" The person he was referring to was Sangsu. At this moment, he was standing guard in front of the emergency stairwell door. He wore a backpack holding a wooden staff. Sangsu casually put one hand in his pocket, wearing headphones. He vigilantly watched the door leading to the stairwell connecting the first and second floors, which was locked with chains and 2 padlocks. At the same time, at the entrance to the stairwell connecting the 3rd and 4th floors, Hyun-soo stood by the window in a nearby room, glancing at the scene outside. His backpack and weapons were neatly placed in the corner. His face showed a hint of sadness. His eyes were a little dazed. A voice rang out, interrupting Hyun-soo's thoughts. You shouldn't wander around alone like that. He glanced over. At the door appeared Un's figure, slowly approaching. After clearly seeing who it was, he looked back at the window, reluctantly replying. The bald uncle said it's fine. Besides, you came up here alone too, didn't you? Un remained silent. Gently approached him. Then she seriously asked, I heard you live alone. Hyun-soo asked back, have you ever done a census or something? Un's face relaxed. She sighed softly. Well, my brother and I live together. He hesitated, replying, I don't remember. Un looked at Hyun-soo with teary eyes, saying, most people here live alone. Her words were met with the other person's silence. Two just stared at each other. A moment later, Hyun-soo suddenly spoke, his voice low. So, what kind of person is your brother? Hearing that, Un was stunned. She placed one hand on her hip, trying to find words to describe her brother. My brother? Let's see. He's very smart. But not with academics. At this point, Un's face showed a helpless expression. He was quite lonely at school because he often did eccentric things. He's also not a model older brother. Hyun-soo didn't judge, only asked, are you ashamed? Un's eyes widened in surprise. She unconsciously asked, what? Looked at her coldly, calmly repeating, I said, are you ashamed of him? She reacted, immediately, shouting angrily, of course I am. What's wrong with you? Facing
Hyun-soo es indifferent gaze. È un engrali recounted. Yeah.
There was one time, I brought some friends home to play, and he screamed just because my friend accidentally dropped his stupid statue. Hearing that, he sighed softly. I don't think anyone wants to be a failed older brother. Un gave a forced awkward laugh. I mean, my brother isn't a failure. He just yells at people who bother him. Hyun-soo lowered his face, replying, is that so? The atmosphere between the two fell silent again. Then, Un suddenly spoke, as if asking herself, if he really were a failure, would I be ashamed? After a few seconds of thought, she replied to herself, first of all, as his sister, I'd probably be affected. Hyun-soo said, softly, I know. Before he could finish, Un cut him off. But this made him surprised. He quickly glanced at her. Un frowned, seriously replying, because he's still my brother, and that can't change. Hyun-soo's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe she would say that. Un shrugged, sighing heavily. So, no matter what kind of person he is, I might not like it, but I won't hate him. Hyun-soo stared at her blankly. Asked in confusion, those two are the same, aren't they? But she immediately retorted, not exactly. This time, he truly couldn't understand what she meant. He just stared at her wide-eyed, gave a small, awkward smile, explaining, actually, think about it. No one cares if he was ashamed of me when I was little. Anyway, her voice gradually became more resolute before Hyun-soo's wide-eyed surprise. We're still a family. He was truly very surprised. On another side, in the room that was closed, the door opened slightly. A trembling voice echoed, seemingly from its owner who wanted to talk to the auntie, wrapped tightly in a scarf, huddled in the corner of the room.
I'm scared.
Sun Hen, one hand holding a bottle of alcohol, the other a lighter, continued with teary eyes, I'm so damn scared. She bit her teeth tightly, stammering a suggestion. Can I sit down and wait until you turn into a monster? Finishing her words, Sun Hen stood still, panting. Behind her, Jae-hun lay unconscious on the table. Her trembling voice echoed in the small room. And, I won't tell anyone that you've also turned into a monster. The sound of a lighter clicked. Turned out Sun Hen had lit the fuse. The homemade alcohol bomb. She forced a small smile. I want to free you myself, as I promised. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. And do you know what I thought? When you smashed that bastard's head? The fire spread from the fuse of the alcohol bottle, distorting her face. Tears streamed down her cheeks. It's good that he could escape that scum. She trembled. She declared, it's time to put an end to you. Her hand clenched, trying to justify her actions. Because now you're one of them too. But Sun Hen didn't notice that Jae-hun had woken up and was slowly approaching her from behind. What was striking was that his eyes were covered in blood vessels, and blood was gushing from his nose. Hyun-soo recalled that day at the apartment building when everything was normal and monsters hadn't appeared. He opened the door and entered the house. His face was swollen, covered in bandages. His clothes were messy and wrinkled. I'm home. He looked around, then He'd only remain silent in the empty living room. After a long while, he finally moved.
Hay un suquerid.
A bag of things to the door of a room. He called softly, "Hey Sue, I bought you some snacks." Before he could finish his sentence, a grumpy voice from inside the room startled him. "Everyone asks if Hyun is my brother. Who would want that?" He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was hearing. From inside the room, his sister's voice rang out again. "Which bitch spread that rumor? Was it Ji-hyun, right?" Her friend immediately replied, "No, we have nothing to do with it." Finally, she declared coldly, "I don't have a brother." Hyun-soo was stunned, his feet rooted to the ground, unable to move. His body shrank. He gradually lost his light. Back to the present. Hyun-soo still stood by the window looking out. Only Eun had left. He was alone in the room. A distant sadness flickered across his face. Outside the window, the nearly full moon cast a faint light in the night sky. He stared blankly. In his mind appeared the image of a fetus. Next was the scene of Seo and collapsing on the ground after killing her husband. Beside her, Sun Hen was trying to comfort her. Finally, the scene of little Eun sobbing after being attacked in the elevator, while her brother bandaged her and gently comforted her. Thinking of this, he unconsciously mumbled, "Family." Then, he raised the phone in his hand. He silently looked at it with a melancholic gaze. His lips were tightly pressed. He thought of that moment. "Did you really give me this phone?" In a simple room, Jisoo stood opposite him, smiling as she explained, "Yes, I feel like you need the music player more than I do. You know, Hyuk left it for you. Besides." At this point, she suddenly fell silent. She seemed to be hesitating whether to say it or not. A moment later, she raised her hand to scratch her head, shyly turning her face away. "I also recorded that song for you myself. I hope you can listen to it."
Hay un sugript.
The phone tightly. He looked at her gently, softly saying, "Thank you," ending the flashback. The screen displayed a notification that an untitled song was playing. He pressed the play button. Gentle music echoed in his ears. He turned towards the window, looking up at the sky. His lips parted, repeating the word from earlier, "Family, huh." Back to Sun. Inside, Jae-hun, with bloodshot eyes and an incessant nosebleed, had closed in on her. At this moment, she seemed to realize something, slowly glancing behind her. When faced with Jae-hun's blood-red, bulging eyes, Sun Hen flinched in terror, screaming. Silently, Jae-hun opened his mouth wide, blood vessels bulging on his face, angrily roaring, "My wish!" Sun Hen was scared to death, tears streaming down her face, trembling as she called out, "Ah!" Jae-hun didn't care, continuing to yell at her, "It's been destroyed. I tried so hard, but it's all over." Sun Hen's eyes widened, fearfully asking back, "What the hell are you talking about?" Jae-hun suddenly placed both hands on Sun Hen's shoulders, gripping tightly, shouting, "Look at me!" Sun Hen was so scared her soul flew away. She screamed, "Ah!" The blood vessels in Jae-hun's eyes pulsed wildly. His humanity seemed to vanish. He roared, "I said, look at me." That sound woke Seo and she looked up in confusion. Met her eyes was Jae-hun gripping Sun Hen's shoulders, while Sun Hen trembled uncontrollably. Unable to move, Seo and sprang up in a panic, rushing towards the two. "Hen!" But Sun Hen became even more frightened. Her whole body trembled. She dodged to the side.
No.
No way." Seo and grabbed Sun Hen's arm with one hand. With the other, she pried Jae-hun's hand, which was gripping Sun Hen, away. "Let Hen go." In the struggle, she accidentally broke Jae-hun's pinky finger. This monster.
Son cessed.
The opportunity. She pushed Jae-hun away forcefully, still holding the burning alcohol bottle tightly. She cried, sobbing, pupils blurred with tears. Seo asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Jae-hun stood defiantly, looking at the two women opposite him. His blood-red eyes widened. He asked in shock, "Me? A monster?" Finishing his words, he turned his back and walked towards the mirror hanging on the wall behind him. Jae-hun stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror. His whole body trembled. His pupils contracted, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. His mouth opened slightly. He stared blankly at the mirror. In his mind, echoed a single word. "Ha!" A dizzy spell hit him. The scene before his eyes became distorted. Jae-hun stammered, "What's happening?" He leaned, his hand against the wall, pressing his face close to the mirror. He mumbled in distress, "My face." Then he shouted loudly, repeating again, "My face." His voice Cracked. My handsome face. A dull, heavy sound. Code. Jaehyun's eyes. Lost focus. In an instant, he fell down. Behind him, Seon was panting heavily, holding the wooden stick tightly. She stared blankly at Jaehyun lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Then she asked, looking behind her, Hen, are you all right? Seeing Sun Hen still holding the burning alcohol bottle in her hand, she panicked and advised, why are you holding that? Put it down. It's dangerous. Before she could finish, she was cut off by Sun Hen. I have to finish you off. Seon's eyes widened. She asked in astonishment, what?
Son.
Hen's face became terrifyingly distorted, covered in tears and snot. She stammered, before you turn into a monster. I mean, Seo was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. In her mind appeared her husband's face and his emotionless justifications. She thought, a murderer, why feel guilty? It's just for our survival. She softly called, Hen. Before she could finish her sentence, Seon was kicked in the stomach by Sun Hen, falling backward. She tried to stand firm, holding her stomach. She stared intently at Sun Hen. She was still slumped on the ground, her eyes wide open. Sun Hen raised the burning alcohol bottle in her hand. Crying, she said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry. The burning alcohol bottle was flung into the air and quickly fell. The moment the bottle was about to hit the ground and shatter, a hand quickly caught it. Seeing that, Sun Hen's eyes widened in surprise. She was so stunned. She couldn't move. She remained in the posture of throwing the bottle, staring intently at Seo and catching the alcohol bottle. At this moment, Seon's eyes were filled with blood vessels. She stared intently at the fiercely burning alcohol bottle in her hand. Then she looked up. Sun Hen. Sun Hen trembled as she called out, Auntie Seo, and looked at her, her voice choked. I trusted you. She frowned, angrily asking, and this is what I get after telling you everything? You're trying to burn me to death. Sun Hen pressed her lips together, as if trying to hold back. Then, she gritted her teeth. She seemed to have made up her mind.
Son stammered.
An explanation. I didn't do anything wrong. Seo. And asked in disbelief. What? Sun Hen looked her straight in the eyes, shouting, we can't ignore it anymore. I don't want to be afraid of that thing anymore. We can't let monsters exist in here. Seo. Anne's eyes widened. She placed a hand on her chest, yelling, what? Monsters? I'm not even a monster yet. But Sun Hen didn't listen. She loudly cut her off. So what? Seo. And was silent, speechless, looking at her. She pursed her lips. She trembled as she spoke. I'm sorry. I'm a coward, but I'll try to keep my promise. I could tell everyone you're a monster, but I won't. At this moment, Sun Hen's face clearly showed fear, but for some reason her lips curved upwards. I think it's best if I just finish you off myself, Seo, and silently listened to her justification. Just like you finished off that old husband. I'm just doing what I should do. At this point, she pressed her lips tightly together, trying to hold back her tears. Seo and truly couldn't understand. One day you'll also turn into a monster, she resolutely replied. If that happens, I'll kill myself. Seo. And retorted. No, I bet you won't. She immediately yelled. How do you know that? She calmly replied. You'll do anything to survive. But Sun Hen still refused to listen. She yelled. How the hell would you know? Seo couldn't hold back any longer. She also roared back. Just like your cowardly nature. Just then, Bian suddenly appeared at the door. Beside him were Hyun, Soo, and Eun. He asked in a panic, what's going on here? Finishing his words, all three immediately rushed in, warily looking at Sun Hen and Seo and Seo and defiantly turned to look at the three. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. Gukbian and Hyun Soo secretly assessed their surroundings. Seo and kept her mouth shut, focusing on them. Sun Hen did the same. Then she slowly raised her hand. She pointed at Seoin. She clearly said, Auntie Seoin has turned into a monster. Finally, that room was locked with an iron chain. Two people were trapped in the room. Seoin and Jae-hun. Each occupied a corner of the room. Seoin stared intently at Jae-hun, while he lowered his face to the ground. Then, he opened his mouth and called, Auntie. She, startled, not understanding. Jae-hun lowered his eyes. He asked softly, have you talked about the strange things when you turn into a monster? Seo. Anne's eyes widened as she looked at him. Don't you know your deepest desire? Hun was silent. After a moment he lowered his head. He smiled and expressed, "My only desire right now is to eat a soft sponge cake with whipped cream on top, and a cool glass of iced lemon tea." Seo, and was speechless and said bluntly, "I'm sorry to say, your true desire isn't that sweet and innocent." He pondered for a few seconds. Then he blurted out, "Oh." The atmosphere in the room fell silent again. Few minutes later, Jae-hun opened his mouth again. "Have you heard?" Seo, and asked, "About what?" He sadly replied, "What that kid Hyun-soo told us." In his mind appeared Hyun-soo's figure. Jae-hun continued, "That if we turn into monsters, our minds will live in our world of desires." At this, she continued, "But in reality we'll go around killing people like monsters." Jae-hun gave a sad smile. "But at least we can still be happy, right?" Seo, and was silent, not knowing how to reply. In another room, the whirring sound of a drill echoed. Dusik pushed up his protective mask. He carefully examined the weapon in his hand. Then, the old man nodded and said, "All right, fixed." Besides the weapon, in his hand all sorts of tools were laid out around the old man, as well as the weapons of others, like a baseball bat. Hyun-soo held the newly repaired weapon. He silently observed and felt its weight. Not far away, Jisoo swung the baseball bat to get a feel for it. The shield that originally belonged to Jae-hun had now been handed over to old Ansip. He laboriously lifted it. Behind him were Guppian and Yuri talking about something. Also present was Hyuk Lee. Then old Ansip turned around. He raised the shield and asked, "Does anyone want to use this?" He frowned, sighing, "It's too heavy for this old man." Everyone silently looked at him. He sighed, clicking his tongue and scolding, "What's wrong? Don't want to touch a dead person's belongings? What a bunch of cowards." Just then, Hyun-soo suddenly spoke, "I'll use it." The old man looked at him in surprise. Hyun-soo calmly continued, extending his hand to receive the shield. "I can use it." At the stairwell, connecting floors B1 and 1, the group carefully descended the stairs. Hyun-soo held his weapon tightly. Behind him was the shield he had just received. His eyes scanned around. Hyuk Lee walked beside him, calmly reminding, "Stick to the plan. Okay? We'll be fine. Okay." Old Ansip, walking at the very back, subtly smirked. He joked, "You're quite ambitious, aren't you, kid? Are you planning to run for president or something later?" Hyuk Lee honestly replied, "No. I want to become Saber's husband." Old Ansip was stunned, not understanding. "What?"
Hyun-soo calmly added, "I prefer Maria."
Hyuk Lee coldly retorted, "I don't care about Maria." Hearing that, Hyun-soo immediately turned to glare at Hyuk Lee. Their eyes met. Gukbian, walking in front, helplessly cursed, "What are these two idiots talking about?" Soon, the group reached the entrance to floor B1. They all stopped in front of the closed door for a moment. Jisoo nervously asked Hyun-soo, "Hyun, do you hear anything?"
Hyun-soo gently put on
his headphones. Then he shook his head slightly.
"No."
"How about you, Yuri?" Yuri replied briefly. Beside her, old Ansip frowned. "Same here." Jisoo seriously minded, "Listen carefully. One of those three might be nearby." Hyuk Lee calmly asked, "Have they left?" Finishing his words, he reached out and grabbed the doorknob. He said determinedly, "Let's decide then." Just then,
Hyun-soo suddenly shouted,
"No, wait." Everyone looked back in confusion. Hyuk Lee quickly asked, "What's wrong?"
Hyun-soo
took off his headphones. He announced in a low voice, "They haven't left." Hearing that, everyone immediately became serious. The sound coming from beyond the door made Hyun-soo's eyebrows furrow. Indeed, outside in the parking lot, there were still monsters lingering. Not just one, but three. One lay in the middle of the road, about the height of a chair, its body full of wrinkles. The second clung to the base of a pillar, looking like a purple muddy puddle with countless closed eyes. The last one had both arms and legs, but they were thin and withered, its body huge, hunched over like an old man. Moreover, its face was rotated 180 degrees. The pile of monsters lay motionless on the floor. Their eyes were tightly shut as if they posed no harm to humans. Their snoring sounds echoed steadily. Hyuk Lee and Dusik looked at them with suspicion. Hyuk Lee closed his eyes and pondered something. After a long period of thought, he softly asked, "Are they sleeping?" Hyun-soo looked at him and replied, "Yes, the signal won't be caught when they're asleep." True to his intelligent exterior, Hyuk Lee thought, they must also emit a jamming signal when they're asleep, right? All four looked at Hyuk Lee. Taking advantage of the moment, Gukpian asked sternly, "So, are we still following the plan?" Hearing the question and the expectant looks from everyone, Hyuk-lee tightly closed his eyes as if making a decision, then replied to him, "Let's kill those beasts." Un heard that and immediately panicked, asking, "Kill them? But there are 3 of them." Hyuk-lee replied, "Killing them will be less risky than driving them away." Aware of the tense atmosphere, Hyun-soo responded to Hyuk-lee's idea, "I agree." Hearing that agreement, Un looked at him. It seemed she didn't want the sentence to come from Hyun-soo's mouth. While everyone offered conflicting opinions, the monsters continued to sleep silently. Yuri pondered as if recalling some memory. Meanwhile, Gukpian replied, "Yes, let's kill them while we can." Maintain democracy. Hyuk-lee asked one more time, "Does everyone agree with the plan to kill them all?" Silence enveloped the space as if a life or death battle was about to begin. At the same time, Hyun-soo's team silently moved through the parking garage area. They were gradually approaching the sleeping monsters. It seemed they didn't sense what was about to happen to them. Everyone seemed to have received the command to focus in absolute silence. Hyuk-lee subtly raised 5 fingers, signaling everyone to stop and prepare for action. Streams of light emanated from the glass bottles filled with burning kerosene. 1 bottle, 2, and 3 bottles were lit. Hyuk-lee maintained his tense expression. His eyes were hidden behind his glasses. He was still signaling. Everyone. They gradually approached. The small monster lying still, which at first glance looked like a kitten. Everyone was now close to the monsters. When everyone was ready, Hyuk-lee's 5 fingers changed into a fist. He clenched his hand, signaling everyone to fight. Everyone held tightly to their alcohol-filled bottles, raising them high, in a fighting stance. Then the signal changed. Hyuk-lee resolutely extended his hand forward. It seemed to be what everyone expected, but also what everyone feared. 1, 2, 3, then 4 rounds. The lit glass bottles fell precisely into position where the monsters were sleeping peacefully. The heat emanating from the fire startled them awake, full of anger. They screamed and thrashed as the flames grew larger and larger. Its thrashing, it extended its long tentacle and stabbed directly at Hyun-soo, giving him no time to react. It screamed, as if to say that even if it died, it would drag someone down with it. Gukpian swiftly swung his sword across the monster's burning body, making it recoil. Taking the full force of that attack, it fell, unable to get back up. The sound of burning flesh and the monster's screams made the scene more horrifying than ever. Ansip stood, silently watching it die, his eyes thoughtful, as if carrying an unspoken sadness. Ansip continued to watch the monster die in the most brutal way. Sparks flew past Ansip's eyes, as if he had thought long enough. He softly spoke, with confessional tone, "I've lived too long, and I'm still here, still alive while you burn." The fire seemed to be burning someone Ansip cared for deeply. He uttered, "I'm sorry," still in shock. Un asked doubtfully, "Are they dead?" The sound of the fire extinguisher echoed. The aggressive monster was now just a charred corpse, lying motionless. The floor. All the monsters were now just a pile of charred corpses lying still. Yuri, as if waiting for just that, exclaimed, "Easier than I thought." Hyuk-lee's face was slightly flushed, and he agreed, "Yeah, lucky for us they were sleeping." Hyun-soo said, his face showing a bit of impatience, "Jisoo, we're all done here, are you done over there?" Jisoo looked at the round monster's corpse, engulfed in flames. Then she replied to Hyun-soo, "Yes, I think we're done here too." In that room, an old man and a little girl were quietly observing someone's every move. The screen was an image of Hyun-soo's group. The old man softly sighed, That was fast." His face was sinister and he subtly hinted, "I don't have to do anything." Then, his face was filled with worry. "Huh." His eyes showed a hint of suspicion, as if something strange was happening. The small monster was still lying, motionless in the slowly dying flames. After a long while, he exclaimed, "How strange." Then what remained of the small monster shattered into pieces. Seeing that, Jisoo was surprised, a few drops of sweat on her face. The space was silent. At the same time, above where Jisoo was standing was an image of a frog-like monster. Meanwhile, she uttered the question in her mind, "It doesn't look like anything." On the screen was an image of Hyun-soo's group. The old man softly, "Zeit, so fast." His face was sinister, and he subtly hinted, "I don't have to do anything." Then his face was filled with worry. "Huh." The more he looked closely at the screen, the clearer it became. He exclaimed, "Huh!" He couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed again, this time with more panic, "Huh!" Jisu's eyes showed a hint of suspicion, as if something strange was happening. How strange! The small monster was still lying motionless in the slowly dying flames. Then what remained of the small monster shattered into pieces. Seeing that, Jisu was surprised. A few drops of sweat on her face. The space was silent. At the same time, above where Jisu was standing was an image of a frog-like monster. Meanwhile, she uttered the question in her mind. "It doesn't look like anything?" Then suddenly the monster left the floor. It swung down, extending its writhing tongue and aiming at Jisu. It gently extended its arm. Its hand looked human, but there was something strange about it. Dusik couldn't hide his worry and yelled into the speaker, "Jisk!" The sound from the speaker was fixed, buzzing a reminder. Above. Fi looked at Jisu with a bewildered expression. Aware of the imminent danger, Jisu looked up. Waiting for her was a monster with floating eyes and a mouth like a tentacle, where its tongue was sticking out. Quick as a flash, the creature's hand reached out. Jisu managed to duck down and dodge the monster's dangerous attack, her hand gripping the spiked bat tightly. Despite her speed, a cut grazed her shoulder, and blood gushed from it. After a surprise attack, Jisu lay on the floor. It seemed the monster couldn't get close to the ground. Witnessing a horrifying scene, Hyun-Soo's eyes widened, bulging with veins. He seemed very shocked, after realizing what had just happened to his friend.
Hyun-Soo shouted.
Jisu! At the same time, the monster was about to grab Jisu and pull her to the ceiling. Quick! Lightning, Hyun-Soo rushed towards her. Yet, Hyun-Soo's every step seemed to sink into a mire. Hyun-Soo was worried, not knowing what was happening to his body. He sank deeper and deeper into this mire. Or rather, it was binding him tightly.
Angrily, Hyun-Soo uttered.
Curse! Damn it! Below the mire, countless eyes suddenly emerged. A truly bizarre sight. All the eyes were gradually turning to look at Hyun-Soo. The number multiplied, growing more and more each moment. Then an eye uttered a challenge. "You think you can control me?" As if understanding what was happening to him. Hyun-Soo cursed under his breath. Damn it, that eye seemed to understand what Hyun-Soo wanted to do most at that moment. It said, "You can't save her." Hearing those words, Hyun-Soo seemed to lose control. He yelled, "What the hell do you mean?" The challenging words came from that eye again. "You can't save anyone." Saying that, the eyes turned in another direction. It made Hyun-Soo worried, and more sweat appeared on his face. Suddenly he realized something. His face stunned. This was what he feared most. Everyone fell, lying scattered on the floor. The tentacles increasingly pulled Hyun-Soo down into that mud pit. His eyes shifted in another direction. It made Hyun-Soo anxious, his face covered in even more sweat. Suddenly he realized one thing. His face was aghast. This was what he feared most. Everyone had fallen, lying scattered on the floor. The tentacles dragged Hyun-Soo deeper into that muddy pit. Spoke cruelly. "You have to face that truth." Hyun-Soo's face crumpled. He cursed. "Damn it." Then it asked, "You asked me before, didn't you? You asked who I was?" Hyun-Soo, full of anger, replied, "You still dare to tell me what I can or cannot do?" It seemed that what Hyun-Soo said and what the eye said were unrelated. It said, "So, I thought about your question. Thought about myself." Hyun-Soo, full of despair, angrily said, "I can save her." The eye continued to speak, and I came to a conclusion. I am not letting it finish." Hyun-Soo said, "Hey!" His eyes were a mix of despair and anger. He commanded, "Shut up." With that, Hyun-Soo struggled out of that puddle of words. His face was full of determination. A few tears welled up in his eyes. Perhaps he was desperate, but he also seemed extremely determined. He exclaimed, "Jisu, I'm coming." Suddenly, the scene before him changed. Everyone was fighting to save Jisu. Take her away. Hyun-Soo realized it was all just an illusion created by the monster. He saw everyone still fighting, while Jisu lay motionless on the floor. After a few blasts of fire extinguisher smoke, the monster fell. In the dim light, Hyun-Soo looked at everyone thoughtfully. The monster fell. Its limbs were being hacked by Gukpian. Then the monster gradually became still. Hyun-Soo looked at everyone, a thought flashing through his mind. There are some things I still can't change. The monster was now thrown into a blazing fire. Hyun-Soo pressed his lips together, as if determined about something. But I don't want to just stand there and watch the people I cherish. At this moment, Jisoo was being helped up by everyone. It didn't end with Hyun-soo's thought. Not anymore. The screen display was still experiencing interference. It stopped making a buzzing sound and beeped once. A voice asked, "Is it working?" "It's probably broken." Another replied, "It's too old." The first person said, "Try tapping it." A loud tap on the camera echoed. Screen faintly showed a girl. She said, "It's working." At this point, it was clear. The girl was Jisoo-yoon. The cameraman said, "All right, let's do it." Jisoo-yoon suddenly blushed shyly and agreed. The other person urged, "Come on, hurry up and do it." She smiled brightly and replied, "Okay." She scratched her head and chuckled. "We found this old camcorder in the storage room." Jisoo-yoon stated her purpose. "So we decided to film an interview." She said cheerfully, "I thought we should film with a phone, but I feel like this has a bit of a nostalgic feel. Anyway, I'm not sure if anyone will ever see this video." Then she shyly made a heart gesture towards the camera. Jisoo-yoon waved goodbye and turned off the camera. "But everyone, I love you all." Entrance to the parking lot had been barricaded. Someone was welding the iron plate. Hyuk-lee walked over and asked, "How are things going?" Dusik turned his head and said, "I think we have enough parts and materials." Hyuk-lee praised him. "Excellent." Dusik still said with doubt, "But even when it's finished, I can't be sure this car can protect us from the monsters. They have very different strengths." Hyuk-lee chuckled. "Just do your best, uncle. That's enough." Dusik turned his head and said, "You talk big, kid, huh?" Jisoo-yoon happily continued, "At least I can work in a nice, spacious place like this." Hyuk-lee, maintaining the same expression, asked, "Much better than the security office, right?" In a certain room. Inside the room, Ansip, Jiyeon, and Byong-in faced each other. Ansip and Jiyeon silently waited for her to speak. Her eyes filled with fear as she said, "I called you all here because I have something important to say." Ansip didn't understand what she wanted to say. Byong-in revealed, "Currently, we are starving." Ansip relaxed inside, replying, "It's like a mandatory diet." She gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, what if there's actually a lot of food?" Jiyeon asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Byong-in loudly speculated, "What if that kid, that damn thug, and all their cronies are hoarding food for themselves?" Jiyeon denied. "What? No way." Byong-in stubbornly insisted. "I told you, it's very possible." Byong reminded them of when Hyun-soo's group carried several boxes. "Remember when they saved that disabled man? You both saw their boxes full of food, right?" She then asked, "Where else could that food have gone?" Ansip silently looked at Jiyeon and sighed again. He then explained, "There must be a reason for that. Hyuk-lee is a smart kid." She complained, "I bet that damn kid thinks we're a bunch of freeloaders. He never gives us important tasks." It was Jiyeon's turn to sigh and ask, "Do you even have the guts to do important things?" Byong-in was speechless and stammered, "Jiyeon, at that time, I just..." Jiyeon firmly asserted, "And I'm sure the boy already has a plan. After all, he's helped us survive until now." Byong-in, unwilling to give up, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Once the convenience store runs out of supplies, do you think they'll really share food with you? Should I call you naive or stupid?" Jiyeon was surprised by Byong-in's attitude and said, "What?" She frantically yelled, "They'll eat it all, and then, whoever has food will produce power." Tears welled up in her eyes as she screamed, "And they'll turn us into slaves." Ansip saw this and reassured her. "Byong-in, calm down." Byong-in said in a panic, "They'll make us do dangerous jobs. Jiyeon, you're still young. That damn thug could do terrible things to you." Jiyeon also spoke up to reassure her. "Come on, you're overthinking it, auntie. They would never." Byong-in was so angry. She trembled. Ansip continued, "Don't be so paranoid. That kind of thinking easily causes internal division. In such situations, if we don't unite, we'll just die. Haven't you ever watched movies?" She still stood there trembling. She growled angrily, "Damn it!" Byong-in walked out, muttering loudly, "What a bunch of idiots." Chun was a little scared by her demeanor. She said worriedly, "Gee, everyone seems too sensitive." Ansip also didn't know what to do. Byong-in walked quickly down the hallway. She was still angrily cursing to herself. "Damn it, no one listens to me." The more she thought, the angrier she got. "Damn it, God damn it." She remembered. She had overheard them saying at the counter that day. Gukbian was sitting guard at the cash register. He suddenly looked towards the door. Hyukli happened to walk in and asked, "What should we do with this food?" Gukbian replied, "We have enough for 3 more days. But if we try, we can last a week." Hyukli raised his hand to calculate. "We can't waste even a crumb. Half a pack of ramen a day should be enough." Gukbian spoke up and asked him, "How much longer for Dusik, uncle? Will he finish before we run out of food?" Hyukli replied, "He'll finish soon." Gukbian continued to ask, "Why don't we take his food?" Hyukli firmly said, "No," he explained. With a sigh, "If people find out about that food, they won't appreciate it." Gukbian angrily slammed the table and said loudly, "Damn it!" Hyukli was surprised and turned to look at him. Gukbian angrily gritted his teeth. Gukbian remained silent, not saying anything more. Suddenly, he covered his face and said, "Sorry, I haven't eaten anything these past few days. I'm a bit hot-headed." Hyukli gently said, "We all are." Gukbian sighed heavily and asked, "Kid, do you think we'll survive?" Hyukli asked him back, "We've come a long way, haven't we?" Gukbian looked up at the sky and said, "I'm not saying this because I'm afraid of discouraging everyone." He hypothesized, "But if the convenience store runs out, we'll—" Hyukli seemed to know what would happen. He agreed, stammering, "That's right, we'll have to face death. Unless," he also added, "a hypothesis. We start eating each other." Byong-in, listening from outside, was terrified and covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound. At this moment, at the entrance to the 3rd floor, Hyun-soo was sitting in the room eating a snack, but it quickly ran out. He unhappily threw it aside and cursed, "Damn it!" A box of cookies, flying through the air, stopped in front of Hyun-soo, surprising him. He grumbled, "What the hell?" Turned out that Glee was standing outside the door, throwing the box of cookies in. Just stood there watching, not saying anything more. Hyun-soo turned and said, "Can you guys leave me alone for a bit?" Hyuk-lee didn't care. He coldly said, "Eat." Hyun-soo thought Hyuk-lee was about to give him a task. He indifferently asked, "What? Do you have another job for me?" Hyuk-lee explained, "Your body transforms faster than others, and if you get hungry, you'll start to like eating human flesh, and we don't want that to happen." Hyun-soo frowned and said, "Do you know you're really annoying?" Hyuk-lee confirmed in surprise, "Me?" Then both fell silent. The sky outside was covered by that gloomy, deathly atmosphere. In the room, Hyun-soo brought a piece of cookie to his mouth and ate it. Hyuk-lee asked him, "Not doing well. You know that, right?" Hyun-soo predicted, "According to my calculations, the convenience store will soon run out of food." Hyuk-lee asked for his opinion. "What do you think we should do?" Hyun-soo's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't cover his mouth. Stammered, "You just asked what I think?" Hyuk-lee frankly replied, "I want to know your thoughts." Hyun-soo pretended to ignore him and said, "I can't understand this bastard." Hyuk-lee accepted it and asked further, "Okay, besides that." Hyun-soo, chewing on a cookie, continued, "I have no problem with your shopping plan. I may not like you, but your decisions are usually quite accurate." He swallowed cookie and then asked, "So, what's the next plan?" Hyuk-lee pondered whether to tell him or not, but he still decided to speak, visualizing a map. "There's a convenience store 300 meters from here, and a grocery store 1 kilometer away. The hospital is about 500 meters away. The convenience store is the closest. And now, I'm figuring out how to get out there." Hyun-soo asked skeptically, 300 meters, huh? Are you sure we can do it?" Hyuk-lee calmly replied, "If we can't, then we'll just die." Hyun-soo didn't reply, just looked at him. The apartment building still maintained that terrifying silence. At the Do convenience store, Gukbian was sitting, reading a book. He propped his chin and sighed, "This is really boring." Then he threw the book away. Gukbian looked. The TV in the corner of the wall. Said dejectedly, "Even the radio station is off now." Someone opened the door and walked in. He was a little startled. "Thanks for watching the video." Turned out to be Byong-in, who had just arrived. She scratched her head and forced a smile. "Hello, Gukbian. I'm here to get my daily ration." Gukbian smiled and replied, "All right." He then bent down to rummage in his bag. Gukbian suddenly looked blank. He felt something was wrong. Then he stood up straight. He glared and said, "Hey, you already took your ration this morning." Byong-in stood there, sweating nervously. Gakpian continued to glare at her. Seeing that things were not going well, she forced a smile and said, "I'm just too hungry." She then added, "Can't you share a little more with me?" Gakpian flatly refused. "If I made an exception for you, we would have starved to death long ago. Get out of here." Ong-in continued to plead, "Come on, why are you so harsh? We've been through everything together." Gakpian angrily warned, "I said get out of here. Don't make me lose my temper." She was scared and didn't dare to say anything more. He sat there, watching what Ong-in intended to do. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "God damn it." Gakpian was also surprised by her attitude. Ong-in reached into her pocket and yelled, "I said give me food." She pulled out a box cutter and yelled, "I know you damn bastards are hiding food for yourselves. I know everything." Gakpian said contemptuously, "For someone who tucked tail and ran the moment a monster appeared, you're quite bold, aren't you?" She angrily retorted, "What?" He then used a terrifying gaze to remind her, "Do you think you can scare me with that tiny knife?" Ong-in was terrified by that look, breaking out in a cold sweat. Gakpian still maintained that terrifying expression without flinching. She became even more frightened. She suddenly gritted her teeth. Ong-in suddenly threw the knife in her hand. The knife fell with a thud to the ground. She screamed, gathering all her courage, and swung her fist, lunging forward. Outside the apartment building it was already pitch black. Gakpian remained calm, sitting still and waiting. Ong-in at this moment had a swollen face. Gakpian had beaten her. She sat silently on the ground. She complained, "Damn it, you don't know a damn thing." Gakpian said nothing, just stared at her intently. He asked, "About what?" Ong-in, with a tearful voice, poured out all her anger. "What's it like to feel your life is in someone else's hands, huh?" He was surprised by this. She continued, "Will shopping plan or anything else actually work?" Gakpian thought in silence for a moment, then replied, "In this world, I'm not sure about anything." She held her breath. Then she stood up. Holding her bruised cheek, she walked towards the door. Ong-in suddenly said, "I'm going too." Gakpian stiffened. She turned and said loudly, "Let me in. I want to join the plan." He pondered for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "You seem to have forgotten something." Ong-in didn't know what she had forgotten. Gakpian held up the box cutter. He instructed, "You'd best put it away carefully." Her eyes widened. He instructed, "It's best if you keep it carefully." She widened her eyes in surprise. He also apologized. "Sorry for hitting you." Ong-in looked down in shame. Then she left, leaving an apology. "Sorry for making you hit me." Night enveloped the building. Jisoo-yoon walked hesitantly towards the elevator. She was surprised to see Jisoo-yoon spoke up in surprise. She politely raised her hand to greet them. "Hello, uncles." Ansip and Jiun looked over. "Hello, dear." With that, both coldly walked past Jisoo-yoon. The women's restroom. She was standing in front of the mirror, splashing water on her face to wake up. Jisoo-yoon sadly looked at herself in the mirror. She thought, "Face it. You're not an easy person to get along with." Jisoo-yoon had coldly pointed at Seo-en's face. Auntie Seo-en has already turned into a monster. Remembering that moment, tears suddenly streamed down her face. She thought that perhaps I am the real monster. The bathroom light suddenly went out. Jisoo-yoon looked up in horror. "Ah!" She angrily cursed. "Damn it!" A small light flickered in the darkness. In the room everyone was lying around the faint light. Jiun was wrapped in a blanket. She sadly said, "The power's out." Ansip immediately reassured her, "Calm down, Jiun. Everything will be fine." She became even more worried. What will happen to us? Everyone was scared by the enveloping darkness.
"I'm scared." Hyun-soo worriedly
Looked at them. Footsteps approached. Hyun-soo immediately looked over. Hyuk-lee sat down next to him. Hyun-soo sadly said, "With the power out, everyone seems quite scared." He looked down and replied, "I know. It's only a matter of time." Hyuk-lee continued, "But the power outage isn't the biggest problem for our survival. Running out of drinking water is the big issue." Jisoo-yoon and everyone else were collecting water in the bathroom. "That's why we have to collect as much water as possible."
Hyun-soo
Next to him said, "Freezing it seems better." Both fell into silence again. Hyun-soo said to Hyuk-lee, "Speak." Hyuk-lee asked, confused, "Speak what?" Hyun-soo was helpless. We're going to die, aren't we? Hyuk Lee remained silent. Hyun-soo still patiently asked, aren't we? Yuri, on this side, tried to use her inhaler. She helplessly threw it down. Her head ached painfully. Hyuk Lee's mood worsened. Ansip sat opposite, observing Hyuk Lee. He was silent, not knowing what to say to comfort him. Soo-yoon casually asked, so what?
Hyun-soo
Looked at her, confused. Soo-yoon calmly asked him, so we should just kill each other to survive? Hyun-soo was surprised. Her question. Soo-yoon. She looked at Hyun-soo, sarcastically saying that suicide was the most foolish thing a human could think of. Soo-yoon's words made Hyun-soo's resolve waver a bit. He angrily yelled, the world is turning into hell like this. There's no such thing as a perfect plan. Hyuk Lee secretly smiled. Her voice was full of patience. All we have to do is survive. Before Dusuk's wooden leg, Dusuk's and Eun's eyes were filled with determination. A sound came from the car. Dusuk intended to press the button to start the engine. Maybe tomorrow we'll all be gone. Dusuk became tense. But today we still have to keep living. His trembling finger pressed the button. Soo-yoon yelled, all right. The car started. At this moment we are still alive. Dusuk's eyes became resolute. Turn on the headlights. Dusuk drove. He floored the accelerator. The car furiously sped towards the wooden dummy set up in front of them. Dusuk excitedly yelled, uncle! He angrily said, ram them to death, aiming straight at the dummy in front. You disgusting monsters! The car slammed hard into the wooden board. The dummy broke in half. And when everything is still going well, grabbing his shirt, that means people can smile. Hyuk Lee was calm when his collar was grabbed. And things aren't going smoothly. But when things get worse, Gukpian angrily grabbed Hyuk Lee's shirt. The helplessness in each person. They become monsters. He angrily grit his teeth. Ansip worriedly advised, hey, calm down a bit. Yuri stood silently in the corner. We have to go to the hospital too. Gukpian excitedly yelled, Yuri could die if we don't bring back medicine. Hyuk Lee calmly replied, we can't do that. He casually told him, our goal is just to go to the convenience store. Gukpian became even more agitated. You damn kid. Hyuk Lee immediately retorted. She doesn't show any symptoms of getting sick either.
Hyun-soo impatiently
said, why are you two yelling so much? He angrily mocked them. Who's the real monster now? You guys or me? Both silently looked at Hyun-soo. Soo-yoon angrily scolded. Let's do it one step at a time. If we can successfully reach the convenience store, then we'll go to the grocery store. And if we reach the grocery store, we'll try to go to the hospital too. Okay? She yelled. Shouldn't say no like that. At least hope it's possible. Her words could change Hyuk Lee's mind. We can't put everyone in danger for one individual. Gukpian became even more agitated. Hyuk Lee, the two children walked over and took Yuri's hand. The boy's eyes welled up. Auntie Yuri, are you going to die? She then smiled to comfort him. No, young Soo. See? I'm fine. The boy leaned into Yuri's arms, crying, please don't leave us. She tried to suppress the pain inside. Yuri's shoulders trembled. The two siblings hugged each other. Hyun-soo, sitting nearby, had seen everything. He thought painfully, when he called her Goddess Yuri, I thought maybe he had feelings for her, or maybe he was just trying to act that way to hide his true self inside. Remembering the scene. That time, the three stood before the corpse, and Hyun-soo stood behind, leaning against the wall. He had seen Hyuk Lee's tightly clenched, trembling hand.
Hyun-soo sat.
I really don't understand you people. Everyone looked at him in surprise. He angrily said, do whatever you want. I'll do what I want too. Hyuk Lee asked, confused. What? His voice was full of determination. I won't participate in this operation. Everyone was surprised, looking at Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo's eyes were sad. The reason you let me stay instead of kicking me out. The reason you threw me a bone. It was all for this moment, wasn't it? Hyuk Lee still calmly replied, come on, don't be like that. If necessary, I can kick you out of here. Hyun-soo's expression changed. Kick me out? Who would do that? You. He then fell silent. Everyone fell into silence. Gukpian spoke up. I won't do that. Seeing everyone's vote, looked down helplessly. Hyuk Lee sighed. He reluctantly said, everyone, all right, we'll go to the hospital. Hyuk Lee ordered them Everyone, get ready. In the parking garage,
Hyun-soo
was carrying a barrel of water onto the car for storage. He tiredly wiped sweat from his face. Gukbian sat in the driver's seat. Dusik sat next to him. Listen, Gukbian. Dusik began to instruct Gukbian. These two buttons on either side of the steering wheel will activate the flamethrowers on the left and right sides. There's no gauge to show how much gas is left, so you'll have to adjust the amount yourself. Don't use too much at once. Pointing to the bar attached to the outside of the car, you can use it if monsters get too close. Dusik instructed everything in detail. If you pull this, the metal shield in front of the car's nose, it will discard the metal shield I designed to plow through monsters. Gukbian asked, confused. It? Discard it? Dusik immediately nodded. Yes, Dusik said. Discarding the heavy part is a last resort if the monsters catch the car. It's only for emergencies. I hope you won't have to use it. Everyone was waiting outside the car. I've tried my best to make the engine run as smoothly as possible. With all these extra parts, the car is really heavy. Be careful not to overload the engine. Gukbian immediately nodded. Understood. Dusik then sighed in relief. He felt quite reassured. Excellent. The car started to move. Gukbian was in the driver's seat. Next to him was Hyun-soo. Behind them were Ansip and Bai Ong-in. She looked over and said to Ansip, "Hey, don't you think this action is too much for your age?" Ansip said irritably, "I'll take care of myself, thank you. Don't get scared and cause more trouble." Bai Ong-in tried to stop herself from trembling. "This is really scary." He held out a bottle of alcohol. "Want some alcohol?" She took the bottle of alcohol. She opened the cap. She poured it all over herself. Soo-yoon walked over and knocked on the car window.
Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo, confused.
Roll down the car window. "When you come back, I want to ask you a favor." Soo-yoon tried to cheer him up. "So please come back safely." He smiled. Yuri also stood opposite, waving goodbye. She smiled. "Good luck." Gukbian felt as if he had gained strength. He smiled back. Bai Ong-in sat in the car, sadly sighing. No one came to cheer me on. She suddenly turned and noticed Soo-yoon outside the door, looking. "Good luck," she seriously said. "Be careful." Bai Ong-in was touched and smiled at Soo-yoon. The announcement sounded. "I'm opening the
Gotta?
Get ready." Gukbian was excited. "Get ready." Hyun-soo put on his headphones. "Prepare yourselves." Ansip, behind him, was also gathering courage. Bai Ong-in tried to keep herself from being scared. The wheels began to roll. Sound of the car approaching. Through the garage door, the car was struggling to climb the slope. "Damn it. The car is too heavy. I don't know if the engine can handle it."
Hyun-soo
turned on his phone. He looked at the time displayed on it. It was October 24th. Hyun-soo fell into thought. He saw the note on the calendar. 25th. Suicide. He pressed the delete button.
Hyun-soo
Thought. I had planned to commit suicide tomorrow. He looked down. He thought. And then, the determined gaze looked forward. Today, I am leaving this place. Seeing the light waiting for him. Hyun-soo was leaving his place to live. The light outside hit his eyes directly. A voice called out,
Hyun-soo.
Hyun-soo stood there in a daze. The ball was coming from behind. Ha! He suddenly turned round. What? The ball rolled across the ground. Are you daydreaming, old man? Wake up! He turned and kicked the ball towards them. All right.
Hyun-soo
turned. He looked with concern towards a person. He stood in front of the vending machine. Hyun-soo observed him for a long time. Thought, that kid, he just moved in today. He saw him staring intently at the vending machine. His back looked a bit lonely. Hyun-soo's voice came through. So, he happily walked over to chat. Want to play soccer with us? He suddenly turned to look at him. Hyun-soo asked, confused. Why are you standing there?
Hyun-soo
searched his pocket. Want to buy a drink from the vending machine? He happily offered money to him. I don't know how much you need, but here. He still silently looked at him. Afraid he felt awkward. Hyun-soo smiled and said, You don't have to pay me back. He calmly scolded Hyun-soo. You're a psycho. Hyun-soo was surprised and looked at him. That incident when they both met at the vending machine. Hyun-soo couldn't understand. Did I do something wrong? The ball was flying towards them. Hyun-soo quickly saw the ball coming. He yelled worriedly, Hey, watch out. Everyone awkwardly walked over.
Sorry.
Are you okay, sir? Hyun-soo was a little unhappy. Be careful, you guys. He still stared blankly at him. Hyun-soo held out his hand towards him. If at that moment, he still stubbornly looked at Hyun-soo. If I hadn't reached out to him then,
Hyun-soo kindly
said, sorry. They're always like that. Are you okay? If you hadn't approached him, would my life have been different? The sky turned gloomy. The rooftop, Hyun-soo lay there exhausted. Around him, a group of thugs stared at him. His body and face were covered in wounds. But he asked, confused, hey, why did you do this to me? He arrogantly looked at Hyun-soo. Want to know why? His swollen face was silently waiting for his answer. He walked to the wall. I'll tell you if you jump from here. Hyun-soo was surprised. Couldn't believe his eyes. After that, Hyun-soo was completely isolated. From now on, anyone who dares to talk to Hyun-soo will end up like him. Sweet soda dripped into his shoe. Thanks for watching the video. His gang was forcing Hyun-soo to drink water from his shoe. Open your mouth. He was still smugly watching him being bullied. Drink it, you damn sicko.
Hyun-soo
Angrily looked at him. He observed him. Those eyes, he said, are still full of fire inside. He continued to ask, don't you understand why I'm doing this?
Hyun-soo impatiently yelled, no.
He started, urging his friends. Hey, what the hell? He still hasn't drunk it. Holding a banknote in his hand, he provoked the thugs. Should I tear it up? They excitedly looked at him.
Hyun-soo screams.
Successfully poured the water from the shoe into Hyun-soo's mouth. Knelt down, exhausted. He excitedly asked, why don't your parents do anything when they see you being constantly bullied?
Hyun-soo
remained silent. He boasted, your dad is a manager at my family's company.
Hyun-soo saw with
no interest. So, he became even more arrogant. What if I fire your dad?
Hyun-soo looked
at him in surprise. Huh. His face was full of smugness. I'm quite worried about his ability to find another job. That's how it is. And then your whole family will be out on the streets.
Hyun-soo tried.
Get up. He yelled agitatedly. Shut your damn mouth, you son of a bitch. The thug behind him poked his shoulder. Hey! Hyun-soo didn't hesitate. Punch him in the face. The thug fell down in pain. The other one angrily rushed forward. You sicko. He then punched him in the face. When they all fell down, he slowly turned. Exhausted, he said, don't bring. Angrily, he rushed towards him. My family into this, you dog. Seeing him, still standing there calmly, Hyun-soo looked at him with hateful eyes. He weakly closed his eyes. He had stopped in front of him. He smugly said, good.
Hyun-soo suppressed
his anger until his whole body trembled. He said complacently, I'll tell you why I treated you like that.
Hyun-soo
remained silent, waiting for his answer. Remembering the money Hyun-soo had tried to give him, he sneered. The day you gave me that dirty money. The sky. At that time, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Hyun-soo asked in surprise. What? He gave a smug smile, looking at him. That's why I did it. He calmly walked past Hyun-soo, who stood there stunned. You think there's some special reason I'd pay attention to a dirty kid like you? He walked towards the thugs who were clutching their faces in pain. Look at these miserable idiots. Good job, Hyun-soo. You can punch. He mocked Hyun-soo's words. I'll never forgive you if you touch my family. Is that so? He laughed at
Hyun-soo's misfortune.
But you know what? I wonder. He looked at him with contempt. Does your family feel the same way about you? A dark curtain. Dad tried to convince me. He leaned back slightly. His eyes were stern. I'll try to talk to someone at your school, son. He persuaded. His eyes widened in surprise. He paused. So please forgive that boy. Okay? In Hyun-soo's thoughts, I hate Dad. His eyes vacant. His mother spoke, trembling. Her face looked like she was about to cry, very forced. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. Your father is just trying to protect our family. You understand, right? In his thoughts. And Mom also tried to convince me. His eyes were soulless. He stared blankly into space. Mom and Dad just want you to understand. He smiled painfully. I hate Mom too. He stood in front of the door. He knocked. His face became sullen. He forced out a weak, almost inaudible sound.
Hey, Dua.
Can we talk? From inside, a voice replied, sorry, I'm already asleep. He stood, frozen in front of his sister's room. She was like his last ray of hope. I hate my sister. The scene shifted to a familiar school. He lay, slumped on his desk, right in the middle of class. His heart ached. Ever since my dad came to school, he walked down the hallway, hands in his pockets. They stopped bothering me. He suddenly turned his head as if realizing something. He saw a group bullying a kid. They were laughing loudly, spitting, insulting. But I wasn't the me from before. The young man's eyes seemed to be enduring, as if asking for help. He just watched and watched. Then he quietly left. I don't care. Flowers fell from the sky. That bothered me more than anything. He sighed. He turned back to look. The person who had bullied him earlier was holding a man's collar. His voice was arrogant. Listen. He looked again. He sighed. I want to become. The other guy smiled sinisterly, looking straight ahead. I'll pay for your mom's surgery. Okay? His eyes darkened. He smiled terrifyingly. When a car passes by, jump. He was scared by his words. His heart was full of fear. He thought, a better person. Cars passed by. His hand poked him. He was calmly watching. Turned back. He bravely looked him straight in the eye. He spoke coldly. You jump. He pushed him onto the main road. The sound of a car lay there, terrified, watching the car speeding towards him. His scarf fell off. Tears streamed down his face. His body trembled. He looked at him with contempt. He sighed. He lay sprawled on the bed, head resting on his arm. The next day his father was fired. A voice from outside came in. Ayun-su, you have a friend visiting. He wondered. A friend. He opened the door. Saw the friend from the day before. His friend had a pitiful expression. It's you. He shyly turned away. All right. You don't need to say thank you. His friend yelled loudly. It's all your fault. His eyes were confused. His friend grabbed his collar. His face was full of tears. He cried, my mom died because of you. His face crumpled. He went into his room, slumped onto the desk, looking guilty. Now I can't do anything anymore. He gritted his teeth. He ruffled his hair. Nothing at all. The scene shifted to a road. I can't do a damn thing. He held something very tightly, but his eyes showed determination to do something. Now, in front of him was a road full of light. He sweated. His eyes became resolute. An old man and an old woman were sitting in a car. The girl looked out the window as if sensing something. Right now. All right, let's fight. Protein. He slammed his hand, crushing the car. Hyun-soo's face changed color, full of fear. The scene before him shook. A man with a determined face, ready to fight. All right, let's fight. His face wore a forced smile. He seemed a little scared. He put on his headphones. The man was driving the car with both his hands bandaged. He was serious. The car engine started. A giant monster appeared. The man was terrified. He closed his eyes. He felt as if he couldn't breathe. He bent down. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes widened, pale, as if something painful was coming to him. The man seemed to be leaning against something in front. Blood flowed from his head. He collapsed onto the steering wheel. Protein. He bared his teeth. His eyes were full of fear, looking at the man. He opened the car door and jumped out, looking quite uncomfortable. He knelt down in. He complained, damn it. Suddenly something was behind him. He looked back in fear, trembling, at the monster standing still. His face became terrifying, as if distorted. Sweat streamed down his left side. He stood before the monster, yelling loudly. He trembled in fear. His whole body shook violently. I shouldn't have gone with them. I should have kept my mouth shut. Hyun-soo was stunned. Widened his eyes, looking at Bai Ong-in. The monster took large steps, moving towards him. Bai Ong-in was terrified. Tears streamed down his face. Standing before the giant monster, a human was just a tiny grain of sand. He fearfully raised his hands, trying to protect himself. His mouth screamed, help! Before the monster could crush him with its foot, Hyun-soo quickly rushed forward, pulling Bai Ong-in aside. The monster's limb stomped hard on the ground. At the same time, the two successfully dodged to the side. The two struggled to push themselves up. The monster angrily glared at the two with its sharp red eyes. Hyun-soo held the stick, taking a defensive stance to protect Bai Ong-in, but before The terrifying giant creature, he was incredibly small. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth. Sweat poured down.
Damn.
How the hell is it still alive after that fall? The monster's voice echoed terrifyingly. It's you. Byong-in ignored.
Ayun-soo.
He hastily ran for his life. Seeing this, Hyun-soo could only stand there helplessly. He angrily yelled, "Hey, where are you running, uncle?" Before he calmed down after the shock, the monster lunged to attack him. Muscle! Hyun-soo was terrified, seeing the monster approaching him. A bottle of alcohol was thrown towards the monster. Hyun-soo was stunned, stiffening. Thanks for watching the video. The monster slowly turned around. Turned out that the one who threw the bottle was Ansip. He angrily yelled loudly, "You bastard! Come and get me!"
Hyun-soo.
He widened his eyes and called out loudly, "Uncle!" The monster turned around. It changed direction, moving towards Ansip. It leaped, doing a flip in the air, and it landed, stomping directly on their car. Under the monsters, the car was crushed, no longer recognizable. Ansip frowned, gritting his teeth in anger. In his hand, he was holding another bottle of alcohol. He quickly threw it towards the monster. That strong throw made him lose his balance and fall backward. He yelled loudly, ordering, "Someone burn this scumbag to death." At the same time, Hyun-soo held the stick. He quickly rushed forward. He yelled loudly, putting all his strength to the blow. The monster was not afraid. It gritted its teeth in anger. His stick, touching the monster's flesh, was like a toothpick. Incredibly small. Hyun-soo couldn't believe his eyes. He was stunned and terrified. The monster reached out its hand. It grabbed him easily. The monster's hand tightened, making Hyun-soo gasp for air. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure. His eyes were now bloodshot, filled with veins. His whole body swayed, no longer clearly perceiving what was happening around him. It threw him hard onto the road. Hyun-soo was thrown quite a distance. He landed, but due to inertia, his whole body was once again bounced up from the ground. His whole body swayed. Everything seemed unclear. Scene shifted to another room. Two girls were hiding in the room. They heard the sounds outside and couldn't help but panic. "What's that sound? Is something happening out there?" The man wearing glasses replied. Although they were well hidden, his voice still trembled with fear. "It seems they have failed." Yuri yelled in disbelief. "No way! They just left." The other man grit his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed. "Damn it!" The scene then shifted back to the road. Hyun-soo was lying motionless. He coughed with difficulty. Hyun-soo turned his head to look beside him. He remembered the image of a man falling from a high floor. He opened his mouth with difficulty. "Long time no see." The stream of memories returned once more. A voice echoed, "I promised the children I would bury you, uncle." The scene shifted to the shelter. They had packed their bags, ready to leave. "Everyone, let's go." Jisoo Yoon stood motionless. She frowned, but then she gave a strange smile. At that time, Hyun-soo was still confiding in the dry corpse lying near him. "But I don't think I can keep that promise." On the other side, the young man wearing glasses, though his whole body was trembling with fear, still tried to yell loudly to encourage everyone. Hyun-soo lay on the ground, his face covered in blood, his whole body trembling in pain, but he still managed to tilt his head, glancing to the side. At this moment, the image of a man falling from a high floor flashed through his mind. He mouthed words, his vision blurred by blood. "Long time no see." Saying this, Hyun-soo remembered the two siblings. His voice was a little hesitant. "I promised the children I would bury you, uncle." He sank into despair. "But I don't think I can keep that promise." The roar of the giant, muscular monster cut through his thoughts. He tried to push himself up, looking up at the monster sitting on the white car, next to which old Ansip stood stunned, not knowing what to do. Inside the car, Gukbian was unconscious from the recent strong impact. His face was on the airbag by the steering wheel, his head bleeding profusely. Just then, Gukbian suddenly opened his eyes wide, his whole body trembling. Slightly, though still dizzy, he tried to push himself up, looking out in a panic. The moment he saw the monster's muscular legs, he froze. Gukbian gritted his teeth, widened his eyes, and yelled, "What the hell just happened?" Then he quickly pushed the gear stick. The dilapidated car, having lost a wheel, suddenly sped away, causing the monster to miss and fall backward. Seeing this, Hyun-soo's eyes widened in surprise. Unexpectedly, the monster's reaction speed was quite fast. It quickly regained its balance and landed softly. Just then, the dilapidated car also stopped before old Ansip's stunned eyes. Gukbian sat in the car, straining his neck, yelling loudly, his eyes full of indignation. Die! With that, his two thumbs simultaneously pressed the two buttons on the steering wheel. The two nozzles installed in front of the side mirrors immediately shot out hot flames, burning the muscular monster. In the room, Hyukli told everyone, "Grab something you can fight with." This suggestion was flatly rejected by Yuri. Her face clearly showed worry. "Wait, we don't even know what happened out there. Are you sure? You need to carefully calculate the risks to minimize the danger first, don't you?" Hyukli turned his head and asked Yuri, "Do you still remember what I said before?" Yuri replied irritably, "Of course, Hyuk." He then turned his face forward, seriously explaining, "I said that with a purpose. I tried to boost everyone's morale by making them angry." Hearing this, both Yuri and Jisoo-yoon were stunned, asking in disbelief, "What?" Before the surprised eyes of the others, Hyuk Lee ran his hand through his hair. Then he yelled loudly, with a determined voice, "We cannot let key members go like that." Then he yelled loudly, his eyes full of resentment, "Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, his two thumbs simultaneously pressed two buttons on the steering wheel. Two pipes installed in front of the rearview mirrors on both sides immediately spewed out blazing fire, incinerating the muscle monster. Inside the room, Hyukli told everyone, "Grab anything you can fight with." This suggestion, however, was flatly rejected by Yuri. A worried expression was clearly visible on her face. "Wait, we don't even know what's happening out there. Are you sure? You need to carefully calculate the risks to minimize the danger first, don't you?" Hyukli turned his head back to ask Yuri, "Do you still remember what I said before?" Yuri replied irritably, "Of course, Hyuk." Lee then turned his face forward again, explaining seriously, "I said that with a purpose. I tried to encourage everyone's morale by annoying them." Hearing this, both Yuri and Jisoo were stunned, asking in disbelief, "What?" Under the surprised gaze of the others, Hyuk Lee ran his hand through his bangs. Then he shouted loudly, with a determined voice, "We cannot let our key members go out like that." Then he, leading the way out of the room, Jisoo-yoon, Yuri, and Sangsu also quickly grabbed their weapons and followed. Un hesitated, shouting, "I'm coming too." But Hyuk Lee and Jisoo-yoon disagreed, turning their heads and yelling, "Stay there!" The shouting from the two of them startled Un, freezing her in place. Jisoo-yoon rushed out. She joked to Hyuk Lee, "Do you know you're a jerk? But right now, I kind of like you." Hyuk Lee calmly accepted, "Thanks for the compliment." Turning back to the monster, Ansip was now grimly watching it burn in the flames. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's working!" Hyun Soo still couldn't get up, staring in shock at the scene before him. Gukbian sat in the car, screaming with a fierce expression, "I'll burn you to ashes." Outside, the monster initially seemed calm, raising its hands to shield itself from the flames. At the crucial moment, the flamethrower ran out of fuel, and the fire dwindled. Gukbian frantically pressed the control button. Despairingly, "No!" Watching the fire slowly die out, he groaned, "Oh my God, we're screwed." At this moment, the monster slowly lowered its hands, grinding its teeth. Seeing that the monster could still move, seemingly unharmed, Hyun Soo unconsciously cursed in his head. "Damn it," he gritted his teeth, looking at the monster with clear unwillingness. "If only we had a little more gasoline." With its body scorched by fire, the monster heavily extended its hand forward, groaning each word. "Bro, there." Gukbian's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, making a decision. Then, he reached for the lever mounted on the car's roof, above the rearview mirror, and pulled it down. The shield on the hood immediately sprang out, hitting the monster's leg directly, causing it to lose its balance. The already wrecked car was now even more damaged. The monster was caught off guard by the sudden attack and froze for a few seconds. Seizing this opportunity, Gukbian leaped out of the car. He charged forward, standing between Hyun Soo, Ansip, and Monster. The monster glared at them furiously. Just then, Ansip suddenly turned around. He ran to help Hyun Soo up, pulling him away from the battlefield. Hyun Soo looked bewildered, not understanding anything. As he walked, Ansip explained, "The plan failed. We have to go back inside immediately." Currently, only Gukbian was directly confronting the monster. He softly cursed, "Damn it!" Gukbian gritted his teeth, staring at the monster without blinking. "This one's damn big." The monster didn't attack, but thoughtfully looked at him. Or rather, it was looking at the sword in his hand. At this moment, in his mind, the image of Hyun Soo also holding a sword flashed. He lightly flicked the blade with his other hand, softly muttering. Then, the monster suddenly opened its mouth and groaned. It hurts so much. Gukbian was startled. But the monster continued to groan. It hurts so much, but its foot stomped down to gain momentum, leaping over. Gukbian. Time seemed to stop. Ansip heard the commotion and quickly turned to look. Gukbian, standing not far away, also frantically spun around. In a flash, the monster landed on the beam right behind Ansip and Hyun-soo. Gukbian screamed. In despair. No! Over there. The monster's large shadow fell, as if to swallow both of them whole. The two, grandfather and grandson, looked in horror at the monster suddenly appearing behind them. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Ansip pushed Hyun-soo forward. Hyun-soo couldn't react in time and fell to the ground. But he didn't care, only quickly looking up at Ansip. He stood firmly in front of Hyun-soo, with the monster raising its arm high behind him.
Hyun-soo's pupils
contracted, utterly terrified. The monster's fist slammed down on Ansip's head, but on his face was a rare serenity. He gently said to Hyun-soo, "Now is not the time for you to go." As he finished speaking, vanished, blood splattering everywhere. The monster's fist had crushed Ansip, leaving only his arm, which hung out, intact. Hyun-soo stared, his face pale, speechless. Hyun-soo stared blankly at the tragic scene before him. In his mind, that lecturing voice echoed. "I told you." Ansip's image appeared in his mind. This old man still intended to live a long life. The voice reappeared, like a warning bell. "You will witness many more things like this." Hyun-soo's eyes widened, tears welling up. "Sir!" His eyes fixed on Ansip's remaining hand. Fire surged straight to his brain and he gritted his teeth. He put all his strength into his legs and stood up. Holding his weapon firmly, he defiantly declared to the monster swinging its fist at him, "I will still stand here." His eyes blazed, and he gritted his teeth, glaring at the monster with hatred. At this moment, the monster's face no longer held a fierce expression, but a sneering smile, as if taunting him. Its eyes also curved. Suddenly, someone called out to it, "Hey!" The monster's fist froze, its eyes wide in surprise. Hyun-soo, holding his weapon ready to fight, also looked over in astonishment. It was Hyuk Lee, who had, at some point, run close to the monster holding a fire extinguisher, with Yuri also holding another fire extinguisher beside him. He calmly reminded it, "Don't let your guard down like that." As he finished speaking, both of them simultaneously sprayed fire extinguishing powder at it. White smoke billowed out, enveloping the monster. The monster grimaced and growled, quickly raising its hands to shield its face. Seizing this opportunity, someone charged forward. Turned out to be Gukbian, who had successfully slashed the monster right on its ankle. The monster roared. Pain. Angrily spun around, simultaneously swinging both arms forcefully. But Gukbian showed no fear, continuing to slash its ankle. Again, the monster staggered, groaning. "It hurts so much." Suddenly a shout rang out, waking everyone up. "Run!" Just as the monster was still grimacing in pain, a figure stumbled. Ran like the wind towards it. Then Soo-yoon leaped up, using her spiked baseball bat to deliver a powerful blow right to the monster's head. She gritted her teeth, seemingly putting all her strength into this attack. The monster's head gushed blood, and it groaned in agony. "It hurts so much."
Hyun-soo quickly
grabbed his spear and charged, simultaneously shouting a signal. "Soo-yoon, fall back!" He swiftly thrust the spear into the monster, and a powerful electric current immediately ran through its entire body. The monster roared in agony from the electric shock. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth, trying to keep the spear embedded in the monster. Everyone stared blankly at the struggling monster. Just then, Soo-yoon quickly urged everyone to run, her voice extremely tense. "Come on, that's enough. Let's go inside now." But Hyuk Lee loudly objected. "No." Soo-yoon was stunned. "What?" Hyuk Lee roared, his eyes still fixed on the monster, which was paralyzed by the electricity. "We can't just let this bastard off the hook so easily. We'll finish it off right here." Gukbian agreed. Hearing that, Soo-yoon frantically ran towards the wrecked car. "Then I'll go get more Molotov cocktails." She bent down, looking into the back seat through the gap. A look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. All the bottles they had placed in the back seat were shattered. Soo-yoon angrily cursed. "All the bottles are broken. Damn it!" Gukbian quickly turned to ask, We can't keep this up for long. Hyuk, how are we going to kill this damn bastard? Hyuk. Lee gritted his teeth. His mind was a mess. Damn it. On the other hand, Hyun-soo was still bravely holding the electric spear steady. His eyes were bloodshot. His teeth were clenched. Unfortunately, the monster had resisted the numbness. It angrily leaned over. It used its hand. Grab Hyun-soo's electric spear. Hyun-soo was startled, but he still tried to resist. Everyone was also surprised by the monster's action. For a moment, they couldn't react. The monster and Hyun-soo struggled with each other. He gritted his teeth. He put all his strength into his arms. He tried to push it forward. The veins on his hands bulged. His whole body tensed. His muscles swelled. His feet stomped hard on the ground to brace himself. So hard that the ground around them suddenly cracked. The monster also gripped the electric spear tightly, tried to pull it out, although Hyun-soo tried very hard, but the spearhead slowly moved away from the monster's body.
Hyun-soo froze.
His eyes gradually turned red. No! In this critical moment, the sound of an engine suddenly came from afar. A plume of smoke appeared on the road leading to the city. Something vaguely resembling a car was flickering in the smoke.
Hyun-soo glanced in surprise.
The monster was also attracted by the sound. Everyone's eyes focused on where the sound was coming from. Everyone looked, surprised and worried. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground grew closer. Lee pondered for a few seconds. He opened his mouth to warn, "Be careful." The car sped straight towards the monster and Hyun-soo. There was no sign of sudden braking. It just charged forward. Hyuk-lee shouted in worry, "Hyun, be careful." Hyun-soo still stared at the car. Then, he seized the right moment. He let go of the spear. At the same time, he leaned to the side to dodge. This allowed the monster to pull the spear out of its body. It angrily roared, "Bro!" The monster looked at Hyun-soo. It growled, "There." Before it could finish the word, it was hit by the bus with a loud crash. Hyun-soo also fortunately dodged in time. 2 plumes of thick black smoke billowed up over the apartment building. The hideous monster lay motionless without moving. It was unexpected that a bus had crashed directly into that monster, and everyone was saved.
Hyun-soo
and Gukbyeon stared in amazement in that direction. Hyun-soo looked at the bus in disbelief, saying, "A bus?" Gukbyeon was also very curious and silently observed. The bus was still running. The wheels suddenly moved. The 2 people standing nearby immediately stepped back a little, not daring to make a sound. The hideous monster was still alive, could still stand up. However, its body trembled. It groaned, pain. Then it fell to the ground motionless. So much. Although the monster had fallen, the bus unexpectedly reversed. The bus then accelerated and moved forward. The car once again slammed hard into the monster to ensure it was completely destroyed. This time, the monster didn't move anymore. The car reversed a little. Wheels slowly backed up. The people there didn't dare to move or say a word. They observed fearfully. Gukbyeon was a little surprised and couldn't take his eyes off it. Jisoo-yoon was a little worried about that bus. She was scared. Hyun-soo was still shocked and worried. Suddenly, something flowed out of the muscle monster. It was blood. A lot of blood flowed out of the muscle monster. It had been completely defeated. Only then did everyone dare to breathe. They felt a little relieved. At the moment, the bus door opened. Everyone looked on, wondering who it was. A normal person stepped down and immediately said, "That was dangerous." Unexpectedly, it was Byong-in. She slowly got out of the car and asked everyone, "Is everyone okay?" Everyone looked at her with a bit of surprise. Hyun-soo couldn't believe his eyes. Byong-in. She smiled calmly. She scratched her head and asked everyone, "Where's the old man?" Hearing her ask about her husband like that, everyone showed expressions of apprehension and avoidance. Yuri realized something and quickly turned. She stared blankly in sorrow. Yuri knelt down, looking at the bloody corpse on the ground. "No." Byong-in was surprised, not understanding what had happened. "Ha!"
Hyun-soo's
eyes drooped with sympathy. He said nothing, only remaining silent. At this moment, Hyuk-lee turned to Byong-in and asked, "How did things turn out like this?" She stammered, "Well, suddenly, there were still people on the bus. They gradually all got off the bus. There were a total of 4 people on the bus with her. They all looked strange and came from somewhere else. The tall man in black clothes holding a gun was Baek Hoyeon. Next was the friendly-looking man who often smiled, Lim Huin-so. The man who appeared timid and fearful was Jo Yuri. And the last person, with an indifferent expression, constantly wearing headphones, was Seo Gap-su. Hyuk. Lee looked at them, expressing gratitude and asking about their situation. Thank you for your help. Which area are you from? Is it safe out there? However, Gukbian immediately stood in front of him. With a suspicious look, he said, Hyuk, step back. Hyuk Lee frowned in confusion and asked him, What's wrong? Gukbian looked suspiciously at the strangers who had just appeared. They saved us, but that's a prison transport vehicle. Hyuk. He heard that and silently looked at them with apprehension. A footstep moved closer. Another person appeared from the bus. The man's name was Shin Jun. He didn't say anything, just looked at them with a strange smile. He walked to the others and stopped. They seemed to revere him. Hyun-soo and Jisoo-yoon looked at the strange people in confusion. Yuri was crying sympathetically but also glanced in that direction. The man named Shin Jun turned his head and ordered Jo Yuri, Burn it quickly, or it'll wake up.
Jo Yuri suddenly realized. Ah.
Then, Jo Yuri quickly grabbed a can of gasoline and ran very fast to the monster. Yes, Baek Hoi-on looked at Jo Yuri hastily pouring gasoline to burn the monster, mockingly sneering, What an idiot! Immediately, the muscle monster was set on fire. Flames blazed fiercely.
Shin Yun slowly
walked forward. He stopped in front of Gukbian. The two met eyes and looked at each other without saying anything more. Shin Jun looked at him with a provocative expression. Immediately, Gukbian frowned and shouted, Everyone, wake up! At this moment, the strangers gradually revealed their sinister and calculating expressions as they looked at them. Gukbian realized and shouted, These bastards are prisoners! Hyun, Soo and Jisoo-yoon froze in apprehension. Byong-in and Sang-soo jumped in fright, breaking out in a sweat, finally realizing their true identities. Hyuk Lee immediately cautiously observed them. Shin Jun saw their expressions and sneered contemptuously. He mocked Gukbian. From the moment I heard you betray your own ideals, I never thought we'd meet again like this. Gukbian glared at him angrily.
Shin Yun sneerade. Inspector Gukbion, he?
Gukbian didn't let it go and retorted directly, Shin Jun, you still look as antisocial as ever, don't you? Shin Jun smiled and recounted, Ah, thanks. Well, I was imprisoned, but now this world is in chaos, and I'm free again. Hyuk Lee immediately asked about Gukbian's identity. Guk, you used to be a police officer? Baek Hoi-on stood there and shouted threateningly, Hey, for eyes, get inside. I don't want to stand in front of the door forever. Hyuk Lee heard him call him that and just silently looked at him. Lim Hyun-soo saw this and spoke gently and kindly. Hey, he timidly pleaded with everyone. Please let us rest a bit. We saved that lady. He continued to beg. We even burned that monster for you all. Don't you think you're being too harsh on us? Lim Hyun-soo tried to smile friendly to ease the tension of the situation. Is that how you welcome guests? At times like these, you should be more open-minded. Hyuk Lee heard that and wavered a bit. Are they dangerous? Gukbian seriously replied. Can't you figure it out yourself? Hyun Soo and Jisoo-yoon observed the situation, hesitant and fearful. Shin Jun still spoke naturally and intimately. We should go inside and continue talking, shouldn't we? Gukbian firmly refused him. Are you dreaming? Hyuk Lee also no longer hesitated and directly asked him, What do you want from us? Shin Jun began to show his annoyance. Hyuk Lee firmly declared, Why should we let you in? Shin Jun could no longer endure it. He sighed. He immediately stepped forward. He grabbed Hyuk Lee by the collar. He was too strong. He lifted Hyuk Lee, making him gasp for air. Everyone was scared and couldn't react in time. At this moment, Shin Jun revealed his true face. He stared with terrifying eyes and threatened, Dare to bark one more word, and I'll send you to your grave. Shin Jun grabbed Hyuk Lee's collar and lifted him high. Everyone in the apartment building stunned and only dared to watch.
Shin Yun stared
with wide eyes and threatened Hyuk Lee. Dare to bark one more word, and I'll send you to your grave. Gukbian stood behind, annoyed, and immediately shouted at him, Calm down. Shin Jun looked at Gukbian and calmly challenged him. Gukbian was angry. His eyes were full of determination, showing no mercy. You brat.
Shin Yun used smirgle
and smiled. Then he immediately released his hand from Hyuk Lee's shirt, causing Hyuk Lee to fall to the ground with a thud. Jisoo Yoon quickly asked Hyuk Lee, Are you okay? At this moment, Seo Gap-su suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Jisoo Yoon, saying pervertedly, A girl. Jisoo Yoon looked at him in confusion. Shin Jun tilted his head and called out, "Hey!"
Yo Yuri.
Joe Yuri obediently shouted, "Yes," he ordered. "Park the car right under that second-floor window over there." Joe Yuri immediately obeyed. Yes. At this moment, everyone in the apartment building not only had to fight against the monsters, but now a new lurking danger came from the group of strangers who had just arrived. Hyuk Lee immediately understood their intentions and said sarcastically, "Ah, so you can escape any time, huh? You guys are smarter than you look." Shin Jun turned to Hyuk Lee and stared at him warningly. "I thought I warned you." Suddenly, another voice rang out, "Not so fast." Shin Jun frowned and glanced. "What?" Hyun. "Negotiate using essential supplies to be allowed into the apartment building with everyone. That's more than enough for a deal." He glanced triumphantly, forcing Gukbian to make a decision. "Tick-tock, Inspector, make a decision now. Otherwise, we'll all die." Gukbian was furious, but at the current moment, there was truly no other choice. He was helpless and couldn't speak. The monsters were very close and surrounded everyone. He angrily shouted, "Damn it!" Gukbian had no other choice but to shout, "Everyone, get inside," he ordered. Everyone to quickly take shelter in the apartment building. Quickly, the apartment building was now completely silent. The headless monster was standing and slamming hard into the rolling door in the basement parking lot. But the entrance was completely blocked and packed by everyone. The strangers from earlier were also allowed to take shelter in the apartment building. They sat in a corner. Observed. At this moment, a woman in the apartment building looked at him with some curiosity. It was Jisoo Yoon. She looked worriedly and asked Sangsu, "That guy in the suit has a gun, right? They said those guys are very dangerous, right?" He turned to Bai Ong-in and replied, "That's right, Bai Ong-in. Why did you bring those kinds of people here? What's wrong with you?" She broke out in a sweat, stammering, not daring to say anything. She glanced fearfully and explained, "I was so scared I ran for my life, and then I saw that car. I had no choice." Sangsu heard that and was confused. Even so, why let those criminals in here, I wonder? Jisoo Yoon didn't want them to argue loudly and tried to stop them. "Keep your voices down. They'll hear you." Win-so could still sit there comfortably listening to music. On the other side of the elevator, two covered bodies lay. Everyone cried, watching mournfully. The two children sat hugging the bodies, trembling and wailing. Yi was devastated and couldn't stop crying. Lim Win-so looked at them and sneered, "What a bunch of crybabies. Haven't they ever seen dead people before? What's there to be sad about?" Turned to Joe Yuri and asked, "Right?" But he didn't answer. His eyes were empty and emotionless. Suddenly a footstep approached. Hyun-soo glanced behind him. It was Joe Yuri. He walked over. He offered medicine to Yuri, who was sobbing, and kindly said, "You have asthma, right?" It was an asthma inhaler in his hand. She looked up in surprise and immediately asked, "You too?"
Yo.
Yuri smiled shyly. "Yeah, it's really uncomfortable. Don't worry. This isn't the only one I have." She looked at him with tear-filled eyes. There was a hint of goodwill. Yuri didn't hesitate to reach out and take the medicine from Joe Yuri. "Thank you." Lim Huin so looked at the scene and chuckled mockingly. "Oh, how romantic." Seo Su, sitting next to him, still emotionless, said, "Let him be. Let the man do what he wants." Lim Huin-so replied, "You too." Suddenly,
Seo gapsus mail dirili.
it seemed he had some
Ulterior motive.
in the apartment building's restroom. Unexpectedly, Shin Jun and Gukbian met privately there.
Shin Yun immediately
Spoke about the current situation of the apartment building. "Food is almost running out here, right? The power's cut, and only water is left. I guess everyone's pretty desperate, right?" Smirked mockingly. "I feel like I'm losing a bit in this deal." Gukbian was annoyed but still tried to be patient. "Although I value food a lot, you'd better know how to behave. If you're good, I'll let you stay." But Shin Jun became even more provocative. "As if you could." At this moment, Gukbian seriously asked him what happened to the prison guards in the car. Shin Jun casually told him, "They're all dead. Of course, we didn't kill them." Gukbian immediately stepped forward and grabbed his collar. He couldn't take it anymore and glared at him, cursing, "You bastard." Shin Jun was even more amused to see him get so angry and lose control. Hey." Gukbian gritted, his teeth in annoyance. He continued without hesitation to challenge Gukbian. "I don't think you're in charge here. We're the ones with food and a car. This building of yours has no power or food left. and you can't even control the upper floors, right? Gukpian became even more furious, glaring at him.
Shin Yun pushed
Gukpian's hand away and bluntly said, "Let us take care of this mess." Gukpian found it laughable when he heard him say, "You guys take care of it?"
Shin Yun
chuckled and replied, "In your terms, it's the equal violence method." Gukpian didn't pay attention to his words and immediately cursed. "What the hell are you barking about?"
Shin Yun continued
to say, "You have someone who's monsterized here, right?" Gukpian suspiciously probed him. "What do you want?" He seemed to have realized and immediately sneered. "I knew it. That's exactly what I was thinking." At this moment, he directly revealed his intentions, bluntly telling Gukpian, "So, I'm surprised you're still alive. You hypocrite." Gukpian was indignant but still somewhat confused by what he said. Shin Jun smiled sinisterly and revealed, "Hand them all over to me," and everyone at this moment was terrified and trembling uncontrollably. He didn't hesitate to say that. "We will hold a public execution." Shin Jun arrogantly told Gukpian, "Leave them all to me. We will hold a public execution." Gukpian was startled when he heard him say that. "You just said, execution?" He smirked and said, "I only want one thing from a hypocrite like you." Shin Jun continued, "That is, step back and just watch." Gukpian gritted his teeth in anger and threatened him. "Do you want to die?" He provoked him. "While you weren't looking, this world ended. Understand? So, drop your model police act." Suddenly, he lowered his face and laughed maniacally. "And are you really sure?" He stared terrifyingly. "Are you sure you can beat me?" Gukpian looked at him furiously, unable to believe his madness. "Hyuk," Lee calmly said to the two of them, "This is not the time to compare who's the winner." Gukpian and he glanced over. Hyuk Lee was already standing at the door. He sternly and unreservedly asked Shin Jun, "Tell me, how did you survive until now?" Shin Jun annoyedly shouted, "Hey, brat, adults are talking." Gukpian was also surprised. "Hyuk," he continued, "probe, you hitting that big monster doesn't mean anything. What's important is what you can do out there." Shin Jun triumphantly acted as if he wanted to negotiate with Hyuk Lee. "Understood. So, you want me to provide information, huh? What do I get in return?" But Hyuk Lee was not easily intimidated by him and immediately provoked. "Don't you think you owe us for letting you in here? And we haven't even seen if the food you mentioned is real or fake." He didn't hesitate to bargain with him. "We don't even know what's in that car." At this moment, Hyuk Lee's eyes were cold as he bluntly declared, "We still have enough food reserves for 3 days. If you want to trade for food, you'll have to wait 3 more days." Shin Jun's face flushed when Hyuk Lee was so blunt. "Smart kid." Hyuk Lee smirked, mocked him. "You might be scary, but how can you compare to monsters?" He still looked triumphant and contemptuous of him. "Anyway, you're just a child." Then he smiled meaningfully. Shin Jun sighed and walked away. He brazenly walked past Hyuk Lee. Hyuk Lee then said, "The car looks good, doesn't it?" He stopped and listened. Hyuk Lee continued, "And from what I see, everyone in your group has a handgun, and you were the leader all the way from Seoul to here. So no matter what I say," he glanced, "it wouldn't mean anything, right?" Shin Jun gave a sinister smile. He said nothing more, and left completely. Both of them turned to look at him. Gukpian, confused, turned to ask Hyuk Lee, "What the hell are you trying to say, kid?" Hyuk Lee replied, "I'm not sure either." Shin Jun and Lim Huin So met in the hallway.
Shin Yun immediately
asked Lim Huin So, "How did it go?" Lim Huin So smiled. "Yes." Lim Huin So pointed to the door and said, "There are 3 monsterized people. 2 of them are locked inside the security office." Shin
Yun felt confused.
"They only locked up 2 people? What does that mean?" Lim Huin So also smiled and replied, "Very strange, right?" Shin Jun glanced and then ordered, "All right, now go do your job." Lim Huin So nodded in agreement. "Understood." The 2 brazenly continued in the opposite direction and observed the entire apartment building. Jun was very curious about this. He smiled with interest. "What does that mean, I wonder?" In the room at this moment, Hyun-soo was sitting, listening to Jisoo Yoon playing relaxing music. Both felt stable and more comfortable. Jisoo Yoon then asked him, "What do you think?" Hyun-soo looked up, seemingly hesitant and not understanding, and replied, "It's very cheerful." Jisoo Yoon heard that and burst out laughing happily. "You're making me shy. It's been a long time since I wrote such a cheerful melody." Hyun Soo gently replied, "What's there to be shy about?" Hyun Soo gently sighed. "Thank you. I can't believe that in a situation like this, you could write such a beautiful melody." After saying that, Hyun Soo immediately bowed his head and shyly praised her. "You're amazing, really." Jisoo-yoon smiled and thanked him. "Well, at times like these, what we need most is music." Hyun Soo looked at her, hesitant to say something. His embarrassed eyes dared not speak. Finally, gathering all his courage, Hyun Soo called out, "Jisoo-yoon." She turned to look at him. "What is it?" His body began to tremble. Hyun Soo's face clearly showed sadness. "Do you think music can help us forget about death?" Jisoo-yoon sighed softly and looked at him with sympathetic eyes. She frowned, sadly replying to him, "For a very long time, I couldn't write anything cheerful." Hyun Soo was surprised and curious. She continued to recount. "After the person I loved and respected so much." Jisoo-yoon recalled the moment she witnessed that person take their own life right before her eyes.
Suicide.
She hesitated and said, "I haven't been able to write anything cheerful since then. This is for you, harangue." During that time, she cried a lot. Jisoo-yoon hugged the guitar he gave her and slumped down. Hyun Soo's eyes widened in surprise. "He committed suicide?" She continued. "Say, you asked if music can make you forget about death, right? I don't think so." Suddenly she smiled. "But," Jisoo-yoon gave a comforting smile, "it can help you remember them." Hyun Soo was stunned when he heard her say that. Jisoo-yoon then asked him, "I once said I had something to ask you when I came back. Do you remember?" "Ah, yes." She paused for a moment, hesitating. Then her hand gently continued to strum the guitar and said to Hyun Soo, "Can you," she had asked, "write lyrics for that song just now?" In a common room where everyone in the building gathered, Sang-soo was now suddenly saying, "Are you sure?" Turned out to be Lim Hwin-so. He walked to everyone's resting area and fabricated, "Sure, I saw it with my own eyes. There's a safe zone." He casually lied to everyone. A protected area built by the military and government. Jisoo-yoon heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God." They also whispered in surprise, "Unbelievable. That's really good news." "Yes." Sang-soo frowned suspiciously and asked, "If it's so safe, then why did you leave that place?" Lim Hwin-so immediately put on a sad face. He frowned, hesitating to explain, "Because we're criminals." Sang-soo immediately felt awkward and guilty. "Ah." Lim Hwin-so's lips trembled. He immediately bowed his head and felt extremely grateful. "Thank you for overlooking your prejudices and accepting lowly people like us. Thank you very much." Yuri sat in a corner, sadly saying, "I can't believe they kicked you out just for that reason." Lim Hwin-so acted as if it was fine and cheerfully waved his hand. "It's okay, I understand. They had no choice. It's not because they're unfair, but because you're too biased." His eyes welled up with tears of joy as he said, "Even monsterized people, you all still." He looked at everyone and expressed, "Let them stay together." In and Sang-soo looked awkward and didn't dare to say anything. Both Jisoo-yoon and Sang-soo avoided eye contact and hesitated when they heard him say that. "We became one of the few survivor groups out there. But none of them were monsterized." Yuri sat there, dazed. Lim Hwin-so suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, that's right. There was a group." Sang-soo was surprised. "Really?" He also recounted, "Yes, it was at a small church. A pastor and his followers." He sighed. "They were truly good people. The people in that area. Took them in. They even gave us water and food. But," saying this, he immediately cried mournfully. Un quickly asked, "What?" He cried miserably, stammering, "What happened to them?" Lim Hwin-so sadly said, "All of them were killed by monsters." In the stairwell area on the 3rd and 4th floors. Hyun-soo held his phone and stared intently. He had been standing there alone for a long time. Hyun-soo gave a faint smile and said, "If this were my phone, I'd be seeing suicide reminder notifications by now." It was completely dark. Hyun-soo stood looking outside at this moment. "I feel like I've been reborn." He immediately pressed his phone and said to himself, "Let's listen to Jisoo-yeon's new song again." Suddenly, from behind, a voice rang out, startling him. "The battery's dead. You can't waste battery like that." Hyun-soo immediately turned around. It was Shin Jun standing outside the door. Hyun-soo took off his headphones and immediately asked, "What do you want?" Shin Jun silently approached him. He casually looked at him and said, You're one of them too, aren't you? He realized. Someone about to become a monster. Hyun-soo looked at him slightly surprised. He frowned, suspiciously. However, he didn't seem to intend to do anything. Telling him, relax. I'm not here to hurt you. Honestly. Shin-jun gave a sinister chuckle. No matter how hard I try, I can't do it. Hyun-soo watched him with extreme caution. He also asserted, I know you're very strong. Maybe even stronger than Gukpian. Hearing that, Hyun-soo was a little surprised. He asked, what do you mean? Shin-jun frowned and sneered. Kids here don't know how to respect their elders? Hyun-soo shouted at him. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't stand here wasting my rest time. Now. This moment he began to reveal his true colors. He maniacally tempted Hyun-soo. Join us. Meanwhile, where everyone was taking shelter, Jisoo-yoon hesitated and said, but, if we kick them out, wouldn't that be like murder? Sang-soo looked awkward but he had to say, yeah, we already voted. We have to stick to our decision. Sang-soo frowned, thinking about something. Yuri immediately spoke up. Everyone knows it's very risky to let monsterized people stay, but just driving them away like that is irresponsible. She hesitated. Moreover, one of them is. Lim Hwin-so turned to her and asked worriedly, one of them is what? However, she turned her head and didn't continue speaking. Nothing. Never mind. Suddenly, Sang-soo shouted, why hide it? They'll find out soon enough. One of them can control the monster within to remain human. Lim Hwin-so pretended to be surprised. What? Really? Sang-soo nodded. Yes. She immediately recounted. He said he could control it. But who knows? His very existence is a threat to us. Yuri heard that and was extremely angry, turning to her and scolding. How dare you say those things, Sang-soo? Sang-soo stared back and retorted. Why not? We have to live, don't we? Eun sat there listening to them argue. She truly couldn't believe it. Two of them immediately couldn't hold back and argued back and forth. Eun looked at them worriedly. They were arguing. Suddenly, she looked at Lim Hwin-so and speculated, wait, that guy caused them to be like this. That guy immediately said, hey, simple. I think we're going too far. He pretended to dissuade them. I think there's some misunderstanding here. I don't mean to condemn anyone. Eun looked at him with extreme suspicion. Then he provoked everyone. Acting alongside monsterized people is extremely risky. Lim Hwin-so put on an awkward expression. However, understand your difficult situation. Outside the apartment building was quite silent. At this moment, only Baek Hoi-on was left sitting alone below. He casually picked up his gun and examined it. Then he raised the gun high. At this moment, Lim Hwin-so had returned. Baek Hoi-on looked at him and smirked. Lim Hwin-so just remained silent and said nothing more. Shin-jun was trying hard to persuade Hyun-soo to join their group. Join us. He looked at him in confusion. He smiled sinisterly. We're taking over this place. Hearing that, Hyun-soo was surprised. Take over. Shin-jun smiled triumphantly and confidently said, it's already begun. Lim Hwin-so sat down next to Baek Hoi-on and recounted. I think we've succeeded. Turned to look at Lim Hwin-so suspiciously. Are you sure? Lim Hwin-so sneered. Sure. Those idiots. They completely want it that way. He began to laugh joyfully and chuckled. His satisfied face appeared grotesque. He watched everyone in the apartment building argue. Confident. They want us to kill them all. Baek Hoi-on walked with a fierce expression. He and Lim Hwin-so moved quickly. They walked to where everyone was hiding. However, they were suddenly stopped. Stop right there. Hyuk-lee suspiciously asked the two of them. Where are you going with that gun? Unexpectedly, the two of them turned to look at Hyuk-lee and Gukpian very casually. Baek Hoi-on immediately asked, Hey, Inspector Gukpian, right? He bluntly asked him. I heard you're the one who locked up our boss. Gukpian frowned and replied. Let me guess, you're a member of Shin-jun's thug group. Baek Hoi-on laughed provocatively. Things are different now. I prefer to be called the right-hand man. Inspector. Oh, that's right. He frowned and mocked him. You're not an inspector anymore, are you? Gukpian was angry. Then Baek Hoi-on immediately raised his gun and pointed it directly at Gukpian, challenging, You're nothing. Both Hyuk-lee and Gukpian silently looked at them. The two others didn't dare to act rashly yet. Hyuk was not afraid and immediately asked, So what are you going to do? Baek Hoi-on looked at him and annoyedly asked, What the fuck are you saying? He immediately challenged him. Just one shot from you is enough to attract all the monsters in the area here. But he replied casually and triumphantly, So what? You think I'm scared? Hyuk-lee smirked. You're quite confident, aren't you? Baek Hoi-on sighed and contemptuously said, Better than you cowardly rats. You only know how to lock yourselves in this slum. Hearing that, Hyukli chuckled, looking at him. Then why do you want to come in here and lock yourselves up? Unable to argue back, Baek Hoi-an was frustrated. What? Gukbian quickly stopped both of them. Hyuk, that's enough. He has a gun. Hyuk Lee remained calm. Don't overdo it. Gukbian immediately became wary. No. You need to know. Hyuk Lee asked him in confusion. Why do they have to do that? Gukbian silently looked at him. Hyuk Lee looked directly at the two of them and bluntly said, I have two hypotheses. One is, he said, the guinea pig hypothesis. Baek Hoi-an and Lim Hwin-so looked blank, not understanding what he was saying. Gukbian also looked at him, helpless. Lim Hwin-so asked in confusion. What? Hyuk Lee continued. They came here with the intention of taking over this building, or all of this is just a government experiment. Lim Hwin-so couldn't help but laugh loudly. Did you hear that? Is this brat actually serious? Baek Hoi-an also mocked. Can't believe an idiot like this is a leader. Birds of a feather flock together, indeed. Gukbian looked at him awkwardly. Hey, what the hell are you barking about? Hyuk Lee didn't stop and continued. What if it's actually very safe out there? What if the strong monsters only operate around this area? Baek Hoi-an gradually became annoyed. Are you done talking? If you are, get ready to be reincarnated. Jesus said he would bless your destruction. Amen. However, Hyuk Lee was still very serious. No. I said I had two hypotheses. There's still one more. He smiled slightly and said, I heard your boss went to meet Hyun-soo. The two fell silent. In Hyun-soo's room. Shin Yunyo. We have all the essential supplies in that bus. Hyun-soo thought to himself, they have a generator? He looked at him silently and asked with interest. So, do you like the plan? Hyun-soo coldly replied, it sounds okay. Shin-jun was triumphant. So, are you in or not? Coldly replied, no. He laughed loudly and calmly. I knew you'd say that. Shin-jun looked at him with evil eyes. You hypocritical bastard. Hyun-soo glared at him and challenged. Go ahead and threaten me or do whatever you want. You won't make me tremble. He provocatively moved closer to him. Oh, really? He grabbed Hyun-soo's shirt with both hands and lifted him up.
Shin-yun stared at him.
However, Hyun-soo showed no fear and immediately threatened. You said it yourself, didn't you? He casually said, you can't kill me. Shin-jun was surprised. He immediately realized and smirked. Right? Footsteps approached. Hyun-soo seemed to see something. His eyes stared blankly. At this moment, Hyuk Lee continued to tell them, your boss is with Hyun-soo, right? Hyuk Lee already knew what their plan was. I bet he really wants Hyun-soo. That's why you're doing so much. Gukbian was also very surprised to hear him say that. He pondered. Wait, the kid didn't say. Hyuk Lee further speculated. The reason your bus has no scratches despite so many monsters out there. The reason you didn't flinch when you saw that giant monster. The reason your boss wanted to meet Hyun-soo alone when you first arrived. The reason your boss wants to kill all the monsterized people. Baek Hoi-an and Lim Hwin-so froze. It seemed they had been. Shin-jun was surprised. He immediately realized and smirked. Right? Footsteps approached. Hyun-soo seemed to see something. His eyes stared blankly. At this moment, Hyuk Lee continued to tell them, your boss is with Hyun-soo, right? Hyuk Lee already knew what their plan was. I bet he really wants Hyun-soo. That's why you're doing so much. Gukbian was also extremely surprised to hear him say that. He pondered. Wait, the kid didn't say. Hyuk Lee further speculated. The reason your bus has no scratches despite so many monsters out there. The reason you didn't flinch when you saw that giant monster. The reason he wanted to meet Hyun-soo alone when you first arrived. The reason he wants to kill all those who are monsterized. Hoi-an and Lim Hwin-so froze. It seemed they had. Hyuk Lee coldly shouted. Because you all have one like that too. Unexpectedly, Hyun-soo was at that moment caught by a monster's tentacle, which squeezed his neck tightly. He struggled to break free from it. And the one who did it was Jo Yuri, the seemingly harmless and most reserved person, a half-monster. He used his mutated hand to attack him. Someone even stronger than Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo was being attacked by the monster. It grabbed his neck tightly, squeezed, and lifted him up. Because you all have one like that too. The one similar to Hyun-soo was Jo Yuri, a half-monster. Hyuk Lee had discovered someone even stronger than Hyun-soo. At this moment, all four people were silent, observing each other. Baek Hoi-an cocked his gun and said irritably, I can't stand your know-it-all attitude. He had now become angry. Speak up, kid. Do you want a bullet to the head or what? Gukbian shouted. Put the gun down. He mocked. Or what? Gukbian glared at him furiously. Hoi-on was determined to shoot them. Suddenly, Yuri shouted loudly, interrupting them. What the hell do you think you're doing? They saw everyone in the apartment complex approaching. They cautiously looked towards them. Sangsu and Jian saw them like that and felt uneasy. Huin so felt worried, afraid of being exposed. He immediately turned to Baek Hoi-on and tried to stop him, saying, "Put the gun down." Baek Hoi-on was still furious and couldn't hold back. Gukbian was not afraid or intimidated, and slowly looked at him. Baek Hoi-on felt utterly disgusted. At this moment, it seemed everyone had gathered here. Lim Huin so tried to reconcile. All right, listen. This might sound unreasonable, but I used to be a psychologist. He reassured everyone. I'll go in there and see what they're doing. After that, Gukbian asked suspiciously, then what? He replied that if they were in danger, in the worst-case scenario, we will have no other choice but to drive them away or free them. Bastard. Hyuk Lee looked at him and pondered deeply. He gritted his teeth, extremely angry. Meanwhile, in Hyun-Soo's room, Jo Yuri stood proudly at the door. He coldly and emotionlessly controlled his mutated arm to attack Hyun-Soo. Shin Jun, standing nearby, smiled mockingly. What are you doing? Fight back. Come on. He continuously provoked him. Hit him. At this moment, Hyun-Soo was being squeezed so hard he couldn't take it anymore. Shin Jun was wildly excited. What's wrong, kid? Hyun-Soo struggled to resist, while he, Shin Jun, watched smugly. Jo Yuri saw him like that and felt uneasy. He stammered nervously, "Boss." Jo Yuri then advised, "I think the kid is about to die." Shin Jun ignored his gaze. He pursed his lips tightly and ordered Jo Yuri to release him. Hyun-Soo was released, falling with a thud to the ground. He coughed violently, feeling extremely breathless. Shin Jun looked on with contempt. What a disappointment. Hyun-Soo gritted his teeth. His whole body trembled with anger. Jo Yuri approached him and asked worriedly, "Sorry, don't be angry. We just wanted to see how strong you were." He immediately pushed his hand away forcefully. He said angrily, "All right, now you know." Jo Yuri watched him intently. Shin Jun said to Hyun-Soo contemptuously, "See? He's much stronger than you." He still tried to tempt him. "Think carefully, kid." He turned his back and left. "If you still want to live." Hyun-Soo sat there watching them leave. His eyes looked at them angrily. Meanwhile, at apartment building below, everyone stood together in front of the carefully chained room and knocked. "Is anyone there?" Sangsu pressed his ear against the door to listen. He then told everyone, "I don't hear anything." Hyuk Lee immediately asked him, "Sangsu, when was the last time you checked on them?" He thought back and replied, "I was busy shopping earlier. So, the last time was this morning, I think." Baek Hoi-on said bluntly, "Whatever, just open it." Sangsu was surprised. "What?" He grumbled loudly. "I said open that damn door." He looked back at him fearfully. Hyuk Lee nodded, signaling. He pulled the chain off. Sangsu continued to unlock the locks. Baek Hoi-on then asked, "Is the door open?" "Aha." Then he pushed Sangsu aside and aggressively approached, using his foot to kick the door. "Get out of the way." He kicked the door hard with a bang, then quickly raised his gun to defend himself. But then he froze, looking. In front of him, there was only one person lying on the floor. The room was tightly sealed. The person lay in a pool of blood. Oh! Suddenly, a large hole was punched in the ceiling. Baek Hoi-on looked up in alarm. "What the hell?" Baek Hoi-on kicked the door open with his foot. "Get out of the way." He kicked it with a bang. He aggressively rushed into the room. He immediately raised his gun to threaten. But before he could pull the trigger, he froze, staring intently inside. The room was securely reinforced, impossible to escape from. But inside, there was only one person lying on the floor. The person lay slumped in a pool of blood, their fate unknown. Baek Hoi-on immediately discovered a hole in the ceiling, punched through. He was alarmed. "What the hell?" Baek Hoi-on immediately discovered a hole in the ceiling, punched through. He panicked. "What the hell?" Yuri peered into the room, then quickly shouted, "Auntie!" She wanted to approach to check on her, but was immediately stopped. Yuri glared angrily. Baek Hoi-on stopped her from getting close to the woman. He also cautiously raised his gun to assess the situation and the woman. She screamed in fear. "Don't!" He immediately explained. "One of them has turned into a monster. We don't have much time." He fearfully grabbed his arm and desperately pleaded, "No, please!" Baek Hoi-on frowned, glancing at her. Everyone standing outside watched her and him struggling. worried and unable to understand what had happened. Faced with that scene, everyone was stunned and couldn't do anything. Lin Huin so shook his head. This is not good. Yuri pleaded incessantly. Finally, Baek Hoi-an agreed to lower his gun. Yuri immediately knelt down to help the woman and frantically shook her awake. Auntie. Hyuk Lee also moved closer inside to assess the situation. He looked up at the hole in the ceiling, astonished. Oh, said nervously. I didn't think this would happen. After being shaken awake by Yuri, Seo-an also woke up. Her dazed and tired face showed she didn't know what had happened. Yuri kept calling, Auntie. She observed and asked her, Are you all right, Auntie? What happened? At this moment, Seo-an slowly regained consciousness and looked at her. Her frightened eyes recalled, No. For that, in this room, constant whimpering sounds were heard. No. Jae-hun huddled fearfully in a corner, clutching his head and whimpering continuously. He muttered, Non-stop. We're going to die. We're going to die. Seo-an had to quickly comfort and calm him down. It's okay, Jae. She was still frantic seeing him like that. We're safe. Nothing will happen. It's quiet outside again. Jae-hun seemed not to hear her words. He still trembled uncontrollably and cried. It's so unfair. I don't want to die like this. Jae-hun laughed through his tears. I was supposed to become a star. A superstar. Seo-an slowly felt uneasy and shouted, What are you talking about? Calm down. Jae-hun became more and more frantic. He spoke uncontrollably. A star. Unexpectedly, Jae-hun was transforming into a monster. His face and body were slowly stretching and swelling hideously. His mouth still muttered, Look at me. Seo-an was shocked and terrified. Before she could do anything, she was thrown back by his hand, hitting hard behind her. Seo-an collapsed to the ground. Jae-hun had almost completely transformed into a monster. His body elongated and twisted, and he slowly stood up. Seo-an trembled, lying on the floor and looking at him. Jae-hun suffered as he continuously transformed. But he still managed to groan. His eyes looked at Seo-an, filled with tears, and he struggled to say, Sorry. At this moment, Seo-an and Jae-hun were locked in the room. Hyuk Lee silently listened to Seo-an recount everything. He just nodded and said to her, I understand. Seo-an suddenly asked Hyuk Lee, When you find him, will you kill him? He remained silent, saying nothing. His eyes held an indescribable sadness. Seo-an also fell silent, looking at Hyuk Lee with mixed emotions. Someone's footsteps were approaching. It was Shin Jun. He was also heading towards the room where the two were locked. Gakbian saw him and immediately stopped him irritably. Hey, stop right there. He sneered and mocked him. Is that all you can do as an inspector? Gakbian was surprised to hear him say that. The large hole in the ceiling was made by Jae-hun, who had already escaped. After that, he laughed mockingly and left. Still think I'm wrong? Gakbian gritted his teeth, helpless at this moment. Despite being very angry, Shin Jun approached and called, Hoi-an. Baek Hoi-an immediately ran towards him and said, Boss, you're here. Shin Jun immediately ordered, Give me your gun. Baek Hoi-an was scared. He stammered, raising it and handing it to him, not daring to disobey. What? Yes, sir. Shin Jun took the gun and immediately walked over to Seo-an, cocking it and pointing it directly at her head. He said coldly, My name is Jun Shin. Seo-an stared at him. He continued, You've lived long enough. She didn't flinch as she looked at that evil man. He said bluntly, Do you have any last words? Seo-an calmly replied, I've already become a monster. What more can I say? She gritted her teeth and ordered him, Shoot. Shin Jun was surprised and stared at her. Then he smiled mockingly and exclaimed, Compared to these weaklings here, you're quite tough. Sang-soo screamed in fear, Wait. She immediately went towards Shin Jun. He gave her a terrifying glance and threatened, Kid, what do you want? Sang-soo stammered, explaining, Let me do it. I promised her. I promised Auntie Seo and that I would be the one to send her off. He frowned and said coldly, So you want me to give you this gun? Then he turned away and sighed. Without hesitation, he cruelly pulled the trigger and shot Seo-an. Sang-soo and Sang-soo's friend trembled in horror, not daring to move. Shin Jun turned back and said calmly, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Seeing Seo-an shot down right before their eyes, everyone was shocked and terrified. Seo-an lay slumped on the floor, screaming in agony. At this moment, in the apartment building's parking lot, Han Dusik suddenly looked up at the ceiling. Feeling confused by the sound he just heard, he said, What the hell? Was that a gunshot? Suddenly, a stranger approached him. It was Seo Gap-su, who came over and asked Han Dusik, "Hey old man, are you the amazing inventor everyone talks about?" The old man looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "I've never seen you here before, so you must be from the new group that just came in." Huh. Also told him, "Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You should go get an energy drink, kid." Seo Gap-su smiled and replied naturally, "Thank you for your concern, old man." But unexpectedly, he recognized them and asked him coldly, "You guys just fired a gun, didn't you?" Seo Gap-su calmly replied, "So what if we did?" The old man was angry. "Who did you shoot?" He smirked. His grotesque face said without hesitation, "A monster, obviously." He stiffened, extremely angry. Immediately, he picked up his staff. It's his homemade gun. He raised it and said, "You think you're the only ones with guns?" Seo Gap-su was very surprised. The old man trembled as he pointed his homemade gun at him and shouted, "I never thought I'd point a gun at anyone." Upstairs in the apartment building, the sound of pitiful crying was incessant. Kang-soo hugged Seo's corpse and cried. Everyone stood around, unable to believe what had happened. Eun angrily turned towards Shin-jun, who was walking away. She furiously raised her fist and lunged at him. Bastard! He didn't dodge at all, standing still and letting her punch him directly in the face. However, the punch had no effect on him. He didn't move an inch and even glared at Eun. She had tears in her eyes, enraged. She stared at him. He immediately raised his gun. She had no choice but to step back. Quickly, a hand grabbed his arm tightly and stopped him. It was Gukbian. He held him tightly and said, "Haven't you caused enough trouble?" Shin-jun turned his head and said irritably to him, "You're getting a little too close." Gukbian glared at him. And quick as an arrow, both immediately launched their attacks. Both threw powerful punches at each other's faces instantly. Gukbian took his punch. Shin-jun also took a bloody hit. After that, both of them retreated backward. Everyone was stunned, watching the two of them fight like that, not daring to intervene. Shin-jun began to get excited and challenged. "So what now?" Gukbian looked at him with rage. Shin-jun turned and handed the gun to Baek Hoyeon. He immediately said, "Boss, just shoot him once. He can't do anything." But Shin-jun replied smugly, "I don't need a gun." Looked at Gukbian and said triumphantly, "I've always wanted to crush this bastard myself." Everyone was scared. They huddled in a corner, not daring to resist. Yuri trembled, looking at them. Hyuklee quickly shouted, "Yuri, put on your headphones." She flinched and turned around, looking at Hyuklee in confusion. "What?" He still urged. "Now!" He shouted in fear. The monsters might have been attracted by the gunshots. The others heard that and panicked. Kim Hwin-so adjusted his headphones to listen. Hyuklee's voice still urged quickly, "Hurry!" A terrifying thudding sound echoed. The elevator nearby shook. The elevator door was warped and violently slammed. Yuri put on her headphones. Everyone immediately stood still, not daring to move. Suddenly, Yuri quickly shouted, "Careful! Something's coming!" Baek Hoyeon immediately stepped forward aggressively. The elevator was smashed, violently destroyed from the inside. Something sharp pried open the elevator door to crawl out. It was a spider-like monster. It groaned, "Save me!" Hyun stood nearby, whispering in fear, "No!" Baek Hoyeon held the gun, trembling, and pointed it directly at the monster. "Damn it!" However, Hyuklee immediately held his gun back. Baek Hoyeon turned around, furious and confused, saying, "What the hell are you doing, kid?" Hyuklee shouted, "Don't shoot! I warned you." He warned that he would attract all the monsters here. At this very moment, everyone screamed in fear and quickly ran for their lives. Shin-jun watched them, mocking, "Look at those idiots run like scared rats, and they dare to call me a sadist." The monster charged wildly towards Shin-jun and roared, "I am alive!" But at this very moment, another monster tentacle suddenly grabbed that monster tightly. The monster was suddenly squeezed so tightly it couldn't move. His eyes darted around. Gukbian was surprised, not understanding who it was. He turned and saw Jo Yuri, also a mutated monster, trying to stop it. Hyuklee and Gukbian were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Yuri and Eun also didn't understand what was happening. Chu Yoon stared at him in astonishment. Jo Yuri shouted loudly at this moment, "Everyone, run!" Recalling when he himself was attacked by Jo Yuri, Hyun-soo sat alone pondering for a long time. Never expected that he wasn't the only one so different. There were others like him. But there was one thing that puzzled him greatly. But how can he completely control the monster like that? Suddenly, a sound echoed, interrupting his thoughts at this moment, making him jump. Hyun-soo was suddenly stunned, not understanding what was happening. He quickly stood up in alarm. What is it? Was that a gunshot? It was too sudden. Hyun-soo was extremely worried. Without hesitation, he quickly grabbed his belongings and rushed out. Hyun-soo opened the door, checking where the sound came from. Focused, glancing around to determine the direction of the sound. Where did that sound come from? The first floor. But suddenly, he remembered Baek Hoi-on had a gun in his hand. At the moment, a terrifying sound also echoed from the elevator.
Hyun-soo froze, looking.
Screams echoed everywhere. He didn't understand what was happening.
Ah, Hyun-soo's
stunned eyes were filled with extreme worry. Suddenly, a door near him was repeatedly slammed hard. Hyun-soo glanced at the door, not understanding what was happening. The door seemed unable to hold much longer. Could be blown open at any moment. The spider-like monster charged wildly towards Shin-jun, roaring, "I am alive!" But at this very moment, Jo Yuri controlled his mutation ability and squeezed the monster tightly. The monster was stopped and couldn't move. Gukpian was surprised and turned to look at him. Never expected that he, like Hyun-soo, had such mutation abilities. Jo Yuri shouted loudly, "Everyone, run!" As he spoke, he used his strength to pull the monster back. He gained momentum and threw it hard, making it slam directly into the wall. Lee was astonished, stunned by what had just happened. Wait! So that person... Jo Yuri gritted his teeth, using his strength to take down the monster. Is he half human, half monster? His mutation ability was truly unexpected. He could control and create sharp spikes growing from the tentacles to pierce the monster. Jo Yuri still felt uneasy looking at the monster. Although it had been attacked and seriously injured, it was not completely defeated yet. Suddenly, the monster could burn Jo Yuri's tentacles and groaned, "I will live!" Unexpectedly, the monster counterattacked. He endured the pain. However, the poison it released was too strong. Jo Yuri immediately pulled his hand back and screamed in pain. Shin-jun looked back in surprise. "What the hell?" Jo Yuri explained in pain. "This bastard did something to me." Shin-jun was surprised and quickly rushed forward. The monster was about to raise its leg to attack Jo Yuri. But Shin-jun arrived just in time and pushed Jo Yuri to the ground, dodging the monster's attack. The monster swung its spiked tentacle to attack them. But luckily, thanks to Shin-jun, they dodged it. He immediately cursed loudly. "What the hell are you doing?" Jo Yuri stammered in fear.
I'm sorry."
He raised his arm, which was burned by the monster. "But my arm, damn it!" But at this moment it continued to attack. It raised its tentacle high, then swung it down hard at the two of them. Luckily, both managed to dodge the attack in time. Shin-jun shouted in alarm, "Hey, where's the gasoline? We need gasoline." Lim Huin-so heard that and quickly ran over. "I'm bringing it. Coming, boss." However, the monster glanced back, noticing Lim Huin-so. Feeling that it was targeting him, Lim Huin-so trembled in fear and froze. The monster suddenly stopped and stared, turned its head, and groaned, "Gasoline." Meanwhile, Hyun-soo was standing. He was still staring at that door. From inside, the door was slammed hard, banging. It wouldn't be long before it was blown open. In just a moment, the door was broken, and a grotesque arm reached out. Another monster appeared.
Hyun-soo
stared at it, stunned. The tall monster slowly stepped out. It looked truly bizarre with a human face on its body. It looked at Hyun-soo and even said, "Look at me." He stared at it, frozen. What the hell? The room where Seo-an was shot. At the moment, everyone was oblivious to another strange sound approaching. Sound came from the hole in the ceiling. Horrible strange liquid dripped from that hole. It then dripped more. Another monster was approaching. The liquid flowed down more and more, pouring heavily. That monster was quite strong, injuring Jo Yuri's hand. At this moment, Shin-jun quickly shouted, "Hey, where's the gasoline? Throw me the gasoline bottle." Lim Huin-so heard that and quickly complied. "Wait a moment, boss. I'll be right there." Unexpectedly, the monster glanced, paying attention to Lim Huin-so. Sensing it was targeting him, Lim Huin-so was scared and froze. The monster continuously groaned, "Gasoline." He was scared, frantically searching. Lim Huin-so held the gasoline in his hand, trembling uncontrollably. "Damn it!" The monster quickly charged at him. Shin-jun cursed loudly, "Hey, what the hell is taking so long?" This moment, Jo Yuri was trying to heal himself. Just a little more. Lim Huin-so was scared and flustered, so he shouted, "Damn it, I'm gonna die." But Gukpian ran over, blocking the monster that was charging at Lim Huin-so. Yuri shouted worriedly, "Guk!" He took the sword in his hand, and raised it high to strike the monster. He slashed directly at the monster's head. October 25th. Nothing had happened. The screen would be filled with cheers and shouts from the audience. Hyun-soo would also be among those sitting there, joyful and satisfied. After watching a favorite movie, he would be extremely excited about life at this moment. Hands would be typing rapidly on the keyboard, continuously. So today I went to see the final part of the movie. But at this moment, Hyun-soo was encountering a bizarre monster. He was so worried that he was sweating all over. The monster was larger and more grotesque than he imagined. Hyun-soo stared at it, his face pale with fear. Damn! The two-faced monster also stared at him and groaned. Look! At me! He kept moving closer to him, making Hyun-soo slowly back away.
Hyun-soo's trembling footsteps slowly retreated.
He still tried to stammer. Today, I have been reborn. Hyun-soo tried to grit his teeth and said, I don't want to die. The monster had gotten closer to him. It bent down and asked bizarrely, How do I look? Hyun-soo looked at it, confused. It continued to widen its eyes and growled, Do I look handsome? At this moment, Hyun-soo hesitated, looking at it. What? It moved closer to him. Hyun-soo trembled in fear and wondered, This monster. What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, it stopped. Its eyes opened wider. Then its face crumpled and frowned, showing disappointment as it groaned. A monster! He looked at it in horror. The monster's face, furious and frantic, leaned close to him. Hyun-soo was scared, not knowing what to do next. But at this moment, he started trembling uncontrollably. He clutched his throbbing head and groaned. A severe headache made Hyun-soo unable to bear it, and he screamed loudly. Immediately, he stumbled and retreated backward. Hyun-soo's whole body suddenly trembled non-stop, making him breathe heavily. The headache seemed to have stopped. He didn't know what had just happened to him. What was that just now? Hyun-soo gritted his teeth, pondering. My head feels like it's going to explode. Looked directly at the bizarre monster. The headache continued. Hyun-soo trembled in pain. The monster still stood there, observing him. Damn it! The monster changed back to normal, as if also curious about him. Hyun-soo clutched his head, but still didn't dare to let his guard down, observing the monster. Then, suddenly, he returned to normal, confused. Huh! Hyun-soo looked at his hand and wondered. The headache? It's gone. The monster moved closer to him. He looked up at it. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. Then pondered. What the hell is wrong with this abomination? Suddenly, at this moment, he remembered. Wait, I'm on the 3rd floor. Before, this floor was a safe zone. He now paid more attention to observing the monster. What is a monster doing in room 305? Could this be related to the chaos on the lower floors? And this face?
Hyun-soo calmly
pondered more clearly about this monster. There's something quite familiar. Ah, that green hair. At this moment, he remembered it was him, Jae-hun. Now he had guessed who this monster was. Ah! He continued to ask him, How do I look? He hesitated and said, Wait, you! It widened its eyes and asked him, Do I look handsome? Hyun-soo tried to remain calm in front of it. He immediately said, You're very handsome. Hearing that, the monster's face became more normal, no longer scary. Hyun-soo continued to smile and say, Extremely handsome, really? Unexpectedly, the monster's eyes became sparkling and happy. Even gave him a very friendly smile. Hyun-soo swallowed, feeling better. His hands were still trembling uncontrollably. But the monster still smiled brightly and walked past him. It had no intention of attacking him and just walked away. Hyun-soo was surprised and watched it. However, he was still very wary of that monster. Hyun-soo raised his weapon towards the monster and thought to himself, I think. He immediately thought, as long as I say what it wants to hear, it won't be a threat anymore. Perhaps now is the best time to eliminate it. But he didn't move to destroy the monster as he had thought. He was still hesitant. Hyun-soo suddenly remembered when he hadn't turned into a monster. When he first met Jae-hun. Excuse me. He met and asked him, If I want to get things from the storage room, who can I ask? Jae-hun gently replied, Ask the doctor.
Hyun-soo obediently replied, Ah, yes.
Thank you. At this moment, he shyly asked him, Hey, you're Hyun, right? Hyun-soo timidly nodded, looking at him. But Jae-hun was very concerned and comforted him. Don't mind what Kim Suk says. He's always like that. Yes, sir. Hyun-soo hesitated, looking at him in his monster form at this moment. Trembled and felt heartbroken. His hand pointed his weapon at its back at this moment. He felt truly uncomfortable. Even though they weren't close friends, The image of his gentle self appeared at this moment, making him unable to strike. However, Hyun-soo sadly thought of Jae-hun. He was human too. Just a moment ago, the monster suddenly turned its head and looked back. Hyun-soo was stunned to see that. The monster suddenly turned back to him. It still had the same gaze as before. It continued to ask him the same question. How do I look? He looked at it in surprise. The monster continued to ask him, do I look handsome? He stood there waiting for his answer. Hyun-soo had no choice but to reply, well, I already told you. You look super handsome. The monster heard that and its face became extremely bright with joy. Then it turned its back and left again. Hyun-soo watched it, confused. He didn't know what to do now. After a while of calming down, he took a deep breath and decided, all right. Finally, he also turned around and left. He doesn't seem like a threat at all. Now then. He then pondered, I'll go inform everyone and, how do I look? Unexpectedly, he appeared right behind him, staring. And only those questions were repeated. Do I look handsome? He looked at it, a little confused, not knowing what to do. Feeling that the monster posed no danger, Hyun-soo decided to leave. He doesn't seem like a threat at all. Now then. He walked and thought, I'll go inform everyone and, how do I look? Unexpectedly, the monster had been standing behind him all along. It continued to ask those bizarre questions. Do I look handsome? Hyun-soo looked. It confused and puzzled. Damn it. His hand holding the weapon trembled. The monster began to growl uncomfortably. I knew it. Hyun-soo looked at it in fear. What now? Looking at that monster, he was scared and trembled. What should he do? At this moment, a transparent object with eyes was intently looking at something. It began to transform into a human shape and bizarrely asked near Seo-in's corpse, do see me? What the hell is taking so long? Just a little more. That strange creature was still staring intently at her. Outside, the shouting and cursing were incredibly loud. Damn it, I'm going to die. Gukbyeon was fighting that monster with a sword. He quickly attacked it. Yuri called out in fear, Gukbyeon. He let out a loud shout and swung his sword. The sword immediately slashed hard into the center of the monster. However, before he could wound it, the monster managed to grab his sword firmly. It used its strength to pull the sword away forcefully. Gukbyeon tried his best to resist it. He couldn't. The sword was snatched away from him. It immediately tossed the sword aside. The sword went flying away just like that. Then it lunged its sharp tentacles toward Gukbyeon. He was so surprised that he didn't have time to dodge. But unexpectedly, a grotesque hand caught that sword. It was Joe Yuri. His face was currently mutated and looked terrifying. He excitedly swung the sword at the monster. Immediately, the sword sliced through half of the monster's legs. The monster roared in pain. Joe Yuri continued to direct that hand toward it. He caught the monster firmly in his palm. Then he slammed it hard against the wall. Shin-jun looked at Joe Yuri's terrifying and excited expression and felt uneasy. He watched anxiously. Damn it. Monster inside Joe Yuri has awakened and taken control. That damn thing has awakened again. Now Joe Yuri used both hands to grip the monster, tossing and slamming it up and down with satisfaction. The monster was nearly shredded. It twitched in its death throes. Yet Joe Yuri continued to grab it. Laughed maniacally. Everyone felt uneasy about Joe Yuri right now. They all felt fearful because of his ruthless appearance. Hyuk Lee and Shin-jun both felt the situation was bad since Joe Yuri had lost control.
Shin-yun immediately remembered.
When Joe Yuri was driving the transport bus for them, he had the same terrifying expression as now. He was driving with insane excitement. Then he shouted uncontrollably. D. The person who rammed the monster outside was actually him. He kept ramming into it repeatedly like that and even screamed crazily.
Fucking D.
Shin-jun, who was next to him in the vehicle, was also terrified, until the monster stopped moving and bled incessantly. At that moment, Shin-jun immediately held him back. He looked at Joe Yuri with fear. It was the same now. He grabbed Joe Yuri's shoulder and said, "Stop it." Joe Yuri's soulless eyes looked at Shin-jun and asked, "Is that an order?" But Shin-jun replied gently, "It's a request." His gaze softened slightly. Joe Yuri released the monster and retracted his arm. Everyone looked at the defeated monster lying mangled on the floor. Hyuk Lee looked at Joe Yuri and thought to himself, "That guy Joe Yuri. It seems he's completely different now." Joe Yuri was still overexcited and said, "Pour gasoline on it. Hurry up, you idiots." Lim Huin-so was annoyed but quickly complied. Dousing the monster with gasoline, he thought, "I've had enough of that goddamn guy." Hyuk Lee turned back and said, burn it. Ah, yes. However, Shin Jun stepped forward and said to Hyuk Lee, step back. Glared and said, we were the ones who killed it. Everyone looked at him in confusion. What? Gukbian looked at him with annoyance, took out a matchbox, lit a fire and said, don't you understand? Shin Jun mocked them smugly. We just saved your lives. The monster was set ablaze. Everyone stood watching it gradually being incinerated. Shin Jun said without hesitation, we will protect you. He even set a condition. However, of course nothing is free. Suddenly, he saw something and stopped. Everyone was surprised and didn't understand. He was stunned. What? Everyone looked in his direction. What the hell? It was Seo-in, still alive, stepping out of the room. Byong-in looked at her in shock. Seo-in was covered in blood with soulless eyes. Seo-in. Everyone looked at her in amazement. Byong-in trembled with emotion, screamed, and intended to move toward her. But Hyuk Lee quickly stopped her. Get back. Gukbian also wondered. What's going on? Has she turned into a monster? Shin Jun immediately denied it. Dead people don't turn into monsters. While saying that, he took the gun from Baek Hoi-on. Hyuk Lee hurriedly tried to stop him. But he coldly said that if she could wake up, he wouldn't mind shooting her again. After finishing his sentence, he immediately fired at Seo-in. Seo-in was shot in the abdomen again. Some kind of green fluid, not blood, flowed out. Hyuk Lee looked on, confused, not knowing what it was. Blood. That's not blood. Seo-in still stood there and whispered, you guys. Then from her mouth, something suddenly moved. Seo-in vomited a transparent, viscous fluid and caught it in her hand. A bullet was vomited out along with that fluid. They were heavily shocked seeing that action just now. Seo-in's eyes widened and that viscous fluid also flowed out as if she were crying. Suddenly, she let out a terrifying roar. Do you see me? They now knew for sure that Seo-in was a monster and were extremely terrified. Shin Jun's group also felt uneasy about this strange monster. Jo Yuri immediately revealed a maniacal, delighted smile. He immediately reached out his mutated hand toward Seo-in. Seo-in was gripped tightly by Jo Yuri and couldn't struggle. Right then, a transparent green liquid lunged out from her mouth. It all rushed out of her body. That strange thing stuck firmly to the ceiling. Seo-in became a corpse again. Jo Yuri watched and felt delighted. That strange thing had no definite shape and looked around. Everyone looked up and observed it. Hyuk Lee immediately pondered. Is that the slime monster Hyun-soo mentioned? Jo Yuri released Seo-in's corpse. Byong-in immediately rushed out to support her. Shin Jun frowned and threatened that thing. Where do you think you're running to? Hyuk Lee suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone, stop. He continued, it won't do anything to us if we don't attack it first. That strange thing still hovered on the ceiling, observing. Everyone was silent and just looked at it. Hyuk Lee thought if what Hyun-soo said is true. That strange thing immediately groaned. You? See? Me? No? Hyuk Lee replied to it. We see you, but hiding in someone else's body isn't cool at all. Hearing him say that, it immediately moved away. Everyone was extremely surprised and watched it. Soo-yoon was still worried and turned to ask Hyuk Lee, it just hid away like that? But it's a monster. Calmly replied that perhaps it used to be a child. Everyone was shocked to hear that. What? Maybe it was playing hide and seek back then. Shin Jun didn't think so. He coldly said, whether it attacks us or not, a monster is still a monster. He gave an order. Hey, Lim Hwin-so shouted. Yes, boss. Shin Jun said with a terrifying face. Chase that thing and burn it. Lim Hwin-so immediately ran after that strange thing. Get out of the way. Sorry. He sprayed gasoline on it without mercy. As soon as it was hit by gasoline, that strange thing immediately fell to the floor. Baek Hoi-on lit a fire and said, sorry. He immediately threw that match at the strange thing. He coldly said, but all monsters must die. The match fell. It immediately burned that thing quickly. At that moment, that strange thing immediately remembered everything. His mother was calling him throughout the house. Min. She searched around once and said, are you hiding? At that time, he was still human, playing hide and seek with his mother in the closet. The boy giggled with delight, but suddenly, he saw something. The boy touched his nose. Blood flowed out profusely. At that moment, the door to his house was pounded repeatedly. His mother looked in shock. Suddenly, a monster broke the door and rushed in. Min, in the closet, saw the blood and was terrified. The boy called his mother.
Mama, I'm bleeding.
However, he was horrified when he looked through the gap in the closet. His mother was stabbed and killed by the monster right in front of him. The boy was stunned. Chaos. That monster. Looked around, searching. Only Min trembled in the closet. The boy was extremely terrified seeing that monster, but then his vision gradually blurred. Out of extreme fear, the boy wet himself. Then after some time, when the city became chaotic from monster attacks. At this time, Hyun-soo was facing the monster transformed from Jae-hun. His hands trembled. That monster still groaned. Tell me. Hyun-soo looked at it in confusion. What the hell is this? Temporary amnesia? He quickly had to praise it. You're very handsome. Truly. Monster immediately laughed with joy. And it turned around and walked away. He had to escape immediately. That monster stopped and realized he was running. Unexpectedly, it even crawled on the ceiling to chase him. Hyun-soo ran away in panic. Damn it! The monster's red, angry face stared intently at him. Hyun-soo looked back in fear. But right then the headache recurred. Immediately clutched his head and collapsed. Not again. The monster stopped and looked at him. Hyun-soo screamed in pain. Stop it. Said stop. You bastard. Like a shockwave. A nosebleed gushed out.
Hyun-soo screamed in agony.
The monster just silently watched him. That moment, he picked up his weapon and let out a loud shout. He immediately stabbed straight into that monster.
Fucking D.
Monster also screamed in pain. Hyun-soo woke up. Monster immediately fell straight to the ground. Hyun-soo still had a headache and trembled uncontrollably. He panted while looking at it. Smoke rose from the monster's body as it shook. Hyun-soo struggled to step on it, accepting that he had to finish it off himself. On the first floor of the building, everyone was gathered here. Shin-jun's group was there as well. Hyuk-lee said nothing, but his mood was quite conflicted. He looked toward Jo Yuri and thought, he has completely controlled the monster's power. Hyuk-lee pondered. Hyun-soo couldn't even do that. Wait, he... Suddenly, Lim Hwin-so spoke up. All right, listen up. As you can see, we have taken control of this place now. He said smugly. We just took down 2 monsters. The guy proudly claimed. We will be responsible for ensuring the safety of this place. Bai Ongin heard that and was immediately annoyed. Safety? He said angrily. You just shot Seo-in dead. She didn't deserve that. She has suffered enough. Lim Hwin-so even pretended. Isn't that all of us? Bai Ongin was stunned. What? He said. Here we don't even have electricity, and food will only last a few days. He turned toward Hyuk-lee and intentionally said, right, kid leader? Hyuk-lee helplessly replied, that's right. Jiun was worried. Oh my god, is that really true? Yuri immediately asked Gukbian. Gukbian, did you know about that too? They boasted proudly. We have a bus, food, and even... Lim Hwin-so said confidently, a generator too. Everyone at this moment didn't dare to resist. He even laughed provocatively. Anyone who doesn't need our help is free to leave. Hyuk-lee quickly asked. Wait. He stepped toward him and asked. Free to leave? You talk as if you own this place. Lim Hwin-so still confidently asserted. I don't think you need food, water, and electricity to survive, do you? Lee couldn't say anything more in this situation. Lim Hwin-so walked close to him, patted his shoulder, and mocked him. Shut that mouth of yours, you little shit. Hyuk-lee tried to endure the humiliation. He continued to promise. No electricity. Means we can't charge phones. And what do you think happens if we don't have phones to identify monsters? Thanks for watching the video. Even lectured everyone. Want to know why with just that tiny damn fence over there, you could still live this long? Laughed mockingly. Because you were too lucky. Everyone struggled with their arrogance. Pulled a pen from his pocket and drew a line on the floor. Now, whoever wants to stay with us, line up here. Everyone was silent for a long time. The 2 poor sisters. Soo Young.
I'm scared.
Yuri was annoyed and unwilling. There must be another way. Ongin got angry and mocked. Who would want to stay with a bunch of bastards like you? At that moment, Hyun-soo stepped forward. So what is difference? He asked coldly. Everyone looked on in surprise. Jasu-yoon turned and called him.
Hyun-soo.
Hyun-soo went to them. Jasu-yoon immediately asked him. Where have you been? Eun felt something strange and called him.
Broter Hyun-soo.
Hyun-soo stepped past Hyuk-lee and approached them. He stood in front of Jo Yuri and stared at him. Hyun-soo then said, you know that we aren't. You personally killed Jae-hun. He looked at Jo Yuri without showing any emotion and said mockingly, we're no different from them, right? Hyun-soo trembled with anger and looked down. It was the monster transformed from Jae-hun. It had been defeated by him and lay on the floor. He helplessly had to step on him and end that life. Hyun-soo's face was pained and reluctant. I'm sorry. He looked at Jae-hun's appearance and couldn't restrain himself. Damn it. He remembered. At that time, he had encountered him in the restroom. He looked at himself in the mirror and kept reassuring himself. This world will soon return to how it was. I know it. Jae-hun tried to force an optimistic smile. I'll live until then and then I'll become a star. He was always happy, trying to be optimistic in this situation. That's right. When things get worse, we must hope even more. And I will be everyone's hope. He never stopped hoping to live in any circumstance. But I didn't even take better care of my skin. So, will it really work? Hyun-soo felt uneasy and didn't dare to enter. He had to turn and leave. Should I come back later? But now, he was the one who personally ended him. No. At this moment, the monster in Hyun-soo's head kept urging him. Kill the people around you. Yet he still struggled not to let it take over his consciousness. No way. What if the rest of them also turn into monsters? Shut up. You'll get used to it soon. He became frantic and stabbed down repeatedly. His mouth screamed loudly. I said shut up. You damn monster. Hyun-soo approached and asked Jo Yuri. You know that we aren't. He looked at him with disappointed eyes. We're no different from them, right? Gukbyeon suddenly spoke. What? Looked at everyone and continued. Every one of us has hit or killed some monster, right? Hyun-soo spoke as his face fell. He said with a sad face. It seems everyone has forgotten. But those monsters were once human too. Everyone was silent and didn't say anything. Shin-jun smiled and looked at him. At this moment, Jisoo-yoon ran to him. Baek Hoi-on immediately said, Hey, if you're gonna stand, get in line. She asked worriedly. Hyun-soo, what's wrong with you?
Hyun-soo está mered.
I killed him. I'm the one who killed. Jisoo-yoon looked at him in surprise. What? At this moment, he could no longer hold back his emotions as tears streamed down Hyun-soo's face. He sobbed. He admitted. I killed him. Jisoo-yoon was stunned to hear that. She hurriedly hugged him to comfort him. Seoin-chan. He cried miserably. I want to forget everything, but I can't. I killed them, with these very hands.
Hyun-soo screamed.
Living human beings. She could only try to reassure him. Stop. Don't be like that. Everyone also looked at him with indescribable feelings. It's okay now. He then called. Jisoo.
Hyun-soo confessed.
I actually planned to commit suicide today. She was panicked. What? Hyun-soo said. But I'm still alive. And I don't want to die anymore. And, honestly, I was very happy. At this moment, Jisoo-yoon had to advise him.
Hyun-soo.
That's enough. Jae-hun turned into a monster. You had no choice. He said through tears. I know. But, Baek Hoi-on looked at him with boredom and said, Hey, you half-monster brat. He said, You can't just cry like a child every time you kill a monster like that. But smirked coldly. That guy is dying, kid. Jisoo-yoon screamed angrily. Shut up. He wasn't just a monster. He was our friend. Shin-jun approached and said, The kid is right. Both of them turned to look at Shin-jun. Continued, In this situation. Then he turned to everyone and said, Our two sides are no different from each other. Sang-soo said angrily to him, Dream on. I would never shoot someone just because they show signs of turning into a monster. Shin-jun looked at Sang-soo and mocked him. Instead, you were the first one to run for your life when they turned into monsters. Sang-soo was embarrassed and couldn't say anything more. Shin-jun continued to lure everyone. Come on, get in line. We'll help you survive. Sang-soo felt extremely guilty for doing that to everyone. Lim Hwin-so promised everyone. We might be criminals, but we won't do anything foolish. Trust us. At this moment, Hyuk Lee immediately spoke up. How can I trust someone who can shoot someone dead without blinking? Lim Hwin-so calmly said. That's what helps you become the leader. Hyuk Lee gritted his teeth in annoyance when he heard him say that. We've met many guys like you. He approached him and provoked. You always act like you're very smart and dangerous, and take that for granted, so you can lead everyone here. But in the end, you can't be sure of anything. You can act kind, ruthless, or smart in front of others, but you can't change your own thoughts. Hyuk Lee immediately retorted. I've tried my best to make the most rational decisions, to create opportunities. But he mocked. You're just acting. He smirked and mocked Hyuk Lee. You're just a kid whose mouth still smells of milk. Baek Hoi-on looked at Jisoo-yoon and asked, Do you plan to stay here and be a babysitter? She was angry and annoyed with him. Jisoo-yoon immediately turned and walked toward everyone. But when she turned her head, she suddenly called.
Hyun-soo.
Hyun-soo just stood there silently, avoiding her. Jisoo-yoon was stunned. Next was Byong-in. She was also slowly walking toward them. Jisoo-yoon hurriedly called. Byong-in. She immediately replied. They're right. We need them. Just like that, she watched her move toward them. Jisoo-yoon continued to call. Sang-soo. He walked away sadly. I'm sorry. I just wanted to help. She watched in shock as everyone made that decision. Can't go on like this forever. Jasu Yoon stammered and pleaded. But, wait, she saw almost everyone choosing to go toward them. Can everyone still accept this? Are you serious? At this moment, almost everyone had gone over there. Baek Hoi On immediately pulled out his gun. All right. He looked at the remaining people and smiled smugly. Now, are you guys ready to make a deal? At this moment, down in the parking basement, unexpectedly, Seo Gap-soo was grabbing Han Du-sik's neck, lifting him high and choking him. He even laughed maniacally and smugly. Shooting people isn't easy, old man. Han Du-sik cursed him angrily. Damn it. If my leg still worked, I would definitely crush a dog like you. Seo Gap-soo glared and said, the boss told me to let you live, old man. But I'm a very unpredictable guy. Saying that, he choked the old man even more, making him almost suffocate, while he stood watching with satisfaction. Han Du-sik cursed him angrily. Damn it. If my leg were still here, you'd get what's coming to you. Seo Gap-soo glared and said, the boss said I have to let you live. But I'm an unpredictable person. Right then, a wooden stick hit his head hard. Han Du-sik was saved in an instant. It was by Ong In. Luckily she had come to the rescue in time. Are you okay? After that, she immediately helped him up. Thank you. Old man panted and immediately asked her. Yeah. But what are you doing here? Ong In trembled and told him. We're in big trouble. Those thugs are trying to steal this place from us. The old man was panicked. What? At this moment, Shin Jun and Hyuk Lee sat facing each other to negotiate. From now on, we will keep an eye on those with signs of monsterization, and those who have already monsterized, looked and threatened, and send them all to the afterlife. Hyuk Lee angrily protested. They have signs of monsterization. It doesn't mean they will definitely turn into monsters. Like Hyun Soo, and even the guy with you guys. But Shin Jun asserted firmly. Not everyone can do that. Hyuk Lee negotiated with him. Then we just need to expel them. Lim Huin So even said, you're joking, monsters must be killed. He said without hesitation. If we release a monster, it means someone will be killed. Are you stupid, kid? Hearing that, both Hyuk Lee and Gukbian were silent and couldn't say anything. Shin Jun then asked, how many more are in this building? Hyuk Lee replied, we still haven't determined specifically.
Shin Yun mocked.
You don't even know that? Gukbian then spoke up. That's right. We don't know how many survivors are left, or how many monsters there are. Directly confronting monsters in such a limited space is no different from suicide. Shin Jun looked at Hyuk Lee and said, hey, kid, he exclaimed. I don't like you, but I have to admit you're very smart. Lim Huin So chimed in. Yeah, that's right. Hyuk Lee smirked and replied to them. Playing the protagonist now, are we? I don't dare to thank you.
Shin Yun immediately speculated.
You already have a plan, right? Hyuk Lee sighed and said to him, so what do you guys plan to do? Gukbian looked at Hyuk Lee and found it confusing. He continued, so are you going to sit there and watch everyone go to their deaths? Without us, who would still be alive now? Gukbian recounted. As you can see, we planned to escape, but it failed. Shin Jun smiled and mocked him. Yeah, that was a damn plan. But Inspector Gukbian, smart people won't have just one plan. Both of them were silent and said nothing. Tried hard to persuade. Now we're in the same boat. If you have any ideas, speak up. He kept urging him. Come on, speak up. What's your next step? At this moment, Hyun Soo was sitting in the corner of the room. The electric spear. Mr. Du-sik must have fixed it. Hyun Soo sat turning into a corner and nodded. Hyuk Lee looked at him, sighed, and said, I know. Hyun Soo then recounted. That's the name of the spear that the Knight Rian in the movie Maria, the Protector, uses. I like it a lot. Hyuk Lee heard that and was very unfamiliar, saying, suddenly you're talking a lot. When will the electric spear appear again in the movie? Hyun Soo heard that and was extremely embarrassed. After that, both of them said exactly the same thing. Episode 5. Rian. The silly knight on horseback. Finding someone with the same interest, both of them looked at each other with emotion. Hyuk Lee asked further, what are those pieces of cloth for? Ah, those.
Hyun Soo recounted.
Soo Young's father tried to use them to escape the building. It backfired. Hyuk Lee then said, did he fall?
Hyun Soo nodded.
Yeah. That strange stalking monster shocked him and made him fall. Hyuk Lee remembered and said, ah, is that the one with one eye? Hyun Soo said nothing. Suddenly he turned and asked, by the way, are you, Crew? Hyuk Lee was a bit puzzled. Hyun Soo looked at Hyuk Lee then turned his head back. Never mind. Hyuk Lee sighed, whatever, fine. Left the room. However, he still looked back at that rope. Shin Jun slammed the table and said, get it. We'll find our own way. Baek Hoi On. Then Baek Hoi On pointed his gun and threatened them. You too. Follow me. Hyuk Lee and Gukbian had to follow them. This moment, Shinjun turned and asked, why the hell hasn't Seo Gap-soo brought that old man back yet? Lim Huin-so shook his head, also wondering. At this moment, down in the basement, Seo Gap-soo was being tied to a pillar. Ong-in suddenly asked, what is that? Han Du-sik looked at it and replied, the ultimate weapon. She was surprised and confused. Ultimate weapon? The old man was worried. We can't let it fall into the hands of those bastards. He thought, we'll hide it somewhere. However, before they could hide it, Shinjun pushed the door and walked in. They looked at Seo Gap-soo being tied up and said, why are you two treating our boy like that?
Han Du-sik replied.
He's a rude bastard. Han Du-sik wasn't afraid at all as he faced them. Ji-soo-yoon was worried and asked, have you seen Hyun-soo? Suddenly leaned close to Ji-yeon and asked, what? What do you mean? Ji-soo-yoon continued,
Hyun-soo.
I've been looking for him but can't find him anywhere. Suddenly, Ji-yeon ran away in fear. Don't talk to me. We're on different sides now. Ji-soo-yoon was stunned to hear that. Different sides. Sang-soo explained uneasily. Jun said we're not allowed to talk to you guys. She said angrily, what? Are you serious, uncle? If Hyun-soo goes upstairs, please tell me. Sang-soo continued, those bastards also caught Hyuk Lee and Gukbian and isolated them. Now we have to listen to whatever they say. She was extremely angry to hear that. Damn it. Sang-soo could only sigh helplessly. Finally, he said, Hyun-soo went upstairs with that half-monster guy. He also recounted, the two of them will eliminate the remaining monsters in this building. Hearing that, Ji-soo-yoon said nothing but picked up her stick and pointed it at Sang-soo. He asked angrily, why did everyone choose Hyun-soo? He said in fear, Ji-soo-yoon. At this moment, she was furious and shouted loudly, go, lead me there immediately. If not, I'll smash your face in. At this moment, both Jo Yuri and Hyun-soo were searching for the remaining monsters in the apartment. Jo Yuri's face was happy and unusual. He began to laugh with strange delight. This is locked. I'll break it. Hyun-soo asked uneasily, are you serious? After that, he turned his head and looked at him strangely. There are only two of us. Will the plan to have one person lure monsters work? After saying that, he laughed like a pervert and said, of course, I'm very lucky. Hyun-soo looked on with great concern. Yuri was still delighted. Don't worry, there won't be any problem going with me, he asked. You seem to enjoy this too much, don't you? He said happily. Of course. It feels like being a superhero, although I think I'm more of an anti-hero. Hyun-soo was shocked. You think this is fun? He couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly. Don't you have any conscience? Those monsters were all once human. But Jo Yuri calmly said, you're such a hypocrite. He pointed at him and said, have you ever had an acquaintance killed by a monster? Maybe that's why you're so kind to monsters. Shouted and retorted. Of course, we also have losses. Hun, Seoin and Hyun-soo thought back to Young-soo's father and was extremely pained. Annoyed. Jo Yuri saw that and didn't respond further. He just silently looked at him. Then Jo Yuri asked, and what? Hyun-soo stammered and replied, it's just, I know they turned into monsters, but, unexpectedly, he looked at him with strange eyes. You mean there are still monsters around here? He was startled and afraid. He immediately explained, no, that's not what I meant. He gradually approached him and immediately grabbed his neck, lifting him high against the wall. Hyun-soo struggled, unable to breathe. Want to die, don't you? Speak. Are there any monsters around? Where are they? Hyun-soo tried to stammer. I won't say. After that, he prepared to mutate his arm and said, then I'll have to ask the monster inside you. Hyun-soo saw that and was afraid. What? His hand grew large and squeezed tightly on his neck, making Hyun-soo unable to breathe. At this moment, in an empty space, Hyun-soo stood there, but that face was terrifying. He screamed, no, the monster. Inside, Jo Yuri and Hyun-soo met. Jo Yuri laughed strangely and said, tell me. Hyun-soo was trying hard to resist for himself. Don't say it. The monster in Hyun-soo replied to Jo Yuri. Why should I help you? Jo Yuri immediately replied, because I will make this kid transform. The monster in Hyun-soo smiled with delight. Sounds good. But Hyun-soo tried to escape that consciousness and control his mind. No. However, Jo Yuri laughed loudly and said, a newborn monster. Hyun-soo was stunned. He continued, in apartment 1408. Immediately, he took momentum and kicked hard into his stomach, making him release him and retract his hand. Immediately, he also lunged his weapon to attack him. Hyun-soo was extremely angry. At this moment, he tried not to be afraid and challenged. I dare you to touch her. Hyun-soo held the spear and shouted loudly. Don't you dare touch a single finger of hers.
Yo.
Yuri laughed grotesquely. He was both angry and perverted, looking very dangerous. This expression made Hyun-soo a bit worried and highly alert. He laughed, said, "If it's a monster, it must be eliminated." Hyun-soo held the spear. There was a button on the shaft. He pressed it.
Yo.
Yuri said, "You want to fight me? Fight a monster?" Hyun-soo said nothing and pulled off the headphones he was wearing. His face was extremely tense. Yuri also put his hand away and giggled, saying, "If you can't overcome that pathetic hero thought, then why did you cross that line?" Yuri began to walk over. Hyun-soo was still tense and sweating profusely. He said, "You're right." This sudden statement made Yuri a bit surprised and he stopped. He stared at Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo raised his hand toward Yuri. He didn't understand anything and was still bewildered. Hyun-soo pointed straight at Yuri and shouted, "If it's a monster, it must be eliminated." This
sentence shocked Yuri's nerves.
His eyes widened. He looked like a dried monkey. He gradually turned into a monster. His mutated hand grew large. He shouted angrily, "You bastard!" At this moment in a parking basement, a voice rang out. "Hey,
Seogapsu.
wake up. The hell are you doing?" A young man was waking Seogapsu up. He was unconscious, leaning against a pillar in the parking basement. "Huh?" Seogapsu was suddenly woken up. He opened his eyes wide as if he still hadn't recovered from the shock of something before he passed out. Lim Huin so helped untie him. He just stood up when a man called him.
Seogapsu.
He replied fearfully, "Yes, that was
Shin Yunyo."
He said slowly, "Come here, I need to talk to you." He rubbed his wrists that had just been untied and walked toward him. He said angrily, "I told you to be gentle with this old man, didn't I? Right?" Seogapsu could only stay silent and listen to him. He stammered fearfully, that." After that was a thunderous slap from Shinjun on Seogapsu's face, making his face distorted. Staggering a bit, he weakly collapsed. The thugs around, seeing Shinjun act mercilessly toward a teenager, felt a bit afraid and shrunk back. He smirked and said, "I'm very sorry for his rude actions." One of them asked him, "What do you want from me?" He replied, "It's nothing. I just want to borrow your talent for a bit. By the way, what are those boxes?" He pointed to the boxes in the corner behind them. Those two heard that and were a bit stunned. Their faces were worried and they said, "Nothing." He asked craftily, "Can I take a look?" His expression made this guy feel a bit annoyed. He frowned but was still worried and silent. Elsewhere, Hyun-soo and Yuri were still fighting each other. At this moment, seeing Yuri turn into a monster, Hyun-soo was so tense that he was covered in sweat. Yuri at this moment looked very strange. "I'm telling you, if you don't back off, I'll kill you." Hands cracked repeatedly. "Do you think?" Then he reached out his very large hand toward Hyun-soo, wanting to catch and swallow Hyun-soo. "Can you really kill me?" Hyun-soo dodged to one side and avoided Yuri's blow. Hyun-soo was extremely tense. His eyes were wide and he was sweating a lot. He decided to charge forward, intending to stab Yuri. Yuri was very delighted at this moment. He laughed loudly with a very grotesque face. His smile became more and more perverted. "It won't end with a long-range attack. You bastard." Then Yuri intended to use his remaining hand to catch Hyun-soo.
Yuri contemptuously called Hyun sunnuntai afol.
But suddenly, Hyun-soo changed direction and ran another way, making Yuri very stunned. Yuri opened his eyes wide, not understanding what the hell Hyun-soo was doing. Hyun-soo burst into a nearby room. At this moment, Yuri both didn't understand what he was doing and was angry at not having defeated Hyun-soo yet. He shouted, "Stop!" Then the monster arm of Yuri stretched long into that room. Hyun-soo tried to dodge that arm. That arm punched straight into the wall, making a large hole. He opened his eyes wide. Using all his strength, he stabbed the spear into Yuri's arm, making Yuri scream in terrible pain. He used all his available strength to stab deep into his arm. This blow made Yuri so pained that he felt like he was dying and coming back to life. Pain to the bone. But then he stopped stabbing. He left the spear behind and ran away. He ran outside. Thanks for watching the video. Yuri was still in pain but accompanied by an annoyed expression when seeing Hyun-soo. Immediately rushed over. He jumped up and intended to give Yuri a punch in the face. But Hyun-soo forgot that Yuri had another hand. He giggled and used his other hand, intending to attack Hyun-soo. However, just as he was about to attack, suddenly the hand of Joe Yuri returned to a normal human state. This made Joe Yuri very surprised. Huh? Damn it. You? Voice in the subconscious rang out. The image of Joe Yuri as a small boy standing there. Have you separated from me? And Joe Yuri was given a punch by Hyun-soo with all his force, making Joe Yuri immediately collapse. Shin-jun had arrived and opened that box. The two next to him were observing his every action without daring to say a word. He saw the thing in that box. Then his face was very unpleasant. What the hell is this? Inside were only cloths tied together into a rope. On Hyun-soo's side, at this time, Joe Yuri had returned to normal and woken.
Hyun sunnuntai askit jo Yuri.
Are you okay?
Jo.
Yuri replied gently. Yeah, I'm fine.
Jo.
Yuri had regained consciousness. He said, just a bit more and I would have killed you. Hyun-soo said tensely, you know, killing me isn't an easy thing. This sentence made Joe Yuri a bit surprised and confused. Hyun-soo's eyes were still tense.
Jo Yuri
Smiled understandingly and replied, all right. The two of them sat looking at each other like that. By the way, is it true? What? Is there really a monster that won't attack us? Hyun-soo said worriedly. It's a baby monster. Exactly, it's in an embryonic stage. It won't anything. Joe Yuri heard that and was a bit afraid, not knowing what to say. Then Joe Yuri said seriously, that still sounds very dangerous. Hyun
excitedly spoke loudly in rebuttal.
Really? It won't.
Jo.
Yuri continued, if my bosses knew about this, they'd be very angry. Whenever he sees a monster, he goes crazy. Hyun-soo heard that and asked in shock. Will go crazy? He continued. My boss and Baek Hoi-on lived near each other. He persuaded us to go back. But then, he had to witness the scene of his whole family being slaughtered by monsters. Baek Hoi-on stood before the bloody and tragic scene of his relatives in the house. This made Hyun-soo very shocked. He was silent and couldn't speak.
Jo.
Yuri continued, you know, he's a very rational person. Maybe he didn't kill me because he thought at some point I'd be useful. But if I were just a normal monster, he would have killed me on the spot, regardless of whether I caused any danger or not. Thinking back, I'm also not sure if the fact that there are monsters that don't harm humans means anything. Hyun-soo was silent. His face turned sad.
Yuri slowly asked Hyun sunnuntai vorriidly.
Are you sure? Is that monster completely safe? He stammered. Well, how about this? We'll go to the 14th floor together and you'll wait at the stairs. I'll go check on the monster in apartment 1408 alone. Oh, Yuri asked. What do you think? Hyun-soo was still silent, thinking.
Jo Yuri
Said shyly. That would be fair to me. He still said nothing, just sat there silently pondering. Then he said, you won't pull any tricks, right? If I did, you'd already be dead.
Jo Yuri
replied calmly. Both of them immediately fell into silence. At this moment, in some room, Gukpyeon and Hyuk Lee were being tied up here. Hyuk Lee spoke. First, things don't look good. Do they? Gukpyeon asked back. Do you really have that plan B? But he silent and said nothing. Well, Gukpyeon said a bit crossly. You have to answer. You must have a plan. He sighed. Replied. Actually, only Mr. Dusik knows that plan. Guk. He heard that, smiled faintly, and said, and you didn't bother telling this guy? Hyuk Lee replied.
I'm sorry, uncle.
The old man replied. Fine. You must have your reasons. Hyuk Lee said seriously. It's just a random plan, so I feel quite embarrassed to tell you. Guk. Pien asked curiously. What plan is it? Looking toward the kitchen. Guk. Pien shouted. What? That's also possible? Hyuk Lee said tensely. That's why it's plan B. It's a last resort that we have to do. Gukpyeon thought silently with worry and said, that way is too risky. Both of them didn't know what to say. Uncle Gukpyeon. Hyuk Lee asked. Who is that short guy? Gukpyeon replied. Him? His name is Lim Huin-so, a notorious scammer. He scams anyone if he can, including finance, real estate, trade, or religion. Uncle Gukpyeon. Else, have you killed anyone? Suddenly Hyuk Lee, who was still a teenager, asked such a question. This sentence made Gukpyeon not know how to answer. You mean monsters? Hyuk Lee said frankly. No, a living human. No, never. Gukpyeon replied. Why? He just replied. Nothing. It's just, I think we'll have to kill all those people. This made Guk turn pale. He stared at Hyuk Lee. The stairwell between the 14th and 15th floors. Joe Yuri was standing here. right at the emergency exit stairwell. He carefully looked around. On the other side, in the kitchen area. Have you checked yet? Hyun. Soo was standing in front of a room door. If you don't answer, I'll go in there. Hyun.
Sus shouted.
No, I haven't. You just stand out there. He looked very tense. He focused intensely looking forward. He thought, the bathroom door is still closed. I guess maybe she's still in there. He held the door handle intending to turn it. He said, Co and I kept my promise. He opened the door. His hand was trembling very much. We found young Soo's body and Soo Young's father too. The room door was opened, gradually opened wider. And when it was large enough for light to enter and see everything inside, the scene made Hyun Soo very shocked. Is something wrong? Hyun.
Sus shouted.
What? He was so shocked that his face changed color, as pale as a ghost. What the hell is this? Inside was a monster in the shape of a slimy cocoon, full of blood vessels. Outside, Jo Yuri asked worriedly, damn, what's wrong? Hyun. Soo was so shocked that he could only stand there and look. How? What the hell? Is this? Hurried. Footsteps of Jo Yuri ran over. He burst in and asked, what's wrong? He only saw Hyun Soo just staring into that room. In his hand, Hyun Soo gripped the spear tightly. He turned around. With a face of extreme terror, he said to Jo Yihin, hey, have you ever seen anything like this before? Jo Yihin didn't understand yet and replied, like what? But when he saw the thing inside that room, Jo Yihin was also heavily shocked. He stammered, what the hell is this? Hyun Soo stepped up and pressed his hand against it to listen. That cocoon. Suddenly, his face was shocked again. He was sweating profusely and looked terrified. He said blankly, it's still alive. Kid, get back now. What was Jo Yihin planning to do? Hyun Soo screamed in fear. Wait, you promised me.
Yo.
Yihin was very angry now. But you never said it would look like this, kid. Hyun Soo said, we don't even know what it is yet. He was slapped by Jo Yihin, sent him flying, and crashing into a chair in the living room. The slap wasn't light. It caused him to bleed. He struggled to stand. Jo Yihin shouted, that's exactly why we must eliminate it. He transformed into his monster form again. That long arm. He was about to destroy the cocoon. Hyun Soo screamed until his throat was hoarse. We can't. The hand of Jo Yihin turned into a sharp claw. He intended to stab that cocoon. But suddenly, as Jo Yihin was about to kill it, Hyun Soo also froze. In place, the entire body of Jo Yihin was blocked by something. He couldn't move at all. He was furious, trying with all his might to kill that cocoon. Don't. What? Damn it. But an invisible power made him tremble, unable to strike. Hyun Soo didn't understand. Why? Why is it like this? By now, Jo Yihin was enraged. His eyes began to bloodshot. He was drenched in sweat. He couldn't do anything. Hyun Soo was stunned to see Jo Yihin determined to kill the cocoon. You, son of a bitch. The monster. Is it protecting that cocoon? That monster. Arm seemed to be controlled by someone else. Fine, if that's how you want to play.
Yo Ehun pulled
out an electric drill intending to kill the cocoon with it. But immediately, the monster hand tightened around his neck and twisted it. Very quickly, his head was twisted sideways. He lost consciousness.
Yo Ehun collapsed.
Hyun Soo stood up tremblingly. He asked, hey, are you okay? He asked, urgently in worry. But now Jo Yihin only had weak gasps and breaths left.
Hyun Soo
Jo Yihin up. He looked at the cocoon. What the hell is going on? Thing. What on earth is it? On the other side, when the crate was opened, there were only fabrics tied into ropes.
Shin-yun
pulled the cloth back over. He turned around. Asked the two men, what's the purpose of hiding these ropes? The gaze of Shin-jun was extremely dangerous. He looked to the I think this will be useful. He walked to another side. This made the other man stalled as he went to the car repair tools. There was a metal box leaning against the wall. The man asked Shin-jun, do you like it? Let's see. First, Shin-jun picked it up to look. The two men seemed annoyed now. He shook the box. It's definitely sturdy. If I press this button, will a light come out to blind the monsters or something? There was a lock on this box. The man replied, you're quick. If you like it, you can take it.
Shin-yun left
and replied, but that's not enough. I want you to do more for me. I like that glowing spear or whatever that kid Hyun Soo carries. The man said, sorry, I can't do what you want. I'm out of materials. Shin June said slowly. If you don't do it, that four-eyed kid will die. This sentence made the thug uncomfortable, his face wrinkling up. Just tell me what you're missing and I'll take care of it. Speak freely. See you later, old man. Shin. June said to Lim Huinso, Hey Huinso, wake him up. Yes, boss. Watching them leave, the two thugs could only stare blankly, unable to do anything. The old woman with messy hair said, Those bastards. Can't believe I brought those scumbags back here. Luckily, it seems. Didn't notice. But what are those things? They're just ropes tied together with clothes. It's not what it looks like. Those ropes are 100 meters long. 100 meters? What are you going to use them for? The man opened the box. After rummaging for a while, he pulled out an iron rod. It was an iron hook connected to a 100-meter cloth rope. If the ground has reached its limit, then we'll take to the sky. On the side of Gukpian, he shouted, Are you crazy, kid? Hyuk Lee turned and asked, What? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? We have to kill all the red ones? Are you serious? Hyuk Lee replied, I'm not sure. I just thought of it. Suddenly, Hyuk Lee had a nosebleed. Just now, the blood flowed out more and more. Gukpian froze when he saw Hyuk Lee like that. Hyuk Lee turned and smiled, saying, I have a favor to ask. Don't tell anyone about this. If Un finds out, she'll be devastated. Then he gradually lost consciousness and collapsed. He lay on the ground, his body convulsing. Gukpian shouted, Hey! He shouted even louder. Hey! Hyuk! Hyuk! Guk. Hyeon shouted loudly for Hyuk Lee. Hey! Hey kid! Are you okay? Hyuk! Wake up! Hyuk Lee's nose bled until he passed out. He was bleeding profusely and was no longer conscious. Gukpian saw the situation was bad. Damn it! We're screwed. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door, along with the voices of things outside. This made Gukpian very annoyed. What the hell is making that noise? Kaiyun-su, staring at the cocoon without taking his eyes off it. He realized with a chill, Damn. Thing. What the hell is it? He was terrified, as a voice kept echoing in his thoughts. What is this? What could be inside? Why would the monsters want to protect it? From inside the cocoon, a slender hand like a demon's crawled out. It was quite similar to Zhou Yihan's monster hand. Thinking of that, he broke into a cold sweat. He thought, Should I eliminate it? He set Zhou Yihan aside on the sofa. Then he decided whether to destroy it or not. He picked up his spear, intending to strike, but he trembled, in fear, not knowing what was inside. Something was preventing anything from destroying the cocoon. Motherfucker, he spoke tremblingly. No. Who knows what's in there? I must be very careful. The image of Seo and suddenly appeared on the cocoon. At that moment, the silhouette of a girl rushed in. Hyun, are you okay? It was Jisoo Yoon. She shouted, making Hyun-soo so scared he couldn't react. She panted in worry. Hyun-soo said, Jisoo. Jisoo asked, What are you doing? Hyun-soo stammered in reply, Well, what the hell is this? Jisoo saw it and also screamed in horror. The two of them just stood there staring at the cocoon. Hyun-soo turned to Jisoo in worry and asked, What should we do with this thing? She replied calmly, Do we have any other choice? Obviously, we have to destroy it. This made Hyun-soo surprised. What? Hyun-soo said fearfully. But you know clearly this is Seo, and Jisoo replied, It's useless. We have no idea what's inside. Hyun-soo looked at Jisoo helplessly. Jisoo said, Hyun, do you remember what you once said? She continued, You said, What is the difference between us and them? Hyun-soo just remained silent, looking toward Zhou Yihan. It's that we still have compassion and respect. We aren't inhuman monsters like them, who kill everything that moves, whether human or monster. This sentence made Hyun-soo not know what to do. Jisoo continued, Since the day this disaster era began, we've constantly felt guilty. We try to satisfy ourselves with so-called mourning for the deceased. But that mourning itself is a sin. That sense of guilt, like hands catching the rain, or the guilt when we sigh in relief that we're still alive. The three of them stood in the rain with very sad faces. Un sobbed. She looked into the distance and cried. Ayun Suriman silent. Thought, why did Jae-hun die? The image in his memory of Jae-hun lying in a pool of blood. He died protecting Un, an auntie and two. Hyun, thanks for watching the video. Soo replied regretfully. She sacrificed herself to protect me. Jisoo said firmly, That's right. Therefore, we have a responsibility to survive. But, before he could finish, Jisoo pushed him aside. She picked up the drill nearby. This quick action made Hyun-soo very alarmed. She raised the drill, intending to fire it at the cocoon. Water inside sprayed out, hitting the cocoon.
Hyun-soo fearfully stopped Jisoo.
Jisoo, wait. Suddenly, she dropped the drill. Jisoo said sadly, I won't force you to do it. I don't want a kid like you to have any more burdens. As an adult, I will do it. Hyun-soo was shocked. He didn't know what to do. She said to Hyun-soo, give me that spear. Hyun-soo was choked up and couldn't speak. His inner self was in turmoil right now. Jisoo picked up the spear. But there was some kind of power. A spark of lightning flashed from the spear tip. In Jisoo's head, the sentence kept repeating. But you know clearly this is Seoin. Soo couldn't bring herself to stab down. She cursed angrily. Damn it! Damn it!
Hyun-soo sighed awkwardly.
Jisoo, please. Her hand couldn't bring the spear down, kept trembling uncontrollably. Then she put the spear down again. She couldn't stab the cocoon. She cried and trembled. I can't do it. Motherfucker. Hyun-soo also sighed sadly. He said, let's go, Jisoo. We'll go down and inform Hyuk and the others about this. Jisoo only remained silent. He looked at her in worry and called, Jisoo. Jisoo. Soo said bitterly and angrily. They've locked Hyuk up. Both him and Guk. He was stunned. What? Jisoo said. I bet those bastards will kill them soon. This made Hyun-soo as tense as a guitar string. Jo Yihin suddenly woke up and spoke. That's right. The two of them were scared and turned around. And you will be reunited with them soon. Jo Yihin had turned into a grotesque form with no humanity left. He picked up a lighter and threw it down. But, thanks for watching the video. He threw it at that cocoon. The flames began to rise. The cocoon was burning, and it also let out a scream of pain. In the forest, a monster that looked like a frog with bulging eyes appeared. It had a very deformed shape. Many other monsters also appeared with various grotesque forms. They all gathered under the building that contained the cocoon. One by one, all of them were summoned and rushed up to find the one who had destroyed the cocoon. Poi cautiously opened the door. One hand held a gun. His eyes scanned the surroundings carefully. He raised his gun. What was that noise I just heard? Baek Hoi-an asked. Low voice after confirming Hyuk Lee and Gukpyeon were still tied up. Gukpyeon replied calmly. What noise? Hyuk Lee, lying on the ground, also spoke. Hey, hearing strange noises is one of the signs of monsterization, right? Seeing his unusual state, Baek Hoi-an froze for a moment and asked, what's wrong with this brat? Gukpyeon quickly explained. He's just a bit tired. His eyebrows suddenly furrowed. His face showed tension. Baek Hoi-an's finger touched the trigger as if waiting to pull it. In this precarious situation, Gukpyeon spoke to distract him. Do you guys really have to tie us up like this? Let us go. We can't escape anyway. Baek Hoi-an laughed scornfully. That's a sign of trickery. Guk Hoi-an fixed his eyes on him. In his head, he was thinking of something else. He said, ah, hey, I just remembered. Baek Hoi-an couldn't help but be curious. What? Now? Gukpyeon answered with delight. You know what? I used to deal with many brats like you before. He just listened in silence. Gukpyeon continued his story. You guys said this world would end soon, right? You also said I'm no longer a cop, didn't you? The expression of Baek Hoi-an still didn't change. He still held the gun high. Seeing this, Gukpyeon spoke even more enthusiastically. Well, let me tell you, if I'm no longer a cop, then I can completely kill all you bastards. After finishing, he didn't forget to smirk with contempt. Baek Hoi-an only sighed in disappointment. The boss told us everything. You were fired for using excessive force. His words made Gukpyeon feel like he was hit by a spell. He was frozen stiff, not knowing what to say. He recalled his past. He answered frankly, that's right, Gukpyeon. Continued without shame. That guy was a drug smuggler, and I beat him within an inch of his life. But so what? He continued, calmly. Who cares about scum like you? Even your parents don't want anything to do with you. Baek Hoi-an was boiling with rage. If I were tied up, I wouldn't bark like that. Gukpyeon did mockingly. What are you anyway? Just June's dog, wagging your tail all day hoping for a bone. He had officially reached Baek Hoi-an's limit. He kicked Gukpyeon to the ground. Of course, he didn't forget to add some loving words. If you want to die, keep barking. Damn it. Guk Hoi-an didn't stop but continued to laugh mockingly. Look at this. Only a dog would kick a tied-up man like me. Baek Hoi-on tried to swallow his anger. Damn it. Guk. Paeon directly stated his intention. Alright, you just need to untie my hands. You can leave my feet tied. I only need to kick your ass anyway. Seeing him not react, Gukbian continued to attack. What? Scared? You're about to be finished anyway. This is a great chance to settle things with a cop. Isn't it? Baek Hoi-on easily recognized his intention. He sighed again. With tied hands, what do you think you can do to me? Don't be so delusional. Then he put his hand in his pocket and took out a small dagger. Baek Hoi-on didn't hesitate and decisively cut the rope tying his legs. Next were his hands. He spoke calmly. Now we're equal. Guk. Paeon was stunned for 5 seconds. He restarted. His wrist joints that had been tied for a long time. He stood up abruptly, staring at Baek Hoi-on. The attitude of Gukbian toward him had changed. In his head he thought, Baek Hoi-on, an orphan. He became a fighter in high school. He nodded. I bet before becoming Shin Jun's lackey, this guy was pro-level. Now he's just a street thug. But his true nature will never be lost. The past. Appeared. Slowly. Gukbian affirmed firmly, he will never refuse a challenge. Suddenly, Baek Hoi-on looked toward Hyuk Lee. As soon as you fall, I'll give this brat a bullet. Gukbian smirked. I know you're not allowed to do that. That's right. He, thanks for watching the video, replied helplessly. Without beating around the bush, Baek Hoi-on stood up and got into an attack stance. He took a running start and rushed straight ahead. A successful punch landed straight on Gukbian's face. The powerful fist slammed into his jaw. If these were porcelain teeth, they'd be gone. Suddenly, Gukbian turned the tables, pinning Baek Hoi-on against the wall. He tried to resist but couldn't move. Gukbian let go. Baek Hoi-on collapsed from exhaustion. Thanks for watching the video. Lay there panting. Gukbian wiped the blood from his lip and said, no matter how precise your strikes are, it doesn't matter since I'm 20 kilograms heavier than you. Baek Hoi-on groaned unwillingly. You bastard. Gukbian sat down in front of him and raised his fist. Sleep well. Scene change. Hyun-soo was having a conflict with Jo Yi-hin. His eyes widened in anger, the eyeballs filled with red veins. Jo Yi-hin mocked him. What the hell are you sad about? Is this cocoon your lover or something? I knew you thought about doing it too. He spoke while laughing, his mouth widening to his ears. The scene of a man holding a spear appeared. Hyun-soo still gritted his teeth in anger. The expression of Jo Yi-hin changed. Hyun-soo was surprised. Jo Yi-hin quickly took out headphones and said to him, wait, put your headphones on now. Jo Yi-hin and Hyun-soo were both bewildered. Not understanding much, he still took out the headphones to wear. A terrible sound transmitted to his ears, making him unable to stop groaning. Jo Yi-hin called out in worry, Hyun!
Yo.
Yi-hin glanced around, his ears still intently listening to the transmitted sound. This place was gloomy and terrifying from the hallways to the stairs.
Yo.
Yi-hin suddenly banged on the door. Jo Yi-hin was panicked. Only dared to whisper, what are you doing? You'll attract the monsters. Jo Yi-hin, on the contrary, wasn't worried at all. They already know we're here. What? Jisoo and Hyun's faces turned pale, sweat falling. Outside the door, a violent banging sound was already heard.
Yo.
Yi-hin closed his eyes, holding his head in fear. Jo Yi-hin's hand transformed. He said, you two get back. I'll challenge it. Through the headphones, Hyun-soo heard a strange sound that startled him. He quickly stopped him. Wait. Jisoo wondered. Hyun. Now Hyun. Soo was stunned, his voice trembling. Is there another one? The window glass shattered, glass fragments flying everywhere. Hyun-soo turned his head in panic to look. Just as he said, a hideous monster appeared. It had smashed the window and stood tall before the three of them. The monster opened its mouth and jumped straight inside. It extended its 2-meter-long arm to grab Soo-yoon, who was still in shock. She had no way to resist, only able to scream in despair. Hyun shouted in worry. Jisoo! He didn't think much and dropped the weapon in his hand. Using all his strength, he grabbed the monster's limb. Got it! Even though countless sharp thorns pierced through his palms, Hyun-soo still refused to let go. He muttered in pain. I've got it. Don't even think about running. Jisoo-yoon looked at Hyun-soo, deeply moved.
Yo.
Yi-hin, after transforming, headed straight for the main door. He used his claws to scratch the door, then looked through the peephole to observe the situation outside. Having seen what he wanted, Zhou Yihan withdrew his hands, his face showing satisfaction. He kicked the door hard, also kicking the lock next to it. After the door opened, Zhou Yihan stepped outside without fear to observe. He stared thoughtfully in the direction of the blood trail. The light was clear on Zhou Yihan's face. Hyun-soo and Jisoo Yoon inside were still struggling with the monster. He shouted, "Hey, help us! Hurry up!" Hyun-soo was urgent. He was gradually exhausted. In that critical situation, Zhou Yihan only gave a saintly smile. "Take care of yourselves, kid. Truly, in hardship, you know who your friends are." Zhou Yihan dashed away like the wind. Hyun-soo's eyes widened in shock. He cursed, "No! You son of a bitch!" The monster used more and more force to pull Jisoo Yoon away. Despite the pain, Hyun-soo's hands seemed glued to the monster. He struggled with all his might to pull it back. Seeing it was ineffective, he had to use one hand to grab Jisoo Yoon's shoulder. She said, desperately, "Hyun, no." Hyun-soo blamed himself deeply. "I'm not strong enough. I'm too weak to fight this monster," he thought to himself. His face turned purple, but in his head, he still told himself, "I need more strength." Jisoo didn't want to involve Hyun-soo. She had to say, "Stop it, Hyun," but he still didn't want to give up. He held onto her tightly without letting go, making Jisoo Yoon very conflicted. After a moment of thought, she made her final decision. "Thanks for watching the video." Jisoo Yoon gritted her teeth and said each word, "Hyun." His face was distorted beyond recognition as he looked up at her. Jisoo Yoon forced a smile. "Promise me you'll finish the lyrics for me." Hyun-soo was stunned. Before he could react, he was pushed away from her shoulder. He stared in extreme agony. Hyun-soo was panicked. "No." Then he quickly rushed forward, while Jisoo closed her eyes, accepting her fate. "It'll be quick. I'll see Harang soon." Suddenly, she startled and opened her eyes. "Hyun, thanks for watching the video." Soo had grabbed Jisoo's wrist. "Jisoo,
I'm sorry."
saying that, picked up the weapon. "Jisoo, thanks for watching the video." Very alarmed, he directly pressed one end of the weapon against her stomach. He activated the switch. This electrical current was stronger than ever. Jisoo screamed. He also groaned aloud. The monster was about to die. It screamed in pain. Its hand that was clutching her also loosened. The monster fell. It fell freely in the air with a velocity of 10 meters per second squared. Hyun-soo was still conscious and called out in worry, "Jisoo! Jisoo! Wake up!" He was sobbing. "Jisoo! Jisoo!" He kept calling. Seeing no effect, Hyun-soo thought of performing CPR on her. But Jisoo still lay motionless. He bowed his head. Disappointment, looking at her beautiful, motionless face. Hyun-soo cried out Jisoo's name in pain. "Don't die!" As he spoke, he continuously performed first aid. Perhaps the Almighty was moved by his persistence. Thanks for watching the video. Jisoo Yoon woke up, coughing a few times. Hyun-soo couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at Jisoo Yoon without blinking. Seeing that she was still alive, he cried for joy like a child. Jisoo struggled to crawl up. Seeing this, Hyun-soo sighed in relief. "Thank God." Suddenly she spoke. "Hey, I thought you broke all my bones." He laughed, looking quite emotionless. Jisoo felt very confused.
Hyun-soo suddenly
Hugged Jisoo tightly. He glanced at him. He sobbed reproachfully. "Then why did you even come here?" Jisoo still hadn't processed it. When she understood his meaning, she smiled. Jisoo Yoon softly expressed her heart. "Sorry about that." He hugged Jisoo Yoon, his voice scolding. "Then why did you even come here?" She laughed secretly at this childish attitude. She also reached out to hug Hyun-soo, softly comforting him. "Sorry about that." Wind blew through the two of them. That monster was still lurking outside for them. Hyun-soo realized its presence. A chill ran down his spine. He grabbed the sword lying next to him. He looked outside warily. Hyun-soo said, "Jisoo, that damn monster is coming back." Hearing that, her brain also activated defense mode. Her alertness rose to an extreme level. Guk. Hyeon exhaled. He looked at the blood-stained corpse on the floor. Then he approached and rummaged through his pockets. In the man's pocket was a gun and a recorder with headphones attached. He put it in his pocket. Looking at the person right up on the floor, Gukpian couldn't help but feel troubled. "Damn it, what should I do with this kid?" He carried Hyuk Lee on his shoulder, intending to take him away. Suddenly, he mumbled in his sleep, "The bus." Guk. Hyeon was surprised to hear him speak. He asked, Hey, are you awake, kid? Hyuk Lee mumbled again. We have to get the bus. He asked again. The bus. But the response to Gukpian was a long silence. He asked once more, Hey, did you pass out again? Sangsu stood in the hallway, his heart restless. He exhaled and complained softly. What's taking them so long to come down? Suddenly he heard a noise and looked toward the hallway. Ha! Speak of the devil. Gukpian was carrying Hyuk Lee on his shoulder. He was full of questions and couldn't help but ask, How the hell? How did you get out? But he didn't answer, only said gruffly, Move aside, Sangsu. Sangsu slapped his forehead and said helplessly, How the hell does everyone want to go up? First Jisoo, now you. Then suddenly, noticed something. Ha! Looking at a pool of blood that had just dripped onto the floor. Sangsu pondered for a moment. He pointed at it and asked, Whose blood is that? Guk Pion reflexively turned to where Sangsu pointed. He saw bloodstains around in individual drops. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Now Sangsu looked at the other person, a bit panicked. Wait, isn't the person you're carrying Hyuk Lee? What happened to him? He saw him lying motionless and asked, Is the boy unconscious? Now he realized what was happening and exclaimed, Oh my God, the boy's nose, he said, worriedly. It's bleeding. Sangsu looked. Gukpian, sweat pouring out. His eyes looked so cold that it made him shiver. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, looking at the person with a bruised cheek who couldn't sit up. Gukpian smirked. Sorry, brother. Darkness. It looked so cold that it made him shiver. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. A window was pushed open. Someone tried to squeeze through the narrow gap. He jumped down, landing on the roof of the bus. Humph. He slowly climbed down and slipped inside the old bus. He used his phone light to illuminate the pitch-black interior. Gukpian glanced around once. Then he went to the end. The bus shining his flashlight everywhere. He pondered when he saw the supplies. Looking at the cardboard box with only a few items left, Gukpian was surprised. Wait! He took a deep breath as if he couldn't believe his eyes. This is Guk. Pion couldn't help but curse. Damn it! While rummaging through everything, he scolded. Those bastards. Food. Generators. Everything. Gritting his teeth, he said, Was it all just lies? Suddenly, Gukpian noticed something. It was a box. He opened it. He took a breath of cold air. His eyes widened as he looked at it. Plastic box. Containing human flesh. Human flesh mixed into a chaotic mess. Soo-yoon and Hyun-soo were running for their lives. He glanced back. Thanks for watching the video. That monster kept flying toward them. He quickly closed the door tightly. He braced his feet for momentum. The spear in his hand lunged forward, stabbing straight at the door. A loud noise rang out. Then, thanks for watching the video. The other side of the door became silent. Seeing that, he stepped back. Hyun-soo asked, hesitantly, Is it dead? She said, It might still be alive, just because of your stupid action earlier. He slowly stepped back. He breathed hard and said, I've never seen a flying monster before. She also nodded. Me neither, she said. Before it wakes up, we'd better get out of here. Looking at the traces on the floor, Jisoo speculated, These bloodstains on the floor might be from another monster. They followed the blood trail along the hallway, then went up each floor. Jisoo-yoon gritted her teeth, cursing him. That damn bastard dared to abandon us. Hyun-soo also agreed angrily. That's right. Should we chase him? But Jisoo quickly stopped him. No need. Let's go down. He asked in surprise. What? Thanks for watching the video. He said seriously. First, we need to save Hyuk and Guk. Hyun-soo only now realized this. Guk. Han looked at the box. For a moment, he didn't know what expression to make. At that moment, Hyuk Lee's voice rang out. Did you find anything useful there? He turned his head and asked. Are you awake, kid? Gukpian said angrily. It's all a lie. Hyuk Lee didn't understand yet and asked. What? He continued. There's nothing here. No food. No generator. Look, nothing. Absolutely nothing. He was frustrated. Damn it. Guk. Pion shone his flashlight at the thing in front of him and said. And I found some chopped up body parts. Hyuk Lee suppressed his nausea. He continued. There are 5 such cooling crates in total. He cursed loudly. Damn, that's disgusting. Gukpian couldn't believe his eyes. Those bastards. Are they eating other people? Hyuk Lee countered. Not necessarily. These parts are all rotten. He pondered at his words. Hyuk Lee said, now I understand. Even with a half-monster along, things won't be that easy. He didn't understand what he meant. Hyuk Lee explained, every monster has a basic instinct to eat human flesh. Recalling the scene that day, he had thrown a piece of meat into the street. That piece of meat landed on the road, becoming a tasty morsel they aimed for. Hyuk Lee said, they used them as bait. I mean these parts. The two were silent for a long time. Gukpian then remarked, those bastards are even crazier than me. A voice rang out, this is bad. Right now they're trying to take over this building as a base. Hyuk Lee said, but if things go south, looking at the crate, he didn't help but shudder. Our lives will end in these cooling crates. He asked, again, what do you mean if things go south? But Hyuk Lee didn't answer but looked behind the door. He wondered, what's wrong? Hyuk Lee said, get down. He also followed and sat down. Hyuk Lee asked, see that? He didn't understand and answered casually, see what? He pointed into the dark night. In the forest opposite them, from the bushes, figures appeared. They couldn't be seen clearly, but they seemed numerous. Gukpian had seen them. A pack of beasts was starting to appear. He seemed to understand and said, your meaning of things going south? Hyuk Lee said, that's it. In that building, the clicking sound of shoe soles echoed. A young man walked leisurely through each step. He reached the sealed iron gate. Part of it was broken. He said, I don't see any trace of it anymore. Observing everything meticulously, Yihin remarked, well, this hole doesn't seem very big. He tried to slip through the iron bars. He turned the doorknob of a certain room. Slowly opening the door, he looked inside. A flash of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. On the railing, a woman was standing there.
Yo.
Yihin couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed softly, what hell? The woman stood there, the moonlight illuminating her body. She heard a noise and slowly turned her head.
Yo.
Yihin looked at those eyes and couldn't help but swallow hard. Suddenly, from behind him, a shadow loomed. A monster was standing behind him, the old and grotesque building. He wiped the blood from his mouth. He kept cursing those people. Damn bastards. I'll send both of them to their next life. He looked at Sangsu and cursed. Where did those two dogs go? Sangsu held one side of his face. He stammered. What? Who? He grabbed Sangsu's collar and shouted in his face. That damn cop and the four-eyed brat. Who else? Sangsu was so scared he stammered. Well, they, went downstairs. He didn't wait and gave Sangsu a punch. Sangsu fell to the floor from the force. Baek Hoi blamed him. Who allowed you to let them go? Huh? Sangsu weakly said,
I'm sorry.
His scream echoed through the floor.
I'm sorry.
Hyuk Lee said, your meaning of things going south. He pointed outside where the monsters were gathering and said, that's it. They were heading toward them. Gukpian saw this and couldn't help but swear. What the hell? Why are they all gathering here suddenly? Hyuk Lee shook his head. I'm not sure. Blood in the bathroom was a mess on the floor. The monster observed everything. It tried to see if there were people. Then it turned and left. In a silent hallway, a loud noise was made. By a destroyed door. The monsters didn't stop, continuing forward. Gukpian looked at them heading toward the building and said, I don't think they're coming for us. Hyuk Lee agreed. You're right. He carefully observed. Thanks for watching the video. He said to him, they're heading toward the main entrance. Gukpian said, what do we do? Do you think the gate is strong enough to block them? Hyuk Lee shrugged. Hard to say. Suddenly, the objects used to block the gate began to shake. Sangsu looked at it. Huh. Baek Hoi-on's eyes twitched. He said tiredly, oh, damn it. Now what the hell is this? The pack of monsters was trying to break down that gate. Hyuk Lee was helpless. What should we do now? Gukpian had been silent until now. Then he stood up. His hand picked up a cooling crate. Hyuk Lee was confused. What are you planning? He said. If we don't do something, they'll break the barrier. I'll lure them away. He was uncomfortable, not understanding the uncle in front of him. Are you crazy? There are so many monsters out there. They'll tear you apart in seconds. He smiled slightly but was still determined to go toward the door. His gestures and words shone with nobility. I am a man of the people. The light of justice is shining through my heart. He grabbed the hem of his shirt. His voice was full of pleading. Don't go. He sighed. He had to say, if they get through that gate, there'll be no other way. This is the last resort. Hyuk. Lee was still resistant. But I can't let you go like that. Without you, we can't do anything else. He turned back and patted the boy's head to comfort him. Don't say that as if I'll die instantly. I don't die that easily. His voice was a bit unwilling. Auntie and said the same thing. He looked at him somewhat mockingly. So, are you going to back out now? He gripped his shirt even tighter. Hyuk Lee said firmly, no way, Guk. Hyun's voice softened. He said reassuringly, humph, that's fine then. Then he hit him hard once. It was enough for Hyuk Lee to gradually lose consciousness. He left a sentence. See you later, little commander. Then just like that he left. Hyuk Lee couldn't do anything because he was now unconscious. The monster, trying to break the door, shouted a call to them. Hey, you idiots. Hearing the noise, they turned their heads to look. He smirked and said, I have something better here. They didn't believe someone was provoking them. Guk. Payon said mockingly, get in line, boys. They came distorted. Their voices were also strangely intermittent. What are you doing? He remembered. Huh? I don't understand what you're saying. Guk. Payon laughed and smirked. But that's right. It's me. They ran fast toward him. He carried the cooling crate, turned his head, and chase began. He laughed loudly. To provoke them, he reached a turn. Another monster appeared, surprising him. He died. Another one? The monster rolled toward him. Gukpian gritted his teeth. He took momentum and jumped over the fence. He ran toward the edge of the forest. He panted tiredly, looking at them. They kept chasing, curling up. Faster. Thanks for watching the video. Gukpian cursed. Damn, this one is sticking like glue. He didn't stop running, then tripped over something. He stumbled, lost his balance, and fell toward a tree. His back slammed hard. He exhaled in pain. What the hell? Looking at that rock, he looked around. There were several similar rocks around. Sighed. Thanks for watching the video. The old bus. Hyuk Lee had now woken up. Looking at the gun in front of him, he couldn't help but feel troubled. He sighed. I'm truly a failed commander. Looking at that gun, he became even sadder and called his name. Uncle Guk. If you keep wanting to be a hero like that, you'll be killed. He observed carefully, thinking, what the hell are they? Looking at a cocoon. A monster inside was still sleeping soundly. Guk. Payon speculated. This seems to be hatching halfway, so those cocoons will hatch into monsters. He wondered, but why? Suddenly there was noise. He opened the frozen meat crate. Those monsters had arrived here. They stopped and saw meat lying all over the ground. One picked up a leg. Its eyes showed desire. The nut was silent. He looked at them. He praised himself. This was truly a great idea, even though it looks disgusting. Suddenly, the silent cocoon began to move. Those monsters saw the cocoon move and also stopped what they were doing. He was also very surprised. Looking at the destroyed door, he looked at this scene in amazement. He asked them, what happened? Baek Hoyon said, suddenly a bunch of monsters appeared out of nowhere and gathered here. Boss. Shinjun frowned and asked, where are they now? Sangsu quickly replied, Guk lured them away. Shinjun stepped toward Baek Hoyon, his eyes wide and threatening. Guk escaped. Baek Hoyon stepped back in fear, saying each word hesitantly. I'm sorry. He didn't want to, but he had to admit. He's stronger than I thought. Lim Huin so then spoke up. Anyway, he offered a solution to stop the argument. I don't know why all those monsters suddenly appeared, but right now, our top priority is to reinforce that gate. Shinjun heard his words and found them reasonable. He ordered, that's right, go wake everyone up. Lim Huin so ran off as ordered. Yes, boss. Sangsu said to him, right, we can do it if we cooperate. That's how we used to destroy them. Looking at the face with a fierce scar, he tried to soothe Shinjun. If we're separate, there's no chance. We'll go together. While he was still rambling, Shinjun suddenly grabbed his face. He looked straight into Sangsu's eyes. Do you want to be a hero, old man? That strange gaze made Sangsu feel a sense of danger. What? Then without waiting for his agreement, Shinjun twisted his hand. The head of the man, because of that powerful force, twisted completely to one side. His pupils became clouded, rolling back. He fell to the ground, dead instantly. Said to Baek Hoyon, hey, Chop him up and bring the pieces. Then wait for us on the second floor. When the monsters return to the gate, throw the meat out. Choose the window furthest from the gate. Baek Hoi-on, no matter how barbaric he felt the action was, didn't have the courage to question and could only follow orders. Yes, boss. Noise rang out. The sound of footsteps startled both of them. All four people stared at each other. Hyun, Soo and Jisoo were shocked by the scene just now. Shin-jun asked hesitantly, "Did you see it already?" Hyun-soo replied, "That's right. I saw it clearly." Then, Hyun-soo rushed toward him, shouting angrily, "You son of a bitch!" Looked at him furiously. "I'll turn you into a hero too." But his weapon was stopped by him just in time. He reminded him gently, "Know your place, kid." Then he punched him in the stomach very painfully, groaned in pain. While he was struggling, he quickly ran away. Despite the pain, he still struggled to say, "Stop!" He widened his eyes, seeing Jisoo. Subdued by him, unable to contain his emotions, he said blankly, Seeing the spiked bat lying on the ground, he thought of a way to deal with him. He arrogantly provoked, "Want to see me twist this girl like earlier? Then come here." Sue struggled to breathe and cursed him. "Damn it, you coward," he said nonchalantly. "Coward? That brat is a monster. I'm not stupid enough to fight him one-on-one." He gritted his teeth. "Let her go," he smirked. "I'm not crazy, kid." Baek Hoi-on also spoke up in disagreement. "Boss, seems things have gone a bit too far. Taking a woman hostage." Jisoo didn't care about his advice and snapped, "Didn't you hear what I said earlier?" Just as he wanted to continue advising, he exclaimed as if surprised by something. "Ah." Seeing his expression, Jisoo asked back, But each spike on that bat had already caressed his skull before the question could be uttered. He didn't have time to defend. Because of this blow, he fell forward. Jisoo didn't understand what happened and stared at the person who had just helped her. Both Hyun-soo and Baek Hoi-on were also agape in horror at the scene just now. Hyuk-lee said nonchalantly, "Good evening, everyone." He gave bat back to her. His voice was gentle as he advised, "You should take better care of your weapon." Sue couldn't imagine if the person before her was an illusion or not. This strange demeanor she had never seen before. "Hyuk," he quickly said to Hyun-soo. "Hyun, I've thought about that matter." Hearing his name called, he paid attention to Hyuk-lee. He continued, speaking, "Thanks for watching the video. Whether these people are truly human." He looked down meaningfully at the man lying motionless on the ground. "Or if they're monsters." Hyun-soo hesitated upon hearing his words. "Hayek," he called. But Hayek didn't listen. He continued, "I've realized now they're definitely nothing more than monsters." He thrust his hands into his pockets. Looking on like that, Hyun-soo and Baek Hoi-on widened their eyes in shock. Jisoo-yoon was also completely stunned. Hyuk-lee pulled a gun, aiming it toward Shin-jun. He said, "That's why, even if I kill them all, it won't matter, right? Right?" Gukpian was sitting on a tree branch. Couldn't stop praising himself. This idea was just too logical despite being creepy as hell. Suddenly, the cocoon that had been still began to move. Seeing the cocoon moving, the monsters stopped what they were doing. He was also extremely surprised. That cocoon kept twitching as if trying to break open. Another long night folded, leaving hearts restless and uneasy. From beneath the tree where he hid, he climbed down. Looking at the hole in the cocoon from earlier, he stared with a strange expression. His voice stammered, "What the hell?" Looking closely. "That hole again," he continued. "What on earth did I just see?" He quickly
spoke to Hyun-soo.
"Hyun, I've thought about it." Hearing his name, Hyun-soo looked at Hyuk-lee. He continued, "Whether these people are truly human." He looked meaningfully at the man lying motionless. "Or monsters,"
Hyun-soo heard
his words and couldn't help but hesitate. "Hyuk," he said, but Hyuk didn't listen. He went on, "Now I realize they're definitely nothing more than monsters." He put his hands in his pockets. Looking on, both Hyun-soo and Baek Hoi-on widened their eyes in shock. Soo-yoon was also completely stunned. Hyuk-lee pulled out a gun. Aiming it at Shin-jun, he said, "So, it won't matter if I kill them all, right?" He looked on, taking a sharp breath. At this moment, Shin-jun could only curse at him helplessly. "You won't dare pull the trigger, you little brat." Hyuk remembered. He said, "Don't underestimate me." Shin-jun replied, "No, I'm not saying that because I underestimate you." Hyuk found it hard to understand as he looked at him. What is this old man talking about? He continued to provoke. You aren't stupid enough to use that gun and draw all the monsters here. Realizing this, Hyuk Lee fell silent for a moment. Indeed, he had overlooked this detail. Hyuk Lee pursed his lips, angry that he couldn't finish the old man off right then. He remembered that morning. His father had stroked his face, wiping away tears. Dad will be back soon, with a ton of money. Then he left. Hyuk Lee was still just a child then, but he clearly felt that something terrible was about to happen. I don't need money. The man heard that and paused slightly. Hyuk Lee was drenched in tears. He continued, I don't care about the money. Mom died because of it. Even though he hesitated, he still didn't dare to look back. Hyuk Lee continued to cry loudly, pleading, please stay with us. I beg you, Dad. He stole a glance at the two children. Then he quickly turned away in a hurry. His figure grew more distant, further and further away. At this time, at Hyuk Lee's kindergarten, the news board showed an announcement. The former tech CEO, 41-year-old Mr. Lee, just jumped to his death at an apartment complex construction site. Hyuk Lee heard the familiar name and swallowed hard. It was known Mr. Lee had been frantic since his company's bankruptcy 4 years ago. Even his wife had passed away. Once famous as a young intellectual, Mr. Lee's life ended in tragedy. The eyes of an innocent child were now colored by the bitterness of life. Seeing him trembling, Eun asked, Hyuk, what's wrong? Tears rolled down his cheeks. His voice shook. He said he wouldn't be gone long. He said he'd come back. Eun's eyes widened. Another child left without love. Hyuk Lee sighed. His words sounded calm but were patched together from a broken childhood. Adults are always like that, acting like they know everything when they actually don't know a thing. Looking at the gun, still pointed at him, Shin Jun couldn't help but feel anxious. Baek Hoi-an was also terrified. He called out, Boss! Jisoo Yoon also wanted to intervene. Hyuk!
Hyun surimant pensive.
Watching Hyuk Lee, his hands were trembling. Clearly he was still afraid. Hyun-soo finally spoke up. Do you know the final episode of Maria from the Sky? Hyuk found it hard to understand as he looked at him. Even Jisoo Yun's face was full of confusion as she stared at him. Baek Hoi-an also didn't understand what this kid was trying to do. A moment of dead silence followed. Even Shin Jun didn't understand what his words had to do with him. Saying goodbye to the story, Hyun-soo continued, theaters usually get the film reels before the movie is released, right? Hyuk stayed silent, waiting for him continue. Hyun-soo looked at him affectionately. If we can get through this, let's go see it together. Who knows if they'll even have the film reel or not. Hyuk was silent for a while.
Hyun-soo continued.
Aren't you also very curious about how that movie ends? Then he asked Jisoo Yoon, startling her. You'll go too, right? She replied. What? Me? Hyuk Lee growled. Are you high or something? He frowned at him. Hyun-soo also swallowed hard. But contrary to what he thought, Hyuk Lee spoke seriously, despite the mocking tone. Nobody uses film reels anymore, you idiot.
Hyun-soo
realized it too and nodded. They've all switched to digital, haven't they? Shin Jun was helpless against these lunatics. The space fell silent once more, not because of tension, but because no one knew how to say anything more meaningful than this pointless talk. Baek Hoi-an roared angrily. You brats! You think this is a joke? A monster roared, shaking them all. Baek Hoi-an was dragged away by a tentacle, hit by this single attack. He fell unconscious before he could say a word. Eyes widened, unable to believe what happened. Jisoo Yoon screamed in terror. The scream echoed through the night. Her eyes didn't hold a single spark of light. A silent atmosphere hung between the two.
Yuri
Hesitated, guessing to himself, was that a human? But the sound of a monster echoed from deep within. Surprised him greatly, he launched an attack. Along with fragments of the wall, that monster was blown apart. It was thrown toward the base of the stairs. Yuri quickly turned back toward the railing, frowned, looking clearly at the scene before him. That girl from before vanished without a trace. He looked back at the monster, but there was nothing. Yuri couldn't believe his eyes. Was I hallucinating? Gukpian to breath. But I swear that just now it was a human. Baek Hoi-an roared in rage. You little brats! You think this is a joke? Monster roared. He shook them to the core. Baek Hoi-an was dragged away by a tentacle. He only had time to let out a single scream. His body was pierced by something sharp. Gukpian shouted, his voice full of worry, "Hoi on!" Those who had just come down saw the bloody scene and asked, "What the hell is happening here?" The monster pulled out the limb stuck in Hoi on. Losing support, he collapsed to the ground. Shinyun struggled to stand, shouting, "Hoi on!" The three of them couldn't understand. When that monster had even appeared, the monster was trying to squeeze through the iron bars to get inside. A swarm of monsters followed it inside. It had managed to slip in. The defensive nets were torn to shreds by it. Objects also began to shift and move. She screamed in panic, "Those monsters are coming in." Lim Huin so said to him, "Hyun, the gate is being broken." But he stayed silent and said nothing. Hyun Su saw him motionless and called again, "Hyuk, Jisu." Yoon saw him not moving and called, "Hyuk." Hyuk Lee finally spoke up, "Damn it, I can hear that voice. It's asking me what I want. I've never thought about that before. My greatest desire. What is it?"
Hyun sugered.
Strange words and couldn't help but wonder. He grabbed Hyuk Lee's collar and shouted, "Snap out of it." His gaze was fierce and strong. "You're the commander here." As if motivating Hyuk Lee, Hyun Su said, "Whether you turn into a monster or not, you must take responsibility until the end." Hyuk Lee was silent, thinking about those words. Hyuk Lee brushed his hand away, calmly wiping the blood from his face. Hyuk Lee shouted, "I don't know why, but monsters are flooding the building. The first floor has fallen." Jisu Yoon couldn't believe her ears. "What?" he asked. "Hyun, what about the upper floors? Did you run into any monsters?" Hyun Su reported, "There are 2 on the 14th floor." Hyuk Lee curled his lip. The dangerous adventure has begun. Then he heard everyone. "We're all moving up to the 2nd floor." Jisu Yoon said, "Wait, what about our water, gas, and food? We're just leaving it." He said, "Jisu, all the monsters in this area are coming in. We can't stop them all." She hesitated. "No way." But he didn't wait for her to continue and cut her off. "Jisu, take Hyun Su and get Eun and the kids upstairs." But then, Su realized something was wrong. "Wait, where are Eun and the kids?" Hyuk shouted. When she didn't answer, "Please," Hyun Su asked, "What about you?" He said, "I'm going to find Han Dusik." The swarm of monsters was still advancing inside. He pulled them along. "Everyone, get to the 2nd floor." "Wait," Yuri asked, "Where's Gukpian?" Hyuk Lee had to tell the truth. He ran outside to lure the monsters away. He was shocked. "What?" At that moment, Shin Jun grabbed Sangsu's corpse and threw it at them. "Take this." That body slammed into the monsters. Seeing them knocked down, he said with satisfaction, "Damn monsters." Lim Huin so said, "It won't work, boss. With living people around, they won't care about corpses." But he replied, "I have the bus keys." Hearing that, he froze for a second. "Huh." He continued, "You're coming with me, right?" The stairwell echoed with hurried footsteps. In room 405, inside one of the rooms, Seo Gap-soo looked at the girls in the adult magazine and licked his lips. "Damn, they're hot." He looked at it, laughing morbidly. "I can't believe I found this treasure here." He paused for a moment, letting out a breath, complaining, "I can't believe this crap wasted so much of my time." He lost patience and said, "It's been a bit too long." He kicked the door open and stepped. He cursed, "Motherfucker." Suddenly, he noticed something. Looking at it, he couldn't believe it. He cried out in surprise, "Huh!" He widened his eyes. Seeing a girl, he shouted excitedly, "Holy shit, yes, it's a girl." Looking at her, he couldn't believe it. He cried out in surprise, "Huh!" He widened his eyes. Seeing a girl, he shouted excitedly, "Holy shit, is this a girl?" He sneered, "A girl." The old man took off his headphones, his heart racing with joy. Naked. The girl, unaware, kept walking toward him. Seo Gap-soo asked, "Are you a monster? Please say you're not." But she still didn't answer. He continued to ask, "Do you have amnesia?" She looked with innocent eyes and didn't reply. He laughed, showing teeth yellower than the sunset. "Hey, want to have some fun with me?" But he didn't know that behind him was the thing that actually wanted to play. He knocked the girl down. The force was so strong it chipped the wall. He shouted, "Go fast." Yuri said worriedly, "Jian." But those people didn't care and just ran away. Seeing them flee faster than fireflies, Jian couldn't help but curse. "Bastards. Thanks for watching the video." Yuri said, Hurry up, Jian. Let's go. She nodded. Yeah, okay. But something dragged her away. She only had time to let out a single scream. Yuri was horrified. No. A stream of warm blood sprayed out, spreading across the floor in chaos. The other person urged her. Close the door, Yuri. She hesitated. But Jian. Bai Ongin shouted. She's gone. If we don't close the door, we'll end up just like her. Her eyes filled with tears, but there was no other way. She could only close the door. Inside the room, they sat together. Everyone was tense. Dusik couldn't believe his ears. We lost the first floor? Hyuk. Lee nodded. Yes, I don't know why, but the monsters just keep swarming here. If we don't get out soon, we'll be trapped. The man hesitated and asked, do you think the second floor will be safe? He sighed. Losing the second floor is just a matter of time. He speculated. It seems they're pushing us to the higher floors. Hyuk Lee looked at the equipment and said, in that case, we'll have to use it. Looking at the pile of gear, he felt a bit reluctant. Bai Ongin said, since it's come to this, I want to hear everything. He nodded. Fine, I'll tell you the plan. Hyuk Lee explained. The building and the hill behind it are about 800 meters apart, separated by a concrete wall. Dusik built a powerful compressed air launcher. We'll use it to fire a spear with a rope to connect the hill to the rooftop. She's terrified. What? You plan to cross to the hill like that? If the spear misses or the rope snaps, we're all dead. The man added, it'd be a miracle if it didn't miss. The launcher I made can only fire about 60 meters. Even if it hits a tree, I'm not sure if the rope will hold. He continued. That's why it's our last resort. I hope we don't have to use it. But, remembering Jisoo Yun's words, in a world that's like hell, no plan is ever perfect. He repeated those words. In this world, nothing is perfect. She stammered. Even if it works, who's to say that mountain is safe? Hyuk Lee said, I've observed the monsters' behavior. He remembered. Watching the monsters. He had tried to analyze their actions. Hyuk Lee continued. They won't stray too far from their boundaries. Not many people go up that hill. That means it might be a place without monsters. Bai Ongin was surprised. You want to live there? No food, water, or anything. He shook his head. The hill is just a way for us to move around the area safely. Rummaged through something and pulled out a map. He said, before the internet was cut, I photocopied a map of this area. She was amazed. Really? Hyuk handed it to her. Look closely. See the points connecting to the hill. He pointed to a spot and said, see, right here. There's a new apartment complex to the west. There are no tenants there yet. She realized it. That's right. I applied for that place, but it was too expensive. That's why I moved here. The man joked. This is your chance to move in. Lucky, right? He continued. There's also a supermarket to the east. It's not big, but it'll help us survive. She realized, if we succeed, our chances are better than here. Hyuk Lee said bluntly, but as you said, it's dangerous. The failure rate is high. The man agreed. Plus, if there are any flying monsters out there, it's game over. She said, flying monsters? There's no such thing. Hyuk Lee pushed up his glasses. He said flatly, who knows? There might be. On the 11th floor, a pool of blood stained the floor red. The bloodstains looked very fresh. His wrist was pinned down by the monster. He was trembling violently. Seo Gapsu was being devoured by the monster. His eyes lacked life, cold, soulless. Truly, dying for a woman is a chilling death. Also in the restroom, a young girl was trembling, but she still tried to reassure herself. It's okay. If any monster crawls in here, I'll turn it to ash. I can do it. I will do it. In her hand was a bottle of gasoline and a lighter. Suddenly a sound made her startle. The girl trembled as she looked around. Hearing no movement, she let out a soft breath. In the stall next to her, there was something very strange. She raised her guard, thinking to herself, if it opens the door, I'll burn it to a crisp. If it leaves, I'll spare its life. I can do this. I can do it. She got into position, just waiting for the monster to actually burst in. The flame on the lighter was still burning. She couldn't help it. Tears welled up. It's so hot. The door remained still. The girl endured the pain, staring vigilantly at the door. Hyun-soo called. Her name, Un. The familiar voice surprised her. He asked worriedly, are you okay? The brave girl from before was now covered in tears. Sobbing, she called his name, Hyun. She rushed to hug him, burying her tear-streaked face into his chest. He said shyly, "Let's go. The monsters are coming." At storage room, the boy asked anxiously, "Sis, what do we do? The monsters are here." The girl, though equally scared, comforted him. "I don't know. Let's just block the door with boxes for now." The boy shook his head, wanting to go out. "No, we have to go." But she said, "We can't. It's too dangerous. It's best if we wait here for someone." The boy handed her a bag. "What about this? We can use it. This weapon can defeat anything." She looked at it, remembering what Jisoo-yoon had told them before. "Be careful. With this, you can kill any scary monster in one hit." The girl shook her head. "No, Young-soo. It's not a weapon. It's just a guitar." He insisted. But Jisoo said it's a super strong weapon. The girl still denied it. "No, it's not." Young-soo looked and saw she wasn't lying. He asked wide-eyed, "Really?" She also said sadly, "Yeah, it's not." The boy was silent for a moment. Then he bowed his head and cried, sobbing, "I miss Dad." He continued, "I bet if Dad were alive, he'd make all the monsters kneel and beg for mercy." Seeing her brother so sad, she didn't know what to do. Young-soo. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. She was extremely surprised. But the voice from outside reassured her somewhat. "Are you kids still in there?" She called out a name, Jisoo. Then that voice spoke, making her truly happy. "Open the door for me." They heard, "Jisoo, Jisoo." She quickly closed the door, signaling them to be quiet. "Shoo, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" The girl joyfully, "No, we're all fine." Then she suddenly fell silent, staring at the item kids were holding. She asked in surprise, "Why are you holding that?" On 5th floor, Yuri called out, "Byong-in." She stopped her. "Don't go further. We have to meet the others on the 2nd floor." Byong-in lost her cool and said, "Are you kidding? Once they flood the 1st floor, reaching the 2nd is just a matter of time. We have to go as high as possible." Yuri advised, "But the upper floors aren't safe either. Who knows if they're hiding up there?" But she said irritably, "Then fine. I'll go up alone." The two silent for a moment. Yuri stopped arguing and said, "I'm going down to the 2nd floor." Byong-in looked at her with contempt. "Coward." Then she turned away. She rushed up the 7th floor and the 10th floor. She used the light from her phone to navigate the floors. Suddenly she froze. A bloodstain spread beneath her feet. She looked at it in horror. "What the hell? What on earth is this? Is there anywhere safe in this damn building?" She trembled and turned back. "Yuri!" But only a terrifying silence answered her. "Are you really not coming?" Fear made Byong-in do nothing but call for Yuri. Suddenly, the surroundings turned dark, startling her. Her phone showed a low battery warning. Byong-in screamed. She called out, "Yuri!" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed again, reaching her ears. Startled by Byong-in, she slowly turned around. It was Seo Gap-soo, with one arm missing. His eyes were rolled back. His voice was soulless. "It's a girl." The sound of Saul's thudding on the floor was loud. Seo Gap-soo ran with all his might. He climbed the stairs, looking down at his feet. The blood caused his spirit to shatter. The bird monster flew toward him. Its talons slammed into his back with great force, making Seo Gap-soo collapse, unable to resist. He tried to struggle back up. Then he quickly ran away, his mouth pleading incessantly, "Help! Please! Save me!" But no one answered. The monster flew toward him. Seo Gap-soo backed away in fear. "Get lost! Stay away from me!" But fate ended here. A scream echoed through the entire hallway. His hands were pinned down by it. His whole body was motionless. It devoured his arm with relish. His eyes were soulless, rolled back. Now, thanks for watching the video. Showed no signs of life. Suddenly, it realized something. Paused for a moment. Then it stopped picking at his flesh. It stood up and turned to leave, leaving Seo Gap-soo's body behind. Footsteps echoed. Byong-in turned around. The figure stood there with one arm missing. His voice droned. "It's a girl." Byong-in sighed in relief, leaning her hand. "Is it you?" His attitude was very strange. "I want you." She was horrified when she saw man's neck stretching out. The arm that was severed was still bleeding. Reached out. She took a deep breath, gathering all her courage. She pushed Seogapsu away. His body couldn't hold up and fell down. He groaned in pain. Seogapsu screamed in a frenzy, trying to struggle up. Byong-in was extremely surprised and said, "Oh my god, was he a monster all this time?" He laughed madly and said, "Damn it,"
Seogapsu
said calmly. "I only just found out. If the boss knew, I'd be killed instantly." She crouched down, gritting her teeth. "Bastard,"
Seogapsu
shamelessly said. "Hey, can you do me a favor? Since we're dying anyway, let's have one last go." Byong-in shook her head.
No.
"Thanks." He was a bit surprised. "Huh? You know what I was going to ask," she said. "I heard you were a rapist." His eyes seemed to shake at her words. She continued, "I know exactly what one last go means for scum like you." Byong-in strangled him.
Seogapsu struggled to breathe.
"What?" Byong-in said. "This is the golden hour." He couldn't resist. Gaze was malicious. "They say the golden hour is the only chance to kill monsters." Seogapsu's eyes rolled back. He tried to push her away, but Byong-in was unfazed and said, "Die, you bastard." Seogapsu was exhausted, while Byong-in continued to curse him. "Fucking die already." His hand slowly slid down. He fell completely to the ground. He stopped breathing. Seogapsu couldn't believe he could die twice. Because of a woman. She slowly backed away. Only now did she feel fear. Is he dead? Looking back at her own hands, she trembled, stammering, I just killed someone. I killed him." But before she could calm down, a punch landed on her face, sending her glasses flying. Byong-in was shocked. She held her punched cheek and groaned. Seogapsu slowly stood up. He said irritably, "Shut up, you bitch." He unzipped his pants and said, "Since I'm about to turn into a monster." She looked at him in fear and anxiety. He continued, "It'll be exciting to enjoy one last time as a human. With you." She was pinned down by Seogapsu. She resisted.
No.
"Don't," she screamed, unwilling to give in.
No.
He laughed contemptuously. "You want to kill me? Come on. It's the golden hour, right?" Looking at this pervert in front of her, she thought she was finished. Suddenly, his shoulder stung, widened his eyes. "Ah!" Seogapsu cursed in pain. "God damn it!" Byong-in looked toward the other person. She still approached them, her voice full of disdain. "This isn't your last moment as a human." Then his head took another blow. Knockout. For the third time, he died because of a woman. Yuri looked at him with disdain. "You don't deserve it."
Seogapsu
cursed in pain. "God damn it!" Byong-in looked toward the other person. Still approached them, her voice full of disdain. "This isn't your last moment as a human." Then his head took another blow. Knockout. For the third time, he died because of a woman. Yuri looked at him with disdain. "You don't deserve it." The long night dragged on, leaving hearts restless. Hyun-soo led Un out. His eyes lit up. He saw everyone sitting there. Soo-yoon and the two children. He, "Thanks for watching the video," signaled them not to move. He used his sleeve to wipe the blade. Then he extended it outward. Hyun-soo focused, looking through the blade. The monster was loitering in the other hallway. He quickly withdrew the blade to avoid being detected. Un whispered, "What's going on? Why are the monsters swarming the lobby?" He wondered too. "Yeah, I'm not sure if we can reach the stairs," the girl asked. "Do you have a phone?" He wondered. "What for?" Un reached out her hand. "Give it to me, Hyun."
Suggested.
"But that's Jisoo's phone," the girl said irritably. "Do you want to live or die?" He pursed lips. Jisoo-yoon looked at the screen interface. Her heart was full of questions. What is she planning? The phone was displaying a 10-second countdown. 0:10 to 0:08, then 0:05. As if realizing something, she signaled Un. Just as the timer 0:04, Un rushed. "Thanks for watching the video." Aside, she whispered, "Sorry, sis." Jisoo. Un shook her head. "It's okay, if that's what needs to be done for us to survive." She took aim and threw the phone straight toward them. They heard the noise and noticed the object on the floor. The phone had only 0:02 left. Time was up. Midnight. They heard a loud noise. Caught off guard, Hyun-soo seized the chance. He said, "Go now." They quickly ran away as fast as they could. Footsteps echoed. The two of them were now inside the bus. Shinjun asked, "Have they flooded the building? All the monsters?" Lim Huinso said, "We haven't even started yet, boss. Look." Looking at the monsters swarming outside, he clicked his tongue. "Damn it. I thought this place would be safe." He asked, "Have you ever seen so many monsters gather in one place?" Lim Huinso shook his head.
No.
"Never." Shinjun said, "This place has fallen. Let's get out of here." He hesitated and asked, "But what about Gap Su and Inhyun?" He said, "If all the monsters swarm here, even Inhyun won't stand a chance." Lim Huinso stammered, "But, boss, I thought at least you guys would have some faith in each other?" A voice echoed, startling them both. And gripped the window frame. Bian climbed up. He looked at them thoughtfully. He looked at the policeman who seemed a bit tired. Shinjun was surprised. "You!" Ignoring him, he brushed the dust off himself. Lim Huinso sneered. "You don't look so good, Inspector." He also sneered. "I thought you'd sacrificed yourself like a hero, yet here you are." He lied flatly. "Well, just now, I've witnessed some pretty crazy things." Lim Huinso heard him acting mysterious and said impatiently, "What?" Gukbian hesitated. "But I'm not sure if it gives us hope or despair." Lim Huinso asked, "What do you mean?" He didn't answer but said, "I need this bus to break the gate." The gaze of Gukbian was firm. He wasn't joking. "Give me the keys." Seeing him speak so directly and shamelessly, Shinjun was a bit surprised. The tense atmosphere became even more suffocating. Lim Huinso said in shock, "What?" Gukbian said with a distant look. "But I'm not sure if it gives us hope or despair." Lim Huinso didn't understand and asked again, "What do you mean?" He replied bluntly, "I need this bus to break the gate." Gukbian coldly demanded, "Give me the keys." Shinjun heard this and was so angry his eyes bulged. A battle for the bus broke out. On the inside of the parking lot, 3 people were talking. Bai Ongin said in surprise, "What, then?" She asked Dusik, who was in a wheelchair, "Are you staying here?" Pointed at the pile of gear and replied, "How can you take both me and all this stuff upstairs?" Bai Ongin turned to the silent Hyuk Lee. "Hyuk, say something." He didn't stop him but asked, "Will you be okay?" She quickly shouted, "Hey, Hyuk!" Dusik explained, "If we've lost the first floor, it's only a matter of time before they swarm down here. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't go." Bai Ongin didn't want him to stay but remained silent. Hyuk Lee said decisively, "I'll come back for you, I promise." Dusik smiled kindly. He remembered Hyun-soo. He sighed, letting go of the burden in his heart. Suddenly a sound made 3 of them startle. Outside the barrier, a monster was trying to break the door. The 3 worriedly thought of a way. Dusik grabbed a gun and said, "We can't leave without a fight." Hyuk Lee asked in surprise, "What?" The man ordered, "Go, go." Hyuk Lee and Bai Ongin stood frozen in place. Dusik turned and shouted, "I said go." Outside the apartment building, screams and roars echoed. At the bus stop, Shinjun spoke up, "You want my keys?" He looked at Gukbian and continued, "I didn't know the police in this country." Shinjun suppressed his anger and gave a mocking smile. "Could blatantly steal someone's personal property. You know?" Lim Huinso chimed in, "No. I find it quite novel too, boss." Shinjun roared in anger, "Get off my bus right now." Guk Pion replied with contempt, "This bus is public property." He heard and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He cursed disdainfully. "It was never anyone's personal property." "You damn thief," he heard, and became furious. Then he quickly rushed toward Gukbian. Shinjun threw a punch, but he dodged it just in time. Lim Huinso watched from behind and shouted in fear, punched Gukbian in the face. But Shinjun was immediately hit back in the face. Both were in pain, trembling as they held onto each other. He still laughed, provoking Gukbian. "Come on, is that all you've got?" He remained silent. Shinjun grabbed Gukbian's head and kneed him in the stomach. He felt such sharp pain that his eyes rolled back. He mocked triumphantly, "Your time is up, you idiot. You were fired, right, Inspector Gukbian? Punishment for a brutal cop. Am I right?" Guk Pion, provoked, shouted, "Shut up, you bastard." Then he threw an uppercut, but he stepped back and dodged. Shinjun said smugly, "Now the monsters are the players." He said disdainfully, "You can't hit as fast as they can." Gukbian was also surprised by those words. He mentioned the apartment building. while you were sitting idly in that building. Suddenly,
Shin Yun's attitude flipped.
he rushed forward angrily. Do you know how many times I almost died? You damn dog. Then he punched Gukpian in the face with a blow like a thunderbolt. He was hit so hard his jaw almost dislocated. Not yet satisfied, Shin Jun swept his leg and kicked Gukpian as he lost his balance. He was thrown against the front of the bus, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. Shin Jun also seemed exhausted, breathing heavily. He looked at the slumped Gukpian and called out, Hey, Guk! He declared triumphantly. I'll crush your skull like a watermelon, then mince it for monster bait. Guk. Payon suddenly burst out laughing. Shin Jun was stunned, thinking he'd been beaten into madness. Gukpian looked up and laughed. Hey, I won. Turned out, he had the bus keys in his hand. He looked at the keys, confused. Shin Jun felt his pocket and cursed. You dog! Since when? Gukpian pretended to scratch his head. What were you going to do to my skull? He laughed coldly. Right, playtime is over. Let's do this for real. And this time, I won't go easy on you. Gapsu, missing an arm and tied up, sat in one spot. He spoke up. Damn it, are you going to kill me? Shouted. I'm bleeding. Do something. Byong-in, whose face was still swollen, scolded. Shut up, you scum. Gap. Su sneered. I'm used to people avoiding me, and you guys aren't any better. Yuri warned. Shut your mouth right now, or I really will kill you. Byong-in urged from the side. We have to kill this bastard, Yuri. He's turning into a monster. This is the golden hour. Yuri fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Byong-in asked something unrelated. You studied nursing, right? She turned in surprise. What for? Byong-in said. I bet you could never take a life. She decisively demanded. So I'll do it. Give it here. Give me the crossbow. Yuri remained silent. Suddenly, Gapsu burst out laughing. He sneered. See? She doesn't want to give it to you either. Nobody trusts you. Yuri shouted. Shut up. Shin Jun came running. Give it back to me. You dog. Gukpian also took an attacking stance. Both simultaneously threw punches at each other's faces. Shin Jun's punch didn't seem to affect him at all. On the contrary, he was in extreme pain. His cheek was bleeding, because Gukpian had gripped the keys tightly, increasing the damage. He didn't give Shin Jun a chance to rest and punched him in the stomach. Shin Yun, bone-deep pain. His eyes went white as he let out a cry. Gukpian grabbed his shirt. He lifted him up and threw him with momentum. He shouted with all his strength. Shin Jun was thrown out of the bus. Lim Huinso's jaw dropped in surprise. He hit the ground with a thud. His bones made a cracking sound. Shin Jun grimaced in pain. Lim Huinso fearfully called out, Boss! He tried to stand up, shouting Gukpian's name. Guk! Suddenly, the phone's timer hit 0 and emitted a sound. Monsters, drawn by the noise, swarmed in. Shin Yun clutched his back, trembling in confusion. The approaching monster immediately spotted its prey. Lim Huinso quickly lowered his head, confusing Shin Jun. He immediately turned to check. He saw the monster standing there, looking at him. He said in panic, Huh? No, no. The monster didn't hesitate and sprayed acid toward him. Shin Jun reflexively raised his hands to block, but it was no use. The acid instantly corroded his face, making him scream in agony. Shin Yun stood there screaming in pain. Then, unable to bear it, he let out a final cry and collapsed. Meanwhile, Hyun Su's group was tiredly keeping watch. Moon looked down the hallway and said, I don't see anything. Hyun Su asked, What now? Jisoo Yun replied, It's only a matter of time before they swarm the upper floors. We have to keep moving. Moon reminded them. Hyuk said we'd gather on the second floor. Jisoo Yun said, But no one's here. Hyun Su was silent in thought. Suddenly he looked up and said seriously, I'll stay here. You guys go on. Moon and the two kids turned to him in confusion and asked, What? Hyun Su continued, Go upstairs and find the others. Jisoo Yun didn't understand and asked, What do you mean? You want us to leave you behind? He had to state his purpose. I'll stay here and block the monsters. Shouted angrily. Stop playing the hero. You're coming with us. Suddenly, someone coming up the stairs said, Young man, I've never seen my sister scream like that before. Moon called out. Hyuk Lee and Byong-in were carrying a pile of gear. They brought a machine and were breathing heavily. Then they put the equipment down to rest. Hyuk Lee went to Eun and asked kindly, You did it. Are you okay? She nodded. Yes. Jisoo. Yoon asked, what is all this? Hyuk Lee replied, we're taking them to the rooftop. Jisoo Yoon said worriedly, all the way to the roof? It looks pretty heavy. Yoon asked, next. What is it? Do we really have to use it? Byong In explained, from the rooftop, we'll use it to cross to the hill behind the building. Hyuk Lee suddenly mentioned Dusik. What about Dusik? Hyuk Lee was silent, while Byong In looked at him sadly. Hyuk Lee was thinking of a proper answer even though he was also very sad. Hyun Soo, losing his cool, asked again, where is he? At this time outside the barrier. The monster gave a bizarre smile, shaking incessantly. Dusik sat calmly watching it. He remarked, this life isn't entirely useless, is it? He looked down at his disabled legs and pondered. Dusik reminisced about the past. Someone asked him, do you regret giving up a leg? Turned out to be a female reporter interviewing him about saving a child he'd never met. He smiled and replied, if the price of my leg was to save a child's life, then it was worth it. I don't know what else to hope for in this life besides the chance to help others. On stage, an award ceremony for outstanding citizens was taking place. Dusik smiled brightly, shaking hands with the presenter amidst everyone's applause. He held his certificate, smiling happily. But now Dusik regretted it. He sighed sadly. I once thought it was the right thing, but then I thought it wasn't. He remembered his painful past. I lost my ability to work, and my wife and children left me. The sky outside was still gloomy. He wondered if they were still alive. Dusik muttered to himself, it's good I learned a trade and became a skilled craftsman. The monster outside the door was trying to break the barrier. He picked up his weapon, still talking to himself. But if I still had both legs, would I be happier? The monster had climbed inside. Dusik didn't care and continued his thoughts. I used to resent that choice. He suddenly laughed and said, but the mind is a very funny thing. Dusik remembered when Hyun Soo timidly asked, Is anyone home? When he came to save the kids. He didn't understand himself when thinking of Hyun Soo standing there wide-eyed. I don't know why it made me feel so happy. When he left, he looked back worriedly. I guess maybe, Dusik still said with those sad eyes, I'm not the only fool in this world. The monster slowly crawled toward him. It spoke in a disgusting voice. I'm afraid. Dusik raised his weapon and asked it, you know what? He suddenly pointed the gun at his own head and said, I don't regret a damn thing. He closed his eyes, remembering Byong In. Sorry, Byong In. About the real reason I didn't go with you. His nose began to bleed, signaling that he was also infected. Someone asked, how long did it take? Dusik thought for a moment and replied, quite a while. Hyuk Lee confirmed, are you sure you hit it well? He was certain. No one came near while we were working. He suddenly said loudly, you have to be strong. Okay, it's the only way we survive. Dusik smiled confidently. Of course, I'm always careful. Don't worry. I guarantee tomorrow will go smoothly. Hyuk Lee was still a bit worried but said nothing more. Dusik's nose was bleeding heavily now. He said, or maybe that's just what I think. He remarked with a calm face. I'm feeling a bit dizzy now. The monster is slowly crawling over. It still has that weird look on its face. Dusik suddenly stopped. The uncle looked back down at his feet. His missing leg was slowly regrowing. Dusik was truly shocked and stood dazed. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. He looked down at the rapidly regenerating leg and said, is this all I ever wanted? Dusik smiled faintly. I thought it would be something more miraculous. Suddenly, he grabbed the gasoline can. With an angry face, he screamed, you monsters! You bastards! The uncle stood up and walked toward the monster. The three monsters were still standing there, oblivious to what was happening. Dusik began to transform. Veins bulged on his face. His eyes turned red as he declared, you won't get past me. Then he threw the gasoline can. The gasoline can flew right in front of the monsters. Dusik raised his gun, determined in his heart. I will never give up on myself. A terrifying explosion erupted in the parking lot. Back to Yuri's group. A naked woman appeared at the end of the hallway. She looked at them with soulless eyes. Seo Gap Su trembled and said, monster! Yuri was startled and turned her head to look. She asked in surprise, what? Seo Gap Su screamed in fear. That thing is a monster! Yuri looked at the woman, thought for a moment, and replied, she looks completely human. Ong-in asked from the side. Do you know her? She gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. The security guard looked like a normal person too. She could be a monster in human skin. Yuri turned to say something. But suddenly, that girl started walking toward them. Seo. Gapsu screamed even louder in fear. Kill it! Yuri shouted. Answer me. Are you a monster or a human? The strange girl didn't react, as if she didn't understand the words. Ong-in suddenly rushed over and grabbed the crossbow. Yuri asked, What are you doing? Ong-in replied firmly, Don't waste time. She's definitely a monster. She screamed, Give it to me! And yanked the crossbow hard, hurting Yuri. She fell back from the force. Ong-in aimed the crossbow at the woman. She panicked and shouted, If she's human, she'll understand. Stop! The woman still didn't react. Ong-in screamed louder in fear. Stay right there! Then she decisively pulled the trigger and shot the woman. Thanks for watching the video. Arrow struck her right in the forehead. She fell backward onto the floor. Ong-in turned back and ordered, I hit her! Where's the fire? We need fire. Yuri, still stunned, replied, I don't have anything to start a fire. Ong-in urged, Damn it, then let's just run.
Seo Gapsu
Looked at the two of them in silence. Yuri spoke up, Something's not right. Ong-in asked in surprise, What? Yuri explained, She's not moving. I've never seen a monster get knocked out by just one arrow. Ong-in felt extremely confused hearing that. Yuri approached the woman. She sat down and felt for the carotid artery. Then her face turned grim as she said, She's dead. Ong-in's aggressive demeanor from earlier was gone. Yuri continued, She was a human. Ong-in tried to stay calm and asked as if she didn't understand, What do you mean? Yuri turned her head and shouted angrily, God damn it, she was a human being. Ong-in was stunned into silence.
Seo Gapsu
Chuckled from behind. He laughed out loud and said, A human? That thing was a human. He mocked her. A human being? Ong-in was terrified. Seo Gapsu continued, I haven't even killed anyone yet. Ong-in's heart was being torn apart by Seo Gapsu's mocking laughter. She suddenly threw the crossbow down. Then she reached into her pocket and laughed savagely. Ong-in pulled out a knife. Seo Gapsu's laughter stopped abruptly. Ong-in stood before him and said, It's your fault. Seo Gapsu was startled and blurted out, Huh! Suddenly, Ong-in used the knife to decisively slit Seo Gapsu's throat. Yuri turned her head and was shocked. She spoke up and asked, Hey, what the hell are you doing? Ong-in, trembling, asserted, She was a monster. Yuri was surprised by her answer. Ong-in turned her head with a fearful smile and said, Both that bitch and this bastard are monsters. Yuri didn't know what to do. She tried to calm Ong-in. Ong-in, calm down and put that knife down. Ong-in replied, I didn't do anything wrong. Yuri shouted, All right, I understand. Just put it down. Ong-in asked in surprise, You understand? Her hand was still gripping the knife as she said, Then why? Ong-in's face was terrifying. She asked in panic, Why are you looking at me like that again? Yuri continued to calm her. Just stay calm. Ong-in burst into tears. She asked in fear, You're going to tell them, aren't you? Yuri didn't understand and asked, What? Ong-in screamed in panic. Said you're going to tell everyone about this, right? Yuri thought worriedly, Oh no, she's completely lost it. Ong-in gave a terrifying smile. There aren't any police here anyway. She slowly walked toward Yuri. Ong-in said confidently, They can't check fingerprints, so no one will find out. Yuri called her name in surprise. Ong-in. Suddenly she noticed something unusual. Ong-in, filled with murderous intent, said, If you disappear too. Yuri was truly horrified. Ong-in lunged at her with the knife. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Hyunsu's group was there. Everyone remained silent. Hyunsu spoke up to question him. Did you really leave Uncle Dusik behind? Hyuk Lee didn't answer him. Hyunsu scolded him. Are you crazy? Hyuk Lee hesitantly replied. I'll go save him later, but for now. Suddenly, an explosion erupted beneath them, shaking everyone. The parking lot entrance was engulfed in flames. Moon asked, What happened? The two children hugged each other in fear. Hyunsu thought worriedly. Uncle Dusik, Jisoo also asked worriedly. That sound just now. It came from downstairs, right? Hyunsu immediately dashed away. Damn it. We have to save Uncle Dusik. Hyuk Lee called out to stop him. Wait. Hyunsu Su had already run halfway down the stairs. He suddenly stopped. Monster had just broken through the door. He gasped as he looked at it. The monster suddenly asked, "Is you?" Hyun-soo blurted out a curse. "What the hell? Hyuk." Lee chased after him and shouted, "It's too late. Hyun-soo, we have to move up now." He reluctantly announced. That was his choice. He's already monsterized. Hyun-soo tried to argue back. "But we can't just leave him like that." His eyes were full of hesitation. Hyuk Lee was waiting for his decision. Behind them, Eun and Jisoo asked, "Where are you going?" "Hey, wait for me." Hyuk Lee reached out his hand to stop them. He turned his head and called, "Jisoo." His voice was full of trust.
Trust Hyun-soo.
The monster just stood there asking, "Is it you? Is it you?" The stairs beneath Hyun-soo's feet suddenly cracked. Hyuk Lee reassured them, "He'll be fine." Hyun-soo's eyes had turned red. Blood poured from his nose. He said to the monster, "I don't know who you think I am, but you're right. It's me." Then he jumped up. He delivered a kick that pinned it against the wall. His foot sank deep into the monster's body.
Hyun-soo shouted angrily, "D."
The wall behind. The monster couldn't withstand the terrifying force and shattered into a large hole. The monster was pinned to another wall. Hyun-soo looked at it after the kick. He encouraged himself, "I can do this." Below, the parking lot was still burning. Hyun-soo broke through the door. The entire parking lot was in ruins, scattered. Small fires were everywhere. He saw Dusik lying on the ground and called out, "Uncle Dusik." He ran closer and continued to call, "Uncle Dusik." He lifted Dusik up and tried to wake him. "Hey, wake up." Dusik's voice was weak as he asked, "Hey, kid, what are you doing here?" Hyun-soo said in a panic, "We have to leave right now. Let's go." Dusik's face was burned on one side. He looked at him and said, "Didn't Hyuk tell you? I'm about to turn into a monster." Hyun-soo urged, "I don't care. You can fight it. Let's go now." Dusik gave a forced smile and replied, "I can't control it. Like you can." He pointed down and said, "Look." Hyun-soo looked down at Dusik's trembling monster leg. The uncle mocked himself. "I can't believe this was my life's greatest desire. Truly pathetic, isn't it?" Hyun-soo ignored him and shouted, "Uncle Dusik." Dusik smiled contentedly and said, "Even my family left me, so seeing you come back for me,
I'm truly grateful."
Hyun-soo scolded him through tears. "You big idiot," the uncle gritted his teeth but couldn't hold back his tears. "Damn it." Dusik so burst into tears. "I really wanted to go out like a man. Why did you come back and make your customer cry like this?" Hyun-soo sobbed and encouraged him. "If you have the strength to cry, use it to stand up. Come on, uncle." Dusik had to apologize to him. "Sorry, kid. These tears are the last bit of strength I have left." Hyun-soo cried out, "Don't say that." Dusik used the last bit of strength. He raised his hand and instructed, "You must stay alive. You're very important." He warned, "So you can't die, kid." Hyun-soo wailed like a child. He spoke loudly. Dusik stroked his head like his own son. He soothed his wounded heart. "I don't know why a kid like you is living alone here, but no matter what happened, it wasn't your fault." He looked at Hyun-soo and asked, "Right?" He gritted his teeth and cried silently.
Hyun-soo opened
his heart to Dusik. "My whole family died in an accident. It wasn't my fault, but it kind of was." He understood. Dusik also said emotionally, "I understand now. Your pain is even greater than mine." Hyun-soo kept begging, "Stop talking. Please don't say anything more." Dusik remembered his son and said, "If my son were still alive, he'd probably be around your age." His eyes gradually blurred, but he could still see Hyun-soo calling out, "Don't talk. Just open your eyes and look at me." He was remembering the past, remembering his little son and the wife who had left him. He raised his arm and shared his thoughts. "Now I can't even remember their faces anymore. Only the scene of me standing behind," Dusik said, helplessly, watching their backs. As they walked away, his eyes blurred even more as he looked at Hyun-soo still calling him, "Uncle Dusik, Uncle Dusik." Tears streamed down his weathered face. Dusik spoke his final words. I miss them." He suddenly went silent. His arm down. Dusik was gone forever. Hyun-soo called out helplessly, "Uncle Dusik." His eyes grew even more panicked. Then Hyun-soo felt a pain like 10,000 knives cutting his heart, making him scream in despair. Now Byong-in had just lunged and stabbed Yuri. She gritted her teeth and looked down. Luckily, she caught Byong-in's hand before the knife could enter her body. Yuri spoke up to stop her. "Stop it!" Byong-in was still in a panic and scolded. "I never liked your face. You cowardly bitch." She used even more strength to try and stab her. Yuri shouted angrily, "Stop this game, you crazy old hag." Byong-in froze instantly. Yuri then slapped her hard across the face. Byong-in took the hard slap but didn't make a sound. Yuri was panting from exhaustion. Byong-in seemed to wake up and asked herself, What did I just do?" Yuri stood by in silence without answering. Byong apologized, not noticing Seo Gap-soo behind her. "Sorry, Yuri, I just lost control." Yuri hurriedly called out a warning. "Byong-in, behind you!" Seo Gap-soo had turned into a monster and lunged to strangle Byong-in. He cursed while tightening his grip. "I can't recover on my own. You bitch." Seo Gap-soo kept complaining. "You slut, how dare you do this to me?" Then he opened his mouth wide, intending to bite Byong-in. "You bitch, I have to kill you before I'm willing to die." Seo Gap-soo bit her ear directly, making Byong-in's eyes roll back in pain. Suddenly, someone shouted and rushed over. Then they used a metal bat to strike Seo Gap-soo right in the face. Turned out Jisoo had arrived just in time to rescue them. Seo Gap-soo immediately let go of Byong-in. Jisoo's eyes remained alert. Seo Gap-soo was sent flying against the wall. He breathed heavily with each breath. His legs were heavy as he said, "Damn it, I can't die like this." After saying that, Seo Gap-soo collapsed. He quickly became a dried corpse. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Byong-in cried and laughed at the same time. In her state of fear, she said joyfully, "I'm still alive." Yuri looked at her in silence. Byong-in said, "He turned into a monster." Hyuk, he affirmed. He was a monster from the very beginning. He had just discovered something. And Hyukli looked closely at the woman on the floor and asked, "Who is this?" Yuri replied, "I don't know. She just appeared out of nowhere. She seems to have a disability." Byong-in asked in confusion, "While the world is in such a mess, how could she be running around naked like that?" She also asked, "By the way, where's Jiyeon? Has anyone seen her?" Yuri suddenly turned to look. She said sadly and hesitantly, "Jiyeon." She continued, "She was taken by a monster. She's dead." Byong-in, still listening intently. Her eyes widened in shock after hearing Yuri's words. Hyukli looked closely at the woman and remarked, "Seeing another survivor like this, I'm quite surprised." Byong-in retorted, "A survivor? That's not a human." Everyone turned to look at her except for Byong-in. Byong-in said coldly, "It's a monster." Yuri, standing nearby, exposed her. "You're trying to believe that," she said sternly, "because you killed her, right?" Byong-in feigned surprise and said, "What?" Hyukli spoke up to stop them. "Stop it. That's not important anymore," said worriedly. "The monsters are coming up." A monster was staring intently at something, and a swarm of monsters began to rush up together. Un was startled by the noise they made. She looked down the floor in terror, and then turned back to call Hyukli, "Brother, the monsters are already on the floor below." He was also shocked and ordered, "Fuck, they're fast." Byong-in asked in panic, "The monsters are coming?" She asked about Hyun-soo. "So, what about that boy, Hyun-soo? I don't see that Hyun-soo kid anywhere. I'm not sure what his name is." Hyuk-lee gritted his teeth and hesitated. "Hyun-soo," he said, helplessly. "He went to save Uncle Dusik." Hyun-soo was still holding Dusik's body in the parking lot. Hyun-soo was still crying by his remains. He still tried to call out, hoping for a response. "Uncle Dusik." Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps approaching. He turned to see who it was, but when he saw, his eyes widened in shock. A naked man was slowly walking toward him. His face was as soulless as the woman who had appeared at Yuri's place. Hyun-soo cried out in surprise, "Huh!" The man still walked over slowly. He immediately raised his weapon in defense. Then he shouted, "Hey, stay right there." The man suddenly said, "We have waited for too long." Hyun-soo didn't understand what he had just said. The man declared, "Now our era has finally arrived."
Hyun-soo stood thus.
The man didn't stop and kept walking toward him. He shouted, in panic, "Stay away from me." In his heart he Wondered if this guy was a monster or a human. Hyun. Soo was still hesitating. Should I attack him? Or not? Damn it. He looked into the man's soulless eyes again. Should I do it? He couldn't bring himself to act decisively. But what if he's human? While he was racking his brain, the man placed his hand on Hyun Soo's shoulder. Suddenly he felt a bolt of electricity surge through his body, let out a loud scream. In front of Hyun Soo there was only pitch-black darkness. He closed his eyes. Then he slowly opened them. He opened his eyes fully and looked up at the ceiling. Hyun Soo was shocked to find himself lying on the bed in his room and blurted out, "Huh!" The scene outside was the city from before. He stood at the window and looked out blankly. The city out. There was silent without a single sound. Gritted his teeth and wondered, is it another illusion? Hyun Soo shouted angrily, "Show yourself, you son of a bitch! You think I'll fall for your cheap trick again?" Then he laxed his body. Suddenly, a voice spoke, startling him. "Hey, listen, I understand everything now." He was shocked to see his past self sitting at the computer desk. He was casually playing video games. He spoke up. "You!" Hyun Soo was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. He realized the screen was showing the scene of the man touching him. His past self said, "The moment he put his hand on your shoulder, I understood everything." Hyun Soo remained silent, waiting for him to continue. His eyes were nothing but a strange black color. He said, "Every human has personal desires." Hyun Soo asked in surprise, "What?" The other side didn't care about his question and gave a terrifying smile before continuing. "No matter how big or small, humans always want something." Hyun Soo asked, "So what?" He ignored him and just said, "I want to say that those desires always come first, but in reality it's not like that. Most of those desires don't just destroy humans, they destroy everything else too." He shouted, "So what?" The other side, no matter what he asked, kept talking. "Human desires are like poison. We know that, but we always choose to ignore them." Hyun Soo said in shock. He still didn't stop. "But we can't take it anymore. We have to stand up and do something." He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Therefore we have locked you up, the owners of those bodies, in the paradise of desires." That guy went crazy, his mouth grinning wide to his ears. "This is a revolution. A revolution." Hyun Soo cursed angrily. "Paradise my ass. It's nothing but trash." The other guy pointed at the man on the screen. "But this guy is very happy. He can drown in his desires forever, over and over again," he said joyfully. "And in that process, I realized some very cliché things." Hyun didn't know what it was. He then answered his question. "I thought human desires were infinite, but surprisingly, they only reach a certain point and then end." He pointed at the man on the screen and asked, "What do you think he gave up?" "When his desires completely vanished." Hyun Soo thought about the answer. The other guy didn't wait for him and said directly, "Vanity." He didn't understand and asked, "Vanity?" He laughed out loud and said, "After completely escaping the prison of desire, he evolved into something entirely new based on that feeling of vanity." He praised, "It's peak, fucking peak." He denied it. "We are not a disaster," that guy joyfully declared. "We are the new beginning." Hyun Soo suddenly burst out laughing. The other guy stopped. See what he was going to do. His hand clenched into a fist as he said, "You're joking, right? So?"
Hyun Soo questioned angrily.
"What about the people you've killed?" The other guy was stunned upon hearing that. Hyun Soo asked him angrily, "How many more people have to die before you stop this damn game?" The other guy replied casually, "We can't stop. You humans chose this yourselves." He stepped closer and asked, "Haven't you realized who we are yet?" Then he raised his hand and pointed at him. He pointed at him and said, "We are your inner selves." Hyun Soo was heavily shocked after hearing him speak. Unconsciously asked hesitantly, "Our inner selves?" The other guy added, "It's hard to accept, isn't it?" Hyun Soo grabbed his weapon. He pointed it at him and shouted, "Stop it." He didn't hesitate to grab the weapon in his hand. He grinned. Then he said excitedly, "Hyun Soo, I'm so happy." He said proudly, "I am your inner self." That guy affirmed a truth. "I used to doubt it, but now I'm sure." He laughed crazily, confident in his own existence. "I'm not an alien or a virus. I am your inner self." I am the hero who descended to save your depravity. That guy affirmed again. I am the last remaining part of your conscience. That made
Hyun-soo extremely surprised.
He looked at the window and said, nothing can deny this anymore. Let's move toward a more developed world. A place where there is no more desire, division, or destruction. Together. Hyun-soo swung his fist. He cursed and punched him. You crazy bastard. He shouted. Shut your mouth. That guy took punch and immediately went silent. He put on a gloomy face and said, why are you doing this to me? He said stubbornly, I am your inner self. Hyun-soo angrily cut him off. Conscience my ass. He shouted. I am me. He shouted. At the top of his lungs. I don't care if you're my inner self or not. I will always just be me. Suddenly there was a knock on the door behind him. Hyun-soo stopped immediately. He turned his head to look. A voice behind. The door rang out. Hyun-soo. It's Mom. He watched intently with suspicion. That voice urged. Open the door, son. Hyun-soo asked blankly. Mom. The other guy added. You hate your family, but a part of you still misses them. That voice kept calling. Hyun-soo. Open the door. For Mom. Hyun-soo began to waver. The other guy also said. If you open the door, you'll get to see your family. You'll have a completely new beginning. Hyun-soo was still stunned. Tears welled up in his eyes. The other guy urged. Open the door, Hyun-soo, and come to your happy home. The scene shifted to a monster being burned. Jo Yuri stood on the stairs and watched it in silence. He wondered, that woman just now, was it an illusion because I'm a half monster? Then he remembered that strange woman. Or was she really a monster? Jo Yuri denied it again. If she were a monster, I should have felt it. But I didn't feel anything at all. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. He looked up to see what was happening. Outside the apartment complex, the parking lot was burning fiercely. Gakpyeon and Lim Hwin-so also turned their heads to look. Monster was standing there blankly. Shin-jun was screaming in pain. I can't see. He tried to remove the slimy acid and screamed. I can't hear anything. His face had been corroded to the point of deformity. Shin-jun screamed and lunged, startling the monster. He pushed it to the ground. Then he panted and ran away. Shin-jun cursed as he ran. God damn it. Damn it. He tried to speak. Am I going to die like this? I want to. He gradually lost strength and said, turn into a monster. I don't want it to be like this.
Shin-yun collapsed.
He looked down at the ground and thought about something. He remembered the woman lying in a pool of blood and suddenly said, no.
Shin-yun
pulled himself together. I can't end like this. Suddenly, a wriggling tentacle appeared in the forest. Quickly, wrapped around Shin-jun's neck. Then it pulled him into the air toward the forest. He cursed with all his might. You damn monster! You bastard! Then he disappeared into the forest with a piercing scream. Space went silent again. Lim Hwin-so's jaw dropped in shock. The monster was trying to struggle to its feet. He said worriedly, It's getting up. Gakpyeon immediately inserted the key to start the vehicle. He quickly stepped on the gas to accelerate. The bus lunged forward aggressively. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. The wheels immediately crushed its face. The vehicle lunged a bit further. Then it stopped. Completely. Beneath the wheels a pool of blood spread out. Gakpyeon panted and said, At least the door is blocked. He turned to look in the rearview mirror. In his heart, he looked at the fire in the parking lot and felt worried. Come on, Dusik. You did it, didn't you? Lim Hwin-so spoke up. Yes, you blocked the gate. He seemed annoyed as he said, by sacrificing my boss. Gakpyeon just looked and didn't reply. Lim Hwin-so questioned him. Gakpyeon, you intentionally killed him. You know that, right? Gakpyeon asked casually. So what? He began to lecture him. Listen carefully to what I say, kid. Instead of worrying about others, I want to remind you to focus on protecting yourself. The monsters outside were swarming around the bus. Meanwhile, in the apartment complex, Jo Yuri looked down from the rooftop to check. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, so the boss is finished too. I thought he'd be one of the survivors. Suddenly, he said in surprise, Huh.
Yo.
Yuri couldn't help but curse as he looked at the swarming monsters below. What the hell is this? In the sky, a giant wing appeared. He exclaimed, Fuck, we're finished. The monster in the sky kept flying back and forth. It went right, then left. Seeing that Joe Yuri didn't react, it flew close. He heard the noise and was startled. He turned his arm into a monster form, turned his head, and said, "Where are you?" In front of Joe Yuri there was nothing. He was still very alert. The sound of wings flapping was right next to his ear. Joe Yuri hurriedly turned his head. The bat-like monster was already right behind him. At the stairwell on the 13th floor, Hyuk Lee was panting from exhaustion. Jisoo was too. Byong-in wasn't much different. Yuri and Byong-in followed hurriedly. Un helped the two children run along. Jisoo turned her head and asked worriedly, "What if they catch up to us?" Hyuk Lee suddenly spoke. "Something's a bit strange." Jisoo asked, "What?" Hyuk Lee explained. "Monsters usually stay away from areas unfamiliar to them, but suddenly they're all gathering here." He also didn't understand what was going on. "It's so strange." Jisoo thought in silence. In her head, a vague image appeared. She speculated that, perhaps, we've done something we shouldn't have. Hyuk Lee asked confusedly, "What?" Jisoo looked down and said, "Maybe we touched things that are important to them." The monsters gathered around the body of the strange woman Byong-in had finished off. Every one of them looked angry. Jisoo then shared, "There was something like a cocoon in apartment 1408. It seemed like there was something inside." Hyuk Lee broke into a sweat and asked, "You just said, a cocoon?" Jisoo replied, "I bet they're pissed off that we burned that cocoon, but I'm not sure what was inside." Hyuk Lee pondered. In silence again. A cocoon. In his heart, he connected everything. A monster turned into a cocoon. And then that cocoon was burned. The monsters became frenzied and swarmed here. He remembered what Byong-in had said. A survivor is not human. It's a monster. He speculated thoughtfully. If that's true, then Hyuk Lee asked, "How big was that cocoon?" Jisoo was startled by his question and asked back, "What?" Hyuk Lee asked about the shape of the cocoon. "Was it big enough to hold a person inside?" Jisoo nodded and replied, "Yes." Hyuk Lee was about to share his speculation. Perhaps everything happening here. Suddenly a monster poked its head up to look. Everyone looked at it in panic. Byong-in shouted, "Enemy! They've caught up to us. Everyone, hurry!" Un hugged Young-soo in her arms, still looking at it in fear. Byong-in was startled and hurriedly ran away. Hyuk Lee cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" On the rooftop, a few drops of blood were splattered. Joe Yuri was just scratched in the stomach by the flying monster. He cried out in pain. The monster flew up into the air. Joe Yuri looked at the wound and cursed under his breath. "Son of a bitch, I didn't even notice it." He looked at the monster and wondered, "A flying monster?" Then he looked down at his stomach. "The wound is deeper than I thought."
Yo.
Yuri raised his arm in defense and thought, "I have to heal it right away." The monster made a piercing sound. Joe Yuri called out, You damn flying thing." Then he shouted loudly, "You don't know who you're messing with." His arm turned into a wooden trunk to attack the monster, but it dodged. He even gave a smug smile. "I still have another arm over here." But the other arm only touched it slightly. The monster quickly lunged. It immediately cut two large lines on Joe Yuri's shoulder. He turned his head to look at it. In his heart, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Then he stood up and ran away. "The space here is too open. I won't have a chance." The monster saw this and also circled back. Joe Yuri tried to run into the building. He luckily jumped inside just in time to dodge its. Hyun-soo gripped the doorknob tightly. He was still hesitating. He said hesitantly, "My happy home." The other side then said, "You might hate your family, but at the same time you love them very much." Hyun-soo retorted, "They were the ones who turned their backs on me." The person behind the door then said, "Hyun-soo."
I'm sorry, Hyun-soo.
He shouted angrily. "When I was at the bottom of my life, they didn't even care about me." That voice still tried to apologize. "I'm sorry." The other guy agreed. "Yes, that's right." He said again, "But that doesn't mean you don't love them." Hyun-soo had burst into tears. He thought in silence. Then he said, "Of course, there were happy times too." The other guy also agreed. "Exactly. That's it." Hyun-soo suddenly said, "But," he took his hand off the doorknob. That voice kept calling, "Don't."
Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo.
The other guy was also surprised by his action. Hyun-soo just said, "Not now." He asked blankly, "Why?" Hyun-soo said decisively, "There are still people that I have to protect." He opened his eyes wide and escaped from the illusion. The strange man was still gripping his shoulder tightly. He said, "You've made a foolish choice." He gave a punch and shouted, "Get lost."
Hyun-soo stopped.
In surprise, the man wasn't affected at all and said, "We have nothing, no pain,
No anger, no joy.
Hyun-soo stepped back for a moment. The man continued with soulless eyes, and no fear.
Hyun-soo remained silent.
He asked again, "But what about you?" He didn't understand what the man wanted. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. He also turned to look. Hyun-soo was truly shocked. The man continued, "You're just an imperfect human. Are you sure you can handle what's about to happen?" Even though Dusik was gone, he had turned into a hideous monster and was approaching. The uncle opened his eyes wide to look.
Hyun-soo shouted.
Terror. "Uncle Dusik." Someone's voice said, "Inspector Gukpian, you're poking your nose into other people's business too much." Gukpian was sitting in a chair at the time. The other person then said, "I suggest you stop. Right now. Do you know whose son you sent to the hospital?" Gukpian remained indifferent. He sighed and said with a smile, "Sounds like I'm fucked, huh?" The people in front of him asked in surprise, "What?" Gukpian was bored and didn't bother to reply. Inside the bus there was cursing. "Fuck you. You dog." Lim Huin-so kept screaming, "Damn it, motherfucker." He complained, "Blocking the exit with a bus? Now we're all going to die." Monster reached into the hole at the front of the bus. He took a metal plate, pounded it down and shouted, "They're here. They're coming in." Gukpian stood still and looked at him. Then a few more monsters reached up, making Lim Huin-so terrified. Gukpian shouted an order, "Give me the shield." After saying, he yanked the shield, startling Lim Huin-so. Gukpian shouted, "Let's go." He ordered, "Stay close behind me." He prepared to jump out of the bus. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Hyun-soo said in shock, "Uncle Dusik." The uncle didn't answer but made a strange sound. He gritted his teeth. Anger. He questioned the man. "You did this, didn't you?" Hyun-soo repeated in pain. "It was you, right?" The man replied casually, "No, that was his choice." He continued. Right before his last breath, he unconsciously accepted his desire. Dusik was now a fool just standing there dazed. Hyun-soo grew even angrier. He shouted, "Shut up!" Then he grabbed his weapon and lunged. Dusik gathered momentum to jump. Then he jumped into the air. Dusik didn't hesitate and kicked Hyun-soo directly. He felt the pain and his eyes rolled back. Then he collapsed onto the floor. He lay there, still in pain and trembling. Tried to look up at the man. The man looked at him and said, "Good luck." After saying that, he turned his back and walked away. Hyun-soo watched helplessly as he left through the door. Dusik saw this and wailed, "Come back." Hyun-soo struggled to call out, "Uncle Dusik." The uncle didn't hear his call and continued to wail, "Don't go." Hyun-soo said again, "Once they've left." Dusik looked at him blankly. He cried and shouted, "Humanity will never come back. Never." He lowered his head and said, "Damn it." Hyun-soo gripped his weapon and continued to curse, "God damn it." Seriously, he remembered the first time he met Dusik. He was holding a sign and asking, "Do you want to save the kids?" Hyun-soo remembered the uncle smiling gently and cursed again. "Damn it." He remembered the scene of Dusik holding Gukpian and laughing happily. He shouted, "No." He remembered his final words. "If my son were still alive, he'd probably be your age." Hyun-soo burst into tears and kept denying it. "No, no." 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. His hand gripped the weapon tightly. That guy suddenly appeared. Said, "LOL." He whispered in his ear, "It's time to accept me." He put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Look closely." Then he pointed toward Dusik and said, "In there." Dusik is currently very happy. In Dusik's mind was the image of him, healthy, playing with his wife and child. Hyun-soo looked up, said, "What right do you have to destroy it?" The other guy asked back, "Is that what you really want?" Hyun-soo asked in surprise. "Me?" He replied, Exactly. You're going to kill him anyway, Hyun. Soo lowered his head in silence. Then he burst out laughing. Dusik then jumped into the air and lunged forward. Hyun Soo's eyes widened in surprise. The other guy was also shocked. He then said, "He's already dead." Then Hyun Soo dodged Dusik's landing. He dodged to one side. With tears in his eyes, he turned his head and said, "Sorry, uncle." Suddenly, Gakpian lunged forward with a shield and knocked Dusik away. Seemed to have used all his strength. Hyun Soo still stood there in surprise. Dusik was knocked far away. Gakpian panted heavily. Hyun Soo's eyes widened in surprise. Gakpian said, "Step back, kid." Hyun Soo was still stunned. Gakpian said again, "Let the adults handle this." Hyun Soo spoke up, "Uncle Gakpian." Gakpian comforted him. "I can't let a kid like you face this thing." He stomped his feet to maintain his balance. Then he gripped the shield tightly and said, "I'll handle this." Dusik was about to speak. "Motherfucker," Gakpian asked again. "Hey Dusik, what the hell happened to you? At least you could have warned me first." Hyun Soo tried to stop him. "Uncle Gakpian, don't. Uncle Dusik is still alive inside that monster." Gakpian affirmed. "Is that so?" Hyun
Soo replied sadly, "Yes."
He asked coldly, "So what?" He looked at him in surprise. Gakpian looked at Dusik and said, "Do you really think this is what that uncle wanted? You think he'd be happy?" Hyun Soo hesitated. "Well, I mean," he lectured him. "If you think that's happiness, then why are you still stuck in that shell?" Hyun Soo's eyes widened as he looked. He seemed to have just realized something. Dusik suddenly lunged forward. Then the uncle kicked hard against the shield in Gakpian's hand. He struggled to withstand this terrifying power. Tried to stand firm. But it seemed the situation not good. Gakpian used all his strength to knock Dusik backward. The uncle spun a few times in the air. Hyun Soo looked at Dusik in surprise. Lim Huin-so was also surprised and ran away. From there, Gakpian shouted, "Get out of the way!" Then he pressed the switch on the shield. Dusik was hit directly in the face by an extremely strong beam of light. The uncle used his hand to cover his face and wailed. Gakpian shouted and lunged forward. He took the opportunity to push Dusik further. Pushed the uncle into the fire. Dusik flew right into the middle of the flames. The uncle was immediately swallowed by the surrounding fire. Dusik wailed in pain. Gakpian hadn't stopped and raised a wooden beam. He directly stabbed into the uncle, making Dusik scream at the top of his lungs. He still held on tight, ignoring Dusik's constant screaming. Hyun Soo stood outside and burst into tears at the sight. Lim Huin-so just stood to one side and watched. Hyun Soo closed his eyes and accepted the truth. Dusik's screams stopped. Gakpian stood next to the burning Dusik. He said, "Uncle, rest. Thanks for watching the video. In peace." He turned to look at Hyun Soo. His face was also sad as he walked over. Hyun Soo was crying in pain. Gakpian then said, "To be honest, I was quite confused too." He remembered the man and a monster and said, "I witnessed with my own eyes a new human being born from a monster. But I'm not sure if that will be hope or despair for us." Gakpian walked away. But thinking about it now, it's just a simple matter. A world where people are always dying, Hyuk-lee's group was struggling to move things up. Jisoo still looked down worriedly. Below, the sound of the monster's footsteps grew clearer. Gakpian's voice still echoed. "And to save others," she looked back up at sign for the 15th floor. "We are forced to sacrifice someone." Jisoo's face was full of determination. She was a bit unwilling. Jisoo suddenly stopped. Everyone was still, continuing to run up. Turned up and was about to speak.
Jisoo suddenly apologized. "I'm sorry."
Gakpian still said, "Then how can this terrible monster situation end with hope?" Jisoo appeared in front of an apartment door. On the door was the room number 1510. She said optimistically, "Even the darkest darkness will vanish in the faintest light." She lowered her head and thought. Then she suddenly said, "Even the smallest chance." Jisoo's face was full of determination as she said, "Can bring us hope." Sky was gray. At some apartment complex, a flying monster was circling around. Right beneath the monster, there was a small room with a passage leading deep into the complex. A bit deeper, Joe Yuri was seen hiding next to the exit. He gritted his teeth and frowned. "I've never fought a flying one before. I have to come up with a strategy." At this moment, a voice rang out from somewhere. "Just ignore it and hide. You're not obligated to kill it." Hearing that, he broke into a sweat. He shouted angrily, "Damn coward! Don't you see the monsters below? This building is fucking lost. We shouldn't have come to this goddamn place." That voice reassured him with a hint of mockery. "We'll be fine. We're very strong." Continued to mock him. The fact that we could even get this far is already excellent. The more he heard, the angrier he got. It began to evoke memories again. "Remember how much danger we've been through?" He couldn't help but glare and scream. "That's why I don't want to back down. If you back down now, they'll come and eat you. I'm not a coward." At this moment, a silence enveloped the space. Joe Yuri lowered his head to regain his strength. That voice replied calmly, "I'm fine, if that's what you want. Any good ideas?" He looked up. "Of course, let me take control for a bit." At this moment, that flying monster is circling outside. Suddenly, it realizes something. Turns out Joe Yuri had stepped out from that room. He smiled and replied, "Hello there." Before he even had a chance to act, it immediately flew straight toward him. Thought seriously, "My hands aren't fast enough, so I found a way to drag it down." Right then he raised his right hand. His hand transformed into a piece of wood. Wait, how about this? The wooden limb began to grow longer and longer. The monster drew closer and closer to him. The moment it arrived, he unleashed a strike. With immense power, it was enough to break one of the monster's wings. The monster still managed to regain its balance and continued to lunge him. At that moment, his fist was already prepared. A precise blow was landed squarely on the monster's face. The force of his hand was strong enough to hurl the monster off the rooftop. Finally, it plummeted down the building. He panted heavily because he had exerted a lot of strength. Just then, a voice came from inside the small room. "Hey, that's a monster's corpse." Turned out to be Yuri and Sun Hen. She spoke with an urgent tone. "Keep going, Hen. Don't stop." Meanwhile, Hen seemed quite exhausted. At that moment, a group of people was frantically running up to the rooftop. Joe Yuri asked in surprise, "What's happening? Have the monsters taken control?" Hyuk, Lee and Joe Yuri. They came face to face. After a moment, everyone had gathered on the rooftop. Joe Yuri asked, "Is this everyone? Where are my comrades?" Hyuk, Lee, his face dripping with sweat, replied, "The rude man with the gun and that terrifying old man are dead." Upon hearing the news, his brow suddenly furrowed. At that moment, Hyuk Lee set down a heavy sack. He raised his voice. "Sorry, but there's no time for sightseeing. The monsters are right on our tails." Joe Yuri was not to be outdone as he replied, "Sorry, I already broke the door there, so blocking the monsters will be quite tough." Hyuk Lee replied seriously, "Doesn't matter, we just need to buy a little more time. I have a plan."
Joe Yuri wondered.
"A plan?" He pointed toward the distance and said, "While you block the monsters, I'll assemble the things that can take us to the mountain over there." "It sounds absurd," he asked back. "Are you crazy?" Hyuk Lee replied, "Not at all. Right now, a boy is holding up his hand, counting something. Beside him is a little girl looking toward the boy. Then Un spoke up. "Hyuk, I counted, but it seems wrong somehow." All eyes turned toward the boy. Un, with a fearful face and tears about to fall, tried to speak. "The number hasn't increased." Hyuk, he replied with a serious face. "What do you mean?" The boy explained tremblingly. "I've been counting how many people we have since Hyun-soo left. We had 8 people then. But now, number is short." At that moment, Hyuk Lee suddenly realized something and said a name. "Jisoo."
Son replied.
"Ah?" He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Jisoo isn't here." Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Sun Hen replied while crying and trembling. "No time to go back and find her. The monsters are about to catch up." Un silently blamed her. She spoke up. "Hen, how can you say something like that?" However, Joe Yuri also agreed with Sun Hen. "She's right." He looked toward the stairs. "They're almost here." He saw the multi-legged monsters slowly crawling up. Shouted, "From now on, proceed according to the plan. I'll try to block them when they get up here." His eyes began to strain as he observed the situation down the stairs. He closed his eyes and began to judge. Thanks for watching the video. See 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As soon as he reached that count, his face turned panicked and he gritted his teeth. He trembled and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I can't fucking count them. Just how many of them are there?" At this point, the monsters had crawled near the rooftop. Scene change. A sword was lifted high. At that moment, 3 people were looking at the sword.
Hyun-soo wondered.
"Why is that here?" Gukbian, holding the sword, replied. It lost its blade in the fight with that spider bastard. So I asked Dusik to sharpen it for me. Gukbian looked at the blade reflecting his face. He admired Dusik's skill. Look, this old man really knows his stuff. It's truly a grim reaper's scythe. Around everyone was a space of silence. Not a single word of response. Hyun-soo, face dripping with sweat, secretly glanced at someone's corpse. Gukbian rolled up his sleeve to reveal bloodstains. He frowned. His other hand wiped away the blood. He added, but you know, kid, I have no interest in this monster-slaying business. That old man really is.
Hyun-soo's
Voice rang out. Uncle. Gukbian knew what Hyun-soo was thinking. He frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. Is there any hope left for us? What if everyone turns into monsters? What if this was our fate all along and there's no way to change it? Then the other person, Hyun-soo, spoke up. I don't know what those stupid fates or destinies are, but right now our only priority is to survive. Hyun-soo, face sweating, couldn't say anything more. Then Gukbian turned his head to ask the two behind if they had any good ideas. Hyun-soo replied, trembling and face full of sweat. No, we will regroup with Hyuk Lee and the others. Gukbian looked skeptical and asked for confirmation. Is that guy really that strong?
Hyun-soo affirmed firmly.
He once fought 4 monsters alone. It's crazy, right? Hyun-soo's eyes darted in panic toward where Hyun-soo was speaking. For monsters, that's not enough. Scene change. Jo Yuri was staring. Died down at the floor below. His face was sweating. He closed his eyes and began to judge. I see 1, 2, his counting. Mixed with the sound of monster. Footsteps. 3, 4, 5, 6. He furrowed his brow, his face showing surprise. Gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down even more. Damn it, I can't count them. His hands shook violently. Just how many are there? At that moment, the monsters had crawled right in front of him. Seeing his expression, Yuri on the rooftop asked, Need some help? His eyes turned toward her. If this is to repay me for that inhaler, then forget it. Her face at this moment squinted slightly. She spoke with an urgent voice. If they catch us before everything is set up, we're dead. Meanwhile, the people were building something to bridge across to the other side. Tighten the bolts. I'm trying. In this precarious situation, Jo Yuri suddenly asked, Hey, do you have a boyfriend yet? She didn't give him a single chance to reply. Sorry, you're a step too late. I figured. But her face broke into a slight smile. Her body trembled slightly. He's not exactly my boyfriend. At that moment, the image of Hyun-soo's group hurriedly running up to the rooftop appeared.
Hyun-soo shouted.
The first floor is empty. The monsters must have all swarmed upstairs. Gukbian raised his voice to ask, How many are there? He replied, I don't know. A lot. Gukbian looked outside. The sight of monsters swarming in increasing numbers. He cursed. Damn it. There's still a ton out there. Hurry up. He ran frantically while praying. Yuri, please tell me you're still alive. Hyun-soo's face also turned pale. He gritted his teeth. Jisoo, you're still alive, right? Isn't that right? Just then, their group reached a certain door. Several items fell down. Turned out Jisoo was looking for necessary resources. Found it. My outdoor performance sound system. She was sweating. Her face looked a bit sad. Too bad there's no electricity. I'm not sure if it still has enough reserve energy to run. At that moment, she held the plug and jammed it into some device. She gave a self-deprecating smile. I really am a mean person. I never thought my final performance would be in a situation like this. Then, Jisoo suddenly remembered. A girl was talking to a boy. Hey, have you heard any news about Hee-jong? The boy replied. Huh? Yes. Jisoo was young then. Spoke, her voice sounding a bit worried and resentful. He betrayed us and left our band. Yet now he can tour the world like a rock superstar. Why haven't you had a big break yet? You play much better than him, she praised. Your music is the best. Hee-jong is absolutely no match for you. He gave a bitter smile. Come on. Jisoo's face was quite annoyed as she replied. I'm serious. Without letting her say anything more, he explained. Jisoo, life is inherently unfair. For some people, this world is a peaceful place with spreading sunlight. But for others, it's the ultimate darkness. He spread his hands out. His gaze was directed toward the distance. As for me, it's like, come on. You can't just keep shrinking into the shadows like this. But at the same time, another part of me feels like everything is over. Why is no one like us? Are we just creating and selling commercial trash? He didn't want to think anymore. He raised his hand to affirm. I'm an artist. And what does that even mean anymore? right? Jisoo remained silent, unable to say anything more. He suddenly seemed a bit sad as he replied. Self-esteem is worth money too, Jisoo. Without money, people will just wander and get stuck in the dark. Like us. Then her eyes darted elsewhere. She puffed her cheeks in a huff. Harangue, you're acting like a loser. He smiled, looking somewhat sad. He frowned and replied. Right now, we are standing in the middle of the darkness. We lost. But as long as there's even the smallest spark of light, we can still continue. That tiny flickering light will never go out. Then she suddenly realized something from her brother's words. He suddenly continued. Even the darkest shadows will disappear in the faintest beam of light. She laughed at him and said, are you planning to use that cheesy line in your next song? At that moment he turned his head in surprise. Flashback ends. Turning to reality, she smoked a cigarette. She looked at the guitar as if wanting to draw the last bit from it. Her hands were ready. How could you all know? The first song was written by Harangue. She stood up. She held the guitar in a combat-ready stance. She said solemnly, even the darkest shadows will disappear in the faintest beam of light. She was serious. Everyone listen up. Her hand gripped the plectrum. At this point, the monsters were attacking from all sides. The group on guard, Joe, Yuri and Yuri, were frowning. The group building the bridge to the other side wasn't having much luck either. Whose group had prepared their spirits. Her face looked somewhat calmer than the other two children. Bai Ongin's body was trembling. Her face looked like she was about to cry. Hyun-Soo's group was still rushing to the rooftop. At that moment, Jisoo held the plectrum. Her face was full of seriousness. This building is about to be drowned in super loud noise. Jisoo's face looked dazed as she looked down and sighed softly. Everyone listen up. Her hand was holding the plectrum. Her entire posture was in a ready position. The building is about to be drowned in super loud noise. She frowned slightly, perhaps out of hesitation. Her hand began to tremble. At this moment, she stepped back slightly. The moment I strike the first note, I'm certain I'll die. She was worried. Will that iron door be able to protect me? Her inner self began a mental struggle. But if I don't do this, everyone will die. If I do, the only one who dies is, this math is too simple. She suddenly calmed herself. Don't hesitate anymore, Jisoo. You can do it. Maybe the reason you learned to play bass guitar was for this very moment. Think about it. Right now, she opened her eyes wide, filled with determination. This is clearly the first concert where everyone's lives depend on it. This is nothing. For a new world. The plectrum touched the strings. The guitar sound roared. The sound waves were strong enough to push the door. It spread throughout the entire apartment complex. For the monsters began. Change targets before the surprised eyes of the group. Led by Joe Yuri. That moment, someone in his group wondered, what is that sound? Meanwhile, Lee and Bai Ongin, who were focused on building the bridge, were also affected. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, thinking of the person creating that sound. Jisoo. Bai Ongin spoke up. This sound is like a bass guitar. At that moment, he urgently shouted, hurry up. We must finish the machine while they still don't know what's happening. Huh? He trembled, unable to suppress his emotions as he shouted. Jisoo has bet her entire life on this. Meanwhile, in her room, the guitar sound continued to echo. She was lost in deep thought. Harangue, until now I've always been inferior to you, because you would never do anything too crazy. I'll see you again soon. You know how much I've missed you? A smile appeared on her lips. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She suddenly recognized the image of someone. Turned out to be the image of Hyun-Soo smiling in front of her. She wondered, huh? What? You're there? Doing what? Meanwhile, the monsters had run near her room. A pounding sound on the door rang out. She suddenly frowned and stopped, plucking the strings. The pounding on the door grew stronger. She bit her lip and frowned. Well, we're screwed. That door won't hold for long. That moment, someone in Hyun-Soo's group noticed something. Huh? He immediately informed Gukbyeon and Hyun-Soo. Sounds like a bass guitar. Gukbyeon cursed under his breath. Damn it, she's fucking lost her mind. At that moment, Hyun-Soo's face was very urgent. He dazed out and uttered, Jisoo. But in a few moments, his face regained its determination. His hands clenched tight. His figure dashed away quickly to Gukbyeon's surprise. Gukbyeon was looking toward a yellow door. The pounding on the door grew stronger. I'm afraid. Can only withstand a few more blows. She gritted her teeth in anger, holding the guitar ready. In her hands, she shouted, come on, you damn monsters. At this very moment, Hyunsu was rushing as fast as he could to Jisu's location. He calculated his thoughts. Jisu is attracting the monsters to her. Then the 15th floor must be crawling with them. That means the sound of steps crossed each stair until he saw a door. He immediately kicked the door open. His face was serious as he assessed the surrounding situation. But no one was here. Turned out, he was in his former room. He gave a light smile. His face looked slightly tired. Oh, it's been a while. I really miss my room. Suddenly, his attention fell on the attic above the ceiling. He gave a bitter smile. Good grief. I even forgot about that. The soundproofing here is terrible. At that moment, a monster's hand reached out. Scene change. At Joe Yuri's group, the monsters showed signs of retreating. They moved down toward the source of the sound. He frowned and cursed under his breath. The monsters behind have swarmed down following the guitar. Escaped. For not long. He looked in another direction. The problem is, these monsters have seen us. Yuri, a bit panicked at this moment. She gritted her teeth. There are still 3 of them here. Do you think we can kill them?
Yo.
Yuri shouted as an affirmation. Of course. He explained. Because we're on the rooftop. He shouted with an extremely powerful voice. Scream. At that moment, fire appeared from somewhere and shot straight at the monster. Turned out to be in her hand, she was holding a gas cylinder.
Yo.
Yuri turned his head in surprise. Un's eyes were now filled with tears. She sprayed while trembling and said, I won't just stand still and wait to die. Bai Ong-in beside her was not to be outdone either. Suddenly a voice rang out. All right, Bai. Ong-in was holding the pressure cylinder. She signaled. The compressor is at maximum pressure. Are you ready? Waiting only for. This moment Hyuk Lee held the launcher. He replied, ready to fire. At that moment she was holding the lever. Good. Then, she squeezed the lever and shouted, fire. Right after firing, he lost his balance and fell backward. Everyone had their own task. Yuri held her crossbow. She shot straight into the head of the spider monster. However, the other 2 didn't stand still but immediately took action. The anchor flew far out. It zipped past the edge of the forest. At that moment, Yuri raised his wooden-wrapped fist. One punch immediately knocked the spider monster away. Right then, another monster flicked its long tongue out. In an instant, it severed the wooden hand of Joe Yuri. He gritted his teeth in pain. The anchor flew through the leaves. And finally, it wound around the trunk of a tree. Ong-in asked doubtfully, are you sure about this? Without letting her wait long, Hyuk Lee spoke up. Now, quickly pull the rope. While the 2 were trying to pull the rope tight, Joe Yuri's group was still fighting hard. Joe Yuri lunged toward the monster. Soon it constricted around its body and neutralized its movements. He shouted, you think you're going to kill me? Pulled the monster close to him. With all his strength, he took a leap and hurled the monster far away. With that trick, that monster fell out of the apartment complex's range. At that moment, a centipede monster crawled toward his group. She suddenly shot straight into the middle of its head. It seemed that wasn't enough to kill it. The monster began to advance toward Yuri. She gritted her teeth in fear. Before she could recover, Hen took a rock and smashed its head. The monster successfully shifted its attention to Hen. Yuri shouted, Hen. Hen couldn't hold back her tears. She cried hysterically, I want to live. What's so wrong with that? Yuri was struggling with questions in her head. Before the monster could attack, the 2 of them, the hand of Yuri had already wrapped tightly around the monster. He cursed and threw the monster high. Motherfucker. Finally, the 3 monsters were hurled off the apartment complex. He collapsed, clutching his injured hand. At that moment, the 2 children saw it. The girl cried out in fear. Oh no, your hand. Are you okay? His reaction was a bit harsh. He frowned and said, you brats, get to the hiding spot quickly. The kids didn't say anything more. Yuri covered her mouth, her voice trembling. Your hand. He smiled slightly. Don't worry. It won't kill me. You're curious, right? Want to see a half-monster's arm grow back after being cut off? You'll find out soon. Finally, that voice arrived. Hyuk Lee raised his voice. We're ready to go. He joked mockingly. If you're not ready yet, I'll kill you myself, kid. Hyuk Lee spoke with an urgent voice. We must hurry.
Yo.
Yuri turned toward him and realized something. Hyuk Lee gritted his teeth. I don't hear the music anymore. Returning. The scene with Jisoo. At this moment, she was holding the guitar, standing before a door about to be broken. Her tears were bitter. She shouted, You damn monsters. At that moment Hyuk Lee appeared to save her. He landed before the surprised Jisoo. Thanks for watching the video. As he landed before the stunned Jisoo, her tears suddenly stopped falling. The expression on Hyuk Lee's face had undergone a bizarre change. She gasped in shock. Hyuk, how did you? Before she could understand what was happening, her gaze met his deformed hand. She was utterly confused, speechless. Hyuk Lee, your appearance. His body had become almost completely different. Fierce wrinkles appeared around his face. Scene change. The anchor had gripped the tree trunk very firmly. Tightened. Before the eyes of Hyuk Lee's group. Yuri was carrying a little girl on her back. She warned, hold on tight. You don't want to fall. She also replied to reassure her. Don't worry. I won't let go. Her face was tearful, but she tried to reassure Yuri. She suddenly turned to the person beside her. Young-soo, you must hold on very tight. That moment, Young-soo was on Eun's back. His expression was no better than hers as he replied determinedly. Yes, I definitely won't let go. Byong-in gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it, how are we going to get over there? Just looking at that thing makes me shiver. It's going to give me a heart attack. Hyuk Lee reassured her. Just think of it as a rope climbing game at an amusement park. She questioned. Does anyone bet their life on a game like that? He explained further. We only have the pulley handles. We'll prioritize Yuri and Eun with the children first. So there's one left. In his hand was the pulley hook. Who wants to go first? He raised his voice to ask before the many witnesses. They looked at each other. Did anyone answer? Me. Sun Hen spoke up while crying hysterically. Hyuk Lee's face was dripping with sweat. She replied tremblingly. Me. My hands are very weak. I really need it. Otherwise I probably won't make it. Please, can I? He then turned his face to ask for the opinion of Byong In and Jo Yuri. Will you two be okay?
Yo.
Yuri replied calmly. I'm fine. Bye. In's face was a bit shaky, but she still replied resolutely. I'm not sure, but I'll try. All right then. It's all yours.
Hen.
He smiled and handed her the pulley hook. She took it with both hands. She asked worriedly. Thank you, but what about you? Will you be okay? The expression on his face showed no emotion. He sweated and smiled. That image was noticed by Eun. At that moment, Yuri was carrying a little girl on her back. She looked down from the rooftop. Eun reminded her. Yuri, don't look down. It's always easier said than done. Yuri raised her voice. Close your eyes, Soo-young. Suddenly, Hyuk. His face became eerie. He joked. Anyone who goes first must be very strong. The tree the rope is attached to on the other side might fall, or the rope might snap. Yuri's face was quite annoyed as she cursed. Please shut up. Hyuk. Lee sweated and gave a wry smile. I'm sorry. At that moment, Yuri looked straight ahead. But I trust you. Hyuk Lee stood there smiling. He recalled someone. Gukbian. Are you still alive? I'm sorry I have to leave without you. Meanwhile, Yuri was sitting on the railing getting into position. Old man, pray for my safety. Then Yuri, carrying the little girl, began to drop down. Pulley hook could break. At any time. Yuri trembled in fear. He slid down very quickly. Soon they reached the ground safely. Byong-in's group opened their eyes wide. Voice trembled slightly. They did it. The scene of Yuri and the little girl landing safely appeared. Hyuk Lee smiled slightly. Uncle Dusik. What exactly was certain? Not letting everyone wait long. Sun Hen raised her voice. Next. Hurry up. Eun's group replied. All right. Soon Eun's group was sitting on the railing. She turned her head back to encourage him. I'll wait for you on the other side. He teased. Just don't go peeing your pants. Shut up. She was huffy. I'm serious. Eun began to take a breath. At moment her body began to slide down. Then his face darkened. Please take care. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, she turned her head back. She wondered. Girl. What the hell? Thanks for watching the video. At that moment the sliding speed increased. She thought, what did he mean by that? In her head, the image of Hyuk Lee smiling appeared. She teared up. Why did he say that? With that face. Thanks for watching the video. He smiled reassuringly. You're very smart. Even without me by your side, you'll be fine. Bye. Ong-in also realized something. She asked, Hyuk, what do you mean? At that moment, the four young ones were already on the other side of the forest. Eun turned her head toward him to reassure herself. Hyuk, can't be. It won't be what I think. Right? Joe Yuri then raised his voice. Don't you all know? This brat is in a critical state now. At that moment, Hyuk Lee clenched his hands. His expression was tense. Joe Yuri smiled and replied. He's fighting against it very well. I can feel it very clearly. But not everyone can resist it. Sois. Voice trembled as she replied. Wait, you mean? Hyuk Lee's face was dripping with sweat. If I go along, sooner or later I'll bring danger to everyone. Ong-in called his name as if she understood what he was about to do. Hyuk. He put his hands. His pockets. From his person. He took out a gun. He gave a bitter smile and replied. I still have a few things to do. At that moment, many images passed by. Images of Hyun-Soo's group and Jisoo holding off the attack. Images of Gukpyeon's group climbing each stair. And finally, it stopped on the image of Eun wailing. He replied before the surprise of everyone. That's why I can't go. With you all. In the ruined space, the sound of sobbing echoed. Hyuk, Hyuk, the children. Beside her hurriedly held Eun. A little girl hugged her tightly. Sobbing. Sun Hen stood high up, silently looking at the group below. She tried to hold back her tears. Finally, she said tremblingly, You're fucking crazy. Hyuk Lee heard. And turned around. Hen stood trembling in the wind. Why do you have to act so tough for? Do you think sacrificing yourself is a joke? The other two remained silent. She turned back to look at him, bitterly. Don't act like your life will be fine. She pointed toward the group below. Don't you see your sister crying over there? Hyuk Lee looked at her without emotion. I used to think that after I turned into a monster, the person who would want to kill me most would be you. Hen heard that and said nothing. She could only sob. Hyuk Lee smiled slightly. He turned to leave. If you're done talking, then I'm going. Before leaving, he looked at Hen one last time. Her eyes were filled with tears. Sniffling. Thank you, Hen said. Her voice was broken. Giving one's life for others is a very painful and helpless thing. Everyone silently looked at her. It seemed she had spoken the feelings of everyone present. Hyuk Lee was also surprised to hear her say that. But thank you. Hen cried. Harder and harder. But she still spoke without stopping. Thank you. Even though I'm a weakling, you still helped me live until now. She wailed. Her voice was pained. You've done so many things for us. Hyuk Lee smiled sincerely at her. He was also honest. I think this is the first time you've said those things to me. Hen looked at him. The words she wanted to say had all been said. She shed tears in silence. He nodded to everyone. Please take care of Eun for me. Suddenly Hen shouted loudly. It made him startle. Her voice was hesitant, but she still spoke firmly. Do you think I can be strong too? Like you? Like Jisoo? Like Hyun-Soo? That old man and Yuri? Hyuk Lee just silently listened to her. She paused slightly, and also, like Seo and everyone, looked at each other in silence. Hyuk Lee didn't hesitate anymore. He walked away. He said back to Hen, just be yourself. You'll be fine. Thank you for living, he said sincerely to her. Hen heard this. She silently sobbed. Everyone began to move. Hen, hurry up. Ong-in urged her. It's taking too much time. She hurriedly climbed up. All right, she called out. I'm going. Then she followed the prepared line to slide down. She rushed forward. Hen closed her eyes, suddenly remembering her own past. Now, you all come up here and line up for me. She seemed to return to her student days. At that time, she and a few classmates were punished by standing on the podium. The teacher's voice rang out. At the same time, a ruler struck each person's hand. You all have disappointed me too much. With every single sentence, another strike fell. How could you go to places like that? Making the children cry out. One child after another was punished. They began to whisper in annoyance. Which one of us snitched? I don't know. It hurts so much. Hen stood at the end. A line, silently waiting for punishment. Teacher walked up to her. Silence. For a moment, then suddenly said, Hen, you can go back to your seat. The teacher's attitude didn't make Hen happy. Hen went down under the indignant and angry gazes of the other children. She felt bewildered. It seemed like there were demons behind her, staring intently at her. She had long thought that, I always knew I wasn't the welcome type. Memory shifted to her working days. So, following this marketing direction, we should do something truly fresh. She sat in the meeting room listening to everyone's opinions. Someone said, the simplest and most effective way is to invite a teenage celebrity, to maximize the fresh image. A bold image. She hurriedly raised her hand. Mr. Kim, she spoke frankly. I think using a teenage star's image alone isn't enough to solve the problem. It will only increase the product's cost. And I think customers won't like that. Another employee. Agreed. That's right. Instead of just relying on old models for advertising. If that person excitedly presents their idea, then maybe we should use simple pictograms to show a minimalist style. This way will be simpler than adjusting prices or following customer needs. N immediately countered. Are you joking? That type is outdated now. Using it won't work. What if customers don't like it because it looks too cheap? The colleague looked at her with a disapproving gaze. Someone else spoke up. Hey, Ms. Sun. N still didn't know anything. Yes, the other person said because you reject everyone's opinion. So try saying your opinion. According to you, what should we do? Hen heard this and fell silent, hesitating. The entire room suddenly became much more pressured. She thought, with a life like that, how could I be happy? Hen was still sliding down. She gritted her teeth. Tears kept flowing without stopping. She remembered the past again. When I saved Yuri, I felt great. She screamed silently. I'm not a monster. Hen thought while sliding. I can also be loved. If I get out of here. She closed her eyes tight. Her face was determined. After a while of struggling, she reached the ground. Everyone immediately ran to her. Hen sobbed. Everyone. I'm sorry. She cried loudly. I'm sorry for the way I was here. From now on, I'll treat everyone well. I also want to become strong and defeat the monsters. She was bitter. Everyone was very happy. Thank you for saying that, Yuri said. Un also looked at her firmly. You'll be able to do it. I believe in you. Hen was deeply moved. Thank you, everyone. Suddenly her vision shifted. Her eyes were covered in blood. She was surprised, seeing her body flying up. What's happening? Above was a monster, looking at her coldly. On its claws was still blood, perhaps her own. She was stunned. Truly unbelievable. How pathetic. This end is, if this is how my life ends. Hen thought. In her head, images of the times she betrayed appeared. Another time. Again. Thanks for watching the video. One more time. Her voice grew weak. Then why didn't I try harder then? The group standing below looked. Hen was climbing down when she was attacked by a monster. Everyone was utterly stunned. Un hurriedly covered her mouth. Tears began to fall. A scream rang out, attracting the monster in the air. It looked down toward the source of the scream. Yuri immediately covered Un's mouth, pulling everyone to hide deeper. Bai Ong-in stood on the rooftop. Customer. No. She looked down in shock. The children. Joe Yuri hid to one side, coldly glancing at her. Scream. She was stunned when she heard him say that. Huh? His arm began to transform. He was confident. I won't miss. Bai Ong-in, eyes tearful, looked at him firmly. She gritted her teeth, as if she had made her decision. Amidst the silent night, suddenly a sky-shattering scream rang out. The monster immediately ignored the forest, turning to notice where the sound came from. It saw a figure on the rooftop of the building. Bai Ong-in held up her fingers. Come and get me, she roared. You damn flying bitch. The monster immediately flew toward her. Seeing that, her initial courage vanished. She began to cry out in panic. Joe Yuri immediately told her, don't move. Bai Ong-in then tried to stand still. Even though her body was trembling uncontrollably, Joe Yuri's voice still echoed. Stand still. Even though the monster was close, she was so scared she shut both eyes tight. Before the monster could touch her, it was bound by an arm. Joe Yuri gritted his teeth and smiled. The easiest way to hunt is to hunt the hunter, saying that, he used all his strength to pull the monster inside. Then he slammed it hard onto the ground. Bai Ong-in hurriedly covered her face. The monster was immediately covered in blood. Joe Yuri still didn't feel safe enough. He began to take a leap, dragging the monster for a distance. Then he shouted. Finally, he used strength to hurl the monster high into the air, far away. The monster immediately fell from the rooftop. Joe Yuri panted, smiled with difficulty. I bet we'll see it again soon. Seeing Bai Ong-in still motionless to one side, he shouted loudly. What are you waiting for? Get your ass up and go. She then seemed to wake up, hurriedly climbing onto the rope to slide down. Yes, all right. Yo. Yuri was a bit annoyed. Damn it. Bai Ong-in began to slide down slowly. She trembled and hugged the rope tight. Slowly, climbing down step by step. She trembled harder and harder. Her mouth kept moaning. She Thanks for watching the video. Glanced down. Her face suddenly turned pale. She saw the corpse of Hen on the ground. Her mouth whispered, Hen. She remembered the words she said earlier. You lost your mind. Each sentence began to flash through her head. Why do you have to act so tough for? Do you think sacrificing yourself is a joke? Don't act like your life will be fine. Don't you see your sister crying over there? The face of her began to fade. She suddenly burst into tears. I understand you. We are not heroes. She sobbed while hugging the rope tight. In a room, a monster had broken the door. Cha Hyun-soo stood ready at the door to counterattack. His eyes were blood red, holding his weapon ready. Then he lunged forward. Thanks for watching the video. Stabbing hard into the chest of the monster before him. He used his strength to press hard against it. The monster wasn't dead. It raised its tail behind. Then, while he couldn't move, it stabbed hard into his shoulder. Jisoo Yoon, seeing that, was utterly panicked.
Cha Hyun-soo
was seriously injured. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Soo held her bat, fearfully calling out,
Hyun-soo.
I dropped out of school, locked myself in my room. His face covered in blood was filled with anger. His pupils began to widen and did all sorts of terrible things before he began to think. Cha Hyun-soo remembered a post of his on social media about others, talking about a star who was overrated. A typical case of hype. Can't sing, dance, or compose. She must have a strong sponsor backing her. But how can they waste money on her? I wonder how many people she slept with to get up there? I used my pain as an excuse, he thought. At that time, he sat before the computer screen, laughing heartlessly to hurt others, he thought. He remembered the monsters he had met. Will the world end like this? He thought to himself. He remembered the person who turned into a monster. If all this is truly due to human greed and injustice, the gaze of those people, like that guy said, he thought. His mind now. He stood at the window. Then am I also one of the causes? He wondered, looking outside, ruined and devastated, of all this mess or not. Behind him a voice rang out. It's very hard to say. That guy stood at the door looking at him. No one knows for sure. He didn't turn back. Self-blaming voice. If there were no desire, would it be better? Would we be happier without emotions? Emotions. Isn't all your suffering because of emotions? That guy said. I understand your pain more than anyone. He just remained silent. That guy spoke. Again. If you don't do something, you'll die soon. That guy tempted. There's no time left. Tell me what you want. He seemed determined. Turning back to look at that guy. I want to. Dialogue missing. That guy shook his head. That's impossible. When you turn into a monster, you'll see humans as enemies. That's the rule. But his face suddenly became tense. He glanced to the side. The image of Jisoo appeared. At least you can save one person. He hit his psychological point. He said, that girl. You want to save her, right? The girl who looks like Maria. He affirmed. That's right. He made an offer. Based on how long you've been able to resist. Then after turning into a monster, you can still stay conscious for a while. Said, although it won't be long. Do you want to try?
Hyun-soo remained silent.
His face was full of doubt. You expect me to believe you? It was blunt. Better that than letting you die. Knew he was right. He was frustrated. Damn it. No other choice, right? He just pointed to the door. Let's go. Open that door. Hyun-soo didn't react. He quietly looked at that door. Finally he made up his mind. He chose to walk toward the door. He took each firm step forward. You fought very well, that guy said. So, he ignored him. Finally he reached the door. Hand touched the door lock. A bang rang out. His thanks for watching the video. Mind now returned to reality. He looked ahead in surprise. There were many monsters being attracted. Sudden voice rang out. Hey, can the party? And now, Hyuk Lee appeared. In his hand he still held a gun. Footsteps echoed throughout the quiet stairs. Hyuk Lee hurriedly ran down the stairs. In his hand he held a gun ready. He suddenly stopped, panting heavily. Truly strange. Looked down. He continued to run down. Kept running down. Then he appeared right above. He continued to run again. This time he stopped. He stepped down. Looked around. This is too weird. He muttered. I can't possibly get down to the 15th floor. Wait, maybe. This isn't reality. He suddenly thought. He began to grope around. He carefully held the gun. Stepped one by one. Suddenly heard movement behind. From below came a strange noise. Making Thanks for watching the video. Him become tense. Gently stepped past. Then jumped out, pointing the gun. Forward. Ready to fire at any time. Seeing the person coming, he was utterly surprised. That man, face bruised and battered. His weak body looked at him. His eyes were dazed. Hyuk Lee hesitated. Thanks for watching the video. The two stood looking at each other. Across a staircase. Hyuk Lee's father's face was dazed. He spoke first. Did you abandon Eun? Like how I abandoned you two. He silently looked at him. He shook his head. No, I didn't abandon her. His voice also trembled. I had no choice. The man said. Neither did I. Hyuk Lee was surprised. Finally, you also did the same thing I once did. He spoke while walking toward him. He bowed his head. Shouted. No. He still took each step. Voice cold. Think about it. Eun will hate you for it. Like how? You hate me. His figure was like a ghost, standing before him as if demanding his life. He screamed in fear. Oh, thanks for watching the video. He raised his hand. Face bloodied. A slap rang out. For Hyuk Lee it was no longer his father's image, but Lim Huinso. He shouted at Hyuk Lee. Wake up, kid. Hyuk, thanks for watching the video. He then snapped out of it. What happened? Huinso was annoyed and grabbed his collar. Shouted. Why were you standing there? Is something wrong on the rooftop? Where's Joe Yuri? Hyuk Lee remained silent. A moment later he trembled. He covered his face. His body kept shaking. I can't believe he's been fighting all this time. His face was serious.
Hyun-soo.
I respect you. Truly. Huinso didn't understand. Hey. Hyuk Lee interrupted him. Everything is ready. You should go up there now. He was confused. Where are you going? Hyuk Lee didn't turn back. To save the others. Huinso. Annoyed. How can you save them? Hyuk Lee didn't care. Help me with this. He looked at him. With a confused face. He said. I want you to lead everyone in my place. He was sad. After all, you're smarter than a kid like me. On the 15th floor. A figure holding a long sword hid behind the wall. Gukbian silently observed ahead. Monsters were swarming, looking for the living. He thought. Since the music stopped, they don't know where to go. Only one went ahead to bash the door. He was annoyed. He looked at them. If they broke that door, Jisoo would be finished. Damn it, he thought. But there were 8 monsters behind it. Who knew how many more were hiding around here? Gukbian gritted his teeth. Rushing out there alone would just be suicide. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. Quickly asked in a low voice, What are you doing, uncle? This made him turn around in fear. He said in a panic, Keep it down. You scared me, kid. Hyuk Lee ignored him. He said, You can go up now, uncle. Then he just stepped forward, leaving him confused. Hyuk Lee walked out and raised his gun. He fired. A single shot. Hyun-soo suddenly snapped out of it. Monsters lingering in front of the room were also drawn to the sound of the gun. The monster fighting him became distracted. Hyuk Lee stood there, with total confidence. Hey, is the party over yet? Hyun-soo was also surprised to see him, but he wasn't surprised for long. He quickly grabbed the tail that was buried deep in his body. He gripped it tight. Monster was immediately drawn to him. It raised its hand, preparing to attack him again. He pulled the tail with all his might. The monster lost its balance and lunged straight at him. He let out a frantic roar. He shoved the monster straight into the wall. The other monsters began to be drawn back. The monster, under his hands, began to struggle. Sue stood behind him, holding her guitar, watching in shock. The monsters began to stare at him. Even Hyuk Lee was frightened by this sight. He laughed maniacally. Guess what? He stabbed the monster hard again. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He laughed loudly. Do you think I'm human? His eyes had lost all sanity. Or am I a monster? His hand gripped the staff tightly. He flipped the switch.
Hyun-soo laughed maniacally.
Guess what? He stabbed the monster hard. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He laughed loudly. Do you think I'm human? His eyes had lost all sanity. Or am I a monster? His hand gripped the staff tightly. He flipped the switch. He pressed the staff hard into the monster, pinning it to the wall. He screamed in pain. His eyes grew more and more excited. He shouted loudly, Jisoo, go now. Jisoo gritted her teeth. She gathered all her resolve and ran outside. Gukbian gritted his teeth and jumped out. This was it. Hyuk Lee also felt the time had come. Here we go. He aimed forward and fired straight at the monsters. They shrieked in pain. Gukbian also held his sword and quickly rushed forward. He immediately sliced a monster in half while it was distracted. Jisoo ran out swinging her guitar. She struck the monster in front of her with a powerful blow. Then she quickly slid toward Hyuk Lee and Gukbian. Hyuk Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like they're all just small ones. The big ones can't fit through the door. Gukbian also felt more confident. That makes me feel a lot better. The monster he just sliced suddenly moved. Then, while he wasn't paying attention, it controlled its tentacles and lunged straight at him. Though he managed to dodge, he was still injured. Seeing this, Hyuk Lee aimed and fired. He bluntly fired several shots into monster. Jisoo, standing to the side, shouted, "Hyun-soo, let's go!" Hyun-soo could no longer hear anything. He frantically tortured the monster before him. "You've lived too long, you dog." His face was distorted. He looked at the monster excitedly. Jisoo saw him and was terrified. She shouted helplessly, "Hyun-soo!" With a pop, the monster suddenly stopped struggling. Hyun-soo was stunned. The spear run out of power. The monster looked at him silently. Then it raised his hand to strike him. He immediately caught its arm. The monster was stunned. His eyes were blood red. He stood face to face with it. Seeing both hands were useless, it started using its old trick. Tried to stab him again with its tail. The tail lunged forward, piercing the opposite wall. But the monster, extremely surprised because Hyun-soo had dodged in time and used his teeth to restrain it. Hyun-soo raised his leg. He kicked it hard in the stomach. Then he pulled the spear out. He turned toward the others. The three of them heard the noise and were extremely tense. They stared intently at the corner of the wall. Even the monsters watched in silence. Hyun-soo took one step at a time. Finally, appeared before everyone. His body had changed. His clothes were in tatters. He was biting the severed tail of the monster from before. He spat the tail out. Gukbian was amazed. That move was totally epic. Hyuk Lee was extremely tense. "Don't let your guard down yet." He looked warily. Hyun-soo, a monster began to move. The other monsters also started shifting. New monsters appeared behind everyone as well. Hyun-soo looked down the other side of the hallway. There were monsters there too. Hyuk Lee laughed helplessly. "It looks like we won't make it out of here alive." Everyone looked at the surrounding monsters with immense pressure. A monster attacked Hyun-soo. The others also rushed in to attack Jisoo's group. The sound of footsteps rang out. Jo Yuri appeared just in time. He immediately reached out and knocked away the monster trying to approach Jisoo. He pinned the monster to the wall behind it. At the same time, the other monsters were pierced by the branches on his arm. Hyun-soo was blocking two other monsters. He stared forward intently. Then he jumped to the side, dodging and causing the lunging monster to crash into the two he was holding. The two monsters were immediately sent flying, crashing right out of the building. Outside the building, inside the forest, strange drops of blood fell on the ground. There was heavy, exhausted panting. The blood trail stretched on, leading to a place where a monster's corpse lay. Damn it! Right next to it was a person, their body covered in blood. Shin-jun lay collapsed on the ground, his breath shallow. Is it really going to end here? He looked at the sky and cursed. Motherfucker! Regrets! He muttered angrily. I don't have a single damn regret. Not even a little. Impressive. A naked figure appeared. Shin-yun looked at her in surprise. She stared at him silently. He spoke up. Who are you? The Grim Reaper. She didn't answer. She looked at the monster nearby. Did you defeat it all by yourself? As a human, I'm very impressed. Shin-jun just stayed silent to save his strength. Her voice was emotionless, but every word was full of mockery. But unfortunately, you have no choice. You will die as a human. Shin-jun got annoyed hearing that. What the hell are you rambling about? Who the fuck are you? The monster suddenly sat up. She glided back, acting surprised. It's starting to move again. Shin-yun panicked. Damn it. Save me. She looked at Shin-jun. Do you want to live? He answered with difficulty. Who doesn't? She stared at him. Really? Shin-jun didn't understand what she was saying. Even if you have to become a monster? Hearing this, his expression suddenly changed. Yuri pinned the monster to the wall behind it. At the same time, the other monsters were also pierced by the branches on his arm. Hyun-soo was blocking two other monsters. He stared forward intently. Then he jumped to the side, dodging and causing the lunging monster to crash into the two he was holding. The two monsters were immediately sent flying, crashing right out of the holding. Joe Yuri continued to attack the monsters. One by one, they were pierced. Then he pulled the branches out of the monsters and retracted them, walking past Hyuk-Lee's group. Everyone was very surprised to see him. He looked at his arm with relief. Looks like it grew back. Hyuk-Lee looked at him hesitantly. What are you doing here?
Jo Yuri smiled at Hyuk-Lee.
He looked at Hyun-Soo behind him. I might be strong, but I can't survive on my own. Hyun-Soo stared at him silently. He was a bit worried. You look quite scary. Are you still sane? Jisoo was also a bit afraid. Hyun-Soo said nothing, only nodding at him. The surrounding monsters had all been taken care of.
Yo.
Yuri said, all right. He hurriedly urged everyone to leave. Hurry up. Suddenly, Hyuk-Lee spoke up. Wait, I'm not going. Everyone looked at him in surprise. What? He bowed his head, hesitating. I'm already undergoing monsterization anyway. Finally, he was dragged away by Gukbian by the collar. When they reached the stairs, he snapped out of it. He shouted, hey, come on. Do you know how cool I had to act before coming here? And now you want me to go back? You weren't there, so you don't know. I'll look like a fool. Gukbian was annoyed. He turned and shouted at him. Shut up. Think about your sister. He was silent for a moment. Then he said, in a low voice, she'll be fine without me. Hyun-Soo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. No. This surprised Hyuk-Lee. His face was still in monster form. He said, no matter if you live or die, family means staying together. He looked at Hyuk-Lee. Understand? You idiot. Hyun-Soo, Hyuk-Lee called him. You look incredibly weird right now. Then he blurted a sentence like that.
Hyun-Soo remained silent.
His face couldn't show joy or sadness. Jisoo looked at Hyun-Soo and Hyuk-Lee, who had now been released.
Hyun-Soo,
don't give up. Hyuk-Lee listened intently to her. Don't worry about anything. If both of you turn into monsters. Hyun-Soo listened too. I will definitely kill both of you. She trembled slightly as she said this, but she was still very firm. Hyuk-Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone reached the rooftop. Over here. Hyuk-Lee was surprised to see the person in front of him. Why are you still here? Lim Huin so hurriedly ran toward everyone. I'm afraid of heights. How could I dare go alone? Brother, can you help me? He ran straight to Joe Yuri. Can you carry me on your back? Please, I beg you. Joe Yuri mocked him. Man, even the kids did it. He sighed, looking down at the people waiting on the ground. Fine. Un stood down there, her face covered in tears and full of anger. Hyuk-Lee stood above, looking down. He sighed. She's going to kill me when I get down there. Bayan was extremely surprised looking at the rope. Did they really get down there using this rope? From this height? He shuddered slightly. Those kids really are. Suddenly he looked down and saw Byong-in. Gukbian immediately covered his mouth. Oh my god. Jisoo was horrified.
Yo Yuri
explained. While sliding down, that damn flying monster caught her. I took it down, but I don't know when it will recover and come back. We have to hurry. Hyuk-Lee looked down at the ground in confusion, remembering Byong-in's face from earlier. Hyuk-Lee gritted his teeth. He was silent for a moment, then spoke up. He's right. I know this is painful, but we don't have time to stand here and mourn. Finally, he calmed down. He turned around. All right, who wants to go first? Suddenly, Oh Yuri felt a shiver. Hyun-Soo also felt the pressure. Both of them immediately looked in the same direction. Lim Huin-so saw both of them looking at him and was very surprised. However, he didn't know that behind him, a strange shadow had appeared. It immediately jumped down behind him. Hyuk-Lee, Gukbian, Jisoo. Oh, thanks for watching the video. Yuri, thanks for watching the video. And Hyun-Soo, everyone, stared tensely at that shadow. This moment, Lim Huin-so also realized something was wrong. He slowly turned his head back. Then he was so terrified that his narrow eyes widened. The monster's face appeared. He stammered in horror. Boss.
Shin-Yun panicked.
Damn it. Save me. He looked at Shin-Jun. Do you want to live? He answered with difficulty. Who wouldn't? She looked at him intently. Really? Shin-Jun didn't understand what she was saying. Even if you have to become a monster? Hearing this, his expression suddenly changed. She held out a mass of slime.
Shin-yun stared at.
His mouth trembled. Violently, he remembered the moment his family was murdered. Image of him and his companions stunned by the scene. He looked outside then. Monster appeared on the balcony, turned back to stare at him. He couldn't control his anger and rushed toward it. He remained silent. Finally, he seemed to let go. He opened his mouth and said, "Yeah, even if you have to become a monster." Shin Jun's appearance terrified everyone. Because now he was no longer human. Lim Huinso was stunned. Boss. Immediately, Shin Jun raised his massive arm and swatted Huinso away. He didn't have time to escape and was sent flying by a single blow. Everyone was still in shock. They could only watch as Huinso was knocked away. He hit the rooftop railing and fell over the edge. Gukbian was furious. He grabbed his sword and rushed up. "You bastard!" He swung once, but the monster easily blocked it with its hand. He looked at the monster in horror. Suddenly it spoke. "Guk, Pion." He, "Thanks for watching the video," was stunned to hear the monster call his name. He didn't notice that his sword was being held tight. Then the monster used its strength, and his sword immediately shattered. Only then did Gukpian snap out of it. The monster raised its hand again. It swung to attack Gukpian. Fortunately, he dodged in time, but the force of the swing made him stumble. In the distance, Joe Yuri extended his arm, wrapping it around the monster's arm. He gripped both its hands. "Damn it!"
Yo Yuri shouted.
"Boss, wake up!" The monster struggled, muttering, "I hate you. I loathe you." Then it swung both arms out. Joe Yuri immediately lost his balance. He was worried, fearing it would counterattack. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rushed in. The rooftop suddenly dented. Hyun-soo jumped up, wanting to attack the monster from behind. He raised his weapon high and stabbed down. However, the monster immediately dodged to the side, and it grabbed Hyun-soo. Joe Yuri was terrified. "It's so fast." The monster threw Hyun-soo high into the air. His mouth muttered, "I hate you." And with incredible speed, it slammed Hyun-soo straight into the ground. The floor shattered instantly. He lay motionless, life or death unknown. The bag he carried was also thrown far away. Everyone was stunned by the monster's power.
Jisoo screamed in horror, "Hyun-soo!"
The monster picked Hyun-soo up again. Didn't resist at all. Hyuk Lee snapped out of it. He held his gun and fired straight at the monster. The bullet hit its chest, making it stop. However, it only left a tiny hole in its body. The monster immediately went berserk. It let out a loud roar. Thanks for watching the video. Everyone failed to react and was immediately pushed back by its roar. Gukpian was stunned. Joe Yuri was also dazed. Thanks for watching the video. Monster's roar echoed throughout the desolate area. Jisoo was terrified by the scene. She trembled. I can't move. Damn it. She thought. Gukpian was no exception. Move, move, he shouted. In his mind, Hyuk Lee closed his eyes, trembling. It felt like an antelope about to be swallowed by a lion. Everyone looked at the monster together, completely panicked. Was this what true fear felt like?
Yo Yuri
stared at the monster. He trembled. Uncontrollably, a voice rang out. In his head. "You coward. Let me handle it." That person's voice. Joe Yuri's eyes widened. He suddenly became much calmer. He calmly said to it, "Boss, I know I owe you a lot," he said, "but I'll have to kill you," even though his hands were trembling. Then he rushed forward, aiming straight for its face. He thought, its head is too high. Its heart. I'll strike straight at its heart. He reached his hand toward the monster. Then, with a swish, he glided past the monster. He jumped to the ground and hurriedly used his legs to slow down. He was glad to be alive and quickly turned back to look at the monster. Something was wrong. His arm was gone. Ah! He stumbled. Joe Yuri's eyes widened. Blood poured from his mouth. It was unbelievable. "Boss? Looks huge." He collapsed. "So why is he so fast?" Those were Joe Yuri's last words. Everyone was dazed. The monster didn't care. It raised its hand again, wanting to finish off the rest. It swiped hard at the ground, sending dirt and sand flying. Everyone hurriedly covered their heads. Jisoo, Hyuk Lee, and Gukpian, the three of them, collapsed one by one. Below. Thanks for watching the video. Un's group was hiding in the bushes, looking up at the rooftop in confusion. The noise just now had startled everyone. Yuri stared. Oh my god, what the hell is that? What's happening? Up there? On the rooftop. Right now all three had been knocked down. Gukpian, Hyuk Lee, and thanks for watching the video. Jisoo lay collapsed. On the ground, the monster carried Hyun-soo forward. Hyun-soo remained silent and unresponsive. Saw him holding the spear. He looked up at, his eyes full of murderous intent. Get your filthy hand off me right now. Hyun-soo had been hit and seriously injured before being captured. His sudden words stunned the monster. It looked down at him as if to confirm. Hyun-soo also looked at it with murderous intent. The monster swung its arm, wanting to repeat the blow that had injured him. It used all its strength and threw Hyun-soo forward against the rooftop wall. Then he lay still on the ground. He lay motionless. A curse rang out. Fuck! The monster immediately turned its attention away from Hyun-soo. Gukpian sat up, cursing the monster incessantly. You fucking dog! The monster looked at him and muttered. Gukpian. Gukpian was immediately terrified. With a whiz, gun struck the monster. It looked over in surprise. Gukpian was also stunned to see Hyuk Lee had thrown it. Growled. From what I remember, Shinjun said. You haven't monsterized yet. Before he could finish, the monster swung its arm and swatted him away. He flew for a distance and hit the wall. This time he was seriously injured. Jisoo had also woken up. She struggled to get up. Thanks for watching the video. Picked up a stone. She spoke breathlessly. It's not over. Yet. Not yet. She looked at the monster. This isn't the end. Then she used all her strength to throw the stone at it. Suddenly her hand was grabbed. She turned back in shock. It was Hyun-soo. He called. Jisoo. Thanks for watching the video. Looked at him sobbing. Hyun-soo. He smiled. Please run. Then he pointed toward the rope. Jisoo hurriedly shouted. I can't leave you here.
Hyun-soo interrupted her.
Jisoo. His face was sad.
I'm sorry.
I can't keep that promise. Jisoo was stunned. She froze, remembering that day. The two of them were sitting in the room. She had asked Hyun-soo, can you write lyrics for this song? Hyun-soo turned around. He stepped forward. Thanks for watching the video. Lee was stunned. Even Gukpian couldn't stop him. He stood facing the monster. It was also surprised. His face was set full. Thanks for watching the video. Filled with murderous intent. Look, you've resisted this for a long time. He remembered the name that appeared in his mind before. After turning into a monster, he could still stay sane for a while. He was silent. Finally, he closed his eyes. He remembered. Purple sky from years ago. A small hand caught a ball. The little boy was very happy. He threw the ball back to the man opposite him. In the distance, two people sat watching the father and son play. Everyone's faces were very happy. The man rubbed his son's head. The little boy looked extremely delighted. The boy looked up at his father. Suddenly, he noticed something. He looked toward the distant door. A figure stood there. That person smiled at the boy. Boy happily asked him, Are you really going? Yeah. The person replied. This is the last time. The boy waved goodbye. I hope you'll be happy. The person looked at him and smiled slightly. Then he firmly turned the doorknob back to the present. His feet transformed. Then his arms. Next, thanks for watching the video, was his body. The spear was wrapped tightly. Then it was completely covered. Hyun-soo was preparing to monsterize. Hyuk Lee was stunned. Gukpian was also in shock. Jisoo was terrified. The monster looked at him in surprise. Hyun-soo said, I won't have the chance. Jisoo realized he was talking to her to write lyrics for that song anymore. He said, But I've thought of a title. Jisoo looked at him, sobbing. Hyun-soo. The other two also called out, Hyun-soo. His body began to transform. The title is. In his mind, he opened the locked door. Before leaving, he looked back one last time. Finally, before completely monsterizing, he whispered, Sweet home. Thanks for watching the video. Monsterization process finished. Hyun-soo's feet stomped hard on the ground. Immediately, the floor shattered. He used his strength to gain momentum. The monster before him still looked on in confusion. He lunged forward, aiming straight for its head. Half of the monster's upper body was immediately blown away. After a period of internal struggle, Hyun-soo had accepted the monster's power to take over his mind, and then he down the monster before him with ease, left a massive hole in the monster's body. He slowly fell to the ground. When Hyun-soo landed, the once powerful monster was now only half a body. Blood splattered everywhere, falling like rain on Hyun-soo. His face was monsterized, so no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone stared in shock at the scene. In this situation, Hyuk Lee couldn't help but have stray thoughts. Is that the guardian knight Rian?
Hiso hesitantly stepped toward Hyun-soo.
His mouth muttered, "Home." He asked him tremblingly, "Hyun-soo, are you okay?" Gukbian hurriedly came to stop her. "Hey, stay away from him." Jisoo reproached him. "What do you mean?" She looked at him. "He just saved our lives." She sobbed. "Even though he's a monster, he saved." Before she could finish, Gukbian hurriedly pushed her aside, dodging the spear thrown by Hyun-soo. The spear flew past, instantly destroying a section of the wall.
Hyun-soo remained silent.
He looked at the hole in the wall. Jisoo cried out in fear. "Hyun-soo!" Gukbian helped her up and shouted at her angrily. "He's a monster now. We have to stay away from him." Hyun-soo kept muttering, "Home." Jisoo screamed, "Thanks for watching the video."
Hyun-soo
Suddenly snapped out of it. He looked around. White walls, only one door in front of him. His mother turned back and asked, "What's wrong, son?" His sister also smiled and asked him, "Brother Hyun-soo, what's wrong?" He still looked at the door. Then he turned around and said to them with a smile, "It's nothing." He turned and walked toward his family. "There's no problem." In reality, Jisoo frantically called his name.
Hyun-soo.
Gukbian had to pull her back, not letting her near Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo took one step at a time toward them. Gukbian shouted, "We have to go right now." Jisoo was stunned, sobbing. "But I promised that if he turned into a monster." She stopped. In surprise, Hyuk Lee had already stepped forward. The two of them looked at him in confusion. Hyuk Lee and Hyun-soo looked at each other silently. Hyuk Lee smiled sadly. "What a pity." Hyun-soo was silent. No one knew. They understood. Hyuk Lee said sadly, "I guess we won't be able to see Maria together." Hyun-soo muttered again. Hyuk Lee said, "Hyun-soo, I've chosen what I want." He raised his hand. "Come on."
Hyun-soo lunged forward.
His hand pierced through him. Hyuk Lee didn't dodge. He was hit and coughed up blood. Jisoo screamed in agony. Hyuk Lee. He turned back and shouted, "Go now!" The two of them were stunned. Hyuk Lee turned back toward Hyun-soo.
Hyun-soo.
"Listen," he said. "What I want is to stop you here." He thought of wound down there. He smiled. "And to save everyone." Then, the wound on his body began to transform. Hyun-soo was surprised. Pulled his hand out, intending to strike again. His hand was blocked. Hyuk Lee used all his strength to stop him. Gukbian ran away. Did Jisoo. As they ran, they looked back. Hyun-soo's foot immediately stomped hard on the floor. The two of them struggled for a moment. Hyun-soo's foot was suddenly caught. Hyuk Lee was now gradually transforming. His body began to stick tightly to Hyun-soo. He tried to struggle, but it was useless. Hyuk Lee let out a loud shout. Hyun-soo also roared. Hyuk Lee said before completely transforming, "I will stop you." Then there was
a loud explosion.
Hyun-soo was immediately covered by a mass of flesh. The flesh spread across the rooftop. Finally, it gathered into a single mass. Jisoo and Gukbian had now climbed down. She sobbed as she climbed down. Gukbian wasn't doing much better. A moment later, there was no more sound on the rooftop. Moon leaned against Gukbian and cried loudly. No one could hold it back. Gukbian, Jisoo, Yuri, thanks for watching the video. And the two kids, everyone, tried to hold it in, but tears kept flowing. Byong-in suddenly pointed in one direction. Everyone hurriedly left. Jisoo suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked toward the building. She looked at it in agony for a long time. Then she made up her mind and turned to leave. She joined the group of survivors. The screen turned on a bit static. A figure stepped forward to adjust it. After it was set, he stepped back. He walked to a chair and sat down. He looked behind to make sure no one was there, then cleared his throat. He began to speak. Today is October 23rd. This monster disaster started on the 3rd. The president has been in isolation for exactly 20 days. He sighed. The power was cut yesterday, and we're almost out of food. It's not looking good at all. He was silent for a moment. Finally, he spoke up. Tomorrow we'll risk everything to get out of here. To be honest, I don't know how it will end.
I'm scared.
He bowed his head. He looked up straight into the camera. Uncle Gukpian, Sister Yuri, Uncle Ansip, Jisoo, Jaehyun, Byong-in. He began to list his acquaintances. Uncle Sangsu, Ms. Byong-in.
Yo Yuri. Jian. MSCOan. Uncle Duzik.
And my sister. The kids, he said. And Hyun-soo too. He hesitated slightly. He looked at the camera. If anyone sees this video, please remember that. He smiled. Slightly. We were once here. The sky that suddenly poured with rain. The mass of flesh on the rooftop was soaked. For some reason, it began to harden. Then it slowly cracked open, finally revealing two strange objects. They looked like eggs. The two strange eggs stood silently. A moment later, one of them moved. An arm reached out from the crack. Back at the apartment building, a pair of bare feet walked inside. That figure stood from afar, looking at the ruins before him. It was Hyun-soo. He looked at everything silently, his face expressionless. Suddenly, he noticed something. He looked at a glowing object lying on the ground. It was a mobile phone. He walked toward it, then leaned down to pick it up, held it up to examine it, staring at it. On the screen, a song was playing. We have no emotions. That guy's face appeared again. His eyes were expressionless. He reached out and pressed play on the song. The music echoed in the air. He still stood motionless. The music didn't stop. He looked at the phone, staring intently. A drop of water suddenly fell on the screen. More drops began to fall one after another. Hyun-soo was crying. For some reason, Hyun-soo woke up. His body had returned to normal, but it felt very strange. He wandered through the apartment complex and picked up a phone from the ground. He played the song on the device and burst into tears. Outside, it suddenly started to snow. Snowflakes flew everywhere, including over the apartment complex. Around there, people had set up barbed wire, fences. An arrow flew through the air and struck a wooden stake. A girl in a wool hat stood nearby and saw it. She turned in surprise. Thanks for watching the video. It turned out to be two children playing archery. She smiled slightly at them. Her gaze fell behind them. Temporary base tents had been set up. Around them were military.
Baiklas.
People were moving hurriedly. Inside there was an old briefcase. Everyone was discussing strategy. It seemed two people were having a slight conflict. 3 others stood watching them and looked at each other helplessly. They didn't know how to stop it. A man walked outside. He, thanks for watching the video, met the girl in the wool hat. She greeted him happily. He seemed a bit embarrassed. The two children stood watching them. The older one covered her mouth and giggled. Inside another tent, a girl was happily writing something. Her face was gentle. As she looked at the words on the paper, "Sweet Home," she picked up her guitar. Her face was peaceful. She began to play. The song rang out. The notes drifted away, out of the tent, reaching the barbed wire fence, and reaching the people standing there as well. Everyone stopped to feel the music for a moment, whether they were busy with work or sitting around joking. The red-haired girl heard the music and stopped. She was stunned. Then she closed her eyes. Remembering the image of the boy from that day, she stood up, picked up her bat and started practicing. Her face was wet with tears. At the barbed wire fence, a man was standing guard. He was nodding off when he heard the music. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes to wake up. He began to observe the surroundings. He looked forward. He was stunned, his eyes wide. A child playing archery hurriedly ran into the tent where the music was playing. The girl was startled and stopped the music. The two children frantically pointed outside the tent. Her face froze, then turned to disbelief. She threw the guitar down and hurriedly ran outside. She didn't care about her appearance, running out barefoot. Her face was full of confusion. She gritted her teeth and kept running. She rushed to the guard and hurriedly climbed up to look. She looked closely and was extremely surprised. Before her was a figure. That person was draped in cloth, only showing bare feet walking on the snow. The person's face was revealed. He looked up at her. She, thanks for watching the video, was silent. He was also silent. But his mouth smiled. She did. Like that. Streaming tears couldn't stop the smile on his face. Fence gate opened wide. Everyone from inside the base poured out. The girl walked with bare feet. She ran forward quickly, sobbing. Thanks for watching the video. His face was also soaked. Jisoo rushed forward and hugged Hyun-soo tightly.